Breaking news flashed across the screen. There had been an incident. A man in his 40s was arrested for kidnapping and imprisoning a child. Black police cars were parked outside the house, surrounded by an open field. The victim was confined in this rundown warehouse for a staggering 12 years. People were gathered on the lawn as they rushed in to attend to this issue. The police had successfully detained the suspect on charges of kidnapping, confinement, and labor law violations. This news was reported all over television as breaking news, and it was covered by many headlines. For the sake of privacy, the arrested suspect was allowed to wear a face mask as the police led him past the crowd that gathered to take pictures. The media was, of course, desperate to get a nice scoop on the news. They wanted to know if the perpetrator knew the victim personally before committing the crime. They also asked important questions like who was the first to report the crime, while the police dutifully tried to push them away from the door. The poor victim was showing signs of hearing and speech impairment. This made the authorized suspect that the perpetrator was aware of this beforehand when planning the crime. They'd been able to cut through the lock where the poor victim had been confined, and they opened the door of a dark room to see stacks and stacks of books. When they were rescued, they found that the warehouse had been flooded with countless books, and seated on that mountain of books was a youth who was still trying to read in that dark room. Law enforcement reached out to their captain immediately, informing them that they had indeed found the poor, haggard-looking victim. Based on the severe injuries on his body, it was presumed that the poor boy was subjected to long-term abuse. The victim, who was nicknamed A, was transported to the hospital and is currently reported to be in stable condition. Reporters were, of course, not allowed inside as they worked to stabilize the poor victim. Some of the media tried to protest and say that they were hurt, so they also needed medical treatment. Shin Woo-jin was 18 years old. They had finally confirmed the victim's name. The youth was suffering from intense malnutrition and multiple external infections. The bright-eyed, beautiful youth was adorable as he stared into the bright light for the first time in a long time. The doctors could not imagine how someone could hurt a beautiful child, which was a bizarre choice of words, because it's not like an ugly child deserved that either. The poor boy had been locked up and forced into labor for 12 years. The youth had also suffered from hearing loss as he had not been exposed to sound for a long time. The doctor sighed and took notes of this bizarre situation. She wrote down a question and showed it to the boy, asking if he could say his name out loud. The boy stared at this question, taking it in, and she encouraged him to try saying his name. The boy finally opened his mouth to speak, repeating words that he'd probably heard all of his life. He declared that he was, in fact, a bastard. That was a rather dark response and not at all what the doctor had been going for. Well, the sun continued to shine brightly in the sky, and a rather suspicious-looking individual was about. Oh. It was just a farmer working in the hot sun and protecting their face from blisters with a bat and a face covering. While this one person toiled, a lazy man sat and watched. This seemed to be the youth's memory, and he remembered being tossed dry rice with vegetables every once in a while. The boy would scarf down the food with his hands, desperately eating like an animal since he was treated as such. Every time they opened the door, the person who fed him would call him a bastard, saying that he ate so disgustingly. The poor child was always cold during the winter because a draft would drift in from the closed windows, and he would shiver in the cold. Sometimes, when the boy was so desperate, he would even grab a roach. Hopefully not to snack on, but it was quite likely that he was snacking on it. Back to the present, the doctors were horrified by the poor youth's words, and they were rather shocked, speechless, unsure what to say to such a declaration. They were sure this was the effect of brainwashing, and they'd also found countless scars on the poor kid's body. This child had definitely suffered a lot of abuse all this time. Those monsters who'd done this to him should surely all be sentenced to death, in her opinion. However, all in all, this situation was at least a relief. The medical results were not as bad as they had feared, but the boy seemed jolted by her honest smile and kind touch. He was safe now, so he could sleep as much as he wanted in a warm bed. The doctor tried her best to communicate that he was safe and that she would soon be back. The other doctor asked if he should take care of the kid, but the female doctor assured him that she could take care of the boy by herself. The doctor managed to step out of the hospital room and ran into a huge crowd of desperate reporters who were still trying to get a good news scoop and were drilling the doctor on all sorts of questions. They wanted to know the patient's condition, and if his family had been found. They also wanted to know the patient's name. They wanted to know if he had a disability and if he could communicate. They fired question after question rather relentlessly. It made the doctor quite irritated. So, she scolded them for trying to make someone else's tragedy into their entertainment. She then asked the police how these people even got into the building. They were causing such a nuisance, and all of their access passes should be checked. All these reporters would be reported for obstruction and trespassing. Well, that finally got rid of them. Things got a bit quiet after that, and the only sound was the drip in the hospital. The main character lay in bed, resting and recuperating. After a while, he opened one eye and stared out at the white room that held him. He stared at that big white fluorescent bulb with a lot of ideas in his head. Stretching out his hand, the boy's mind was flooded with more and more ideas. Suddenly, he heard a sound, and the boy looked up. There was another patient in the room using their phone. It was an older gentleman, and he noticed the youth staring at him. He had already heard the story, and he knew the boy was kidnapped. The poor child had a rough life, and he felt sorry for him because he knew the child's life would be tough due to his extra disabilities. The boy stared silently at the old man for a while, but he could see the name and all the information about the other patient that was placed by the man's bed. He even knew the guy's height and weight. Just by looking at the man, he could tell that he was left-handed and constantly dehydrated because of his dry skin. The man was oblivious to this as he was busy having a lot of fun just using his phone. The man had no watch marks or rings, so he clearly worked a physical job and had no spouse. Putting all of these pieces together, the youth could detect that his roommate was probably doing some plastering work on a low rooftop and fell. As he fell, the left-handed brain instinctively directed his left foot to land first, but the femur couldn't withstand the force of the impact and shattered, protruding outwards. The main character could imagine the man's scream of pain like he'd been there to witness the accident. He could even guess the most appropriate first aid in that situation. However, his thoughts were interrupted when the female doctor returned. She had brought him some food and asked if he'd gotten some rest. She knew he must be hungry, and she'd brought a fork and spoon for him to use. Meanwhile, her patient was busy analyzing her. The boy thought that the doctor was a man, and he noticed the doctor's drooping eyes and crow's feet at the edges. The boy also noticed how their cheek muscles lifted upwards and noticed the symmetrical smile. It was a genuine smile and a sign that this man did not see him as a threat. The doctor handed him the spoon and encouraged him to eat as much as he wanted. No one would scold him. The boy was shocked by it and stared at more food than he'd ever been given in captivity. The boy gulped, and the doctor explained that it was hospital food, so it might not taste great, but she still encouraged him to eat a lot. Well, the boy gripped his cutlery and got busy. He scarfed down that food like it was the Hunger Games, abandoning the food at some point and just using his hands. The doctor and the other patient were in shock at how fast he was eating. The doctor had to tell him to slow down or he'd choke. However, the boy had no intention of slowing down, and he just kept chowing down. He ate those plates clean and even started picking up the little grains of rice. The doctor was horrified, wondering just how this poor child had been able to survive all this time. She got a call, and she picked up the phone to greet the caller. Apparently, the boy's family had arrived. It seemed they'd been able to locate the boy's relatives. The doctor excitedly told the youth that his mum and dad were here. The youth calculated her eager smile. He recognized the titles of mom and dad. The people who had come should be his family. The doctor happily told him that the doctor would bring them soon. The youth watched the doctor leave in awe, speechless as she left. Time passed in the silence, and he wondered how long it would take for his parents to reach him. He started counting the seconds and then the minutes. Suddenly, a voice said that it would make sure that the main character could hear them. The boy was confused as his senses became even clearer. His eyes widened as his brain activity intensified. He kept thinking, and he listened closely, watching the movement outside the door. His eyes widened as the people came closer. He could hear them now. He could hear the very step of the person's heel on the floor. That sound traveled all the way to his hospital bed. It was like a sound arrow speeding right to him. The boy's eyes widened as his hearing suddenly got so much better, and suddenly everything sounded so much louder. The patient's stability was their top priority. They needed to make sure that he was not startled. The boy was speechless as he listened, and then they were getting ready to come in. His eyes widened, and he stared at the people who came inside. A woman and a man. Their faces brightened with smiles when they saw him, calling him Woojin. They rushed to him, calling him their son, even though the doctor had told them not to startle the poor boy. The boy stared at the two people coming in close with their arms open for large hugs. It surprised the main character to be embraced by a loving mother and a joyous father. The woman was pretty, so she looked a little like him, and he had his father's hair. They both celebrated saving their beautiful child, crying their apologies for not keeping him safe. They were grateful that he was unharmed and thanked him for coming back. Their cries and love and adoration were loud, so loud in Woojin's ear that he finally got overstimulated and pulled away from them in pain. The boy covered his ears, staring at them in fear as they asked him what was wrong. They were concerned, asking if he was okay, but the noise they were making felt overwhelming, and the boy cried out. It was loud. The sobbing, the crying, the shouts of joy and relief at seeing their son. All of this noise was much too loud for the little boy, who had just regained his sense of hearing. The sky was bright and blue over a brown apartment complex, and it was a bright new day in a new scene. A lady was just wrapping up a phone conversation with her mother. Seated in her house, she admitted that she had cleaned it all up and then ended the call. After the call, the girl sat in silence and wonder. See, her big brother was finally coming home, and he was likely the poor, overstimulated main character we'd already been introduced to. The sweet little brunette was not sure how to feel about this development. After all, her brother had been gone for many years. She had not gotten to see much of him since he needed to rest, plus the way he talked and acted sounded a bit unusual. She'd gotten a glimpse of him at the hospital when his mother had fed him an apple, and honestly, he'd seemed so weird back then. She'd only been a baby when he'd been lost, so she had no childhood memories of her brother to reflect on either. She had seen pictures of where her brother had been forced to live. It was a warehouse, and she could not imagine being stuck in a place like that for 12 years. The smart brunette easily reasoned that she would also be weird if she'd been stuck in a place like that for 12 years. Fortunately, the boy had seemed to have regained his hearing. However, psychologically, her brother was still a little weird. Suddenly, the girl heard a noise that startled her. Her parents had arrived pretty fast, and they had also brought her brother home. This was a huge moment for the small family, and the young girl came over to welcome her brother home. The mother guessed that the young girl must be starving, so she would get started on dinner. The father also smiled and called for Woojin to come inside. The rescued boy stepped into his home for the first time in 12 years and met his little sister. The odd boy was a little tall and gangly as he was still trying to put on some weight, and he looked around this spacious home in awe. The girl nervously said hello, greeting her big brother. The boy was a little mystified and silently stared at the house, so there was an awkward silence. Then the boy looked around and saw pictures of the girl around the house. His father placed a gentle hand on his back, understanding that it would be awkward for the boy to be home after so long. They pointed him in the direction of his room, asking if he still remembered living there. The boy mumbled that he did, and they asked if he wanted to look around his room while spending some time with his little sister, Bomi. The young girl was surprised, but the parents encouraged the siblings to get closer and spend some time getting to know each other. The sister wanted to help prepare dinner instead, as she was still rather nervous around her brother. However, spending time with her brother was considered part of helping, so she couldn't say no. Without further ado, both siblings were pushed into the room to spend some time together. The girl tried to protest, but it was too late. Soon, the mother got busy preparing dinner, and she set the pot on the fire to make some delicious food for her two precious children. While all of that was happening, the siblings stood awkwardly in Woojin's room. The awkwardness was even worse than the girl's imagination, but she tried her best to endure. The boy stared at something in his room and at his neatly arranged bed. He recognized a bed, but he'd never had one before, as he'd been forced to live on top of books all of his life. He also recognized the window next to the bed. All of these were things he'd mostly read about in a book. He knew the private computer and the chair as well. Everything around him was a little strange, but it was his. This was his room. The girl nervously talked to her brother, and he turned his full attention to her. It caught her a little off guard as she stared into those big, soulful eyes that almost mirrored her own. The brunette ended up crying because her brother looked so much cuter in person than he did in the hospital. Now that he was cleaned up and getting his bearings, he didn't look so weird after all. The girl nervously called her Appa, deciding to teach him how to use a phone. Right now, the phone that she gave him was turned off. However, she could show him how to hold it to turn it on. The boy listened attentively to the teachings of his sister, practicing and learning. She taught him their parents' numbers as well as her own so that he would always be able to contact them. She deleted her number, so he encouraged him to try saving it. The boy was in awe and tried speaking again. Speaking was something he hadn't done a lot in captivity, so he was still adjusting to it. His sister had no idea what he'd just said, and she sat there looking very lost and confused. Then she realized that he was telling her that he understood her instruction. Bomi appreciated that, but Woojin did not need to use such formal language when talking to his little sister. The boy struggled to show his understanding, using the words he was more used to using with the people he'd lived with. Bomi fell silent as she realized this was something that might take a while. Deciding to move on to other topics, she asked him to try turning on the phone first. So, Woojin did as directed. The youth stared in awe as the phone began to load before him, producing bright colors and an interesting figure. Then she taught him how to make a new contact and save her number. He listened attentively to everything that she said. The little sister called out her number, and he got to work writing it down so that he could save it. She watched in awe as he picked up the instructions pretty fast, laser focused on doing exactly as she told him, and she was surprised that this was his first time using a phone. His fingers moved even faster than hers did when she used a phone. Woojin was just worried about whether or not he'd done it correctly and followed her instructions. The little sister encouraged him, telling him that he'd done quite well, and that he was very smart. It seemed her brother was the kind to pick things up so quickly. Now, she would teach him how to search for stuff on the internet. The boy was curious and confused, but he was ready to learn that too. So, she showed him how to do a search on the internet, showing him how he could type whatever he was curious about. Once he typed the magnifying glass, lots of interesting answers would pop up. The youth stared at the phone in awe. Just like last time, his sister let him try to search for himself. The brother was curious about many things, so as soon as he got the phone, his fingers started to move really fast as he typed what he was curious about. Apparently, the boy was curious about his family. Tapping on images, the boy saw various wonderful images of families loving and being there for each other. It was a series of soulful and beautiful pictures that he could not really relate to since he'd spent his whole life locked in a cage. He took note of the happy mothers and fathers in the picture. Then Woojin turned and recognized Bomi as his little sister. She was his family. Everyone in that house was his family. This was his homecoming, and the lady who smiled so happily and brightly at him was his family. The boy fell silent, looking up in surprise while his sister stared at him with a curious expression on her face. This scent, coming from his sister, he recognized as perfume. The origin of perfume dates back 5,000 years ago. It was first used in religious ceremonies as a medium for communication with the divine. They would burn fragrant wood back then. Today's perfumes were a blend of various aromatic compounds and solvents. They were also used to appeal to others or create a personal image. Just remembering all the knowledge was like being transported. Ask about that ancient time, and Woojin stared in awe. The brother pointed out now that he scented a really strong perfume, and this surprised his sister. The boy stood and followed this scent of perfume, and this alarmed Bomi, who asked where he was going. The brunette called out to the youth in surprise, and he seemed to pause. She had called him brother. However, Woojin could not be distracted from the really important situation, which was the sweet smell that came floating to him. This scene was indeed incredible, and the boy stared in awe at all the plates that had been set out. It wasn't perfume that had such a sweet smell after all. His deduction this time had been wrong. All of that delicious smell from the food left the youth in awe. His mother noticed him and happily invited the young boy to dinner, saying that he must be hungry. He was indeed hungry, and he sat to eat. The dad had even made the kimchi stew, and it was apparently so good that a person would not even notice if they died while eating the food. At this point, it sounded almost dangerous to eat the food, and Woojin wondered if he'd die while eating it. However, the statement was just a little joke from his father. His sister was invited to watch, and they all sat down like a family. There was food pushed on the boy's plate, and the parents encouraged him to try some of that nice food. The family stood around each other and chatted happily, feeding and welcoming home their new son as they encouraged him to try all sorts of food. The rescued boy was struggling with his table manners, so a bit of food flew here and there when he spoke while eating. However, Woojin was having the time of his life around these three happy people. This beautiful picture of this family was filled with light and bright vibes. Suddenly, little splotches of darkness started to appear. These splotches quickly rose in a trickle and then a wave of darkness that consumed this happy moment. A threat lingered outside of this beautiful scene. Back at the police station, the detained kidnapper was told that 5 years ago, his family members started dying, one every year. The wicked man was then asked if he had anything to say about that. The first to die was his wife, the second was his mother. Both corpses fell to the floor. The sister-in-law died from consuming a poisonous plant, and the two others close to him also died. The suspect was stuck in the police holding facility. Speechless and haggard, the man swore that he was not responsible. However, the authorities could not believe it. It was much too odd that mysterious deaths kept occurring around him, and they were sure that he was responsible. How did everyone die, and only he survived? Still, the suspect insisted that he was not responsible for those deaths. The police were sure that he was just refusing to cooperate, so they called on the detective. There was always the possibility that the suspect being questioned was not the killer. The detective found that hard to believe, and asked what the suspect was talking about. The suspect slammed his hand on the table, accusing the person he'd fed and given shelter to. Yes, this lousy kidnapper was blaming his victim for killing all the people around him. The man was handcuffed, crazy, and deemed delusional by the authorities. The detective cursed at him, telling the suspect to watch his tone, and an assistant came in, trying to encourage everyone to relax. The suspect insisted that no one understood the kind of monster that boy really was. The very smart boy that they had kept locked up in the book room for 12 years had not just been idle. He had sat using the very low light from the window, and he'd read each book cover to cover. He flipped through each page, reading about autopsy and learning all about human anatomy in the darkness of that room. The suspect insisted that the victim was indeed being subjected to all of this pain and suffering, and lightning had flashed in the sky over the shed on one dark day. The day that the creepy little victim focused very closely on the book that he read. It was evening at the beautiful block where Woojin's family lived at. It was a rather peaceful evening, and light could still be seen in the window of Woojin's room. The youth was sitting at his table, still trying out all of the wonders that he could get from this new and fancy device that his sister had handed him. With a smile, she told him that a lot of people watched a video app. This app was red in color and filled with all sorts of skills and information. It was the first time that the little genius was gaining access to any form of video learning, and he was amazed. He watched an interview with a man with wonder. The man was out to watch a play. On instinct, the boy greeted the video and tried to say hello. Apparently, the video had been trending a lot. Taking hold of the video cursor, the boy pushed it back a bit so he could echo the words that were spoken by this very interesting gentleman. Slowly but surely, Woojin began to practice how to say hello. Very carefully, he sounded out the words to himself. Learning how to speak, he practiced because he wanted to properly greet his dear family. So, the youth practiced hard. Then, he stared in awe when he saw a fancy plate of tteokbokki mukbang. It looked so delicious. There were some ladies eating that on their tube channel because they had been craving it all week. The food was very good and chewy. It was also full of a lot of flavor. This was so amazing, and she gasped at the beautiful stretchy cheese. The man's mouth began to water as he stared at them eating, thinking it was rather amazing and delicious. There was a loud knock on the door, and the youth was startled. His little sister had come over that morning, and she wanted to know what he was doing and if she could come in. Sure enough, he invited her in, and Bomi greeted him with a smile. The boy asked if she needed help with something, and the girl was surprised. The boy was used to getting called when people wanted something from him, so he asked if his sister wanted him to do some cleaning or something like that. The sister was surprised and quickly dismissed that line of thought. He did not have to do all that. She had, in fact, come to call him to ask if he wanted to go out for ice cream. The boy was surprised and echoed the word. Ice cream was super cold and delicious. She loved it, but she also suspected that he had never had it before. The sister took his hand and pulled him out to meet his parents. Of course, the parents were rather concerned when they saw their children heading out, telling them not to stray far and to only go to the ice cream place. They did not want a repeat incident of their worst nightmares. Bomi was to hold her brother's hand tightly and to stay together with him. The girl laughed and assured her parents that they would be back soon, and her brother echoed her words. They then stepped out together to get some ice cream. It was evening, the sun had already started to set, and cars were a little busy on the main road. The name on the ice cream shop glowed brightly, and the siblings headed inside. The youth stared in awe at the bright name on the ice cream shop, truly in awe of such a beautiful and bright sign. Inside was even brighter and more colorful. It was Woojin's first time to see so much produce in one place. His sister called out to him to keep up with her so that he would not get lost. She encouraged him to pick whatever he wanted to eat. The boy was amazed to see so many flavors of ice cream. The sweet girl giggled at his confusion and asked if he wanted her to help out. So, they both stared at the fridge of ice cream for a hot minute as they tried to select the perfect flavor. Then, she grabbed one, saying that it was quite tasty. As the two walked to the counter, she wondered if she should let her big brother pay for the ice cream that they bought, since he was older and all. However, she decided that it was too early to rush his learning and they would take it slow. So, she took the boy's ice cream and handed it to the cashier so that they could pay for it. With all of the ice cream paid for, the girl waved goodbye and told them all to have a nice and wonderful day. A bunch of school girls were eating ice cream outside and were quite surprised to see the pair. It was the worst. Those girls were eyeing the handsome brother. It was much too early for him to deal with the trials of girls just yet. His sister was cutely teaching him how to open the ice cream, unaware that there were a bunch of girls ogling the beautiful boy. They were quite excited and wanted to ask for his number. They even wondered if that was his girlfriend next to him. Mind you, Bomi could hear absolutely everything they were saying, and she felt rather smug about it too. Then, she told her brother to give his ice cream to her. She would open it for him. He much appreciated the assistance since he was struggling with the wrapper. The girl beamed and told him that he did not need to thank her, and she loved showing off in front of those other girls anyway. With the ice cream open, she handed it back to her brother, telling him to try it because it was super cold and sweet. Woojin took the ice cream in his hand and took a bite. He had been learning to eat things slowly, so he did not rush. Those dull eyes of his brightened in awe and wonder when he took just a bite of that ice cream. The boy could not believe what he had just tasted, and for a moment, he shook with awe. It was a whole new world of sweetness and treats opening right before him. He had never tasted something so splendid in his life. Bomi was worried that the treat had been too cold or that it tasted weird. If he did not like it, he did not have to force himself to eat it. However, the boy slowly said that it was tasty. This adorable little treat was so tasty. In fact, it was super tasty. The boy had never had anything like it, and he was in awe. His eyes watered with emotion, and he happily ate the ice cream with glee. The sister laughed, wondering when he had learnt that new word. Since it was so good, she advised her brother to eat slowly so that he would not choke. Then she had great fun calling him Appa in front of the girls, because they'd have no idea that they were biologically related. Her brother slowed down a bit, and she laughed with fondness to see him follow her instructions. Then, she suggested taking a picture of his first ice cream date, perhaps to further infuriate those leering girls. They took a bunch of pictures together, their cute, similar eyes being highlighted in a lot of them. So, they went on ahead, saying that they would eat while they walked. Later that evening, the sun kindly set over their sweet and gentle household. The two siblings were still walking back home with their ice cream treats in their hands. Bomi had sent the adorable ice cream picture to her friends, and they adored her brother, even begging her to switch with them so they could hang out with him. The girl was amused as she texted them back, walking home with her brother. Suddenly, Wooin started to get left behind, and Bomi did not notice because she was focused on her phone. She kept going, not aware that her brother was not following her. See, Woojin had noticed something. A suspicious-looking man was standing nearby, and this man was watching his sister. This strange-looking man was focused a bit too much on Bomi. His eyes zoomed in on her legs as she walked. He even dared to stare at her behind like a lecherous pervert. That awful stalking man was like a hyena in the wild, doing as he pleased and preying on those who were not aware of him. Naturally, Woojin could not let that kind of behavior slide. The man's hat had lots of marks, and he narrowed his brows in concentration. His eyelids were tightly pulled, and his pupils were dilated. On the way home, their family did not realize that the odd man had been following them. This meant that they did not know him, and he was an unwelcome presence. The man was not from around here, so he had come with a specific purpose in mind. Besides, that odd and very suspicious-looking man was going to great lengths to not be seen. The odd man made eye contact with the boy and realized with horror that he had been spotted. The boy still took notes of the man, noting that his armpits were soaked with sweat, and there were wrinkles on his pants' knees. There were also pedal marks on his shoes. The width of the pedal marks was narrower than that of a bicycle, so the man clearly drove a motorcycle. There was no dirt on the ground around here, which meant that he had come from the other side. Putting all this together, Woojin could tell that the man's job did not require strict time control. The man was in his late 40s as well, and he ran a delivery service using an old motorcycle. The family likely did not know him. He was not a local. He chose to cross small mountains instead of using roads with CCTV, and his actions are systematic yet chaotic. The man was left-handed and he lived alone. Compiling all this information, Woojin called out to his sister Bomi, who finally paused. She asked why he was standing still and if he had seen something, looking around for any hints of what he had seen. He couldn't explain it, but he told his sister to just head inside first. Bomi was quite surprised at her brother's request, and she looked around, still searching for a possible intruder. She felt almost sure that he would still be around somewhere. The girl once again asked her brother if he had seen something, but he still insisted that he wanted her to go inside first. Well, it was much too late at night to leave him outside by himself. Besides, if she went inside alone, their mother would surely scold her. After all, they had only just gotten back their son. No one wanted to lose him again. The brother did not even try to fight it after that argument, and he basically let himself be dragged back home while he munched on his ice cream. Their mother was waiting for them to come inside, so it was time to go back inside. The house was peaceful and quiet, and the light was on in Woojin's window. Suddenly, the street light beside the window went out, and the neighborhood looked a tad darker. Another street light burned bright and brilliant in the dark of the night, attracting moths to its brilliant burning heat. In that darkness that stretched a mile over the country, a clock ticked in the silence of a room. Woojin stood at his window, contemplating that darkness as he waited for sleep to fall over his neighborhood. This was his family. He had no intentions of sharing this wonderful and happy life that he had found with intruders. It seemed there was another voice in Woojin's head, a voice that asked if he was going to run up to the strange guy and yell at him, mocking and asking if that was how he planned to protect his family. There were many ways to protect his family. Besides, the dark voice was a monster that did not belong in this world. The dark voice insisted that he had done what he had done to survive. In the dark of that room, if the boy was as naive as the dark voice had been, he would have already been dead. Woojin insisted that he could have survived on his own. The darkness should never have been born into this world. It began to rain in the dark of the night, and Woojin stared out into the dark sky. The voice continued to mock him, annoyed at being called a monster. However, if the dark voice was a monster, then what did that make Woojin? Saying that Woojin was not better in anything than him. The dark voice took the shape of a monstrous form in the window. The boy replied that he had his body and he was the master of this body. The darkness was just another self that he had created in a moment of desperation. The darkness laughed, asking the boy if he thought he was the complete opposite of the darkness that lived in him. They both shared the same body, so the darkness had the right to call that vessel his own as well. Anxiety and fear were what this monster fed on. Whenever fear and anxiety crept in, this monster would take over him like he was possessed. However, now, Woojin could control the darkness. He could summon it from his subconscious, and he could maximize his knowledge. Now, he and the darkness could work in tune, almost one and the same. The fierce beast with sharp fangs that lived within him could still be tamed. Today, he called for the darkness to come forth. There was an ugly beast hunting his family, and he would not let that slide. Woojin's bright eyes dulled when the monster took over, cracking his neck and stretching as it took over his form. There were bright lights still on in the neighborhood outside. Even now, in the pouring rain, an unwelcome figure stood near their home. The creature smiled to see that their target had been so kind as to present himself before them. The boy turned towards his door. He was apparently going to leave through the front door, but there were a lot of problems with that. He very quietly opened the door to his home and stepped out in the quiet of the dark. Somehow, it seems he succeeded, and the rains kept pouring down from above. The neighborhood was covered in the light rain, which fell over every roof. As the rain came down, the monster came down to meet his target. The boy stepped out till he reached the last floor, and he turned to the strange figure that was standing in the rain. The man stood there, silent under his dark umbrella, wearing dark clothes even in the dark. The boy did not falter in his steps as he walked right up to the man, and the man tried to turn his face away, still avoiding conflict at this point in time, despite being a shameless stalker. That was embarrassing. Well, the boy walked past him, deciding to let the man let down his guard a bit. He caught some of the rain in his hand, admiring the gift from the universe. Even hiding one's presence was a skill. The man was well prepared, and he planned this exact day. The man was shocked to see the boys peeking at him, asking what he meant. The monster was not amused at all, complaining that the stalker was making this whole thing a bit boring. The man was speechless and alarmed, then he asked the kid who he was. The man's grip tightened on his umbrella. That was rather dangerous. The monster smiled, mocking the man's question. The lights went off on that corner of the neighborhood, and the creature laughed, saying that question hurt. The creature knew this man well. The man had jjajangmyeon for lunch after all. The man delivered food, and he crossed hills on his motorcycle. The man was shocked by this in-depth analysis, and the boy stepped closer. He knew that this person crept around their villa like a stray dog, and only his sleeves had cat fur on them. Then, the creature asked if the man had killed a stray cat as practice. This person sneaking around their neighborhood was a dangerous individual. The man's eyes widened in horror, shocked at all the accurate deductions, and he asked just what the creature was. The boy ran his fingers through his hair, and he smiled, his bright red eyes now looking deadly instead of cute. He could speak very well as the monster, and the intense rain continued to fall when the boy kicked the stalker in his stomach. The man crashed to the ground, falling with a groan of pain. The street light flickered back on, and the man's face was now exposed while the boy backed the security camera. The man was shocked, staring at his attacker in horror, and he gaped when the boy opened his shirt to reveal many scars. The boy's beautiful and porcelain skin was littered with dozens of healed lacerations, and the man's eyes widened in fear. The lights dimmed once again, and the creature warned the stalker, telling him not to show up in front of him a second time. If he saw this stalker again, then all of these beautiful scars would be carved into the man's body. The man backed away in horror under the rain. If the man understood, then he should stop lurking like a maggot and scram already. Well, the man did not need to be told twice. He jumped to his feet and ran. The rain continued to pour as the boy stood there, watching the man flee. He had been in such a hurry that he had not even taken his umbrella with him. Well, the boy left the evidence there and slowly made his way back home, walking slowly in the pouring rain. There was a bright light over the boy, and he smiled, taking in the beautiful shine of light over his beautiful face. It was nice to soak in the rain and get bathed in the warmth of the light after a successful defeat of his foes. The rain sure sounded rather nice. Darkness fell over the neighborhood once again, except that it was free from one stalker. From night there came morning and the slow and steady transition from darkness to light. The brilliant blue sky stretched out in the morning, and once again it was another bright day for Woojin to spend with his family. They went out for dinner together and had a blast just eating hot pot. The second day, He went out with his mum and they had the legendary tiak, kakochi on a stick. The boy was excited to try that too. On the third day, he went out to watch a movie with his sister, though the boy was busy being enthralled by the sweetness and wonder of the delicious popcorn. On the fourth day, the boy stayed home with his sister and did a bit of studying. Now that he had been rescued, he had to prepare to integrate with the rest of society. He was a bit off curriculum, but fortunately, he had done enough reading in that dark and awful room that getting back on track was not too difficult. Woojin was busy doing some basic science multiple choice questions to get into the flow of things. He read every question carefully and picked out the answers that he felt were most accurate. The boy's pen moved quickly, much to the shock of his little sister as he picked out each of the answers with amazing speed, barely even lingering to think or ponder if he was selecting the right answer. Bomi was amazed at how fast he was answering, and she gently reminded him that he had to read all the questions before answering, and he could not just guess them all. However, he gently assured her that he had read them all. The sister laughed, wondering where he even learnt to say that, and wondered if she had made a mistake in teaching him about YouTube. It looked like he had just guessed all the answers, but she should at least teach him how to check his answers to make sure that they were right. So, she sat by him and decided that they would check them together. So carefully, they checked each of the answers that he had selected for each question, checking to see if he had picked the right or the wrong answers. To the girl's absolute surprise, all the answers that her big brother had selected were in fact correct. He was outstandingly correct. Bomi asked if he had really read each question before answering, and he admitted that he had. Then he asked her if he had done well. Now the sister was amazed and she pulled out even more questions, asking him to try that too. The boy agreed and got to work. Just as quickly as he had filled in the last questions, his hand moved fast, and he answered all of these questions too. It was amazing for the young girl. Then, she took the questions he had answered and checked the results. To her amazement and awe, her brother was an absolute genius. The boy countered that he was not a genius, and that he just wanted to be normal, which was rather adorable, but a genius was a genius. The sister was surprised at his request to be normal, and he said that it was hard to be normal, but he still wanted to be. At Bomi's age, no, when she was even younger, she had lived a sweet life with her parents. However, her brother had been kidnapped. Her sweet brother had been beaten up by strange men, and he'd been forced to do all sorts of awful chores. The boy would shiver in the cold while surrounded by a mountain of books, struggling to stay warm. Her big brother had suffered a lot in his childhood, and her sister had tears in her eyes because she knew that it would have been tough. The boy noticed that her pupils had lowered, her eyebrow muscles lifted, and her eyelids were relaxed. The corners of her mouth had also drooped, and she was about to cry. The boy stood and gently patted his little sister's head, telling her not to be sad. Then, he went back to the table to scribble out a few things. She was curious about what he was doing, so he handed her a little something that he had written. The girl's eyes widened in awe, and she stared at the words that he had put down. Bomi noticed her brother was busy writing, and she asked what he was doing. The boy was writing very quickly because his sister was sad. As soon as he was done, he handed his note to his sister, and she gasped when she saw what he had written, her eyes wide with surprise. Her brother encouraged her not to be sad after all, a lower body temperature could weaken her immune system. Sadness could affect the tongue too, leading to weight gain and cardiovascular diseases. Sorrow was also the kind of thing that interacted with cortisol hormones, increasing stress levels and disrupting sleep quality. Since sadness activated the hippocampus, the brain required more energy, making a person feel tired. Sadness could also reduce serotonin levels, which could lead to depression and OCD. Her brother had proudly given to her all of these very specific warnings, and she turned to him in awe, asking how he knew all of this. The boy admitted that he read a lot of books. The girl acknowledged this with amazement. Soon, their parents called for them to come out to eat. Suddenly, her usually calm brother rushed outside just at the thought of food. It seemed Woojin loved their parents' cooking very much. Bomi was surprised and turned back to the note that her brother had given her. Her parents called for her to eat, and she acknowledged their request. It did not take long for evening to descend on the simple household once again, and Woojin happily went back to monitoring the YouTube channels. The boy favored the food channels and loved seeing all sorts of delicious foods. He bet that they all tasted amazing. He flipped from one video to another in awe, his eyes wide in wonder as he spent a lot of time learning on his phone. There were so many different types of food to try, and they all looked so unique and tasty. His favorite YouTube host was at it again, and she happily greeted her viewers with a smile. Today they were going to try out mala soup. She had already had dinner, so she would just have a small portion of the soup. To this lady, a small portion meant 10 servings of mala soup. She really loved to put things away. First, she would start with the wide glass noodles, and she scooped up these unique noodles with her chopsticks. Woojin watched attentively as this stranger ate. The host chewed on the noodles, trying them out. She had ordered the spiciest level, and it was indeed very spicy. She thought that it tasted great, and Woojin was now curious about what it tasted like. Then it was time to try the corn noodles. She picked up the much thinner noodles, gasping when a few heated pieces fell on her hand. However, she assured her viewers that the texture was incredible. Now, they would wrap it up in a cabbage, like wrap. Woojin's eyes widened in wonder as he paid attention to each of her instructions and listened closely to her direction. This host was a rather popular YouTuber, and she had many videos of her trying out all sorts of amazing foods. She scrolled through each one with wonder. The next video had the lady eating ramen, and she was going to boil it from scratch. He watched in awe as she boiled the ramen on a hot stove, his eyes full of this lady's face because he'd watched her so much. Then, she had to prepare before eating, of course, and let her hair down. It was a huge pot of ramen, and she was ready to eat. That girl could really put away. The boy watched her in wonder, and he scrolled past that video too after watching it to completion. The host happily dug into the completed pot of ramen with chicken, and Woojin watched as she complimented the meat. He wondered if acting like this would make him be considered normal. Watching how this girl smiled and ate on screen, he wondered if he could do that too. His father had once asked what he wanted to be in the future. Though his mother had been surprised at the question, it was fine if the boy did not have an answer. As long as he stayed healthy and happy, that was all that mattered to his mother. However, the boy did have desires. He wanted to be a normal person, or at least whatever passed for a normal person, a normal office worker. That was a great choice, and his parents encouraged him to be anything that he wanted. Of course, Woojin's greatest desire was normalcy. The next day, the sun shone brightly over the little neighborhood, with a bit more focus on a huge parking lot around the area. Woojin was there, of course, striding with confidence towards the building that had the parking lot. The boy desired to be a normal person, and he walked to achieve his dreams. He wanted to perform a rather normal action. The main character had decided that reporting someone seemed to be a normal thing to do, so that is what he was going to do. The youth walked into the police office, overhearing an interrogation going on, and someone denying their guilt. A police officer insisted that all of the evidence was caught on CCTV, so he was sure that the suspect before him was the culprit. Even with this evidence, the suspect dared to deny his guilt. The man across the table was bewildered, and he insisted that it wasn't him. He did not even wear hats like that. The police officer grunted in annoyance that the suspect would not admit it till the end, even though they had a witness. The man was shocked and asked who exactly had seen him when he had not even been there. There was no way that someone had seen him. Suddenly, the youth appeared in the room and called out to greet the detective. The detective looked up, rather surprised to see a boy standing in the middle of his office. The boy then repeated his greeting, being a bit more specific and calling out Detective Kim Tae-yeon. Now the detective recognized him and stared at him in shock and awe. A lot of the police force had already heard the news of the boy who had been kidnapped and rescued, so the detective recognized Woojin right away. The boy had grown so much in speech that the detective had barely recognized him. He even asked the boy if he had been doing well. The boy looked so different from the haggard teenager that they had rescued from that abandoned shed. The poor child had been carefully escorted into the police van back then, the detective gently telling him to watch his head. After shoving the poor boy into the car, the detective then strapped the shivering boy in the car with a seat belt, telling him that it was okay. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he assured Woojin that he would take him home safely. The boy had been speechless at this rescue, but he had never forgotten the favor that the detective had done for him. He thanked the detective, saying that he had indeed been doing well. The man smiled and acknowledged his health, and was even impressed that the rescued youth spoke so well now. Then, the detective called for one of his colleagues to take the suspect that he was questioning to the holding cell. The man grabbed the suspect and hauled him away, though the poor dude kept insisting that he was not guilty and that he had not committed the crime. The police did not want to hear it, though. The detective sighed as the dude was hauled away, and Woojin was curious as to what that person was being accused of doing. The detective was surprised and confused, but the main character explained that criminals always denied their actions at first. The detective laughed and said that most of the criminals they got around here always said the same thing once they got caught. It was like they were all following the same script, and it was all rather amusing to him. Then, the detective asked how the boy had found him, and if he had missed him and come looking for him. The boy admitted that he had something to show the detective, and the man immediately got serious. He wondered what the youth had to show him and asked if the boy wanted a drink they could get a drink, and continue this conversation away from prying ears. However, the boy was good, and he pulled out his phone with the YouTube channels, telling the detective to take a look. The man was surprised to see a video about mukbang, and he asked what the problem was. The man asked who was in the video and if the youth had somehow started a YouTube channel. Of course, it was just Woojin's favorite YouTuber who was doing food content as usual, and she waved and greeted her followers as usual. The beautiful girl waved, and Woojin explained that watching her videos just reminded him of himself. First of all, her eyes would often shift to the upper right when she was making her videos, which meant that she was lying. At the same time, her fingers moved to her lips to show nervousness. Bringing her hand to her mouth, while lying was often a subconscious act of wanting to take back the lie. She even slightly bit her lips sometimes during the videos, and this typically happened when someone was anxious or nervous. Feeling nervous in front of food, that's a bit off after all. Of course, all this time, the lady could just be worried about how the food tastes, but there was something that Woojin just could not ignore. Her eyes would once again shift to the right during the course of the video. She would say that the food was delicious, but her eyes told a different story. Her words and her actions did not match at all. While she ate, she would shrink her shoulders, and people tended to hunch when they felt threatened or uncomfortable. This was the limbic system at work, triggering a natural self-defense reaction. It was a form of self-protection. Now, her eyes would move to the upper left while eating. This was not lying or imagining. This time, she was recalling a memory, but unconsciously covering her mouth, which meant that she was hiding something. Covering the mouth subconsciously often signified the intent to conceal something, whether voluntary or forced. Then, he noticed how this host would touch her necklace while boiling the water. This was either stress relief or a subconscious action to regain psychological stability. The detective was speechless at this analysis, shocked at hearing a boy he'd rescued quite recently not only speak so fluently, but also make all of these quick deductions. Woojin explained that his favorite YouTuber seemed to be asking for help. He'd watched her videos enough times to figure that out, and he noticed the small S that she put on the table. She had left other noticeable signs in the corners of the video. An S, an O, and yet another S. If one put all of that together, all of those micro-expressions and unconscious behaviors, it was too much of a coincidence to ignore. That was why he had come now to report it. In other words, Woojin strongly believed that this host was being held captive somewhere, just like he had been. He had compiled all of the evidence from each of the videos that he had watched and was now sure beyond a reasonable doubt that this lady needed help. This lady had even signed various letters in each of her videos. Letters that he had caught, letters that were very discreetly in each image that passed. However, all of this still bewildered the detective, and he did not truly believe that this girl was captive. Still, Woojin was not deterred and went on to prove it. At first, she had given subtle hints through her hair, then through her hair tie. Now, it was through the background. She was showing more courage each time she managed to post a video. The detective then asked the boy to speak in clear terms about what exactly he was saying. The victim was likely in their early 20s, and the YouTuber likely had no family or grew up in a troubled environment. The perpetrators were not just one person either, but multiple. They were likely between their teenage years and early 20s as well. The ringleader of the gang that held the poor girl captive was quite likely in his 20s. The girl also likely did not graduate from middle school. The detective was still busy being slow, saying that he did not understand. Even if it was a fat chance, it was a possibility worth investigating. The detective could not believe that a young girl was kidnapped and being forced to make YouTube channels. The boy admitted that he did not know the perpetrators. After all, he was locked up for a really long time too. He had spent days, weeks, and years slaving away in the cold without proper food or a proper bed. That was why he was working hard now to save someone else from a terrible fate. That was why he could recognize the behavior of someone who was being confined. The boy then asked the detective if he thought coincidences could reveal the truth. The detective was still heavy in his disbelief era, so he still was not buying it. So, Woojin decided to bring his deductions a little closer to home. The boy could guess that the outfit the detective wore had been bought by his mother. After all, his own mother had bought all of the clothes that he was wearing, too. The detective was surprised at this accurate deduction, so the boy explained that this was just the first coincidence. Just now, the suspect may not be a professional, but he was likely passionate about playing the violin or the viola as a hobby. Woojin could tell this, and the detective was surprised to hear that the culprit could possibly play an instrument as a hobby. If the boy was right, then that would be the second coincidence, and he could keep going. The detective laughed and asked the youth if he wanted to be a profiler or something like that, but the youth shook his head. In truth, Woojin just wanted to be an ordinary officer working, and right now, he was just here to report something that he had noticed. That is why the youth was now explaining things to persuade the detective. To confirm the legitimacy of Woojin's detection skills, he asked the detective to ask the suspect in the holding cell about their hobby. After asking if he was wrong, then they could charge him with obstruction of justice, and he would take full responsibility. The detective groaned and laughed at the thought of accusing the youth of obstruction of justice. After all, Woojin was just sharing his theory, that was all. The detective did not see that as such a big deal. They went way back, so he could at least just ask about the suspect's hobby. The detective told the youth to wait a moment, and he would just go over and ask. So, the man stepped forward and went to ask. The detective strolled over to the holding cell, and he could not help but smirk in amusement at his actions. He was over here letting a recent rescue play detective because of a set of odd coincidences. Still, the kid sure spoke much better now, and he claimed to know how confined people act. The detective then paused as he recalled the odd deduction on who had bought his shirt, wondering how the boy had even guessed that. Well, the detective would not linger on that, and he got to the holding cell, calling the attention of the suspect. Just for the sake of it, he asked the man behind bars if he played the violin or the viola. The man was confused, but he explained that he did do that as a hobby. That was two coincidences, and the detective's eyes widened in shock. The chances of a punk like that playing an instrument were slim, but the e-boy had guessed it in one glance. The man behind bars angrily accused the detective of investigating him thoroughly and even searching his house. However, the detective was speechless, wondering if Woojin was somehow psychic. He had just been casually interrogating the suspect when the boy had come in that afternoon. The boy had not even once spoken to the suspect, and the detective had been surprised to see the boy come into the room. However, Woojin had only needed one glance to draw his conclusion. The suspect had a light mark on his face that indicated headgear, a turtleneck, or a violin. It was also likely that the suspect wore a motorcycle helmet, with a mask and shaving cream. He also had string marks on his fingers, so he could be a fisherman, electrician, jeweler, guitarist, tailor, or violinist. Pulling all of his deductions together, the most likely answer was surely a violin and a violinist. Thus, the youth had made his conclusion that the mark on his chin was from the violin, and the string marks went well with that theory. The detective returned to where the youth was waiting, but Woojin had already left. His colleague had no idea where he had gone either. However, the detective did find a sticky note on the table, and he went to investigate it. It had, of course, been left by the youth, and it pointed out the second coincidence. This meant that the third coincidence was worth investigating, and he hoped that the detective would consider looking into the high school mukbang girl who was desperately asking for help. It was a bizarre array of events and coincidences, but at this point, the detective could not overlook it. He called to his colleague, telling the man to search for the high school mukbang YouTube channel immediately. Meanwhile, the rest of the neighborhood moved on rather peacefully. A bus drove up to a certain bus stop, and the people waiting there prepared to go in. Woojin was at that bus stop as well, and he got his transit card ready, just like his mother taught him. This was the second time, and the boy paid for his bus ride with his card. Carefully, the boy got into the back seat, and he sat there, looking out at the window. He could still remember the toasting of glass. The boy had sat eating meat while his father and another man made a toast. The man smiled and noted that Woojin wanted to be a simple office worker. The boy admitted that he indeed wanted to be a normal office worker, like at the company where he worked. The man laughed because he did not exactly work at an ordinary company. Still, his father's friend had heard that the boy was great at studying and that he solved problems in seconds. That was wonderful to hear. That meant that his office might be the right place for him. The boy was curious and asked if he could take a tour of this normal office building. If his nephew wanted to see it, then he should. So, his uncle invited him to his office. The day he promised to visit was that day, so Woojin noted that he would be at the office in 4 stops. Each one would take about 6 minutes, 10 minutes, 7 minutes, 9 minutes, and it would be a total of 32 minutes to get to where he was going. The office building was located in a giant, tall skyscraper. The boy called out to his uncle that he had arrived. The man on the other side of the phone said that he would be down in a second, and Woojin stared in awe at the giant building ahead of him. He had finally arrived at the Shenhua General Trading Building. It was a true large conglomerate, with many normal office workers going in and out. The boy stared in awe at all the people who walked past him, and he saw all the normalcy around him. It was his dream to live normally, just like these people. Then, his uncle called to him, greeting him as he finally found his nephew. He called the boy to come inside, as he should wait in the lobby instead of outside the building. The main character was grateful for being allowed to visit, but his uncle said it was nothing and was happy to give him a tour. So, they both headed inside. The lobby within was as large as one would expect for a company located in that giant building. It was rather fascinating, and the boy was impressed by the construction. There was a cafeteria in the basement, and this was the SH Shenhua's headquarters. They would also have branches across the country. Gwangju, Pyeongtaek, Daejeon, and Busan all had branches there. His uncle was impressed that he had looked that up already, and the boy admitted that he had. To live a normal life, he realized that he needed to know a lot. That was why he thought that being normal was harder than it seemed. The man laughed and acknowledged that the boy was really smart, saying that they should head up the stairs. The boy watched his uncle check into the building with his card, and they headed inside using the elevators. As they were heading up, the department head's son was suddenly spotted. The two turned and noticed a beautiful young lady. However, the man corrected that Woojin was not his son but his nephew. The man just needed to deliver something. The lady smiled with amusement, and Woojin stared at her, probably noticing a bunch of things right away. They were both surprised to see a high school student in the office building. The lady was surprised and asked what the boy was saying. Obviously, from the uniform, she was a high school student. The elevator was here now, and they could not spend any more time chatting about stuff. So, the man shoved his nephew inside and said goodbye to the girl. He waved and told her to enjoy her lunch as the elevator doors began to close, and he sighed in relief when they could not see her again. They headed to the 7th floor, and the man happily ushered his nephew inside. The boy stared in surprise and shock, amazed as he looked at the normal office that he dreamed of living in. There were people speaking all sorts of languages up there, and it was so interesting. People all over the office were engaged in completing all sorts of different tasks. There were some people sending emails, and others were canceling orders. His uncle called out, asking Woojin how it felt to be in an office building and if he felt like a real office worker sitting among them. The boy admitted that he did not. However, he would work really hard to become a good office worker. Then, the manager got word that the Saudi contract was cancelled, and the man was horrified, saying that he had asked for a meeting to be scheduled first. He called for everyone to immediately come to the conference room. The uncle had wanted to eat with his nephew at the cafeteria, but something urgent just came up. The boy said that it was all right and he had seen a lot after all. For now, he would go down by himself. So, the boy headed to the 1st floor, and he stepped out of the elevator, unfortunately running into that girl again. She noticed him first, and then she grinned and greeted him. He was silent as he watched her. It was currently 11 in the morning, and a high schooler should not be here at that time. She also did not seem the type who was intimidated by adults. She was a high school student with a calm tone and relaxed expression. She walked in long strides and asked if he had received what the department head had sent him. She walked confidently, blocked his way, controlled the space like it was her domain, and based on her actions, she was likely related to a high-ranking company executive. If she were related to a high-ranking executive, it would not hurt to know who. So, Woojin said that he understood and then said goodbye. With that, he walked away from her without looking back, shocking the arrogant and pompous princess. She yelled and said that he should be in class right now, demanding to know if he was skipping. Honestly, he could ask her the same question, but he did not go to school in the first place. With that, he was leaving once again, and he turned around to walk away. Of course, she did not like being interrupted, but he did not like wasting time. He saw no benefit in talking to her, so he wanted her to kindly stop bothering him. The girl was shocked, but he knew that when a person dismissed people like that, they would feel the need to prove their worth. Now, he wanted to know who she had connections with. Thus, the girl declared that she was the CEO's daughter. Woojin had now successfully tricked the young lady into revealing who she was by pretending that he felt like he was wasting time with her. Also, saying that he thought that he had nothing to gain. Naturally, this motivated the pompous peacock girl to then reveal her true nature as the CEO's daughter. Now that was an impressive figure, and it was just as the youth had expected. At times like this, it was always best to open his eyes slightly wider and part his lips just enough to look rather surprised by this. The girl was now thrilled, believing that she had caught him off guard, and she smirked haughtily, asking him if she looked different now. The girl stalked around him, taking note of his shoes and his clothes. She seemed to be doing some kind of assessment, not that the main character appreciated it. After revealing her identity, the girl was now shamelessly inspecting him as if he were someone beneath her. She had quickly regained control of her emotions and once again asked about school. Since he did not go, she beamed and told him that she was bored, wanting him to hang out with her. Her dilated pupils shifted slightly upward to the right, and the corners of her eyes drooped slightly as well. Her lips curled up like a sneer. This was the picture of greed. Having identified her position, the girl now saw the main character as no more than a toy for her to play with. However, what she did not know was that he was playing her like a fiddle. He could use that greed of hers to control her like a marionette. She hadn't eaten yet, so she asked if he'd go with her to get something to eat. It was framed like it was a choice, but Woojin knew better. He accepted anyway, easily marking the girl as a possible narcissist. He did not really want to deal with her, but she was not entirely impossible. Of course, the CEO's daughter took the lead right away and chose where they would eat. She didn't even give basic location details before leading the way. The world evolved around her. The restaurant of choice was rather large and already populated with a few people here and there. The girl then turned her attention back to the main character, asking if he was studying to be an idol since he wasn't going to school. However, the boy denied that. So, she asked what he did then. The boy explained that he studied and he was preparing for the GD, likely a special exam. Then he asked about her and asked why she was not at school. The girl flipped her hair, mumbling about how she got leave because of that day. Her pupils shifted left, which meant that she could be lying about that. She brushed her hair back, an unconscious reaction to stress. People experienced unconscious stress when they lied, so that was a possibility. Naturally, Woojin was curious about what she meant by that day. Suddenly, it clicked, and he realized it was the monthly shedding of the uterine lining in response to hormonal changes. Indeed, the poor, horrified girl was on her period, and the waiter came over to ask what they would like to order. The CEO's daughter was thrown off by his very casual response. Her face turned red before she ordered 2 course meals. Once again, she had not even slightly considered that he might want to choose his own meal. She had a strong desire to dominate others. The CEO's daughter only just remembered to ask his name, and he admitted that he was Woojin Shin. She then proceeded to analyze his name, saying that it was not bad. At any rate, she was Lee Hiram. Hiram took up her phone, and they sat there in silence for a bit. As time passed, the silence started getting rather awkward for her, and she stared, wondering why her entertainment for the day said very little. The boy admitted that he just did not talk much. The waiter came over with the soup just as Hiram waved her hand and knocked into the poor server. It nearly spilt the soup over, and the rich girl let out a screech like she was the victim. The waiter hastily apologized, she did not mean to startle them, and the rich girl huffed in annoyance. Hiram said it was fine, letting the waiter apologize on and on. Woojin watched the sullen waiter walking away and noticed that she was a rather sensitive lady. Besides, nothing much actually happened, so Hiram had not needed to make such a huge fuss about it. Naturally, Hiram huffed and said that day just made her a little testy. She was bringing that day up again. And Woojin found himself wondering once again if the girl was just lying. Her rubber band fell when she tried to fix her hair, and the girl sulked internally that this was just not her lucky day. She reached out to get it and was surprised when he put his hand by the edge of the table so that she would not hit her head. Of course, the rich girl was somehow oblivious to this and could not understand what he was doing. That was cool, though since he explained it to her, she eyed him suspiciously, and he stared back blankly. She must have had a rough day after all, and the girl protested, saying that he was acting like he knew everything. Well, he did not know everything, but Woojin was rather good at reading people. Her face looked a little tired. Hiram huffed, telling the boy to worry about himself instead. His face was so pale that he was practically see-through. Then, she told him to try out the soup before it got cold. He was pale because he'd been imprisoned for 12 years, but he did not feel the need to mention that. Instead, he took a sip of the soup and was immediately hit with wonder. Something that would always wow the young genius was definitely the rich joys of food. No matter how many times he ate, trying new food would never get old. The CEO's daughter beamed with pride, asking if the soup tasted good and if the soup was definitely on par with the top Busan K restaurant. The lady was much like a fish taking the bait. He got her in his trap effortlessly. If he backtracked from there, repeating the other person's words would help to build rapport. So, he asked about the K restaurant and who she had gone with. The lady beamed that she had gone with an old friend called Kim Yena. Naturally, he had never heard of her. The girl protested that the actress Im Yena was very popular, and the main character went with his approach of repeating her words, just saying that he had never heard of her. This annoyed the CEO's daughter, who then asked if he even watched movies or YouTube. This was regression therapy, reviving past memories through questions to evoke happy emotions. So, he said that it must have been nice to see the ocean. The girl beamed and she added that she'd also loved the fireworks bursting over Gwegendagio Bridge. It had been like a painting of pure art. Her body and brain, reminiscing about the past, were then flooded with dopamine and norepinephrine. In that moment, it felt like she was in a movie. The human brain could not distinguish between reality and imagination, like how just thinking of a lemon would make a person's mouth water. That was the state that the CEO's daughter was currently in. She was lost in that wonderful moment when she had seen the fireworks. Though she was sitting with him, she spoke as if she was watching fireworks on a yacht. Just by leading her memories and listening, he could become a source of her joy. In this state, he could even ask her about the heart-shaped fireworks, and she would laugh gleefully about it. He listened intently, and she insisted that it had been hilarious. He pushed the memory further, though, guessing that it was literally a heart-shaped firework. Their main dish was prepared and ready. What a sorry plate of food it was, but the main character made a show of enjoying this high-quality food so much. Then, she asked if he had traveled anywhere, and he admitted that he'd never engaged in travel. The last course was mango sorbet, and she insisted that he should definitely go. Last year, they went to an island called the Hullbox. The boy continued to mention random words to trigger more nostalgia from her, like Mexico, the state of Quintana Roo on the Yucatan Peninsula. She smiled and praised the beaches of that state, and said that the night sky was packed with stars. It was almost like an aurora. She also recalled the beautiful shimmering waves. Suddenly, her eyes widened when she noticed the boy stand to his feet, saying that he needed to study. The girl was surprised that he needed to go all of a sudden when they were just having fun. Then she asked if he was doing some kind of shady stuff. Obviously, he would not admit even if he was doing shady stuff. At any rate, he had to study for the GD, so he bid her farewell and went on his way, much to her chagrin. She told him to wait, and he did wait, much to her surprise. Hiram could not believe that he wanted to leave like that, and she even asked him for his number. He had not even been to Hullbox Island like she had, and it would be helpful to have her knowledge when he eventually traveled. She knew all about hotels and stuff, and she even knew all the best restaurants. The lady was addicted to the hormones that brought her joy, and she related those hormones to her experience with him. Thus, she was desperate not to lose him. The girl might have attachment issues and lack strong family bonds. If he used this properly, then everything she knew could easily become his. He stretched out his phone to her, having manipulated her into asking for his number instead of the other way around. Hiram was surprised that he did not even have a phone password. That was dangerous after all. He thanked her for the meal, and then he headed out. Hiram watched him leave in awe, nervously playing around with her hair. She then followed him outside, thinking that they should at least walk together since they had come together. She asked him where he lived, and the boy did not respond. Instead, Woojin was focused on a tussle that seemed to be happening some distance away. It looked like two grown men fighting, and the CEO's daughter asked what he was doing. Immediately, the boy shielded her gaze, telling her not to look. This was a rather serious situation, and someone had just gotten stabbed in an alley. The girl panicked, of course, horrified to hear that there was someone armed with a knife nearby. Someone willing to commit crimes with that dangerous tool. The villain with a knife took off on a run once he realized that he had been spotted, and the boy stared at him, taking in details of everything that he knew about the attacker. Then, the boy raced ahead, heading straight for the abandoned victim. Living a normal life was all that Woojin wanted. He pressed his hand hard down on the wound, administering quick first aid to stop the loss of blood. He told the victim to hold on a little longer while he called the authorities. Someone had been stabbed. He asked for the police to come in, too, and sent the location of the restaurant. The man's pulse was rapidly increasing, which meant that the cerebellum was working to increase the heart rate due to blood loss. The boy asked what the man's blood type was. The internal bleeding was rather severe. The victim managed to mumble that he had a type B, and the boy narrated that over the phone. A stab wound to the abdomen. There was severe hemiperitoneum, which meant internal abdominal bleeding, and the man needed an urgent transfusion. The people on the phone asked for a repeat, and the main character paused. Using layman's terms, he explained that the victim had lost a lot of blood and they needed a transfusion while being transported. His blood type was B and he had been stabbed in the abdomen. They needed immediate aid. They tried to tell him first aid, but he was already doing it, and he needed help to get there quickly. The people on the phone assured him that they were preparing the blood. Once again, Woojin thought about his desire to live a normal life as the man's blood pooled around his fingers. The CEO's daughter had come forward, even though he had told her to stay away. She stared in horror at the victim in front of her, her hands trembling as she stared at the very gruesome scene. The boy did not have the time to comfort her as he was trying to save the man's life. He could not help but think that living a normal life was indeed very hard. Fortunately, it did not take too long for the police to get there, and siren wails could be heard all through the neighborhood. The ambulance was there, and the police were there. It was fair to assume that the victim was being taken care of, so our dude carefully wiped down his blood-stained hands. Then an officer came over to ask him a few questions. Woojin already had all of the answers ready. He fired off that the suspect had short hair and was wearing a gray cap. The man was wearing a black-collared t-shirt, he had jeans on, and weighed about 80 kilograms. He was about 180 centimeters tall, and he was about to drop some info on the man's shoes when the police officer told him to slow down. The officer turned on his voice recording and asked the boy to just cover that description from the top. So, the boy did as needed, and the CEO's daughter watched from a distance, clearly rattled by all that she had seen so far. This must be her first time experiencing something like this. Naturally, most people did not get involved in violent crimes, but our dude had been raised in hell, so he was kind of used to it. The girl had been rather frightened just seeing the man with a knife, and it seemed that the nightmare was going to haunt her for a while. For him, her state of mind right now was also a perfect environment for him to continue his game of manipulation. Woojin strutted up to her like a mother heading to a baby that was taking her first steps. When faced with a shocking situation, it was normal for a person to either stumble or fall because they were unsure of what to do. Usually, a baby who fell was nursed by nurses and other caretakers to encourage them to try again. Like a parent, he could immediately comfort Lee Hiram and restore her confidence in herself. Right now, at this moment, there was no one else to take his place. He noticed that the lady was rather shocked, but it was okay now. This moment would leave a strong impression on her, which would further make her think of him. Gently, he placed his hand on her shoulder, soothing her and telling her that the victim was fine and did not seem to be seriously injured. It was like a mother comforting their baby. The culprit did not even see their faces, so they would likely be caught, and there were a lot of CCTV cameras around. The girl was reassured by these words. Later, in the evening, inside a nice and big house and deeper inside that led to a nice and big room, someone was taking a shower. It was Hiram, of course, and she washed away the weight of the day's stress under the warmth of the shower. The rich girl could still vividly remember how Woojin had rushed in and taken charge when that man got hurt. He had protected her and then reassured her that after that, everything was going to be okay. The lady smiled under the shower, her mind filled with memories of that boy, just as he had wanted. Later, she turned off the shower and stepped out, toweling her hair dry as she got ready for bed. Her slippers stepped on the luxurious rugs in her room, and she sat before her vanity table to prepare her face and hair for bed. The lady then glanced at her phone and recalled that she had, in fact, never gotten a chance to ask. Meanwhile, back at Woojin's side of the neighborhood, the window of his bedroom showed that the lights were off. The main character was in bed and watching his favorite YouTube video as always. He was still rather invested in that strange kidnapped girl. She insisted that the food that she made was seriously delicious, saying it enough times that it was almost concerning. Woojin admired the food in the video, promising to himself that he would definitely try out that food someday. Then, he got a message from Hiram asking if he had gotten home safely. The boy stared at the phone for a moment and then typed out his response. He sent his response to her, saying that he was totally fine. She was surprised that he was replying in such a short way. Then he cut the conversation short, saying that he was going to get some sleep, and he wished her good night. Then, the foodie turned his attention to more of the delicious food on YouTube, choosing to completely ignore the rich girl. The girl had, of course, left another message, complaining that she was barely done eating yet, and it was just 10 in the evening. To her, that seemed too early for a young boy to sleep. He ignored her and turned his attention back to the wonderful videos that he was watching. The next day, the sun lit up the blue sky with brilliant fluffy clouds, and the happy Shin family was having breakfast as usual. The boy always loved his mother's cooking, and his mother was absolutely thrilled that her baby ate a lot. It was another normal day in their household, and the boy took up his study books so that he would keep reading. The boy got busy, writing and solving all sorts of questions as fast as he could. He had to keep his phone nearby as this was a golden rule to follow in everyday life. Sure enough, it didn't take long for him to get a message, and it was from Hiram. She wanted to say hello. Ignoring messages was also a part of his daily life, and Woojin firmly turned his attention back to his schoolwork. One had to wonder why he even made her like him if he did not like her that much. He noticed some movement outside of his bedroom window, and it was a bird just singing on a wire. A normal, peaceful and ordinary day, just the kind of thing that he liked. Since living a normal life was difficult, he had to work very hard at it. The boy got a phone call, so he had to stop his studying for a moment to pick up the phone. To his surprise, he got a message from manager Kimmy, Young from XX Capital. The man was calling regarding business or money fund loans. The boy paused when he got this call. He stood in excitement, thinking that he might have just won something, but it was very clear as a scam call. Woojin was so smart, but sometimes he was oblivious to this kind of thing. Fortunately, he had a general idea that this was a phishing scam. He kept a serious face while the man on the line told him that he had about 100 billion. The boy gasped in awe, and then he hung up because that was the proper way to handle scams like that. He got a call immediately after, and he was about to pretend it was a system error when he realized it was a call from the police. The boy immediately got serious as they asked if he was Shin Woojin, and he confirmed that he was. The caller asked if he was okay, and he assured them that he was fine. Then he was called to come into the station for a brief statement as a witness. So, the boy closed his door and prepared to leave his house. He was the only one left at home anyway, so leaving the house was rather easy. Woojin slipped out, closed the door, and opened it again for another peek because he was a little suspicious. He stared at the hallway in the normal house of his normal home, mumbling that he would be back. Then, he closed the door. This time would not be like the last time when he got abducted and tortured by horrible people. This time, for sure, he would be back. He would return every day to his happy and shining household without being late for dinner. With a very reassuring thought, Woojin left his home and made his way to the station as required. The sky looked dark and cloudy over the police station, different from the usual bright and sunny days. The hallways also looked rather dark due to the intensity of the situation. As mentioned before, it was because of the hat that he had snatched it, and he just went with his gut feeling. So, the police kept adjusting the image that they had drawn out, asking if it now looked more like the suspect that he had seen. The boy noticed that they had arrested someone who seemed to be the suspect. They asked the boy if he wanted to hear the man's voice, so they let the audio from the interrogation room seep in. The man was protesting and insisting that he was innocent, of course. It occurred to Woojin that it seemed the police just went about randomly grabbing people if they thought they fit a suspect description. The poor man insisted that he was not the one who committed the crime, but Woojin could see past lies and false denials. He focused his gaze on the man before him, registering the man's face in his eyes and making necessary comparisons to the man that he had seen before. The suspect insisted that he had never met the victim before, so he had no reason to hurt a random office worker. As the man spoke, Woojin studied every part of him closely, from his facial measurements to his nervous habits. He could tell that the man seemed to be lying, and the man was very obviously a terrible liar too. That was kind of embarrassing for him. The boy paused in his analysis and the police waited for his verdict. They wanted to know what he thought after hearing the man deny being involved in the attack. Well, Woojin stood silent for a moment, and then he said that the man was definitely lying. Woojin studied the suspect as the man loudly complained and denied the crime with all of his might. He was a rather dedicated denier of his sins, vehemently insisting that he had not committed the crime. The police officer studied the youth's expression, trying to guess what he thought about all this. After hearing all of his denials, the police then asked the boy what he thought about all this. The youth was quiet for a moment as he put together his theories and ideas in his head. Then, he finally spoke up and said that the man was almost definitely lying. The man definitely acted suspiciously, and he seemed the most like the culprit to the police. The suspect insisted that he had only been taking a walk around the neighborhood, but as he talked, Woojin noticed that the man kept touching his nose. When someone lied, catecholamines were secreted, increasing blood pressure around the nose and eyes, which sometimes made them itchy. Another sign of lying was also supposedly biting one's lips and frequently touching the face. These were subconscious actions of someone who wanted to take back their lie. When people were in danger, three actions would always emerge: their freeze, their flight, or their fight. The man's legs were crossed, proving that he had chosen to freeze. Even if he was not the culprit, stress might have made him freeze. However, they could also analyze his behavior statistically. This man, who was supposedly not the attacker, had his body language telling the story that he was afraid of being exposed. Woojin asked about the man's educational background. The police seemed surprised by the question, but they confessed that the man had a master's degree. The more educated someone was, the more they would value logical evidence. If the man was guilty, he would worry a bit more about DNA evidence, or even eyewitnesses. Then Woojin asked if the detective had mentioned any witnesses, and they admitted that this had not come up. If they said that there was a witness, the man would possibly confess. That guy who was currently yelling at his interrogator was very likely the culprit. Woojin could feel it in his bones. Then he asked the police if he could go home now. They indeed said that he could, but then asked if the boy was sure that the man was guilty. Woojin confirmed that to be the case and then told the police to take care. He did not need anyone to walk him out either. He could make it home just fine on his own. There was no evidence, and the man insisted that no one had seen his face either. Well, with that statement, the detective who had been with Woojin finally stepped into the interrogation room. It was time to test another theory. He then informed the suspect that a witness had in fact come forward and they had seen the attacker at the crime scene. The man was absolutely shocked that a witness would appear, his eyes wide in dismay and fear. The man cried out, his face in his hands, and the detective asked him to finally admit to his crimes. It hurt, but the suspect could not carry on with his lie any longer. Shakily, the man confessed that it had been an impulsive action. He had not intended to kill anyone, they had just gotten into a fight. The confession went on inside the police station. Outside, a small puddle had formed outside by the tire of the police car, and the blades of grass were green and wondrous. The boy stood outside, staring at the sky above after successfully solving yet another difficult case. The boy turned for a moment, glancing back at the building behind him. He wondered what jjajangmyeon at the police station tasted like. On his way out, he had seen a few of the staff eating. No matter what he was dealing with, Woojin would always love food. He wondered if that food was amazing and super delicious. One day he would definitely have to try it. He now had yet another thing on his bucket list, and he marched ahead to make his way home. Suddenly, he got a message from a friend greeting him. He recalled that Hiram had texted him, so he finally texted her back. Woojin informed her that the culprit had been caught so she could finally relax now. The girl was quite surprised at this message. Her classmates asked where she got her hair done since it seemed amazing and she had changed her bag. They wanted to know how much the new bag had cost. It was the same superficial and boring conversations over and over again. Hiram found that she could not care much about her shade of lip balm as she was now texting with Woojin. She asked when the man had been caught and why on earth the main character was only just replying to her message. The girl looked rather sour about being left on read for ages. Woojin then shamelessly replied that he had been busy ignoring her. The girl was shocked and could not believe it. She stared in horror at the reply and then responded that ignoring messages was quite normal after all. The girl was speechless, she had no idea how to respond to that. School was almost over, so he told her to get home safely. And she wondered how he even knew that when he did not go to school. Still, she asked what he was doing. And the main character informed the brunette that he was about to take on a challenge. Now, this interested her, and he told her that he just might succeed with her support. Naturally, this ended up intriguing Hiram enough that she showed up at the restaurant where he was, a little disgruntled and asking if he really had to do this. To Woojin, life was a series of challenges, and if there was an opportunity, one had to always take it. The boy had gotten into an eating challenge. He had 20 minutes to finish everything on the plate. If he failed or threw up, then he would lose. The failure penalty was pretty high, and she was just about willing to dump the failure cost on him. Still, Woojin was not discouraged, and he held his chopsticks high above the food on his plate, getting ready to dive in. There was no limit to the portion size, it kept increasing. The key factor, of course, was the leptin hormone. That very special hormone was secreted when eating, sending signals of fullness to the brain like a rush of aliens invading the Earth. In order to beat the game, he had to finish before the leptin told him that his brain was full. The timer was ready to start whenever the boy was ready, and the genius instantly declared that he was ready. The timer was pushed, and the game began. Woojin dug into the plate in front of him, sticking his chopsticks deep inside the juicy food, scooping up the noodles, and all out shoving them into his mouth like he was a black hole. The girl squealed in shock at his sudden whirlwind eating, and both she and the timer stared in awe as Woojin stacked all the slices of meat together and chowed down on them like there was no tomorrow. She yelled at him to eat one slice at a time, but he was still going. He slurped up the noodles, grabbed his bowl off the table once he was done with the chewable bits, tossed the soup into the air, and swallowed it like a vacuum. It was eating more intensely than either the timer or Hiram had ever seen before. The man then slammed his bowl down on the table with immense satisfaction, and he stretched out his hand, much to the surprise of the two present. It was a huge success, and the boy relaxed in his chair in relief, thinking that he should ask Bomi to compliment him later, since he had finished the meal with 12 minutes to spare. He also wondered if the timer was trying to become a YouTuber or something like that. The rich girl was in awe that he had somehow managed to eat all of that food so quickly. The boy said that it was indeed not normal. Finishing all of that food was not normal either. Well, the food at the place had been amazing, and he thanked them for the meal. The restaurant also thanked him for coming over and hoped he would visit at another time. Hiram could not believe that after all that, Woojin was still interested in going out and eating a lat with Archer. To Woojin, dessert after a meal was a must, especially when one was hanging out with a girl. The rich girl thought that he was very weird, and she wanted him to know that. His actions were not very normal, and he was just about to start feeling hesitant, but it was much too late for that, and she told him to hurry. They head out for dessert, and the boy was impressed at the sweet treat. At this point, she felt that he should seriously stop watching YouTube. He was indeed reacting to most of the food that he ate like a YouTuber, cooing about how the cake was insanely good. Well, they had a little snack together, and then she grabbed her car door, opening it up and offering to drop him off at home. The boy insisted that it was fine as he wanted to take a small walk, a bit so that he could digest. So, she nodded and agreed to see him later. The boy watched her step into the vehicle, and she thought that he was indeed rather weird and unusual. This made her smile. The night sky was dark over the neighborhood, and Woojin was back in his room watching YouTube videos once again. The boy had no intention of ever stopping. He was amazed and loved the look of the food. Suddenly, he got a call, and the boy stared at the unknown number, wondering if it was yet another scam call. He picked, and once again they all asked to confirm his name. He admitted that this was him, and he wondered if it would be another phishing scam or someone asking for a loan. It was his friend, the detective Tae-yeon Hyung. The boy recognized the detective and got a bit more interested in the call. The detective asked if this was a good time to talk, and he wanted to talk about the little tidbit that the boy had left about the YouTube channel, High School Mukbang. It was just as he had said, the victim was 20 years old. The assailants were not just one person but an entire group. All of them had met through a runaway gang. The victim had tried to run away frequently, so their family rarely looked for them and had not reported them as missing. The victim was now 20 years old, just like Woojin had guessed. Even if they were locked up and appeared on YouTube, no one would suspect or question it. This runaway gang must have known that and committed the crime. The boy had saved someone's life just by watching videos on YouTube, and they asked how he even knew and if he had some special kind of power. The boy did not really want to talk about all that and asked instead if the victim had gotten home safely. That was especially important to him as he was also a victim of kidnapping, and it meant a lot to him if the victim was able to safely get home. The detective smiled and agreed that the victim had indeed gotten home safely. They were fine now. Thanks to Woojin, the case had been solved, and the detective wanted to take him out for a meal when he was free. This was exactly the kind of thing that Woojin wanted to hear, and the opportunity was created just as planned. So, the boy asked if it would be possible to have some meat instead of a meal. There was something that he had been craving, and the detective agreed with a laugh, asking what the boy wanted to eat. It turns out that Woojin wanted to try out the Hanwoo top number 9. So, the boy said that he wanted the Hanwoo A++ number 9 sirloin special. The detective was absolutely astounded to hear this order, and he wondered if the boy was asking for tteokbul, which was basically a Korean beef soup dish prepared with marinated beef called bulgogi together with carrots, mushrooms, and naengmyeon noodles. However, the boy denied that and once again repeated his demand. He wanted the meal to be top tier, with beef. The detective had definitely never heard of it before, but he agreed. The boy had done something impressive, so Hanwoo was no big deal. They got busy arranging a meeting time, and they agreed to meet up that Saturday. The boy agreed and said that he would keep his schedule open. It's not like he was busy anyway. But he did have that one particular rich girl who liked to take his time. It was another bright day in Korea and people were going about their busy day as usual. Once again, Woojin had stepped out of his house. He had yet another very special appointment that he wanted to attend to. Today was finally the day that he would get to eat Hanwoo A++ number 9. He'd been dreaming about that delicious delicacy all night long. Someone popped up behind him, calling out to him for just a moment because they wanted to ask him something. The genius did not really have time for this, but he had been taught to be polite, so he slowed down to hear them out. The strangers beamed and told him that he seemed to have a lot of good fortune. It seemed to be a group of scammers, pretty bold of them to show up in person. Energetically, the duo told him all about how they could not pass him by when he was radiating so much good luck. The boy asked if they were talking about luck, blessings, or good fate when they said fortune. They wanted to love the scam along, so they agreed with everything. Apparently, they studied these things and they thought that his energy was very bright and beautiful, so they wanted to share some good words with him. There were many kinds of studies and learning was a lifelong journey, so Woojin curiously asked about the kind of study that they did. The duo said that they mostly focused on the principles of the universe, and now that was very interesting to the genius boy. He did not know that topic could be defined as a branch of science, just like physics. The scammers were a bit taken aback and they rushed to correct themselves. They reminded him of the saying that mountains were mountains and water was water. People did not just see nature as it was, they also assigned meaning to it. A mountain, that was a term used to describe a highland area that was densely populated with trees. Water, chemically defined as H20, a compound or hydrogen and oxygen. Then, the boy sweetly asked if there was an error in his knowledge. The scammers were starting to realize that they were getting way out of depth with this guy. But they weren't about to give up, and they insisted that his energy was so bright and his insight was different. They were really doubling down on scamming him. Then, the male scammer asked if people often told him he was handsome. Of course they did, he had a pretty face, that was the most obvious thing. Right now, they claimed that they could see his ancestor sitting on his shoulder, and he really resembles them. The boy looked so dignified. Woojin was amazed by the things these people said. They went on to say that his ancestors had been watching over him all this time. Had they now? That was rather difficult for a victim of kidnapping to believe. Still, Woojin made a huge show of looking around for them. It looked like he had not been paying proper respects. Now Woojin was amazed and he asked them if they could see ghosts. The duo seemed taken aback by the question and the lady nervously said that they didn't call them ghosts. They mostly called them ancestral spirits. Now that was bizarre to Woojin, but he was always hungry to learn. He asked them how they could perceive spirits if they were not biological organisms. Surely that only meant that they could see ghosts and they should just accept their newfound power. Normally, the human eye processes information through the macula, blind spot, and optic nerve before the brain recognizes it. He knew how the cornea worked, the iris worked, and what the pupils did to make the lens function in the way that was necessary for a person to see. Then, he asked if they had a special visual organ different from others. Had they evolved by any chance, or did they have a weird genetic mutation? The two now looked very freaked out. They should have quit while they were ahead. They clearly didn't perceive energy through wavelengths either. The male scammer started to feel nervous, sure that if they took that dude with them, something bad would surely happen. So, the female scammer laughed and said that they would have this C version at some other time, since something urgent had just come up. Woojin realized that they were trying to leave, and he read all of the woman's nervous body language. She seemed scared and reserved. This surprised him, and he said that he was not a scary person. He was just a youth that was eager to learn. But now the woman was scared of him. The scammers protested and lied about something urgent coming up, so they really had to leave. Woojin was just really curious. He was really disappointed that they wanted to sneak away. So he begged them to stay and tell him more about their very interesting powers. The scammers bolted without a moment's thought, and Woojin watched them run away feeling a little downhearted. The least he could have done was gotten them arrested. Meanwhile, there was a dude who'd watched the whole thing happen, and he'd even recorded it. The man laughed, saying that this whole interaction had been very hilarious to him. The man greeted Woojin, saying that he was from the YouTube channel Kirit TV, and Woojin immediately took interest. Many people sometimes fell for scams, so the man was the kind of person that recorded it as evidence just in case. He was a real good guy. However, he'd never seen anyone handle a scam the way Woojin had. It had been hilarious to watch. The young genius stared silently at the man, and the man beamed, asking if he could use that video as footage for his channel. Woojin immediately protested since he would not come off as normal at all, and all he wanted was to be normal. The man even offered to blur his face to hide his identity. Still, Woojin insisted that the video be deleted. It was understandable why the man clung to the video. It would be hilarious to watch and would likely give him a lot of views. For the public good, he thought that this was the kind of video that had to be shared. Woojin turned and was ready to walk away when the man begged that they would even modify his voice so he wouldn't be identifiable. No one would recognize him. Still, Woojin insisted that the video be deleted. The man began to offer money. He was rather desperate to keep that video. He finally offered to give the boy $1,000,000 and Woojin paused, pulling out his phone to collect the money. The YouTuber was shocked and perplexed at how quickly he'd switched gears. Woojin was a broke kid after all, and he would appreciate some money so he could fund his real passion, food. Well, the money was transferred and Woojin let the dude keep the video as long as his face was blurred and his voice was modified. Then the genius continued on his way, and he finally met up with the detective. The man was happy to see his special guest and asked what he wanted to eat. The boy made his special order once again of the Manhwa A++ number 9 sirloin special. It still sounded ridiculous to the detective, but he nervously checked the menu and all the expensive prices that came with it. If it was too expensive, the boy then gently said that something else was fine too. However, the detective did not want to go back on his word. So, the man asked for 3 servings of some of that special beef. Then he beamed and thanked Woojin. If they had been even a little late, it would have been a disaster. When they arrived at the scene, it was complete chaos. That poor girl had ripped out the screen and was about to jump out of the window. It had scared the police officer to see her like that. The boy was also relieved that they had gotten there on time, and the waiter popped in with the food that they had ordered. The detective had been so busy so he'd forgotten to ask, but he asked how the boy had been and if he was holding up well. He looked so different from the haggard boy that they had rescued, but they had to make sure that the boy was doing well. The boy admitted that he had been trying to live a rather normal life. The detective recalled how the boy had been able to identify the lady that had been asking for help, recognizing a captive victim because he had been captive himself. Woojin was also really smart and could easily recognize patterns and behaviors. He could even guess the hobbies of strangers that he'd seen only for a moment. The boy was anything but normal, and he wondered if it was trauma from an accident that made the boy so invested in studying crime. The sirloin meat was served, ready for making, and the two stared at that beautiful shining meat in awe. Woojin was drooling just watching it get fried on the heater. The waiter encouraged them to try it out with just salt at first. The meat was served on a plate and the genius cried tears of joy to see his dreams come true. One delicious bite and it transported him to a world of joy and wonder. It felt like he had been hit with holy and wonderful inspiration, and the boy gasped in wonder and delight. This food was definitely 100% worth it in every way. The detective got a little worried at the boy's awestruck expression, and he asked if the boy had somehow bitten his tongue. That was not the case at all, however. Hesitant, the detective took a bite from his food, and he also experienced some legendary divine encounter, his eyes popping wide with shock and amazement. That food was unlike anything they had ever taken before. The meat melted in their mouth and it was worth every penny. The juices were insanely good too. The man had to remind Woojin to stay focused or he would end up eating the rest. The boy told him to hurry and grab another piece. The genius had a lot of fun trying out the meat, and he thanked the waiter of course each time that they were served. The detective was rather thrilled at the boy's good and polite manners. As expected, the food was crazy delicious and they were both having the time of their lives. Then, Woojin asked if he should order some naengmyeon as well. As expected of the detective, he knew the golden rule that the meal was just not complete without naengmyeon. If there was not enough meat, then they could just order some more. The two laughed because they were having so much fun, and they insisted that it was fine. The night went very well as the sun set over Korea. The darkness turned to day, and the fluffy white clouds were back in the sky. The young genius was at his table, studying as usual. Most of the family was home that day, and the mother popped up with some watermelon for the family to enjoy. Later in the day, the brother taught his sister a bit of her work to help her learn better in school. Then, the genius headed out later that day to enjoy a bit of the world around them. He hung out with Hiram at a cafe. Even though he said he was just using her, he seemed to be enjoying her company finally. They went out to the library to read a bit more and study, because that's what he enjoyed the most, and daily life continued with every day that passed. Students went to school, sitting at a desk and looking out the large windows as they learnt. The leaves on the trees had started to fade away from green to yellow, and they gently lost their color. The leaves scattered all around the roads and the snow came down. Seniors were greeted and told good luck, and everyone was encouraged to do their best and to stick to the test like glue. The young boy stared ahead. He had prepared all summer for this exam, and he was finally taking the college entrance exam. All sorts of people had showed up to cheer on their children. Woojin walked in with the other students and picked out a seat like the other students. Everyone sat in the exam hall and the test was ready to begin. Papers were handed out to everyone and they all passed examination papers quietly among themselves so that everyone would get one. Then, the exam began and the youth was ready to answer some questions. It was time for them to get started. The seniors were wished good luck and everyone was encouraged to do their best in the exam. The exam eventually came to an end, and the boy began walking from the exam location. The boy groaned, realizing white horror that he might have made an irreversible mistake while writing his exam. Other students were making their way home after the exam. The main character recalled that his mother always said that she was fine as long as she was healthy. And she even said that he did not have to be good at studying. She just wanted him to live a normal and happy life. He made his way to the house and he could already picture the happy smiles that he would be greeted with once he made it back home. Still, the boy groaned as he wondered how he was going to explain what he'd done at the exam hall. The boy sort of snuck into his own house, but his sister was waiting for him at the door, and she was thrilled. She asked if he had done well on his test, but was taken aback to see how gloomy her brother looked. The girl was shocked. He kept going and the sister worried that he had somehow messed up the exam. However, she recalled that her brother was super smart and very good at answering questions, so there was no way that he could have possibly failed the exam. Then, she hesitantly asked if he was okay, and if something bad had happened. The boy lowered his head, saying that he had been a bit too overconfident in himself. Now the sister wondered if he'd really messed up the test because he was too nervous. So, the sister tried to cheer him up, saying that it didn't matter if he didn't do well in the test and that there was always another chance, no one was blaming him. The boy smiled and said he was going to wash up now. He headed inside tiredly and his sister watched him with concern. The boy needed some time alone as he took off his jacket and his bag. He wanted to sulk for a bit. Theron sent a message to ask if he'd done well on his test, and at this point, Woojin was just about tired of hearing about that awful test. He ignored her message as usual since that was about the only normal thing he had left. The boy sighed, realizing that he had solved way too many practice books for no reason. Later, when he was all washed up, he came out to join his sister in the living room. The boy was still sulking about the test. It was the first time that she had ever seen her brother so downtrodden. Even when he had at first been hesitant and unsure, he'd still been so full of life. Now, she wondered how she was supposed to comfort him when he was in this state. Then she got a call from their mother, asking if her brother was home. Their mother wanted to know what her son wanted to eat after such a hard exams. The girl admitted that it seemed her brother had not performed as well as he wanted to on the test, and his face looked really bad. The father was surprised that their son was home already, but the mother and sister worried that the son was feeling down because he did not do well. The father immediately wanted to talk to his son. They asked the sister if he really messed up, and she admitted that she hadn't gotten to talk to him about it, but he did look very disappointed. It was just one test, and the father assured him that it was fine, and these things happened sometimes. He would grab some good food and head over soon so that they could cheer him up. Woojin then appeared in the living room once again after the call had ended. Bomi called out to her brother, reassuring him again that it was perfectly okay. The boy might have gotten a lot of answers wrong, but mom and dad would still bring all of his favorite things for him to enjoy. The boy just groaned even more and finally confessed his painful malady. He had not been normal. Yes, this one terrible thing was the problem all along. The poor painfully gifted main character had gone into the exam hall expecting difficult questions, but the exam had been frightfully easy. Before he knew it, he's answered all the questions without even thinking of how abnormal it would be for him to get them all right. Indeed, Woojin's regret was that he could not rewind time and get a few of the answers wrong on purpose, just so that he could seem more like a normal student. His sister was baffled by this confession. She was so shocked to hear this that her spirit left her body for a hot minute. Surely anyone who got all the questions right should be overflowing with happiness and confidence. However, the main character didn't want anything like that. He just wanted to look normal. She wondered if it was because he had solved too many practice books. His hands had moved reflexively without thinking, like how people's joints moved without noticing, or how people breathed unconsciously. Before he knew it, all the questions were solved and he was left staring at his hands like he was one kind of monster. Bomi was shocked by his despair and she called out to him, grabbing his hands and shaking him back to his senses. She yelled that he couldn't just say that, especially outside. Saying that he got absolutely everything correct before the marking came in could make things difficult for him. The two siblings sighed and then tried to hope for the possibility that he may have gotten a few of the answers wrong. That would be nice. His sister asked if he had the answers that he marked for self-grading. The boy remembered all of the answers so he didn't even need to mark them. The girl was shocked that he memorized the answers. But that legit sounded like just another random thing that he could do. Woojin protested that he'd solved the questions himself so of course he would remember all of his answers. So, they were going to check, and hopefully they would find that he definitely got a few answers wrong. So, they opened the tab to all the questions that had come out in the exam and his sister quizzed him on them to get the answers while Woojin sulked. So, the sister called out each of the questions while her brother gave her the answer with his eyes closed. She realized that he got the first question right but they tried to see if 2 was wrong. He started calling out all of his answers, since he had them memorized easily by the number he chose and Bomi checked each answer with her eyes wide. This was a rather difficult situation. Not only had he perfectly memorized each answer that he'd given, he's also answered each question correctly. What a painful reality it was. Woojin was still blind as he called out his answers, and he asked if she was listening, because his sister had stopped talking. It was really hard for her to talk in this situation, and the boy hopefully asked if he had gotten any of the answers wrong. He could have made some mistakes in some of the other subjects, so Bomi said they should check everything first. So they tried math, which was sure to have some wrong answers, so he called out his answers and she checked everything very carefully. When he was done, he asked how the situation was looking. The situation was looking very bad, but in a good way. The girl turned, very amazed as she stared at her brother. The poor boy looked so crestfallen, and she took his hands like she was confessing that his wife was dead. Unfortunately, it was just as he feared. The poor boy had definitely gotten all of the answers right. Still, Bomi tried to encourage him to celebrate. It was not a bad thing that he'd gotten every answer correctly. However, the boy was so upset because getting all the answers right was absolutely not a normal thing to do. Their mother and father would be shocked and thrilled if he got everything right. His sister was so sweet and trying to make him feel better. He already knew his parents would be happy, but he wasn't happy. It was like Woojin was thinking on an entirely different level and that made him feel worse because it wasn't normal. The boy looked on the verge of tears. Honestly, Bomi was thinking he should just accept his fate because someone who could solve a crime just by looking at one person wasn't normal to begin with. Their parents finally arrived home and his sister raced out to greet them. His brother tried to stop her, but the girl immediately announced to her parents that her brother had gotten a perfect score. That instantly soared his mood, and the poor boy sulked in mad despair. The parents were stunned because they'd been so sure that their precious boy had failed the test, but it seemed that wasn't the case. His parents were excited and asked if it was true that he'd really aced the test. The father dropped all of the shopping bags with excitement, and he happily hugged his son, screaming about how the boy surely took after him. The mother also insisted that her son had gotten his genius from her. Altogether, the parents were overjoyed and happy for their darling genius. The father was so excited that he yelled that he wanted everyone to get called together the next day. It was his treat. He was so happy that he wanted to celebrate his son's success. The man laughed when they asked if something had happened, and he happily told all of his friends that his son had gotten a perfect score. He boasted that his son took after him since he was super smart. The mother protested that he got the brains from him. At any rate, the invitation had been sent out, and the father insisted that the invited guests even bring more guests. Woojin was in despair that his father was telling everyone about his abnormal he was. In the father's opinion, he beamed and realized that his sweet boy could become a doctor. He definitely had the brains and the potential to achieve that. If not, then his son could become a prosecutor, and he would be so good at that. He would get evidence far and wide. He could even be a lawyer. The father imagined all sorts of wonderful jobs for his sweet boy. Woojin could become an appraiser, an accountant, a tax officer even. The mother smacked the man, telling him not to pressure their darling son. Woojin could become whatever he wanted to be, and he would attend whichever university that he wanted to go to. She just wanted her son to be happy and comfortable. The boy immediately said that he wanted to go to a normal university. They all stared blankly at that very vague answer and then asked which university he considered to be normal. The father laughed hesitantly, wondering why their daring and precious genius boy wanted to go to a normal university. His sister then asked what major he wanted to study. Woojin thought about it for a hot minute, and then he confessed that he had not decided that yet. Since the boy had not made a decision for himself, the father was happy to push all sorts of dreams in his defection. An appraiser was a good idea of work he could get into, as well as an accountant of a tax officer. Now, the boy sat at his table, trying to figure out what sort of major he should pursue. Naturally, he went searching on the internet, checking out all of the most normal-looking and garage jobs that he could find. He read about a judicial scrivener who drafts legal documents for courts and prosecutors. A tax officer was a big that managed and handled tax affairs. An architect worked in designing, supervising, and construction. Woojin also considered the notions of a doctor and a prosecutor. The jobs his dad mentioned all seemed to follow a pattern. They all operated within the legal framework of some kind, and they upheld the long arm of justice. He also researched a long list of competent prosecutors. There was Prosecutor Lee Jong-mi and Dr. M. J. Jun, also accountant Shin Dong-min, lawyer Park Soo-jin, director Jong Yong-ta, and tax officer Kim Do-won. All of these people graduated from a particular university. So, Woojin wondered if that university was the most normal university. The poor boy had mistaken popularity for normalcy, but at least he would pursue a good future. So, the youth popped out of his room and came out the living room where the family was hanging out. He had decided the university that he wanted to go to, and he said that he would attend the university like a normal person. It was the absolute most abnormal university that he could choose, and for a hot moment, his family was stunned speechless. That place was not normal at all, and his father even dropped the remote in shock. However, his father was thrilled. He laughed happily and said that places like Harvard would not be considered normal, so they would aim for the very normal university. They knew darn well that they were lying to the poor boy, but it was at least better than watching him limit his own growth. Night fell over the normal household, and the neighborhood was beautiful at night as always. The CSAT score reports came out, and all sorts of families handled the news differently. Of course, our guy was ranked #1 for his ridiculously over-the-top scores. There were celebrations from other families as students graduated and moved on to the university to continue their studies. Time passed, and now we moved to the very important scene of a train in the snow. The train chugged along the snowy track, long and determined in its non-stop journey to its destination. Woojin sat inside of the train, rummaging through his bag. The boy beamed. He pulled out from his bag an egg and a drink. He had always wanted to do this, and with excitement, he cracked the egg of his head. The main character's a bucket list sure was an odd collection of things. The eggshell cracked in his hand, and he very carefully peeled off the shell of the boiled egg. Then he ate that on the train as his snack. After eating the egg, he took a sip of soda to wash it down. The soda was cool and refreshing as it washed down his throat, and he beamed, realizing that this must be why people ate on trains. It was a wonderful experience, and an amazing combination. The snow continued to fall, and the people were thanked for using the high-speed rail. They were then wished a safe journey as they descended from the train. Woojin hopped out of the train and then boarded a bus. The bus moved carefully down the road, and the genius came down at his bus stop. The transit was not at all an easy thing, and he walked out as he headed to a big building. It took a few moments of walking it. He got to the gate and was then asked to sign a few documents. Woojin signed without making a fuss, and then he was escorted to a certain room. He was told to wait there for a moment, and the youth thanked the person that guided him. It almost looked like a jail and an interrogation room, and the genius stared ahead at the door in front of him. Woojin had a flashback as he recalled a man screaming and calling him names. It was a dark time of his memory, when the man had threatened to beat him until he understood. The man had also yelled that the boy could not do one thing, and he called him an idiot. It seemed that Woojin had indeed come to a prison, and a prisoner was escorted out in handcuffs. The genius looked with his eyes at the man who had tortured and maltreated him for 12 years. It was like a princess who had shown up to check up on her evil stepmother, and the prisoner was tense to see the genius. The man asked why the genius boy had come, and if he had come to see him suffering. Our guy stared silently at the man, and then the man laughed, pointing at his ears and mocking the boy. He jeered that the boy could not hear or understand him, since they'd beat the poor victim until he'd gone disabled and deaf. The man then grinned, knowing that the boy could at least read his lips. So he cursed him out and claimed ownership over Woojin. The wicked man asked the genius how he had been, recognizing him easily. He claimed that the boy was the one who had killed his family, and he got hysterical as he cursed and screamed and accused the boy of the crime. The genius promised himself that he would feel no more fear from this person and no more emotions towards him. He had gone back to that awful room that he had been locked in, looking at all the books that had been his only companions in that nightmare. Now, he would experience complete freedom. The boy had happily walked away from his dark past, and now he was confronting the dark taskmaster that had once made his life a living hell. The wicked man got panicked at the boy's confidence, yelling at him to stop, and to get back inside the dark cage where he had held him captive for years. However, Woojin spoke, reminding the prisoner that the roles were reversed now. There was no reason for him to cower in fear or to be stuck inside a terrible small box anymore. He asked the man if he was afraid of him. Yes, the genius had come all this way to confirm that very fact. He hoped that wicked rat was indeed scared of him. The man still accused the boy of ending his entire family, still blaming him for his problems. His sister-in-law, she'd had no interest in medicinal herbs at all, and she also used to beat the poor boy with a stick every day. He got multiple scars thanks to the man's wicked sister-in-law. The prison uniform for the wicked man very well in Woojin's opinion. The man was shocked, realizing that the brat was talking, and fear came over him when he realized that the boy could hear him. The genius noted that the man's voice was trembling now. He was now in number 2038. His family had died one by one each year from all sorts of heart attacks and poisoning. The man screamed, cursing at the boy. However, the man needed to relax. People only saw what they wanted to see, and they believed what they wanted to believe. The police officer warned the prisoner not to touch the glass or he would get punished for it. People only wanted to hear what would validate their thoughts. Well, he would not give the man that satisfaction. Inmate 2038 had beat up 2 of his acquaintances as well, and those 2 had ended up dead. They had died from heart attacks. Goosebumps rose around the trembling man's hands, even as he tried to curse our guy out. The man terribly wanted to block the boy's voice, and his increased heart rate, blood pooled in his chest. The boy wondered if he ought to push a little further, to hit the climax that would finally send this wicked man over the edge. The wicked monster that lived inside of him was hungry for blood, and it was currently disguised as a well-dressed gentleman talking to a crazy inmate. The boy admitted that lately he'd been having a bit of a dilemma. He stared darkly at the men across the glass, who looked at him with surprise and fear. The wicked man's new name was Inmate 2038. The boy called each number with a dangerous threat in his voice. He wondered if he should carve the man's release date onto his body, just so that he could not forget, so that he could find him and keep tormenting him. The wicked man screamed in a rage, asking if the boy was threatening him now. The genius laughed, saying of course not, as he looked at the man with the trembling hands. See, he was just worried about his health. He asked the trembling man if he had been writing an autobiography. He wondered what that book would say, whether it would be full of the lies or the truth. The man in prison trembled, asking how on earth the boy could have known about that. See, he had indeed been writing an autobiography in his spare time. The youth smirked wickedly, telling the man that for his health, he should not eat until he was full. He should always put down his spoon before he felt satisfied. He should also try to get some moderate exercise and avoid sunlight as much as possible. Yes, if the wicked man wanted to survive this revenge, he should focus on staying healthy. Now, the man looked agitated and scared. The monster that lived inside the boy even spoke about depositing some money into the man's prison account with a wicked look in his eyes. The boy did not have much because he was not working yet, but he would try to send in some money from time to time. Now that wicked man was truly losing his mind in despair. Prison funds were all part of the plan set up to keep the boy in his thoughts constantly. The genius wicked plan was to live in this man's mind rent-free. And the more they spoke, the more agitated and scared the poor prisoner became. The wicked man screamed, falling back in his chair. He screamed and cried that the boy was a murderer. He accused the boy of killing his family and his neighbors. He even cursed him out. He yelled that this boy had killed them all. To Woojin, his former torturer was now just another boring person. Still, he wasn't done teasing him. The police called out to inmate 2038 and told him to calm down. The poor panicked man instead, insisting that the boy had one of his lackeys watching them right now. He yelled that the boy was a terrible culprit who had committed murder. The policeman told the inmate to calm down and even tried to restrain him. Even if his former bully was now boring, Woojin still thought he was kind of an interesting person. He stared at the panicking man, trying to imagine how on earth such a coward could have possibly held him prisoner. Casually, he just said he would see him again at another time, and then he left. Time passed, and the boy had taken the train all the way back home. He put on his bag and he walked down the snowy path up some stairs. The snow continued to come down upon the beautiful city and people walked around, talking about the weather. There were couples and there were normal people. The kind of life that he had always wanted to live. The genius looked down at the snow that fell on his hands. They were microscopic ice particles formed around vapor and they fell to the ground due to gravity. Beautiful, wonderful snowflakes that fell like magic and made people happy depending on the person's environment. Snow could bring out joy, but for the longest time snow had been nothing but a terror for him and a source of stress. He had been locked in that terrible cage, shivering with only book to keep him warm, with no comfort, no family, and no home. This was why environment was incredibly important. It could shape a person or break them down. However, even in this cold weather, he did not think that it could take away the warmth of people. The boy noticed a group of girls making their way to him, and he recognized his sister among them. He pulled out his phone and called his sister, asking where she was since they were supposed to meet up. His sister smiled and said that she was heading home now. Then, she asked where he was. Well, she was right in front of him and he could see her, so he told her about that. She was surprised and looked for him. Then she noticed her brother waving cheeky at her. The girl was surprised and she ran over to her brother with joy. Her race to him was as beautiful as the falling snowflakes. She ran to him with a smile on her face. And it was something that had never happened to him before in the snow. The snow might be slippery, but she didn't even look at the ground. She was only focused on him. This was the kind of life that Woojin enjoyed. A wonderful, peaceful, normal thing. This was why environment was so important to people. His sister's brilliant smiling face was everything he'd ever dreamed of while being locked in captivity. So, in this environment, he could properly enjoy himself. His sister threw herself into his arms, and he caught her immediately. The genius wondered if he had finally attained true happiness living like this. The girl smiled, asking her brother where he was coming from, and he just said that he went to see someone he knew, like he hadn't been torturing a grown man a few minutes ago. The girl was surprised to hear this because she knew her brother didn't know a lot of people. Meanwhile, her friends watched the exchange with awe because they had never seen their friend's brother before. The genius assured her that it was just someone he used to know in the past, and he didn't need to see that person anymore. His sister was kind of confused, but she was quite used to her brother being a totally weirdo by now, so she just accepted it. Then he reached into his bag, rummaging around a bit before popping out with a box. He had something for his sister to try. She wondered what it was and he opened the box to reveal some glistening and yummy takoyaki. Takoyaki was really good and he had wrapped it up so it would not get cold. His sister was impressed and ready to try some. She was happy that he had thought to save some just for her, and he encouraged her to try it because it was really delicious. The snow continued to fall over the environment and it was a happy atmosphere for the siblings. The next day, the sky was bright, and the clouds were fluffy and flowers bloomed as winter turned to spring. It was time for work and school to resume, and people made their way living their daily lives in the calm and peaceful neighborhood where our genius lived. He was on his way out with his bag strapped to his back, and he noticed the poster that he stopped to look at for a moment. He could already guess the real purpose for that event, but then he knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Anyway, the boy kept walking over to a big brown building. Inside the big brown building, he found that he had entered a lecture hall. Sitting in the middle was the most normal thing to do so naturally, that's the chair that he chose. Before he could sit, someone came over to say hello. It was a man and his name was Park Jung-wook. The boy smiled and he waved happily to the new student, saying that it was nice to meet him. Woojin had officially made his first causal acquaintance at school, and the boy was surprised. He'd been added to the University Business Administration freshman group chat. On the group chat, the freshmen helped each other answer all sorts of questions to help them get settled into the university. The genius thus recognized the name of Park Jung-wook from the freshman group chat. The genius said that it was nice to meet him and said that they should get along and not fight. The bespectacled boy laughed at that introduction and agreed. He also wondered why the other boy sounded like a textbook, but he didn't address that. He asked the boy if he knew about the gathering after class. Yes, Woojin knew. Then Jung-wook turned and acknowledged a girl that had just walked into class. Her name was Songi. There were many new students finding their way in class. They wanted to know if there was a seat available. They talked about sitting next to friends, and some even met up with their friends. Just normal people doing normal kid stuff. The genius was excited for his first university lecture. He had always wanted to experience this, and he sat with bated breath, waiting for the teacher to come in. Eventually, the door opened and the teacher stepped up onto the podium and welcomed everyone to class. This man addressed the class and said that he would be their business administration professor, and the genius stared. The man smiled and said that he would be introducing everyone to business, and he asked if they knew what business, or what business meant to them. He asked if anyone wanted to answer, and said that they would have to raise their hand and answer. There was silence as nobody wanted to answer the question. Woojin reasoned that raising his hand would not be normal, so he kept his hand down. Suddenly the teacher decided to just point out people at random in class to answer the question. He asked a student in a blue shirt to answer. The boy panicked and then just mumbled about business being about leading a company. So, the teacher pointed to the person in the white shirt and asked them to describe business. That person said that it was about managing and operating a business. Well, all of these were valid answers to the teacher, and then he asked what a good business leader should be good at. He pointed to the students at the back. The nervous girl that he picked said that they should be good at planning and giving directions. They were all rather cliché answers, but teacher was encouraging and said that answer was good. Then he asked the student next to her to answer that question, and unfortunately for the whole class, the student next to her was our genius. The disgruntled boy wondered if he got called because he sat in the middle seat. Well, he got picked so he might as well answer. So the boy was ready to answer, and he said that a good business person should be good at persuasion. The teacher was confused about that answer, asked him to expand on that. The teacher wanted to know what the genius meant by that. Now the professor had really dug them into a pit. That was when the genius in Woojin activated, and he remembered reading the poster on the 16th Genius Investment Security of Stock Trading. It was an investment competition that promised scholarship, internship, and overseas tour opportunities. The poster said that the Genius Investment Securities was hosting a stock trading competition for all university students, so they should challenge themselves, become the stocking, and win various prizes. Woojin felt that this should be a fitting example, and then he launched into an explanation of how he had seen a security firm was holding a stock trading competition. People imagine the prize money and feel the urge to take on the challenge. However, on the other hand, it can also be seen as a form of enticement designed by the security company, like cheese in a mousetrap leading them to try it out. It was a method to identify individuals who had been skilled in stock trading from an early stage. If someone placed first or second, the security company could then provide supports that recruits them into their firm. This would create connections with the first and second place winners through scholarships and similar incentives. Their teacher was impressed by this explanation, but Woojin just kept going. He said that when they watched advertisement, their brains would enter a form of hypnosis. His classmates were also impressed as the genius explained that business leaders would know how to take advantage of this advertisement. They would make people want to buy things or make them they want to have it. People would also feel compelled to go to certain places, or they would want to own things. That was the magic of advertisement. Sometimes people were even compelled to buy certain things as a gift for their friend or family who liked that kind of thing. Advertisements made people crave something, and the students were amazed as the boy kept talking. The skill to make people want and desire was called marketing, but from a broad perspective, that kind of massive civilized society was fundamentally built on persuasion, and that was why we had modern industry today. There was silence in the class. It was not a normal answer at all. The boy then raised his hand, called the professor, and asked when the actual lecture would start. He just wanted to take a normal class, but he had gone and made everything absolutely abnormal from the first day. There was drop-dead silence in class, and absolutely everyone was focused on him. Their gaze was incredible, and they stared in shock at this boy that just left their professor speechless. He had pretty much covered the entire topic with his brief explanation, so there was very little left to teach. The professor then finally spoke, amazed that his student had such an excellent answer. Fortunately, he was the brilliant kind of professor and not the kind with a fragile ego that would get crushed by having a genius in his classroom. He already knew about the genius that got a perfect score on the exam, so he was rather ready for him. There was silence as the class suddenly turned and started clapping for him, following the teacher's lead. No matter how one looked at it, that kind of reaction was friendly, not normal. Woojin looked perplexed. Being normal was indeed much more harder than he thought, and he felt that he needed to try harder. He had been sure that it was a normal answer, but he was dead wrong. Now, it was time for them to begin their first class and lecture, and the introduction to business administration began. The man asked if any of them knew how to define business administration, and the boy looked in awe at the long-awaited lecture that was finally going to begin. He'd waited for this for quite a while. Business administration was the study of how to efficiently and effectively manage an organization. The professor explained all of that to the class. Woojin nodded in agreement as he remembered that definition. The core of business was planning, organizing, leadership, and control, as the teacher displayed on his PowerPoint presentation on screen before the students. These 4 processes made up business management. The first topic that they were going to cover was planning, and this involved setting goals and creating strategies to achieve them. It was the core of business management. The students listened carefully, and Woojin realized with dismay that he already knew this. As the lecture went on, the teacher explained leading, which was motivating people, leading them and achieving goals through the power of teamwork. The next was controlling, which was the step where a person checked if everything was going as planned and make necessary adjustments. Each PowerPoint highlighted topics that Woojin found that he had already seen before. In fact, he had read so many books that he might as well teach the class himself. Still, the boy struggled to listen. He still tried his best to enjoy the university lecture, and the girl beside him stared at him. The boy then wondered if he had been asked to answer that last question, because the professor noticed that he wasn't paying as much attention as the other students. In that case, he was going to do his best and not let his guard down, so the genius kept his eyes glued to the screen, listening carefully. This lecture continued until 10:08, then the lecture finally came to an end for the day. The teacher then told them to enjoy their lunch and he would see them next time. After the class, students started filing out and making their way home. Finally, it was time to eat the legendary campus meal. The genius had waited for this moment as well. The students all rushed out of class, telling each other to enjoy their meals, and they made their way to the cafeteria. Students walked around the university compound and went from lecture halls to the cafeteria. They eventually got to the cafeteria, and the genius was impressed to see such a crowded eating area. Woojin walked over, trying to be as normal as possible and joining the line. He got his food tray and excitedly sat down to enjoy the delicacy. Unfortunately, as he ate, he did not do it in a normal way. Everyone was staring at him. The boy cleaned his plate at the end of the meal and set down his spoon. He sat in silence as he thought for a moment this food was lacking MSG. He stared sadly at his empty plate, thinking that MSG was way safer than salt though, and he wondered if this was intentional because it was a school meal. Suddenly, he got a message from the detective Kim Tae-yun. The detective wanted to know if he was busy. The boy sent in his reply that he had just finished eating his meal and he was very busy. He didn't want anything to mess up his perfectly normal school life. Soon, his phone began to ring, so he picked up the call, even though he had said that he was busy. The detective said that he was having a tricky case, so he really needed some help. He would even give the boy 100,000 if he helped him out overtime. The boy had in fact been helping the detective with some cases. Sometimes the detective would come over and show him some stuff, and he would help out with identifying if the culprit was innocent or not, and if they had an alibi. In fact, the boy had solved a few cases, and every time he solved a few cases, the detective would take him out for lunch. Every time he managed to solve a good case, the detective would buy him a good meal, and it was good business. Every time Woojin solved a case, he got some free meat. He could not resist good meat. Besides, he got to eat as much as he wanted, or the kind detective would give him some money while happily thanking the boy. It was an easy way to make money, so of course the genius kept taking the cases. So he told the detective to send over the case. However, the detective said that he wanted them to talk in person and asked when the boy would finish what he was doing. The genius was surprised to hear this and was a little confused. Suddenly, he got a message that due to the professor's circumstances the afternoon lecture was cancelled. With this sudden stroke of luck, his calendar was freed up in that case. So, the boy said that he was free, and he asked detective where he was and where he should go to meet up with him. The genius headed out into the campus environment to walk among the trees. The detective said that he would come to pick him up, so the genius waited. It was a bright summer's day in Korea that afternoon, and the detective was waiting by his car as he messaged Genius, trying to figure out where he was. Woojin spotted him and came over, and the detective waved him over to the car. They greeted at each other, and the detective was happy, saying that the boy looked even better now that he was a college student. He was so impressed about how much the boy had grown since the university wasn't just any school. Then the boy asked what kind of case it was, and the detective said that they should talk inside the car. It was very confidential, so they both had to go inside the car. Then the man reached behind him, rummaging inside a bag. The youth then made a suggestion to the detective. Instead of just watching videos or looking pictures, since this was a very important case, he wanted to ask if they could visit the scene of the crime. The detective was surprised about this request. Usually people lived based on experience. It was like tracing a path from the bus or ordering a meal on the street. That was why the more experience you had, the more useful it became, especially when trying to solve a case. The boy wanted to experience the situation firsthand. Maybe that would help solve it better. The detective thought about it for a moment, and then he said that if the boy insisted, then they could go. So he kicked the car into gear, and they took off towards the scene, zooming through the streets of Korea. They ended up in a quiet neighborhood, and the detective pointed out that the case took place on the third floor. He asked the boy if he was ready, and Woojin said that he was ready to go. They both made their upstairs, and they found a police officer standing beside a door taped over with yellow police tape. That was likely the scene of the crime. The two approached the man, and the detective thanked the police officer for his hard work. The man had stood there, guarding the door, and the man at the door said it was no problem. Then the detective asked the youth once again if the boy was really fine with coming onto the scene. The genius boy insisted that he needed to experience it. The police officer looked a bit surprised, but he opened the tape for them to pass. It was bloody. It looked like a murder scene. There were stains on the ground, and they were traces of where a victim had fallen and died. The white tape on the ground showed where the body had been found, and the boy stood at the door, staring at it. The young genius got serious when he realized how difficult the case was. There was blood splattered even on the wall, and this was not something to be taken lightly. Instantly his genius activated, and he could visualize the movement of perhaps the victim or the attacker through the house. Woojin could guess when the door had opened, and who had come in, and how the brutal attack had taken place. It seemed that someone had rushed in quickly into the house and then pulled out a knife, surprising the person who lived inside. The attacker then unleashed his first attack, stabbing the house's occupant and taking him down with the attack of surprise. The deadly weapon would have been raised high, oozing its deadlines, and then it would have been brought down once again. That deadly knife had been used to take the life of the poor victim, making a bloody mess. Blood splattered on the walls and all over the floor. It would have been a very violent crime, especially if the victim tried running for his life. The victim had likely staggered back in fear of the knife, and he would have tried to escape, but he was attacked again. A harsh stab in his midsection likely sent the victim flying down, which is what caused the trail of blood. The victim might have crawled away from the door and eventually landed in the center of the room. Yes, Woojin could visualize where the victim would have likely fallen, and then tried to possibly drag himself away from the attacker. The attacker would have stood in the blood and his clothes would be stained as well as his shoes. The attacker would have likely then launched again, grabbing the victim before he could get away. The villain would cover the man's mouth with his bloody hands while the victim looked at him and plead, begging for him to get off and let go. His eyes would roll to the back of his head as he slowly lost consciousness, and then in that moment of weakness, the attacker would lean over the body. The genius could see everything play out before his eyes. The throat was likely targeted first. That's what he said as he studied all of the prints that had been left behind. Excessive bleeding from a stab wound on the right side of the neck likely caused most of the blood stains. The weapon used was a knife. It wasn't kitchen knife either. It wasn't an impulsive crime. This was premeditated, especially with this much violence. It was the perpetrator's goal to murder. The detective beamed with pride, saying that this was as expected of his little brother. He knew that Woojin could figure things out just by looking at the scene. Then the genius asked if they had found anything else. The detective admitted that they had seen nothing so far, and he showed the suspect's CCTV footage. He asked the boy if he wanted to take a look as well. The genius boy took a look and then he asked about fingerprints and if they seen any clues on that. They had also found nothing on that, which meant that the murderer had come prepared to escape with his crime. Unfortunately, he was not prepared for a genius being involved in this case. Suddenly, Woojin noticed something as he inspected the CCTV footage of the suspect. In the video, he saw a blonde man at the door, and they only saw the back of this man. Then they saw the victim open the door to let this man inside. The suspect clearly knew the victim, and that was identifiable from the happy smile on the victim's face. It was a male estimated to be 180 centimeters tall, with blonde hair and no fingerprints. The man held a plastic bag possibly with a soju bottle inside. His shoe size was 217 mm. The detective said that was right. Then the genius asked if this suspect had been caught yet. This was because it did not seem that this obvious suspect person was the real culprit at all. There was a plot twist in this case. The detective admitted that they had in fact caught the blonde suspect, but he wondered why the boy thought that he wasn't the attacker. They had him on camera entering the premises, so it seemed most likely that he was the killer, especially as all circumstantial evidence pointed towards the suspect as the culprit. However, that was precisely why it was a bit too easy. Plus, Woojin added that if the detective truly believed that, then he would not have asked for the genius to come investigate the case. The detective knew that it wouldn't be that easy to fool the young boy and laughed at himself for trying. He admitted that the suspect was not confessing to the crime no matter what they tried. Besides, something felt off. It sounded like the suspect's alibi was rather ambiguous. That was on the money because the man they'd brought in claimed that he did not go home that night. In fact, that man had stayed in a motel. However, he'd paid in cash, so there were no timestamp receipts. Even weird was the fact that the motel's CCTV had been conveniently found broken. The motel owner was also drunk and couldn't confirm anything they needed. Apparently, the owner could not even remember which room the suspect stayed in. On inspecting the area, they had found a hair strand that they'd carefully picked up with some investigation tools. That strand of hair was tested, and the young genius looked through all the evidence they had gathered so far. The authorities were aware that the murder weapon appears to be a long and sharp knife, much like a sashimi knife. If the boy just described what he saw, assuming the culprit was proficient with a sashimi knife made things easier. Criminals tended to lean towards committing crimes with tools that they were familiar with. That's why a construction worker would probably favor a hammer for a crime of passion or sudden rage. Someone who worked in a boxing factory would also favor using tape or the quiet of a warehouse for their hiding place. People believed that using something families would reduce unexpected variables. If they assumed that the perpetrator worked in a profession that involved water, then it would indeed make sense why no fingerprints were found. Despite ringing the doorbell with bare hands, the detective admitted that did make a lot of sense, but he had no idea where the genius was going with this. So Woojin expanded on his logic. He explained that people who frequently worked with water would often develop severe eczema, which could erase fingerprints. The hair found at a crime scene could be an animal's fur, for instance, or it could belong to someone completely different. It might even be synthetic hair. The detective asked more about this, curious because this was an angel he hadn't even thought of before. See, it was really quite possible that the culprit had worn a wig. Now this was an interesting theory, and the detective wanted to know more. There was the possibility that the attacker had disguised themselves before committing the murder, and that would be the perfect avenue to create confusion. More precisely, wearing a disguise around cameras could help manipulate the situation rather than just cause confusion. If they looked closely at the scene set up, they could examine the suspect's footprints and find that most of the weight was rested on his heels. That was why the front part of the footprint was now faint. When attacking someone, most of the weight would be placed on the toes. Sort of like when two wrestler bodies slammed each other in an attempt to knock each other over. The detective was curious and wondered what this new situation meant. The young genius explained that the attacker had probably also worn shoes that were too large for their feet. That would leave extra space at the front, making the toe area of the footprint faint, because their feet did not reach long enough to affect that part. Also, strangely, the side of the shoe was imprinted in certain areas and splash zones of the house, and the detective reasoned that the attacker and the victim might have struggled for a bit. However, our guy doubted that the situation was that simple, and he explained that the victim had been killed instantly. Even if a struggle did occur, if their door twisted at this angle, at minimum, their ligaments would have been strained to some degree. A fracture would have been likely. This pointed them towards yet another clue. The attacker might have worn insoles, plus, when they looked closer at the picture, they could see that the attacker walked away, stained with blood, without any form of limping. Even if their adrenaline levels were extremely high, this should not even be possible. Now that the attacker was closer to the camera, the genius told the detective to take another look at the hair strands in the video. They seemed to have slightly shifted compared to when the assailant first entered. Hair did not grow asymmetrically within a few minutes, and structurally speaking that was just impossible. And it would stay a stable length unless it had been hacked at with a knife, or it was a wig. The detective stared in awe at this evidence that he had not noticed before, his eyes wide with realization. So, the killer had deliberately worn oversized shoes, and they had stepped in the blood intentionally to make oversized prints, as well as a wig. The killer had definitely gone through great lengths to not get caught in a crime. The real culprit needed to deal with both the victim and the suspect who is currently in custody. The culprit would have had to handle both at roughly the same time, and the victim was likely considered an easy target. After all, the victim was small with a tiny physique, and he was easy to kill. However, the suspect in custody was taller and more muscular. They probably thought that he would not be as easy to eliminate. That is why the culprit avoided him. The suspect in custody was currently 184 centimeters tall, with a shoe size of 270 millimeters at the time of the arrest. When arrested, the authorities noticed that the suspect's hair was black, and he was generally confused and surprised as he was arrested. The police likely found the sudden hair color change suspicious, and the detective was shocked to realize that all of this was accurate. They had immediately accused the suspect of dyeing his hair, immediately to avoid suspicion. And they even demanded he tell them where he had dyed it. They'd yelled at him, asking him if he thought that he would not get caught, and if he thought the police were a joke. Obviously, all of that yelling got them nowhere. The detective was stunned and realized that he had gotten a bit carried away. Using all of the obvious evidence and the prints that had been left on the carpet, the genius was able to deduce that the culprit's actual shoe size was likely between 255 to 260 millimeters. The culprit likely had a personal collection with the victim and a strong reason to frame the suspect. Now they had a lead to follow, and they had to determine the reason the culprit probably felt the need to eliminate both at once. The motive would help them narrow down why the crime had occurred, and why the culprit felt the need to disguise themselves and frame one while killing the other. Sometimes a crime was committed because of money. It could also be committed because of revenge, or perhaps a woman. There were many options. The genius's conclusion was that the culprit was highly skilled sashimi knives. They also likely suffered from chronic eczema, erasing their fingerprint patterns. Also, they probably had at least a college degree, considering all of the lengths that they went through to disguise themselves. The youth was seriously a genius to come to that conclusion. This was because criminals of lower education levels tended to relate with impulsive crimes, and they didn't think about what they were doing before, they just reacted and ended up with the body in their hands. The higher the education level, the more systematic and premeditated the crime, which pointed towards all the evidence they had collected so far. The detective thought about it for a while. Then he called Gikiol, asking his partner if he had found anything. The partner had gotten back the results from testing the hair strand that they found, but it was not human hair. It was in fact synthetic, and that matched up perfectly with the genius guess. The detective was surprised, and the genius went on. The victim lived in a studio apartment and the suspect stayed at a motel, meaning neither of them had a great financial situation. The real culprit's shoe size was submitted to the detective. Considering the real culprit's shoe size, statistically speaking, that would put their height between 166 and 170 centimeters. Likely, the culprit would be in their 30s. Now that the detective thought about it, he had seen a man that sort of fit that description. The man had been vaguely questioned about the incident, and he just mumbled that it had been a while since he had seen both the victim and the suspect. It was a man who worked at a sushi restaurant who was really suspicious. It was very likely that that guy was the culprit, and the detective called for his partner to catch that guy quickly. Well, with that case resolved, it was once again another normal day in the quiet neighborhood, and the young boy found himself dropped right back at school. The detective had showered him with praises and love, almost too much love, and the boy turned him down kindly. However, Woojin did thank him for the 100,000 won. That was appreciated. Then, it was time to wonder about the motive. It turned out that the culprit borrowed money from both victims, and then he eliminated them because they were spreading rumors about him not paying it back, but those rumors were true. At any rate, the culprit had been caught, so the detective thanked the young genius and told him to keep working hard at his studies. The genius also thanked the detective and told him to take care. Suddenly, someone called out. The young man that called out seemed to be a fellow classmate that was really happy to see him. The classmate smiled, and Woojin noticed that this stranger was about 178 centimeters in height, with a short haircut. One eyebrow was slightly thicker than the other, and he had slightly tanned skin, as well as a slim but well-built physique and a gray hoodie. Woojin noted all this down just in case he needed it later. He recognized this boy as one of the members of the freshman group chat. His name was Kim Man-soo, and he was 20 years old. Judging by his wrinkles, he did look like he was in his late 20s. They were the same age. The boy smiled at the genius, saying that he was amazing back in class, and it had felt like he was watching a professional lecture. It turned out that way more people saw him that way, so the genius wanted to be a bit more careful since he was trying to be normal. Then the classmate asked if he was joining the stock trading competition. A lot of students from their department were participating. Since a lot of students were doing it, that sounded pretty normal to Woojin, so he decided to join too. If he didn't, then that would make him stand out. He had no idea that he was about to make things even worse. Then he wondered how to enter this competition in the most normal way. If he was going to make the decision to join, he wondered how to approach it after all. If he was a bit too exceptional in one, that would make him stand out. The antlion's larvae, also known as doodle bugs, was a perfect example of the situation he was in. The antlion preyed on ants, sucking out their fluids and discarding the bodies, often leaving their poor victim for dead. This behavior was not limited to just insects either. Going by the data that the boy had, lots of people studied the charts, trying to figure out the right time to buy or sell their stocks. Some people would hurry to buy, while others prayed desperately to the Lord and Buddha for a win. If stocks were to suddenly plummet and drop, then the people investing would scream in agony or punch their screens in rage. They were like the ants that the antlion preyed on. Sometimes they would even feel pushed to taking their lives and have to be escorted to a safe place by the security. Even in the stock market, people called ants had their money drained, their bodies lying empty before the fantlions that preyed on them. If most normal people were ants, then considering the situation reasonably, Woojin thought that he should be one too. However, if he lost money, his mother, father and Bomi would be sad, and that was the last thing that he wanted. So, instead of getting drained, Woojin somehow decided that he would be the one doing the draining. He raised his chosen straw high into the air with a determined look on his face. Just like sucking honey, he would plunge his straw into the good stuff and self-rationalize, since that was just part of being normal. After all, self-rationalization was part of being normal. Kim Man-soo asked about the 10 morning class, and the genius agreed. It seemed that they would be attending that lecture together. They both headed into the big brown building and walked down the long hallways. As they had all joined the stock market, some of their classmates were checking out their wins, and they noticed that they were already 3% up in profits. This was amazing to some of the classmates, and Woojin was seated next to his new friend. One of the other classmates groaned about how he was down by 7%. They say not to put all the eggs in one basket, and some of the classmates laughed about their business strategies. The genius reasoned that he should join the stock game too. He had an afternoon class tomorrow, so he would have to start in the morning. The teacher came in once again that day, waving at the students and stepping onto the podium. The professor smiled and asked if this was their third lecture already. Then, it was time to begin the lecture. They began work on the classes together, and the professor taught while the students paid attention. It was a good and interactive class about talent acquisition and market share and brand image. The professor taught with confidence about all the things that they needed to know, communicating clearly and confidently. The lecture was pretty interesting, but it was also stuff that the boy had already heard and read so many times that he started feeling drowsy. He was a genius, but he was still human, and the professor was just talking about the competitive advantage in the market when he noticed the genius was drowsy. Poor Woojin had finally given in to the needs of his body, and he'd nodded off to sleep in the middle of class. Just last class, the professor recalled when he'd called for any questions, and the boy had been very energetic and engaging when he asked his questions. The professor had also asked if anyone was struggling to understand anything, and the young boy had instantly raised his hand, eager to participate. Then Woojin had ended up somehow explaining the lecture instead of the professor, talking about the scientific approach of management studies, mathematical statistics and corporate performance that could result in losses. It seemed that today, the boy had finally used up all of his energy and was now sleeping in class. In truth, the professor did not mind at all. He preferred it if the genius was asleep, since talking to him often turned the lecture into a form of debate. In truth, the young genius was not sleeping at all. Instead, the boy was resting, thinking that he needed to put in a lot more effort if he was going to be convincing as a normal student. Sleeping in class was a rather normal thing to do, and he wanted to experience it at least once. He'd seen dramas where some kid would sleep in class and the professor would wake him up. As expected, sleeping during a lecture was not easy, but he was willing to make all the necessary sacrifices to be normal. Well, the end of the class had finally come to an end, and the professor was going to give them all an assignment. Hearing this, Woojin's ears immediately perked up and he became alert, awaking like a zombie. His hands shot high into the air and he asked eagerly about the kind of assignment they would be getting. The boy had always wanted to do an assignment and he was absolutely thrilled. As one can imagine, the professor was not exactly thrilled that Woojin was now conscious in his class again. However, he passed the assignment anyway so that they would all read Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations and understand it. They were also to discuss the perfect competition market and the law of diminishing marginal utility. Within that process, they were to also analyze ethical management and discuss the role of a business manager. They were to form groups of 4 and thus submit their team list. Then Woojin raised his hand once again with so much energy, asking if scholars should use diamonds and air to explain the paradox value. The poor professor was feeling very overwhelmed as Woojin added that in modern times, they could approach the law of diminishing marginal utility differently, and then he asked if they could reinterpret it with a new understanding. Meanwhile, all of this information was news to the other students, and they wondered who on earth had used diamonds and air as examples. At this point, it wasn't even a question anymore. It was just a full-on debate. The other classmates were rather used to this by now, and they wondered what their genius was even saying. Then, he decided to explain his using mukbang, which was eating broadcast for those who ate excessively, asking if the law of diminishing marginal utility applied to them. See, they would eat a lot, but they seemed to still enjoy the food. Even if they assumed that they were force-feeding themselves, they appeared to derive satisfaction from it. The giant ramen challenge, for instance, was the most extreme example yet. and it had over 1 million views. Since these people earned revenue through reviews, the boy wondered if this could be considered an exception to the law of diminishing marginal utility due to addiction. The professor nervously said that this was possible, but he was really going through it. Gambling and gaming addiction were also considered exceptions, so it could be seen that way. Then the genius said that calling it an addiction-based exception made him feel like he lacked the knowledge to fully understand it. The feeling of fullness was not just about having a full stomach, but about hormones, specifically leptin, in the role in making a person feel full. Now the other classmates wondered what on earth was leptin, and how hormones made it into the conversation. Other classmates wondered if being full was not just about eating a lot, and what kind of class they actually signed up for. The genius went on and said that if the secretion of leptin was low, it could lead to obesity. The professor was really going through it, and the boy babbled on about how the opposite hormone ghrelin existed, and it stimulated the brain more intensely to maintain addiction, so the neural response was generally stronger. The genius went on babbling about all the things that he knew, and the professor wondered how he was supposed to know all this in the first place. However, judging from his tone and eyes, he knew that the boy was genuinely curious. He kind of felt bad to let him down. The boy was asking a real question. He wasn't doing this just to make him look bad. He really wanted to know. The boy even wanted to talk more about the factors influencing addiction. Finally, the professor could not take it anymore, and he had to point out that he had run out of time. Oh no, he had to leave class, so that was it for today. He told the class to form their groups to submit their names that he hurriedly escaped, leaving Woojin deal with his classmates. Of course, naturally all the other boys and girls in class wanted to be in the same group as the genius. They begged him to let them join their group. Another said he called dibs first, and they were trying to form a line just to decide who would get to join his group. The genius was surprised, and the professor wondered what would happen if he got the chance to bring that exceptional boy to the lab. No, he changed his mind. He'd probably just get a headache spending any more time with that boy. He'd be more trouble than help anyway. The day passed on, and it was a wonderful, lovely evening in the boy's neighborhood. The genius had finally decided to join the stock competition, and he bought some. His buy order had been executed. Tonight was just time to wait and study the market prices. He looked at the statistics carefully, noticing which numbers went up and which numbers went down. He felt that he should feel happy, but he felt nothing. As expected, being normal was really hard to achieve. Suddenly, the stocks began to drop and his eyes widened. Well, it was nothing. He tried to ignore it, but it just kept going down, lower and lower, horrifying the genius. His eyes widened and he kept trying to tell himself that it was nothing, it was really just a simulation. He wasn't really losing anything. Then the genius wondered how his subconscious self would react if he woke up to this. He wondered how his subconscious would handle them losing so much money in a stock game like this. Everything that he had seen and heard from his loving parents and wonderful friends, they were wonderful and kind and caring. This loving home that he had found was not a place where that monster could grow. It was a place where people looked out for him. He had new experiences with friendly people. This monster knew everything that he unconsciously ignored, and it was still living inside of him. Maybe it was not a bad idea to observe himself sometimes, so he decided to pull it forth after a long time of pushing it away. Deep down inside of the genius, the monster grinned wickedly. Baring its fangs, the beast grinned with joy, or had finally been given control after being ignored for so long. A hand swept through his hair, already looking different as he smiled darkly, peeking into the mirror. The beast acknowledged his new home, and it had been a while since he'd gotten to see what they looked like in the mirror. He had to admit that he was quite handsome. He already looked like a different person, almost demonic with shining red eyes. The monster could totally become a celebrity just for fun with the adorable face that he had. He took off his shirt, showing off his scars, because it seemed he liked to do that for some reason, and reasoned that being a model would be a bad idea. After all, his wounded body would always get in the way of him becoming a celebrity. Perhaps acting just was not for him. So he sat by the computer, shirtless for some reason, and checked out the stock market and the comments coming in. There was lots and lots of information, and he processed it, taking the mouse so he could scroll and observe. Then he noticed something that he just had to do. He was definitely going to interfere with the stock market. He remembered the days that they had spent locked in that closet, laughing like a madman, surrounded by books. When they had been locked away, the monster had been given control over this body. He could do whatever it was that he wanted, while the real genius hid in the background. Now Woojin was gradually taking over and diminishing his control. The beast wasn't very fond of that, because if this continued, he might disappear completely. It was like the genius didn't need him anymore, so while he was around, he was going to correct that. That was why he needed to show Woojin his worth. So the inner beast looked at the stock market and noticed some of the big investors moving in. That was perfect. He could see signs of accumulation. Woojin's simulation was pointless. After all, there was no need for them to act like children. There was no practice in real life, only reality. The buy order had been executed and he moved in. He bought and he bought and he bought. Oh goodness, he was just gambling their money away. The demon was reckless in his stock market, but he also seemed to know what he was doing. Suddenly, stocks began to rise, pulling up from the ground like a miracle. The beast grinned wickedly, and he was determined to show Woojin that money was not something that was earned. It was something others made for him, spoken like a true capitalist. Yes, the monster could see clearly that the big investors were now moving in, and signs of accumulation were visible. It was time for them to execute the buy order. The youth activated multiple buy orders at once, betting big and large to prove his usefulness, sitting proud with the multiple scars on his body and back. The beast was going to teach Woojin that money was something that others earned for you. In other words, the boy stood like the manager of a business meeting. Unless a person wanted to print money by themselves, they had to always provide some kind of value to receive it. Whether they were an employee or a CEO, a company's chief executive office must always generate revenue in order to pay employees. Making revenue included going out on business meetings and boosting the ego of their partners. In order to generate that revenue, they must relentlessly pursue business opportunities. They had to make all sorts of connection, bowing down to those who would pay for their services or contribute greatly to their business. They would run around all day long, ensuring that their perfect customers stayed happy all year round, even when they were exhausted. A street light would pop on late in the night, shining over the exhausted execute. A company owner hired employees to make money. Those employees would encourage buyers to test out cars in order to sell it to them. The more money that these employees made, the more money would continuously flow in and out in a repeating cycle. Then, the employees could be commended for their good work and a small party could be hosted for those that did well. In order to avoid big risks, it was best to choose a stable life. However, the life of a chief executive was deadly, like dangling in a rope. As a person climbed up, there would be many willing to drag him down. If a person sought out wealth, they must also accept the risk of falling. However, even without running a business, a person still had workers making money for them. Everyone had them. That was money. People would go into the store and pay for goods and services. Money itself was an employee in a way. Money allowed people to enjoy hobbies, and it triggered endorphins and serotonin, bringing happiness while also reducing stress levels around the world. Money regulated motivation as well as activity and reward responses. Money improved both a person's physical and mental well-being. In this way, money was much like a personal massage therapist that would take care of a person's inner state, and people were always all too happy to receive that message. It was just that most people did not consciously realize it. After enjoying hobbies and self-care, the remaining money could then be put to work like an employee. A gold mine was discovered, so an employer could instruct money to go dig some gold. Thus, the money would march. Each time a person decided where to put their money, they were basically deciding where to send their employee. Some people were hesitant about sending their money to dig in a gold mine that was crypto investment. However, a more strategic person could also sell pickaxes in front of the gold mine, rather than wasting time digging for gold. People would go in, sending their money to dig for profit, not being sure if there would be gold or not. One of the diggers swung too much and the axe could not hold up. So, it was obviously time to go back and buy another. It just so happened that there was someone selling axes at the entrance. A true businessman knew how to take advantage of a demand and supply opportunity. All those diggers who searched for gold would eventually come to the person selling pickaxes, hoping that in their continuous digging they will find a reward. If the businessman sold each pickaxe for 10,000 won, then he'd make a lot of money even if he sold a few pickaxes per day. Selling pickaxes was clearly much more profitable than mining for gold. Then, it was a possibility to expand their operation. They could sell even more. However, it would be greedy. Sometimes it was best to just take the profit and leave. When investing in business, it was always important to make the right decisions with money. It was also important to know when to move on to the next opportunity. Money was an employee, and what mattered in the end would always be where and how these employees were sent. Right now, he had invested in Trinity Corporation, a company that once developed its own cosmetics. Their stock was stable until the CEO changed 2 years ago. Since then, their stock plummeted and stagnated. Signs of strategic accumulation were also visible. The market cap was 80 billion won, and that was a lot of money. If a major investor held enough capital, manipulation became possible. Trinity Corp monthly report and many other strikes came flooding in since yesterday and today. It seemed the Trinity CEO was found to be a university classmate of Rep. IM Sex. Foreign investors were now showing keen interests in Trinity Corp. If the youth did not buy at that point, he would be a fool. Now, all that was left was the grand reveal. just like this moment when the stocks had suddenly come together and were now all shooting up like a fired arrow soaring high. A domestic company was collaborating on the world's first drug development. International processors were involved in the project. People suspected that it could be a cure for baldness, and they wondered if that could really be trusted. However, no one cared because the price was going up and the national pride was surging. The people could not resist a good short-term trade. They hurried to buy and sell as much as possible, trying to make as much profit as they could from this sudden rise. Human beings are not usually rational, and they all clamored together, moving like marching insects. They followed trends and herd mentality rather than making independent decisions. The people looked at amazing hot places to go and immediately wanted to go to there. Or they saw something that looked huge and they wanted to try it out. They would check out stuff that was trending and immediately want to partake in it. It didn't matter if the trending thing was food, clothes, or just something that they casually liked. Everything was going so he could not be the only one missing out. The reservation was confirmed and thus someone's business would boost. Trend mentality really helped to pull people into doing the same thing and boosting a particular business or activity, as many people would hop on the same bandwagon together. There were so many people all gathering together and doing the same thing. When people moved like that, stocks were sure to suddenly plummet because all of that demand moved in the same downward direction. Then people would agree to panic, wondering if they were going the right way. They would scare and ask what to do now that they've found themselves in a difficult position. All of them, now turning to jump ship as soon as things started to look bad. They would panic, blaming each other and saying that they would all surely die at this rate. They kept falling and falling, and the prices were looking darn bleak to anyone who saw them. All of this despair fell upon the beast inside Woojin, bathing him like tears from a waterfall. It was like he was energized just listening to their panic and despair. The boy smiled. As everyone started to jump ship, he refused to sell. The boy laughed, wondering if the stockholders thought that they were fools. People fell and drowned in the waves of the stock market, but he sat still and steady on his rock, looking down on the people as they got swept away. People were hurrying to sell, looking for the first way out, struggling to escape. However, Woojin was determined to do no such thing. As people struggled to escape, he would step on those people, climbing on their misery and despair. As fast as the beast was concerned, these people would be his stepping stones to greatness. All of that would be so much more credible if he bothered wearing any clothes. At any rate, the boy marched forward, a very satisfied smile on his face as he marched his way to greatness. The stocks rose and plummeted like waves of the sea, rising and falling at the command of a force that they could not perceive. When the stocks rose and fell, blue and red lines moved up and down, dictating the fate of those who'd bet their money on success. Even in this unsteady tempest, the youth did not wager, and he marched forward instead. His gaze was fixed on the prize that he aimed to achieve, and he smiled wickedly with joy. This whole situation was rather boring to him. Yes, it was nothing but amusing. The monster smiled as he had finally located exactly what he was searching for. It was Estero's large red arrow, trembling as it prepared to rise. He'd always known that thing would be there, and he smirked, asking how the arrow was doing. The red arrow looked down on the youth, rising high, so high that it flew even past the clouds. This was the fruits of their labor, the benefit that so many others had thrown away. This arrow that could soar high behind anything they could see was all that he had been aiming for in this game that they played. Now the beast had called checkmate, and this was his victory. The next day, on a bright and beautiful morning in Korea, Woojin got up to head out to school as usual. His parents asked him to carry lunch since he was not eating before he left, but he assured them that he was fine. He was already quite full. It was yet another very bright and sunny day. The young Woojin admitted that it was much too late to back out now. They were better off not starting in the first place. The other students were still playing the stock game, and they asked each other how it was going for them. A few of the others had a profit of 19%, and they thought that it was pretty impressive. They even wanted him to teach them how he did it. The boy beamed and said that he would tell them to do exactly what he told them to do. They would watch the trade volume. They could also scalp the trade volume, which was a hyper-short-term trading strategy that requires investors to buy and sell securities rather quickly. They also had to check the indicators, and that was the tricky part. A few of the other students had gathered and were discussing other methods to succeed, each of them separated in different parts of class. If they knew how to observe and analyze, trading would get so much easier. The others mumbled and talked about reading The Wealth of Nations. Some of the other classmates had already finished reading that book. How interesting, the students were now getting introduced by name. It seemed they would be impotent later. Some girls were asking Woojin about his strategy techniques, and they were impressed by his skill. The boy recalled how everyone on the team had rushed to team up with him after class, some of them even promising to make snacks for him. Shin Woojin was known to be a genius, and one of the boys boosting got to his feet, wanting to go check out the conversation being had over there. He smiled and waved, looking almost cocky as he asked them how trading was going. The students looked up at the question. The mock trading competition. It seemed some of the classmates had decided not to do it. They must have lost big time and just stopped entirely. Woojin's latest friend even said that he didn't really have a knack for it, and many others agreed with him. They were not really sure how to trade stocks, and they didn't want to lose money doing it. The boy was surprised by this lack of interest and tried to encourage them to give it a shot. He thought that trading was no big deal. Woojin listened to the conversation, his eyes focused on the replies and the boy asking the questions. It was an interesting interaction. Then the boy turned to Woojin to ask if he was doing the competition, saying that he seemed like the type. Woojin priced that this boy had a crescent-shaped eye smile, and he also had a frozen expression. His smile was not reaching his eyes, and there was asymmetrical lips. It was a fake smile. A moment ago, this boy Oh Jung-hoon had sensed hesitation from his female classmate Imi Nane. It was an unconscious reaction, sort of like a natural reflex to avoid big hulking muscular men. In simple terms, men were more visually driven than women. They would be the kind to glance at a beautiful lady, amazed and impressed by how she looked. They could stare at an attractive woman all day. However, the moment she made eye contact, they would panic and look away. They were like nervous rabbits startled by a bigger prey. When a man locked eyes with someone he found attractive, it was natural for them to freeze. It was not just nervousness, it was actual fear. An evolutionary instinct that had developed over time and strengthened into an immediate reaction. This instinct had been there since the time of warriors, when defeated men cowered in fear against stronger opponents. A long time ago, powerful men would always have the most attractive women. Those women would always stay by their side, while the weaker men trembled before them. Messing with one of those women meant risking death, or getting kicked out of the group. That fear was generally built into the DNA of human beings now, and greatly explained why it was in Jung-hoon's instinct to cower at a time like this. That kind of instinct was automatically triggered. So, the boy had turned his attention to Woojin and now asked how it was going and if he was losing any money. Oh, Jung-hoon's fake smile as he asked that question, with a pretty stiff body language. The genius knew that the boy had just been boasting about his gains a few seconds before coming over to their table. The boy clearly loved to show off. That was why he'd come to the class genius. That poor child had definitely come to the wrong place. It was like a man who held a knife in their hand and was showing off how cool he was to the girls so that they would appreciate and love him. The boy was likely trying to impress Imi, and he was going to make Woojin his bruised and bloody target so that he could step on him and show off some more. Well, the kind genius finally decided to give the boy what he wanted, and he admitted that he messed up, much to the surprise of the class. Now Jung-hoon was excited and asked more details about it. He asked if the boy's profits were not as high as expected. However, when it came to Woojin, it was always the reverse problem. The boy mumbled that he was supposed to do mock trading, but he had accidentally used real cash and let the game get the better of him. The other boy was surprised to hear this, and then he started to laugh. Oh, this was going to end ugly. Jung-hoon laughed at Woojin for actually betting real money on a dangerous stock game. The boy loudly asked how the genius had possibly messed up like that. He even went as far as asking the boy how much he lost, because his stomach was already hurting from laughing so much. Well, the genius let the show-off have his laugh. He waited for the boy to calm down a nice tad, and then he spoke. To the genius, lying was not normal behavior, even though it totally was normal and people lied all the time. Perhaps Woojin had a virus in him that also made him want to show off, and he admitted that he had made a 30% profit. A 30% was absolute shocking to the laughing show-off, and his laughter dried up almost immediately. The other classmates were shocked, and they all leaned forward to see. They were amazed that the boy had even come with proof. The genius was just showing off at this point. The girls were super impressed, leaving the show-off in the dirt. The girls could not believe that the genius had actually made money by accident, and they gushed and cooed at him, calling him a trading genius. The boy's eyes widened and the genius blinked. It seemed that he had done something quite abnormal after all. Shin Woojin was a dude who wore simple clothing and nothing flashy. His eyes were huge and he wore an old phone with no watch and long fingers. His shoes were clearly under 50,000 won, but a maxed out daily trading limit was insane. The boy had made so much money accidentally on his first try. The show-off could not believe how he had been able to pull off those gains, and they wondered what stock he had bought. Then, the genius glanced to the side, smirking internal as he could see the other boy's downfall. The show-off was now looking for something in the genius, like a weakness that he could exploit. So the show-off was that kind of person who needed to be better than other people to feel relevant. How sad. Jung-hoon rushed forward, asking Woojin what stock that he had bought, even grabbing his phone so that he could see. The phone went flying into the air and the genius gasped. The show-off also gasped as the phone came plummeting down. In the short instance that her phone was airborne, flying over their heads, they could instantly calculate the device's height, weight, spec, and the drop speed as well as the angle that it would fall in. The stair material that it would land on was also taken into consideration, and they had to calculate all variables added together. There was no need to calculate anything more, because the phone was sure to break if it hit the floor. Woojin's eyes widened in horror as he realized he had to catch his precious phone that had been given to him by his family. The boy moved instantly, racing forward like his life depended on it as he ducked to reach the phone on time. Instantly, the boy caught the device before it could shatter on the stairs. The girls were amazed and clapped that he had been able to catch it. Jung-hoon was speechless. Not only had he failed in showing off or proving that he was better than the genius, he'd also messed up and accidentally dropped his phone. It was a huge ego shatter. That reflex was a nice catch and the other students were very impressed by it. Instead of apologizing and showing the slightest remorse, that horrid show-off instead told the genius to watch out next time, that abominable jerk. The genius sighed in relief and Jung-hoon paused in confusion. Woojin groaned again and the show-off gasped when he saw the markings on the genius' lower back. That's right, the boy was actually covered in scars from head to toe and he asked the boy about the scars on his back. Naturally, the genius victim was rather sensitive about the scars that he had gotten in captivity. It was a bit of a weakness that the show-off could now exploit. If he was that petty and pathetic, Jung-hoon could have let the matter drop but he pushed, asking again about the scars that he had seen. The girls listened curiously and that wicked jerk actually had a smile on his face as he asked about those scars. Indeed, that rubbish boy was planning on exploiting that weakness, and he asked the genius if he was in some kind of gang. The boy really capitalized on this weakness, going as far as saying that if the boy went to a bathhouse, then even the gangsters would avoid him. He had only seen a few scars on his lower back and he was going on and on about it. Jung-hoon was a terrible person and he kept on saying that if someone picked a fight, then they would run as soon as they saw the boy's scars. Funny that he said that because he was definitely picking a fight right then. The wicked boy even had the audacity to hike that they better treat Woojin nicely, or he'd jump them. Now the girls had not seen the scars and they wondered if the markings were really all that bad for the show-off to be saying so much about it. One of the girls had seen it, and she admitted that it looked like quite a serious injury. The genius instantly knew, of course, that the show-off was just trying to exploit his weakness. The show-off even continued to say that they should be prepared to face consequences if they slacked off on any assignment. At this point, it was bullying and the beast inside the usually reserved boy began to stir. The creature wondered if his moment had finally come. Actually, this was a very important moment for Woojin, and he'd watched enough dramas to determine that bullying was in fact a normal thing that happened in school. He had seen some of those over-the-top dramas of kids getting bullied. He knew about how people would insult or belittle others, and how even girls would tease and point, mocking a girl for having a big boyfriend, or mocking a guy for being slightly chubby. People got a superiority complex when they demeaned other people. This would trigger the brain's reward system, thus releasing dopamine. They would gang together, teasing and mocking a person, basically kicking them when they were already down, even making fun of them if they dared showed emotion that was valid for the way they were being treated. This amount of bullying gave them a temporary boost of confidence. Insulting others was not just an emotional act, and they would tease and ridicule and belittle, because it was a behavior tied to biological pleasure. Oh, Jung-hoon, for instance, with his high and mighty air, clearly loved to show off. He wanted to be better than people. He wore designer shoes and watches, just so that he could seem better than people all the time. Thus, a moment like this was clearly the kind of thing that helped him flourish. He teased the poor victim, laughing and asking if he had fought off 17 guys at once. Then the boy even joked, asking if the genius was the 1 or the 17, or if he was just number 17. This awful excuse for a human being was laughing at someone else's trauma. People like him clearly thrived on putting others down. He laughed and mocked and pointed, making fun of the poor boy. Today, this show-off had latched on to Jung-hoon, and he wanted to make fun of him as much as possible. Now the boy would not stop. The boy was like the kind to get a gang and kick people down. If this show-off had his way, he would be the kind to wait after school and mess with a person who he thought was weaker and less than him. The minority always bullied the minority. That was how things had always been since the beginning of time. Now, the person that the show-off wanted to kick down was the genius. The victim was always the minority. That was why the ones behind bullied were not considered normal. If that was the case, then Woojin was not interested in being Woojin's little victim. He wanted to live a perfectly normal life, and he needed to side with the majority. So, the boy stood up, ready to mentally face his bully. Before they stayed the project, the boy smiled and suggested that they should all grab some drinks. It was on him, since he'd made some profit. In a smooth sentence, he'd not only won the admiration of the class, but he'd also reminded everyone that he was the money-making genius in the room. The girls and the other boy were immediately interested, rushing into the light that the genius had provided, leaving the sick and twisted bully in the dark. Luring Emi now into his space was easy. This meant that he had claimed the attention of the girl that Jung-hoon had been going for. Then, the boy turned, a much better person than the sick bully, and he invited Jung-hoon to come with them. He also added that he just got lucky this time to cement his place as a normal member of society. Spewing more normalcy talk, the boy said that he actually wanted to learn a bit more about trading, providing an avenue for the bully to perhaps get closer to the girl that he admired in a more reasonable way. He also confirmed that the bully was rather good at stocks. The genius was sure that if he boosted the man's ego, then it was easy to get the bully to fall in line and into his honey trap. Jung-hoon really was a problematic guy, but the smallest bit of honey was able to lure him in. The bully walked into the blazing light that was the genius, and he found himself overwhelmed by its bright shine. Once that jerk was inside Woojin's zone, he would shine the light over him like how one would use a microscope to inspect an annoying bug. The bully would feel trapped and scared, and the genius could then use the opportunity to see what was inside of him. It was like the bully was not strapped to a medical table, and the nurse informed the Dr. Woojin that the patient was still conscious. Well, that didn't matter to Woojin, as he was the head of this operating room, and he'd seen all the dark and disgusting things hidden behind the bully's smile. Like it was an anatomy class, he would dissect that bully piece by piece until everyone could see what he truly was. He couldn't even feel sorry for him, considering that the rat had tried to crush him underfoot. The Dr. Woojin smirked that it did not matter if the patient was conscious, and he asked for the scalpel. Before they started the project, the genius was willing to take them out to grab drinks that night, just so that they could bond a little bit. He had made some money, so he would pay for the drinks. Using this method, he was able to lure the classmates towards him. Now that they were all on his side, leaving the bully in the dust. Then, to make this even better, he invited the bully to join them, and said that he just got lucky with his profits, adding that he wanted to learn more about stocks. Now this interested the bully, especially because the genius went ahead and complimented his skill with stocks. Now the bully had something to latch onto, and he said that he would go with them. So, the genius did take them out into the streets. There was laughter and people's shops were open. There were many lights and many people and many available shops for them to stop at. Many shops were inviting them in too. While the rest of them got settled, Woojin took a call from someone nearby who wanted to stop by later. This person wanted to meet the friends that he had made. The genius agreed to ask his friends for permission, and then he headed inside the shop. The genius checked out the vibes just to make sure everything was really cozy. As usual, the bully was showing off and saying that everything was pretty popular. Unfortunately, Mansu could not come to join them. Apparently, he had to go help his cousin. They hoped that he was at least getting paid for that extra help. Then genius showed up and asked if they had already ordered. They had each gotten one appetizer per person, and if there were any leftovers, they would pack them up, though they were sure that there would not be any leftovers. Then the bully spoke up, asking the genius about how he had been dozing off in class a lot lately. Jung-hoon asked if Woojin was sleeping because he had been losing stocks. The waiter came over with everything that they had ordered, and the genius was surprised because it was a lot. Then the bully wanted to talk all about how the boy had probably been up all night, checking stocks and news. The bully laughed, mocking the boy and saying that of course that happened to everyone. While the genius did not care about talking about stocks, he just wanted to eat. Naturally, the bullet didn't take kindly to being ignored, so the genius finally spoke to him. Woojin admitted that he had indeed bought stocks by accident with real money. Then the big jerk started insisting that the boy should sell his stocks quickly, because that kind of stock was risky. In fact, Jung-hoon said that the stocks looked manipulated to him. He was really just looking for how to cause the genius's downfall. The bully added that beginners usually did not make a lot of money on those, and even asked how the genius ended up picking that one. Woojin then confessed that he was looking at 19 different indices, and he checked commodities like gold, silver, copper and WTI oil. He had also watched foreign exchange rates by country. Then he came across this one in some news articles and rumors. This surprised the bully, and he was shocked that the boy had based his choice on that. Once again, the genius reiterated that it was just an accident and he just got lucky. Even if it was a mistake, 30% profit was pretty huge, and the girls were impressed. They thought it was incredible. They had never even ordered this much food before, and they were pleased. Now, of course, the bully was feeling intimidated and frustrated because he couldn't somehow make the genius frustrated at his feet. Still, that jerk was not the kind to give up so easily. So, he grabbed the bottle saying that it was a seriously impressive mistake, and so he was going to tell everybody to drink up. He was even going to pour out a drink for the genius and the others. The genius noticed the bully was putting his hand on his waist to make himself look bigger, like a cobra, puffing up his body. This guy was really bad news. Instinctively, he was trying to make himself look more dominant. In other words, the bully was feeling threatened. Well, the girls said that it was even more amazing because the boy had made so much money from a mistake. Clearly, the bully did not like that the girl that he was interested in was praising the genius. His body language was offensive and he was addicted to showing off, so naturally he was not going to back down. He wasn't even left-handed, and yet he was going to pour the drink with his left hand. Bro was going above and beyond just to stay bragging. The bully said that if he made a few more mistakes and maybe he could buy a watch just like that he was already wearing. Already hung, Jun had shifted the conversation towards himself, trying to make himself the center of attention. He asked everybody to toast and to raise their glasses, and they all raised their glasses to cheer. The first drink was going to be a shot. The girls were excited that they were going to finally drink for the first time since they'd always wanted to try it. They all cheered in joy. After the toast, the genius took a tip of the alcohol and his eyes widened. This was apparently his first time trying alcohol, and this was the worst company to have it with. The people around him were talking all about how it tasted so good. Meanwhile, Woojin absolutely hated the taste. Alcohol was shit. It was not even slightly sweet. It is bitter and it is awful. Poor Woojin could not understand it, because people were always saying that alcohol tasted amazing when you were an adult. He wondered if he was just a child in a grown body because this tasted like nonsense. Still, the boy tried to keep it down so as not to ruin everyone's fun, but it sucked anyway. His phone started to ring. It turned out Hiram was calling him. Oh no, the rich girl was the friend who was nearby, and the one who wanted to stop by and meet the rest of Woojin's friends. The genius first asked everyone if it was fine for his friend to join them. Everyone was rather curious but welcoming, saying that he could indeed invite the girl over. Even if they said no, she was the type to show up anyway, and he could already tell that the bully was interested from the way he perked up. This was going to be bad news. At any rate, his classmates were fine with it, so Woojin called Hiram over and told her that she could come. They were all excited because it was a girl. Then the boy cut the call and they waited. The party went on. It was still a wonderful cool evening and they were talking, sharing stories about how they started out in class and how some of them couldn't even find the lecture hall at the beginning. Then the door flung open suddenly and the main character looked up. Lee Hiram had arrived, wearing her fancy and posh designer as usual. She was quite surprised as she did not know that the boy would like to eat at a place like this. He welcomed her, of course, and she introduced herself as his friend. The others were speechless when they saw her. They started introducing themselves. Imi Na said hello and complimented the other girl's dressing. Choi Gail also said hello and Lee Jaewon shared his name. The new girl had admitted that she had no idea that her genius friend liked wine since the group was drinking soju. Well, the boy explained that the bully had said this place was popular, so they'd all come around. He asked her to take a seat and the bully immediately introduced himself. He was amazed with the lady's beauty, and then he asked if she was really just friends with Woojin, basically asking if they were dating. Hiram turned her attention to this audacious boy, giving him a once-over as she looked from his clothes to his accessories. Then she said that they were indeed just friends and that it was nice to meet them. Then she took a seat. The girl was the kind that extremely disliked people who tried to present themselves in ways that didn't match their actual situation. Naturally, the rich girl was a show-off herself, so she immediately started flaunting her own designer, her hair, clothes, and fancy watch just to intimidate the boy. Now, the poor bully immediately hid his own watch. Feeling intimidated by her, the price range of the watch that the girl was wearing was beyond what ordinary people could possibly afford, so now the bully averted his gaze and wasn't interested in talking to her. Once again, Jung-hoon wanted to push the topic to ask if they were really just friends, saying that they looked great together. The bully, now that he felt threatened, felt like threatening other people, of course. Still, the genius just smiled and said that they were really just not like that, even though the bully thought that it felt suspicious. Wanting to move the conversation along, the genius turned to the other guy at the table and noted that his physique was great. Then he asked if the other boy did swimming as a hobby. The other boy was surprised and asked the genius how he knew. The genius then went ahead to ask if the bigger boy was really good at free diving, and he was great at snorkeling too. All of that was correct and the bigger boy beamed, asking the genius if he was interested too. He was even going to happily take them to swimming class and teach them all about the key of snorkeling and scuba diving. It sounded fun to everyone at the table. Sometime, when there was a chance, he was going to teach them wakeboarding too. Then the genius asked Imi Nai if she was interested in swimming, and the girl laughed that she didn't really have any hobbies. She just liked watching movies. Normally, questions were meant to gather information. Imi Na had recently watched a crime thriller, and she encouraged the others to check it out too because it was that good. The genius laughed and said that he was going to add it to his list, but she saw that he was not really going to watch it, and he laughed. Usually, when a person tweaked the conversation a little, people would find it more fun. They would want to talk about their birthdays, and they would exchange stuff about movies that they've watched, and even who was the cop in the crime thriller. They would ask for movie spoilers as well. There were all sorts of questions asked when people got together. Meanwhile, while everyone was enjoying the situation, the bully was sipping alcohol in silence, feeling left out, perhaps because he only had fun when he was oppressing people. Someone like him who thrived on attention would not stay quiet for too long. Suddenly, he wanted to talk about stocks. Bro did not care about anything else but stocks. He asked the big swimmer what stocks he had bought. The swimmer was a bit surprised by the question, but he thought about it for a minute. He couldn't remember the name of the stock that he bought. Then the bully scoffed, saying that of course the swimmer was losing money, since he didn't even remember what he invested in. To Jung Hoon, it was clear that the swimmer did not take his stock seriously. The bully even added that anyone who started something should at least focus on it and take it seriously. Or maybe they would get lucky like the genius and make a profit by accident. Now the bully was being mean for no reason and talking about how people were hoping to slip up and somehow win big. Now, alcohol was the kind that usually inhibited the neocortex, which controlled rational thinking and judgment. The bully was muttering about how just because it worked out once doesn't mean that it just keep working out. He scoffed, saying that the genius was a fool for buying drinks over that. In the situation that the bully was in now, he was in the state that would make the limbic system and brain stem relatively stronger. In other words, emotion, impulse, and survival instinct were all acting at the same time. This would weaken rationality and heighten emotional instinct in behavior. It was like a person putting on a mask. Everyone who was still sober had their mask still on. However, Hung Jones' mask had fallen down. Everyone reacted differently when drinking. Now the bully was focused on the bracelet that the swimmer wore. The swimmer explained that it was called Hakuna Matata, and he had heard it said that wearing it would bring good luck. Alcohol did not change people. In truth, it just revealed who they really were. Now, the bully was teasing. He laughed at the swimmer for thinking that some cheap bracelet was going to bring him luck. Then, he said that luck and opportunity came to those who chased them. If wearing a bracelet was all it took for luck to come their way, then that was clearly nonsense. Everybody was still wearing their mask of sobriety. Only the bully had been unmasked as a jerk. He had probably always been like this. He thought making fun of people made him look cool. However, the bully had no idea what he just walked into. He was busy mocking people shamelessly, and the rich girl was listening. See, Hung Jun was not the only show-off in the room. She looked up, her eyes flashing dangerously, and she then said that she wanted to know more about chasing luck. Then, the crowd gasped as the rich girl flashed her shiny hands. She showed all of the stuff that she was weeding and asked if they could see the nail polish on her fingers. It was clearly balsam flower dye. There was a saying that if you dyed your nails with it, your first love would come true. She guessed wearing that made her an idiot then. See, the rich Hiram also believed that the world revolved around her. Then she asked his name, confirming that it was Oh Jung-hoon. The girl did not care about what other people thought about her. However, since they were on the topic, she was going to ask a very important question. She pointed out all of those shabby fake branded clothes, watches, and shoes that he was wearing. She wondered if they made him actually feel better about himself. She asked if he really believed that they could prop up his fragile ego since he still liked to bring down others. Now it was the bully's turn to lash out in front of everyone. The boy stood up like a puppet being controlled in anger. Everything was unfolding exactly as the genius planned, because in truth, he was the puppeteer and everything was moving step by step just as designed. Someone was mumbling about girls. It turned out it was Bomi, and she beamed as she realized that girls were starting to talk about her brother again. Ever since seeing her brother pick her up from school, all they wanted to ask about was when she would introduce them and if they could bring food to her house. They even joked that they wanted tutoring from him. When Bomi thought about that, it sounded like the kind of thing that Woojin would actually be interested in. Her brother tutored her a bunch of times after all, and she'd appreciated it. Her brother had not experienced many things due to the restrictions he'd faced for 12 years as a prisoner. He had not gone to the zoo or to the beach, and he was someone who wanted to try many things. She also hoped that no one was bullying him in school because he was such a genius. Though she didn't really need to worry about that since he was the one going around bullying other people. If that was the case, no matter who it was, Bomi refused to forgive any bully who messed with her brother. She would not let them get away with it, and she even practiced punching her pillow to get back at them. Her parents were so surprised and even asked if something was wrong. Meanwhile, her brother was out drinking with his friends and the conversation had gotten rather dangerous. The rich girl wanted to ask the cocky brat a question. She pointed out his counterfeit watches, clothes and shoes, asking if he wore them with the belief that it would prop up his vulgar pride. When someone she disliked got angry, Hiram was the kind to look down on them even more. She saw them as pathetic. The bully refused to be looked down on, but the rich girl scoffed and called him pathetic, like a toddler showing off cheap candy. The bully hated being judged, which was ironic because he'd been judging people just a few minutes ago. The bully demanded to know who this girl was and why she was busy looking down on people. The rich girl scoffed and called him childish, asking him if he found it fun to mock others. Hung Jun pointed out that he had come as a guest, and she could not call his things counterfeit when she'd just come as a guest. He wanted to keep talking nonsense, but she was tired of listening to him and slammed money on the table. Now that silenced him. To the girl, the boy had already killed the vibe from the moment that he opened his mouth. If she ruined the mood, then she would pay for it because she could afford to do that kind of thing. Basically, she was telling him to put his money where his mouth was since he was so good at trash talking. The girl stood, telling the genius that she would be leaving now, as she could not stay any longer. With that, she left all the others stunned and walked away. The bully groaned, asking why the girl had been such a jerk. The pot calling the kettle black. The genius then revealed that she was the daughter of the CEO of Shenhua Group. At this point, Woojin was just showing off himself. The others gathered were shocked that she came from such a huge company. There was shock and awe all round the table, and the genius shrugged it off like it was no big deal. Of course he did. The girls gasped in amazement that the boy knew someone like that. They thought it was pretty interesting, and that's why she seemed so elegant. Now the bully was feeling a lot of regret because he'd been rude to someone that important. Now they were all looking at him because she'd called his stuff counterfeit. Obviously a CEO's daughter would surely know what she'd been talking about. Plus, it wasn't like Jung Hoon was nice in the first place, so no one was crazy about taking his side. They had wondered why he had all that luxury but no car. And now they wondered if his stock story was a lie too. This was how the bully's identity and character was read much like an open book by everyone. The boy still didn't let go and mumbled that he was upset and that he would step out for a bit. However, he was suddenly seized by the swimmer. The swimmer told him to calm down and that they should just drink quietly. Plus, the boy was drunk and they didn't want him to do anything stupid. The bully began to struggle with the swimmer and the girls wondered why he was acting so weird. With this, the major was now on Woojin's side, and hopefully the bully would have enough shame not to try and come at him again. The bully was really yelling at someone to stop, acting like a lunatic. He was actually chasing after the rich girl, barking at her like a mad dog and saying that there was no way that she could be the CEO's daughter. The girl scoffed that it was none of his business who she was, and she didn't feel like dealing with him, at any rate. She thought that he smelled terrible and suspected that he also used counterfeit perfume. With that last jab, she stepped into her expensive car. Still, the bully didn't want to let it go, high on alcohol and anger. However, he couldn't approach the girl because he was stopped by the bodyguards who demanded who he was. The boy tried to protest and explain, but he did look pretty violent. The night melted into morning, and the fluffy clouds were in the sky again as it turned a brilliant blue. The project report was submitted, and the members of Woojin's team were impressed and amazed. They could not believe that he had researched all of this by himself. They even asked if he had written a thesis and when he had gotten the time to read all of this. The boy just explained that this was how he did things. He took the pages and scattered them all in a hurry, paper flying everywhere, and when each took to the air, he quickly scanned every word on every page, reading and digesting and learning. As soon as he'd scanned every page, the papers would fly down and he could compile everything perfectly. All of them stared at him rather hesitant, wondering what sort of crazy technique he had unlocked. Clearly the rest of them could not read like that. Well, the boy told them that they could use the huge bulky material for reference and that they could summarize and extract what they needed. The people sighed and encouraged him to take his time. Then, they would finish the day and disband so that they could attend to other things. Mansu admitted that he was already dizzy just look at all the material that they had to cover. They even made a small joke with Mina and the group laughed, easing up their spirits. Meanwhile, Woojin made his way out, going about doing stuff that he liked to do. As he walked, he came across someone walking in the hall. He noticed the person shyly come in. It looked like Jung-hoon, and he was here for the group project. The show-off admitted that was why he had come. The boy smiled and said that his group was inside as well, so the show-off could go on and get busy. The conversation that had happened the other night still sort of hung heavy over the atmosphere. Of course, Woojin did not feel the weight, but the disgraced bully sure did. He recalled the embarrassing way that he had yelled at that girl, and she had laughed that he was so childish. So, Jun struggled to clear the air, trying to ease up the awkward air from his actions, and he said that he left his laptop in the classroom. It seems the bully was much too embarrassed to face the people that had witnessed his humiliation the other night, especially when one of them was the girl that he liked. He wished them good luck and basically sped off in a bid to avoid confrontation. From now on, Jung-hoon would not be showing any addictive heating towards him, though he could join on the same for others. Ah well, as long as the genius was left alone in peace and he had restored his ordinary daily life. It was a mural response for him to resolve this issue. Someone the classmates were passing by and trying to devise what they would eat for dinner. They wanted to go somewhere close, and it was suggested that they try some black bean noodles. Black bean noodles sounded absolutely exquisite to the genius. It sounded way too delicious that he was drooling just thinking about it. Suddenly, that was exactly what he wanted to eat. He wanted to eat some of that at the police station. It was not just black bean noodles that he wanted either. He would order some sweet and sour pork as well. Of course, the boy had immediately reached out to his favorite detective and the man sighed, saying that he just needed to smoke one more cigarette before going in. His partner asked what was going on with him. The detective noticed that his partner wasn't eating enough and told him to eat something before he went around. The man had only had a cream bun and milk, and that was not healthy at all. It looked like the man's blind date hadn't gone well either. He had probably asked for a second date and got rejected. The partner then grinned as he realized his older partner was now acting like the genius, and he asked if he was trying to imitate Woojin. The detective first asked if he was wrong. The partner grinned and explained that he had not skipped breakfast and that he'd had a heart bowl of sundae guk. He grinned as the detective could now see the soup stains and the stress-induced facial muscle tension. Besides, the blind date for delayed because of that pink Kim Jong-won. The man then teased that his Hong was a heron who was trying to imitate a sparrow. He also wanted that it would split its legs trying to do that. The detective scoffed that it was the other way around. Anyway, his mood was ruined, so he was ready to go on. The partner was still teasing him for not getting anything right, but the detective was determined to ignore him. It did seem like there had been a lot of incidents in their jurisdiction lately, and the detective wondered if some kind of death god had moved in. It was absolute chaos out there. Those jerks. He was determined to find them all, tear them apart, and then lock them up. So the two detectives hopped into their black stylish car and drove off. The sky looked dark and rather cloudy that evening over the genius nice neighborhood. It seemed another concerning police case had occurred and the detectives were on the scene. They scanned around, checked out the area, while a few olive cars managed to fit through the narrow streets. The detective stepped out of his own car and flashed his ID to prove that he could be there. The man walked in proudly and looked around at the area. As the detective scanned the area, walking boldly and looking around, he greeted the chief, who was hard at work, and asked why the man was taking so many photos. The man told the detective not to even ask. Then the detective froze, horrified by the gory scene in front of him. He couldn't believe just how dark and murderous these villains were getting. The man asked if the identity had been figured out yet, and even his partner was spooked by such gore. It was a boy who was 21 years old, and his name was Park Jong-hyuk. The boy was the son who lived in this house, so he'd been killed in his own home. The detective wondered if it was some kind of grudge and asked about the parents. The photographer informed the detective that the parents were in the living room. So, the detective took off his shoes and headed inside the house, his skittish partner following behind him, apprehension on their faces. They headed inside to see two distraught adults in the room while the police inspected and photographed the area. Addressing grieving parents was always the most difficult part of the operation, though he wanted to comfort them. Quickly gathering information to catch the culprit was the priority, though it was always possible to do both. The detective stepped forward, saying that he did not know what to say, and he understood that the situation was difficult, but he needed to ask some questions. The father was hysterical, and he screamed to the detective, telling him to hurry up and catch the person who did this quickly. Sometimes catching the perpetrator was the greatest comfort a police office could give. The mother could barely speak and looked on the verge of collapse. It was like the kindest thing they could do for her was take her to a hospital. They asked about the ambulance, and that was already on its way. They moved the mother slowly, knowing to take it easy, and they even got one more person to help make the move smoother. They had to keep their balance and to watch out for the bricks on the floor. The necessary teams had been contacted, and it was best for them to work through the night, if necessary, just to get the forensic results. If there was anything else to come up, the detective wanted to be informed of it. There was nothing significant of note yet. The people inspecting the area admitted that they had never seen such a psycho before who would manhandle a living person to such extremes. Looking at the crime, this was definitely not a first-time offender. Dismembering the body and sending it to their victim's home was very sick work. First, they would start by checking the nearby CCTV footage. The detective looked around, worrying about this case when he suddenly got a phone call. He wondered what the boy wanted to eat this time because that was often why the boy called him first. However, this was the perfect time because the detective was ready to treat the boy to anything if would solve this case. Woojin called happily that stormy evening because he had been dreaming of black bean noodles. The detective also greeted him happily because he needed a case to be solved. It was always rare for the genius to be the first to call, and the genius asked if the detective had eaten. Meanwhile, his team trudged after him, feeling defeated after reciting those heavy books that the genius had given them. The detective admitted that he had not eaten, but it looked like dinner was off for today. This was because they had yet another case to solve. The genius accurately guessed that the detective was at yet another murder scene, and the boy asked if it would be okay if he came by. That was exactly what the detective had been hoping for. Woojin had barely finished his request before the detective loudly agreed that the boy would definitely be able to help a bit. It would be great if he would come. The detective was so loud that all of the street could hear his powerful voice. It was so strong that it came out like a booming sound that created a great wind. Even his classmates wondered who on earth he was talking to. The detective was definitely sure that the genius would be helpful in this case. After all, the boy was basically their pro-profiler. Some of the other profilers on scene seemed rather offended by that. They cleared their throats, so the detective quickly apologized to them. However, the detective then asked if the boy would be fine after all. The crime scene was rather gruesome, and it could be too much for him. The body they were facing this time was dismembered. The genius said that he would be fine. If that was the case, then the detective was happy for him to come and join them. If this case went well, then they would be able to go back to that prime meat place that the genius liked so much. However, the genius had something else in mind. He didn't want to go there. The law of diminishing marginal utility might apply, so they needed to eat a variety. Even if it was delicious, if they continued to eat it too often, then they would get tired of it. The detective was very confused about that, because it didn't sound like it was about eating. However, Woojin's craving today was very specific. He wanted to eat at the police station, jjajangmyeon, sweet and sour pork, fried dumplings too. The detective could not believe this request. It sounded so simple for the case that they were facing. Yet, it seemed that the genius was willing to come to the time scene just to get free jjajangmyeon and sweet and sour pork. One of the officers on ground was coming to check out the team leader, and the detective was just confirming with the boy if that little food would really enough. Since the boy was fine with it, the officer had to accept. The partner was excited to hear that the genius was coming and even asked if he should go pick him up. The detective agreed and said that he should definitely go and bring him over before the menu changed. Since this mission was going to come cheap, they should hurry up and bring him. So, the detective communicated that his partner is going to come and get Woojin. However, the genius just said that he would come over instead and they should just send him the address. It was a nice and warm day in the evening over the quiet neighborhood. The genius boy walked his way over to the restricted area, and he was able to identify the place thanks to the flashing lights. The detective met him at the stairs and waved the boy over. The detective was pretty impressed that he was able to find the place just fine, even though he was going to come and get him. However, the boy had to point out that it was not ordinary for the police to keep picking you up from school. Coming here itself was not ordinary as it is, but it was better if he just walked there. So it was time for them to go into the very gruesome crime scene. The partner even laughed. The boy looked a bit too much like a student, and the boy pointed out that he was a student. So, as a warm-up quiz, the partner asked if the boy could guess what he ate today. The boy accurately guessed it was blood sausage soup. It was just as they expected of the genius. He knew everything. The boy even pointed out that the man had tried to brush his teeth to hide the evidence. Then they managed to get upstairs and the detective met them and greeted the boy. They even called out to the detective that the boy was here. The detective was happy to see him, and he told his partner to take care of the father of the deceased. Then the boy asked where the body was. Well, the body was being moved by the National Forensic Service to be examined. So the boy asked who was the first to discover it, and if they'd taken photos. Of course, the detective had already received the photos that had been taken. The body was first discovered by the mother who was returning home after work. The perpetrator, of course, had not been identified. One of the members of the forensic team was surprised to see the young genius and act who he was. The detective said that this was the younger brother that he had told them about. The genius said hello. However, the profiler was a bit skeptical as he met this young boy, who supposedly had profiler's intuition. He wondered if it was really fine for a civilian to walk into a crime scene. The detective promised to be quick and so that they could just keep it a secret. Well, then the profiler scoffed that the boy had been brought to the scene just because he'd made a few lucky guesses a few times. The profiler told the detective not to get caught and get disciplined for doing nonsense. After he left, the detective told the young boy just to ignore it, and they would continue to try to solve the case. Anyway, the boy believed that this was natural treatment for a civilian, and since he wanted to be ordinary, this was fine. Then he asked to see the photos quickly. The detective paused again, asking if he was really fine with seeing it because it was really gruesome. It was a photo of a dismembered body, even he had never seen something like this. Woojin assured the detective that he was fine. The detective said that if he felt sick then or strange he should tell him immediately. The boy agreed, so the older man also said that if he should not try to endure it, if it was too much. He also said that the boy could just swipe through them if it was too much for him to see. The boy now felt like the detective was doing too much. Then he opened the pictures, and he finally saw the terrible gruesome scene. Even the genius was surprised at how horrible it was. However, he locked in pretty fast. Using the arms, the legs, as well as the cut surface, he began to identify the tool that had been used. The fastest way to identify what had been used was to exclude what had not been used. He moved away the big chopping knife. He also moved away a possible cutting device. He then considered the possibility of heavy machinery. It was possible, but the cut surface was not as clean as machine work, so that was likely not the case. It made more sense that the perpetrator likely used a saw. That would explain the gruesome bloody mess that has been left behind. Then the boy looked around for even more clues to identify what had been done. He picked up a bit of nylon and asked what it was. The detective explained that it had ohm from the body and they would have to analyze it as well. The boy looked at it and said that it looked like thread and lint. Even the detective admitted that it did look like that. People often used cotton gloves when handling meat. Then the boy looked closer. The box containing the body had been found inside. This box was clean on the outside. It turned out to be an ice box, so the body had been buried inside. Then the boy asked if the people living on the first floor or the victim's family usually locked their front door. This was going to be important information for the case. The detective explained that they did lock their doors and they must have been even more shocked that it happened. This meant that the perpetrator knew the patterns of the people living here well. There was a high chance that this was someone that they knew. The perpetrator had likely climbed over the wall from the other side. One part the wall had been cleared of dust to prove that it had been brushed by something. Looking at the wall again, it was not just a hand of friction either. The person had went over belly down, so the dust distribution was large. Therefore, the perpetrator's height was likely around 170 centimeters. It was also possible that they might have less athletic ability than the average person, so they might consider an older age range, and he drew marks over the perpetrator's possible face as he tried to pinpoint what they would look like. That could likely be the case. No, it seemed very right to the boy. Then they wanted to know who was inside as he studied the layout of the building in front of him. The victim's mother was just taken to the hospital and only the father remained, so the boy now wanted to see the inside of the house. The detective was surprised that the boy wanted to go in, but the boy insisted that he had to, so they would be going inside. As they made their way in, the detective reminded the boy that he could not touch anything once he was inside. The boy understood and asked him to open it quickly. He was also to refrain from any conspicuous actions. Now, the boy wondered why the detective was acting like this today. He knew all the rules. It seemed the man had been affected by the profiler's words and did not want to get in trouble. Once they were inside, they found the detective's partner trying to comfort the father and also get some information from him. The detective asked Genius if he wanted to make a quick look around, and the genius said yes. So they kept talking to the father, asking how his health was, and just generally checking if he also needed hospital aid. While they talked, the genius looked around the living room. He noted the TV and the table. He looked at the awards that were hanging in the corner as well. It seemed that there were no family photos. That was odd. This father, seemed unable to let go of his past glory and had a high self-esteem. There was a larger refrigerator and ceramic dining table. There was also a dishwasher. This was a 2-story house, and it was clearly not for the average person because it had a lot of space. Considering that there was a lot of incongruity in the living room, it seemed that his business had failed. Then the boy walked up to the father to assess him. He asked the man if he had any grudges or conflicts, and the man immediately thought that this young boy was likely also a detective. The man said that there was nothing like that, nothing at all, as he had already said before. Now the genius identified that the man was trying to convince him with a hypnotic argument by looking him straight into the eyes, as if saying that he needed the boy to believe him. On the contrary, the man kept his tried to keep his body still by pressing his back against the sofa. This was a freeze response. The genius asked the man to please think carefully, there must be something. The man insisted that he had lived his entire life without causing a speck of harm to others, so he couldn't think of a single thing. Then the genius decided to prod him, asking if there had been anything that happened with the butcher shop. Then the father's eyes widened. The detective and his partner also looked rather confused. The man raised his head, asking what the boy had just said about a butcher shop. Now the man was leaning close to hear, to see. He now wanted to hear more and talk more. This was important. The genius once again mentioned the butcher shop, and the man before him began to tremble. The man cursed, throwing his phone to the ground as he screamed and cursed at someone. Now that was the kind of reaction they hadn't seen since got there. The detective was surprised. The man now had someone that he suspected, someone called Songbeam. The man cursed once again now, shaking with rage, wondering if that had been the guy to do something to their son. The plot thickened. The genius mentioning the man at the butcher shop rang a bell in the ears of the father of the victim. Now the plot thickened, and the genius asked who this person was, this Lee Seong-beam. The father of the victim was in distress as the genius asked if this person worked at a butcher shop. It was like playing with a box puzzle. The genius had to keep every possibility in mind while he put the pieces of the puzzle together. Now the father was hiding his face in despair. Likely the man was overwhelmed with emotions and facing reality that was much too painful for him. It was also possible that he was trying to hide what he truly felt. This was a natural defense mechanism. The father of the victim admitted that, last time, there was a guy who spread a rumor that his son had sexually assaulted his daughter. That man was a butcher. The father was enraged because the butcher who cut meat had been the one behind that nasty rumor. He was sure that his incident was likely related to him. Everything now fit together, and the man screamed. He thought they had reached an agreement concerning that issue, and that they had settled this amicably. The father screamed that they should hurry up and find that guy and arrest him immediately, jumping to his feet and even swearing to end his life. The detective hurried to calm down the father, telling him to relax. The man asked if they really expected him to calm down in this situation. The father continued to yell that they should hurry up and arrest the butcher. As the man screamed and shouted, the young genius walked out of the room, while the partner tried to calm the man down, telling him that they would take responsibility and bring him in. They managed to get the man to take a seat and told him to take a deep breath first. However, the man refused to relax and kept yelling and cursing at the butcher. Still, the genius was quiet. The detective asked the genius how he had known that the guy would run a butcher shop. He even wondered if the boy had some kind of sixth sense or something. However, Woojin said that it was too obvious. Now the detective was concerned, wondering how it was obvious, and he wanted to know because only the boy was able to understand. The boy explained that the killer was bold enough to leave a dismembered body at the victim's front door. His audacity was quite surprising. Only someone with malicious intent was able to do something like that. Being audacious meant being meticulous as well, and the killer had waited until no one was at home. The man was that confident that he would be able to get away with it. However, the man had left behind some evidence that had been discovered in the pictures and in the scene of the crime. Thread and lint that could have come from his gloves. The killer was meticulous, yet he had left evidence. Now that sounded really strange. The detective considered that perhaps the killer had overlooked the thread and lint when he was committing his crime. After all, it was normal for people to make mistakes. Criminals could appear systematic at times, but they could also show disorganized traits doing the crime. Yes, that made sense, as the man had mentioned the criminal showed the systematic side. However, they had also displayed some disorganized behavior. Overall, the criminal was a very systematic individual. He had waited until no one was at home, and he had showed up to leave the body in a very audacious place where the couple would find it. The killer knew the daily routine of the first and second floors of the house. It was highly likely that it was someone that they knew, because he knew when they would be there and when they would be out. Bases on these clues, the genius could guess that the killer was older, and they often lacked quick reflexes. On the other hand, regarding disorganized traits, if one looked closely at the cross-section of the dismembered body, it resembled the type made with a bone saw used in the butcher shop. However, the cutting surface was rougher than what one would see with those machines. The killer had likely used the saw in a way that mimicked the butcher's knife. There was now a high chance that the killer was trying to stage the scene and had not actually used the machine. Now that the genius thought about it, It was not likely that someone that meticulous would leave thread and lint behind. It didn't make sense, especially for someone who handled meat regularly like a butcher. Their job was all about spotting and removing anything foreign from meat. A person like that wouldn't make a mistake like that. In fact, it sounded more like the killer had intentionally used the butcher-style saw to cut the body, so as to deliberately frame the butcher and leave thread and lint behind. A body would decompose through several stages: fresh bloated, active decay, advanced decay, and eventually it would hit the skeletal form. The killer even used ice packs to slow the decomposition of the body, and that was likely to confuse the timeline of the death. So even though everything looked calculated, some of it was staged. This perpetrator only showed them what they wanted them to see, like the machine and the conveniently placed lint. Now that detective thought of it like that, he was concerned. It was a normal thought, so the gentle genius told the detective not to beat himself up about it. People would only see what they wanted to see and believe what they wanted to believe. That was what made them normal after all. The genius thought that must be nice. The detective wondered if he was being insulted because being able to look once and guess everything correctly sounded way better to him. The detective would rather be a genius. Unfortunately, being called a genius made the poor boy feel bad, so the detective had to hurry and retract the statement. He told the boy that he was in fact very ordinary, just like him. That made the boy feel so much better, though the detective thought this kid was really weird. Back to the case, what the genius was saying was that the real killer was someone who wanted them to think that it was the butcher. Yes, that seemed very likely. If they checked the CCTV or the black box footage, it would probably lead them straight to the butcher shop as well. This person had really wanted them to follow the trail right to the butcher like an arrow. That was exactly how the killer had planned it. This felt rather similar to the case from before with that guy had worn that wig with large shoes. Actually, this was a little different, but it did have the same suspicious vibe. So the boy decided to look a little closer at the cooler that the body was found in. Looking at the beautiful blue box with the flower patterns, they studied it for clues. It did not seem like there was anything special about it at first, because there was not a single scratch, and it looked rather brand new. The genius said the detective was right, and it was probably bought just for the crime. Then the detective asked what was wrong with that, and if there was a hidden meaning behind that. Woojin then asked how the cooler was moved after the crime had been committed. He assumed the forensic team had taken care of that, and he was right. The team had carried it between the two of them, watching the stairs and keeping their balance to make sure that the body would not be disturbed as they moved the cooler. So, Woojin then tried to imagine how the killer had gotten such a big cooler into the house. If it took two people to move a cooler that heavy with a body inside, then the question was how had one man managed it while sneaking into someone else's property? Now that the detective thought about it, the boy had a point. Likely the criminal had climbed over the wall and opened the front gate. Even so, that huge box would still have been really heavy. So how had he climbed up all of the stairs with that giant cooler by himself? Surely, it would have left at least one scratch in the walls. Even the detective agreed that this was odd. Thus, the next question was how had the killer been able to move the cooler so cleanly from the bottom of the house to the upstairs floor? Since they had guessed that the killer was likely trying to frame the butcher, then they had to guess on what kind of motive would drive someone to murder a child and set it up like this. One of the officers came over and reported to the detective that there were usually no cars parked around here. But another detective just called and said that a suspicious car showed up on the CCTV near the convenience store. A man dressed like a delivery worker had briefly got out and then disappeared. The person had worn a cap and a mask too. The genius said that it was just for show and likely the butcher's alibi was flawless as well. Now this new person was surprised to see the genius on scene, and he wondered who this was and if it was a newcomer. The detective focused the guy on tracing the car through all the CCTV immediately. They had to get to the bottom of this case. Then the detective turned to the genius boy. If it was not the butcher, then they had to find the real killer immediately. The detective wondered if he was asking the boy too much. However, the genius said that he could figure it out. Now the detective was interested and he asked who it was. It was definitely someone who did not like the butcher or someone who hated the victim. Now Woojin walked forward, leading the detective inside. The identity of the killer would likely be revealed by the grieving father of the victim. So, the boy opened the door. The detective surprised there might be someone else in the picture. They made it inside the living room while the police cars stayed downstairs to keep the peace. Inside the room, the victim's father had gotten into his feet. The partner was trying to calm him down while the genius in the detective finally made their way inside. They could not imagine what the father of the victim was going through right now and they told man to calm down. The man told them to let go of him and he was still very clearly agitated. Meanwhile, the genius identified that the father's foot was swollen. The man insisted that he needed water, and the genius also figured out that man's eyes were slightly yellow and his lips were dry. Plus, the man kept swallowing like he was thirsty. The detective's partner hurried to get the medicine or water, wondering why the father was making such a big deal out of just water. The father was reaching out to grab something, but then someone grabbed his hand and made him pause. It was the genius. The genius had grabbed the father's hand, and he noticed that the man's hands felt cold. He asked the man if he needed to pee more often lately. Man's walk was also rather steady, and his fingertips looked slightly swollen as well. It may look like simple dehydration, but it was not. These were symptoms of diabetic complications and kidney issues. Everyone was surprised the boy even knew that. Drinking water right now might actually cause the man's kidneys to get worse. The man yelled and asked who even cared about that right now, brushing the genius's hand aside. He told him to hurry up and catch the person who had killed his son. However, the genius kept going, saying that it looked like the man's business had been successful, but things had been going south recently. The man wondered if he was being mocked and yelled that plenty people failed at businesses. It was not uncommon to have problems. Plus, he even said that it was not important right now. The detective was extra worried now, and he reminded Woojin that the victim's father was going through a tough time right now, and he should speak rather gently to him or he'd get the man fired. However, the genius pointed out that the victim had a contusion on his head. It could be referred to as a laceration, and the boy had died from being hit with something blunt but sharp. Then after the boy had died, his body had been cut into pieces. It varies from person to person, but generally, if there was not a relationship-filled resentment, normally it was quite rare for someone to cause such a situation. That was why the genius had asked about the business. Woojin then asked if a man like the butcher could really have such a grudge. Even when his daughter was assaulted, the man had chosen to settle. He was the kind of father who chose peace. The genius wondered if a man like that could really murder a young boy and then leave such a gruesome scene for a person to find. It did not seem likely that a man like the butcher had that kind of hatred. Both the detective and his partner admitted mentally to themselves that they would not be able to let someone hurting their daughter slide. Most fathers would never agree to a settlement, especially when their child was involved. They would want the person behind it to be locked up immediately. That was why they had to consider every possibility. In other words, the killer likely held a very personal grudge against the man. The father was shocked, saying that he had never done anything to anyone in his life. He looked like a liar. Still, the genius told the man to think very carefully and try to remember. He had to think very hard because they did not have much time. The victim's body was found to have a contusion on his head. This could also be referred to as a laceration, and this was likely what killed the boy in the first place, getting hit with something blunt but sharp. Then, the boy had been dismembered and cut into pieces. It varied from person to person, but generally if there was not a relationship filled with resentment, then normally it was quite rare for someone to cause such a situation. This was why Woojin had asked the grieving fathers about the business. It did not seem likely that a man like the butcher would have really held such a grudge. Even when his daughter had been assaulted, that man had chosen to settle. This meant that he was the kind of man to always choose peace. A man like that would not be the murderer of Park Jong-hyuk. Nor would he leave behind such a gruesome scene for the boy's parents to find. It was not possible for the butcher to hold that kind of hatred. This was why they had to consider every possibility. In other words, the killer likely held a very personal grudge against him. The victim's father could not imagine this, swearing that he had never done anything to anyone in his life. Still, the genius pressed the man to please think carefully, as this could be the key to them finally solving this case. They did not have much time. The father groaned, thinking deep and hard about anyone who might hold a grudge against him. Apart from Lee Songbim, he wondered who else would do something like this to him. The time on the clock continued to tick. Currently it was 6 in the evening, and time was running out. The genius was busy being worried about how he really wanted to eat his dinner in the police station just as he dreamed. Still, the father of the victim hurried to think. Suddenly, the victim's father seemed to notice something odd. He rubbed his chin, pulling the dots together as Woojin encouraged him to just keep thinking about who else could have done it. The man then admitted that he recalled an event that had taken place about 4 years ago. Woojin walked around as the man spoke, noticing a cute little setup on a table. Beside that table was a small business note-taking papers with H with U solutions written on them. The world had become so convenient that the genius could not help but admire them. Now it was an era where they could easily find out what others were doing. The boy took up his phone and researched about the company H with U Solutions, reading all about its downfall. It turned out that Jong-hyuk's sexual assault scandal might have contributed to that. However, the victim's father said that there was a similar event 4 years ago. Back then as well, the children had agreed to have a relationship. It seemed that the victim had some kind of history with sexual violence. The language that was used to refer to Park Jong-hyuk had changed. Now the victim's father no longer called him his son, and now called him Jong-hyuk, like he was removing himself from the being that had committed all those despicable crimes. Like the criminal was different from the child that he had fondly raised. Calling his son by his name instead of recognizing him as his child created a more psychological distance. It was like a gate or a barrier had erected between the two, an unconscious response to separate himself from his son. The other party from the previous incident had also claimed that they were sexually assaulted, and that was hence the man's beauty business began to collapse. The empire that the man had worked so hard to build came crumbling down all because of one horny reckless teenager that he was related to by blood. The boy had caused an incident 4 years ago, and the genius asked who had been involved in that incident. It turned out that it was his company employee's daughter. The genius then asked if that matter had been settled as well, and the father admitted that he had even promised his employee a promotion. Young kids could make mistakes after all, so he'd been willing to pay settlement money to sweep the matter under the wrong. He was going to pretend that his son had not harmed a poor innocent teen. What despicable behavior. The father had thought that such compensation was sufficient back then, but somehow the news had found out. Those trash reporters quickly spread articles all over the place, talking about how the boy had assaulted the daughter of his father's employee. The girl could not take the backlash and the public shame, so she had taken her own life. The father blamed the trash reporters for killing her, completely ignoring that his son and his uncontrollable lust had started the incident in the first place. The genius could already guess who was truly responsible for that girl's death. Now that the father thought about it, taking revenge on him for the daughter who died because of those trash reporters sounded like something his employee would do. Woojin listened closely to the man talk, taking in the choice of final words and thinking that it was not harsh. It would have made more sense for him to say such a deed instead of this. If anything, the father was acting almost too calm considering everything on ground. Oh yes, he seemed agitated, but that also was suspicious. Woojin asked the man if he could remember that employee's name or even his daughter's name. The man groaned that the incident had happened 4 years ago, and he could not really remember it well. The genius accepted that response. However, his gaze was once again caught by the many medals and trophies that sat proudly in the man's living room. People with high self-esteem were the kind to invest in themselves in some way. Even though the business collapsed and finances were not abundant, the man still invested in himself this much. The genius then asked the victim's father if he enjoyed walking. It was a surprising out of the blue question, and he admitted that he walked around the neighborhood a few times for his health. However, he didn't understand what walking had to do with the incident that they were doing now. He wanted the detectives to hurry up and go catch the culprit. However, the genius youth said that his questions were relevant. They were very relevant in fact. The boy continued his questions. It seemed that the man had moved here about a year ago, and the boy asked if he had seen any suspicious people while walking. The man did not really think so. Then the genius asked if he had noticed anyone who moved to the area during that year. The man also admitted that he did not think that there was any. In that case, Woojin then wanted to explore the situation in a completely new direction. See, the boy had a new working theory, and his theory was that the former employee, whose name that he could not even remember, had harbored a grudge against the man and Jong-hyuk, and then used the butcher shop owner. In this theory, the angry employee would have used the butcher like a puppet. All circumstances were focused on making the butcher shop owner look like the culprit. The man protested that the employee was possibly holding a grudge since his daughter took her life. He was also shaken that the employee would plan something like that until now, even cursing him. Once again, the genius stayed silent as he studied the father's behavior and reaction. It was all very interesting. Then, he pointed out how that former employee was excluded from the list of suspects. This shocked the father of the victim. He could not believe it and asked what that meant. The problem was that the perpetrator needed to know this neighborhood's geography with their eyes closed. This would require moving to this neighborhood or dozens of reconnaissance visits. However, according to the father's testimony, no one had moved in after him, and he had never encountered anyone suspicious, despite having the hobby of walking around the neighborhood. Even if the perpetrator concealed their face and identity as much as possible, people instinctively sensed potential threats. This was because the limbic system, a primitive brain, activated and awakened the unconscious. If it were that former employee, they would certainly recognize him. However, the father bowed his head in shame and admitted that he did not think that he had seen anyone, he might have missed them. The detective received a call from the other researchers and they reported that they had found a vehicle, and it was a stolen car. This vehicle was indeed found near the butcher's shop that had been mentioned. Then, The detective asked his team to quickly establish the butcher owner's alibi so they could guess if he was the culprit. That ended the call and the detective scowled at his phone with a frown. The detective sighed at how the genius was never wrong, genuinely wondering if he was somehow AI. Kikiel would be even more shocked than the detective, because the genius had also easily placed that the butcher shop would be framed. The father of the victim was agitated, trying to know if they had caught Lee Seong-beom. At any rate, the man had been found at least and they would continue the investigation. That was when Woojin noticed something very interesting in the house. There were signs that they had rushed to check for stolen items, but fundamentally, the forensic team was sensitive. In his mind's eye, the genius could detect the movement of the father in the house. That man could have possibly knocked into his prized shelf of trophies in a rush to get somewhere. Then one of the trophies would have fallen and the man would have reached his hand out to catch it. Likely, someone had tried to put things back normally. However, it was not normal. The genius could just imagine everything playing out right in front of him. This was why being ordinary was so difficult. Then the genius turned to the grieving father, asking again if he really wanted the culprit to be caught quickly. If that was the case, then the father needed to answer some questions quickly. The man was happy to help and he told the young genius to go ahead. The boy asked the man if he cleaned and organized the dining table every day, and the father admitted that his wife often did that after meals. Then the father panicked, asking what the genius was trying to say. The father refused to be joked with when his son was dead, and he wondered why such an insignificant question would matter. The young genius soldiered on, noting that the man had diabetes and his son had caused a lot of trouble, leading to complications. The man's business was troubled and eventually closed. All of this of course had contributed to the downfall of the once proud man. The father used to be healthy and he enjoyed golf. The man had also lost a lot of weight since then and his physical abilities had declined significantly. Now that the boy was talking, the detective recalled the conversation that they'd had before. The perpetrator was about 170 centimeters tall, with reduced physical abilities and he was possibly older. The detective paused, thinking to himself that something very scary was matching up. Woojin asked the flustered fathers if he had ever dreamed of being an actor and the man yelled, asking what nonsense the kid was asking him. The man shook, saying that he did not believe that this boy was really a police officer. He pointed accusingly at the youth and Woojin just told the man that he was correct. The man fumed in rage as astonishment, not understanding what the boy meant. So of course, the father turned in the detective, asking if this rude jerk was really a police officer. The detective's partner tried to calm him down, so the genius turned to the detective. The boy asked if he could borrow some luminal reagent. It was a rather odd request, and the detective wondered why the boy wanted it all of a sudden. Still, the genius insisted that they had no time, so the detective moved to go and get some. Someone had come to get the chief who was annoyed at being disturbed. It was the detective and he borrowed some of that fancy material. The chief had been curious enough to come along just to see what the detective was using his stuff to do. Everyone was rather confused at what he was doing when he turned off the light. The father of the victim asked what the genius was doing. Without saying a word, the victim sprayed this special chemical. The chemical fell all over the table that he had asked about earlier and the father stared in horror. His eyes widened in shock and the detective also gaped in horror. The forensics team was shocked to see so many prints on the dining room table. The detective moved to order the chief, but the expert profiler was already rushing to bring the others. The father of the victim was speechless before the detective and the other officers. Woojin explained that the faces that they had just found scattered all over his dining table seemed to be the blood of his precious son. The father's eyes widened, a terrifying realization starting to cut through him in shock. This house seemed to be overflowing with evidence, and Woojin looked at the man with dark disappointment and disgust. He did not need to tell the wicked father anymore. He was sure the man now understood what was happening. The man had killed his son by himself. Obviously the father immediately tried to deny it. After all, who would accept the accusation that they had killed their own child? The man admitted that the blood was his son's, but there had been a small argument before his son was killed. That was hardly believable considering how much blood was spread over the table. The father yelled that emotions had run high and he'd pushed his son. The boy's head had hit the edge of the table and then his blood had splattered all over the place. The father insisted that his son had not been seriously injured from the fight. If the boy got badly hurt when he fell, then it made sense that blood was splattered all over the table. The man told them to spray the floor as well, saying that no evidence would show up. It was a 99% truth, but the genius had also detected one lie. The youth said that of course there would be no evidence on the floor. The boy looked around, his gaze falling in the shelf that stood in the corner, holding proud its trio of trophies. As the father had said, the bleeding might not have been severe. What happened afterward was the problem. The father of the victim looked tense as Woojin approached the trophy stand. The father asked what the boy was talking about, and the boy picked up one of the trophies on the stand. The detective was surprised, staring at what the boy had just revealed. It was a shock to everyone present, but the genius pointed out some small scratches that were still visible. However, the upper left part was smooth and polished. This meant that the victim's father had worked diligently to remove all the evidence from his trophies. The man yelled, hysterical and angry, as he asked what the boy was trying to say. The man said that he always kept his trophies clean, so it was no surprise that it was clean. The man asked if they even knew how hard he had worked to get those trophies. Of course he was take care of them well. He loved those awards. However, the boy just lifted up the trophies and sprayed them as well, much to the man's horror. The man yelled, trying to stop them, but the spray revealed even more traces of blood in the room. The blood had stained that perfectly black trophy. Once again the genius had revealed a clue that would usually be naked to the human eye. Even more blood stains had been revealed, making the victim's father go pale as nervous sweat slid down his face. Now the man was speechless and could only ask why things had turned out this way. The genius stood before the house, the truth of the puzzle revealed and laid bare for all eyes to see. There was a click on the front door of the house as he could clearly envision what had happened. Likely, the boy had come inside in surprise to find tarp laid all over the floors of his house. The troublesome youth had been confused, wondering just what he had walked into. That would be when his father arrived home. The boy stood in the center of his house, calling out to his dad. The disgruntled and disgraced businessman had then greeted his son, noting that he was finally home. The knave son had then asked his father why he had put down plastic everywhere. It looked weird and uncomfortable. The man had nearly skipped himself as he walked on the plastic, but he had already laid down a plan to set things in motion. To catch himself, the man used his elbow to stop the fall, likely accidentally knocking down one of the trophies. The victim's father would have rushed to catch the falling shelf, prioritizing the safety of his precious equipment more than anything. The horrible son then came over, asking his father if he was okay. The boy was a horrible human being, but he still cared for his father. The father had assured him that he was fine. Then the boy asked again what was with all the plastic, wondering his mother was making kimchi by any chance. Even so, the man had covered the entire living room. It was kinda weird, especially since the mother was on duty that day. The boy had no idea what nefarious plans his own biological father had for him. The father picked up his fallen trophy, the one that had the stains of blood, and told the boy that it was time for him to be a filial son. The boy was confused, asking if his father wanted to send him on an errand. He was kind of slow, but that was expected. After all, no one would expect their father to plot to end their lives. The boy was just saying that he had an appointment with his friends in the evening when his father approached him with speed and force. The trophy slammed against the boy's head, splattering blood with the force with which it connected to the boy's skull. The horrible son was surprised and he stumbled, falling to the floor while his father paused to catch his breath. That one hit, of course, had not been enough to do him in, and the son stared at his father with confusion and hurt on his face. It seemed the slow child was starting to understand his father's intentions. The father cursed, saying that all this time, he had worked so hard to clean up after the ungrateful child. The boy was shocked and tried to run as his father swung the weapon once again. The boy had called himself a son and he cursed, slamming the trophy down on the boy's head once again. The wicked son had ruined his dad's reputation with his reckless and disgusting behavior. The son yelled back, asking his father if he was crazy and asking what was wrong with him. The father growled that from now on, his son had to be a good son. He raised the trophy high and said that he wanted to get something good out of the boy as well. Now the son started begging for his life, asking for his father not to cave into his anger and not to hurt him. However, his father was quite fine with his child. He told the boy that there was no need to be sorry, and he brought down the trophy, missing narrowly as the boy dodged the next hit. The evil father was older while the boy was young and spry, so it was not easy taking down his strong and young son. The man fell over in the tarn with a groan and the son paused for a moment. Despite how things looked, the man was not done. The angry man growled that from now on, he refused to live with the guilt of his son's actions. The boy tried to run and the man screamed in his rage. He had done everything for his son. He had provided everything too. The boy was feeling dizzy from the head wound, but he still tried to make his way to the door. Still the man wanted and raved, asking what kind of son he had been cursed with. The boy could not take one more step, his eyes rolling to the back as the head injury finally took a strong hold of his body. The man fell, feeling dizzy as he dropped to his knees. The victim slammed his head against the table as he fell, blood droplets from his head hitting the piece of furniture as he went down. The father was surprised that the whole thing had gone so well, staring at the victim in shock as his body went limp, sliding down the side of the table. The father of the victim stared in silence for a moment. Now the deed had been done, he knew what he had to do. Most criminals would usually hide or discard their weapons after the crime. However, the father of the victim had done the opposite. This was not surprising, as the man probably thought that the trophy was more valuable than his son, so he had left it in plain sight. It was a case where self-love had won over fatherly love. Also a person with a strong desire to show off, and in this case that meant deficiency. A person who was thirsty for material wealth, and who had lost everything because of his useless son. Now the father of the victim was truly enraged, shouting that everyone should listen to him. He yelled that what kind of father would dismember and take the life of his own son. The genius responded that a father who struggled to resolve his son's sexual assault case would do such a thing. If that father considered that fatherly love, then it sounded rather plausible. However, that was not him. From the start, it wasn't an agreement for the son's future. It was a solution to reduce the man's own business risks. Right from the beginning, the man had only thought about himself. Yes, it was not hard to believe that parents could do this to their own child, because there were parents who starved their children to death. There were also parents who abused their own children and felt catharsis from doing it. So, it had not been hard for the man to cover his son's body with tarp and roll it out of the house without a care. Then the genius asked if the man needed more examples. The man had transferred his son to a different part of the house, a place that would not be investigated, and that was when he had done the chopping and dismembering. Still, the father of the victim was insistent in his denial, and he screamed that it wasn't him. He said that he wasn't the killer and that he had not done this. The man yelled that he had reported to the detective to catch the criminal, but they were busy accusing him and he would not stand for it. Then, Woojin pointed out that he was not accusing the man. However, he was curious about something. He asked the man when he had started to plan this evil deed. The man had done a lot of reconnaissance before moving in, after all. Now the man was shocked that the genius even knew that. Yes, the genius knew that the father of the victim had chosen this house where there were no CCTV nearby, and the parking was difficult to avoid being caught by dash cams. The man had even put a lot of insurance on his son. The father kept saying that it was not him. He was shaking, trembling, and saying that he had not done this. He was telling them that it was not him. The detective told man to calm down and that he should just come with them. The father yelled, asking why he should come with them. He said that he was the victim's family and he should not be going to the police station. He yelled that it was the butcher's doing, and that the butcher had come here and he had done this to his son. Then the detective called to his partner and told him to get into action. They informed the man in advance just in case, even as he protested, that he had the right to remain silent. The father yelled, telling the detective to listen to him, saying that he still remembered his employee's name. He still wanted to accuse that guy. Some people just refused to let things go. Then the detective reminded the man that anything that he said would be used against him in the court of law, and that he had the right to an attorney. That rounded up what would have been a very difficult case. The police cars were already downstairs, so it was easy to escort the man and take him away. That left the house where the terrible incident had taken place. Its windows were stained red like it was haunted by the ghost of the boy, and the trophy, still there on the shelf, shining brightly. The detective muttered that the world was going to pieces. If this was the son's blood, that means the father had struck him with the trophy. Then the detective wondered why there was no blood reaction on the floor. The genius explained that the man had probably laid down plastic before doing the deed. After all, blood would seep into the wooden floor. The same went for the bathroom where he had done the act of dismembering. In truth, the forensic team could find some splatter traces there as well, and there was reaction in the bathtub too. Then they wondered why the man had even climbed over the wall in the first place. The genius explained that it was an act. The act had several meanings and it was done to confuse the investigation. It had been done so that somebody would see it and then be distracted and strongly implant the idea that it was done by someone who was not living there. Experts could scientifically analyze CCTV or dash cam footage, but witness testimony from ordinary people was difficult to analyze scientifically. The man wanted to appear as an intruder to witnesses. The fact that he could move the icebox without leaving scratches meant that the icebox had already been at home in the beginning, and he had been awaiting in the bathroom for him to move it out to the balcony for his wife to find. The forensic team was amazed, wondering the identity of the kid that solved this brilliant case. However, he was just an ordinary civilian. Then the genius realized something and he checked the time on the wall. It was already dinner time, and he stared in horror at the clock. The clock kept ticking and the genius stared and stared and stared. Then he grabbed the detective, asking him to look at the time. That detective wondered what was wrong. The genius then said that they had to go to the police station right away and quickly. The detective was shocked but already on the move. He asked what was happening and why they had to go. Woojin just told the detective to hurry up and come with him, because they did not have time for questions. The detective was confused but he followed after the boy, wondering what was wrong. The genius insisted that the situation was dangerous and the detective wondered what was going on. The genius said that he would order on the way and he would explain on the way there. As he followed, the older man asked where they were going and who else was involved. The genius boy asked for a moment as he typed really fast on his phone. There was no time and he had to move quickly. Then the boy asked the detective how many bowls of jjajangmyeon he should order. This confused the older man but he said that he'd take 4 bowls. With his eyes shining like stars, the genius then asked the detective if they could get sweet and sour pork as well. Of course, the detective told him to order a large portion. It was on him after all, since the boy had helped them solve the case. The boy went ahead and ordered a large size since his stomach could handle a lot. Meanwhile, the detective was wondering if they were going to catch the accomplice when they were ordering the food so early. The genius said that there was no accomplice. He just wanted to order his food successfully because there was something even scarier. Now the detective was shocked, wondering what could possibly be scarier than an accomplice. The genius asked him about the Chinese restaurant across from the police station. The detective knew that Chinese restaurant and he wondered if that was the place where the crime was going down. The boy said that was the centerpiece. This was because he had heard that it was a famous restaurant and they stopped taking delivery orders at 7:30 in the evening. The boy shook as he tried to imagine how quickly they ran out of ingredients if they could close that early. They almost missed out on good food from such a place. He couldn't stand it, especially when they had a chance to eat at the police station. It was a situation that was teething only to him. The genius breathed a sigh of relief that they had been able to order on time. Meanwhile, the detective now understood that he had been panicking for no reason and the boy just wanted to eat. The man sighed because this kid had gotten him so scared, but he was relieved now. The little genius was like a little brother to him, so he was going to call him his brother from now on. Woojin insisted that losing out on that food was a serious and scary situation and that they should take it seriously. They had to hurry quickly before the food got cold. Well, the detective got the car ready and asked the boy if he had already paid for the food. He did not want that since he was supposed to treat him after all. However, it was fine as the boy had ordered with a card payment when the food was coming, so there were no worries at all. That was a good job, since the detective was treating. He asked the boy if he would like some garlic fried chicken as well. However, the boy didn't want that since it was not ordinary. He asked if the detective had possibly tried out that dish before, wondering if it was tasty, and the detective said that he had. Still, the boy was not interested in trying out since he'd concluded that the detective was not ordinary. Eventually, they got back safely to the police station and everyone gathered together to earn the food that had been ordered. Still, the officers were really surprised and they all stared, surprised at the genius who could really put it away. The boy was eating like it was his last meal on Earth, and they told him to slow down. The other officers were concerned and asked if the boy had not eaten lunch. The detective informed them that the boy had eaten lunch, but he was eating like he hadn't eaten breakfast either. All of the sweet and sour pork was gone in an instant, and they barely touched it with how fast Woojin was eating. Then a man came in calling for Kim Taein, which was the detective's name. The chief had returned and the men greeted him, welcoming him back. The chief had heard that they had caught the culprit, and he asked if the man they arrested was definitely the culprit or just a suspect. The detective said that it was indeed the culprit, and he told the chief to have some sweet and sour pork. Then the chief paused with his hands on his waist and asked who was busy eating food in their office. This surely was not the culprit. The detective had mentioned him before, and he introduced the genius Woojin. It turned out that the chief had indeed heard a lot about Woojin, and it had already been a year since they rescued that boy. He remembered the sad and desperate-looking house that they saved the boy from. He also recalled that the genius was the kid who had been held captive for 12 years. That child was now looking plump, well-fed, and well taken care. The boy was even enjoying food from a popular restaurant that had a 5-star rating. The chief could almost not believe that this was the same kid because he could barely recognize him. He remembered when the detective had hurried up to tell him about how the genius had visited one time and he'd reported about a YouTuber that was kidnapped. That YouTube kidnapping case had even turned out to be legit. The chief had struggled to keep up with that story, trying to understand if Woojin had somehow started a YouTube channel. Now the chief remembered that the boy had been the one who helped them solve that very difficult case, and he asked if the boy was well and what brought him here. The chief wondered if the boy had something to report again. However, the boy had just come to eat some jjajangmyeon and a few other things. The detective then remembered that it was totally inappropriate for him to be taking the boy to crime scenes. So, he said quickly that they just ran into each other by chance on the way back. So he brought the boy here to give him some dinner. The chief was surprised that this was happening at a time like this. The detective Tai-yun insisted that he and the genius boy just had a really special connection. He was just saying anything so that the chief would not ask too many questions. It would be dangerous if Woojin told the boss about what was really happening. Tai-yun would surely get into trouble for bringing a civilian to the crime scene and he would get scolded. Then the boss asked if the younger genius had enjoyed his meal, and the boy said yes. As expected, jjajangmyeon eaten at a police station was insanely delicious and absolutely amazing. The chief was confused by that phrasing, but he took it to mean that the food was good. Woojin was so happy that they had such a great restaurant nearby. He even added that whoever chose this police station location had maxed out their skills. The chief was absolutely confused about what the boy was talking about. The boy then thanked them for the meal and wished them goodbye. The detective was surprised that the boy was leaving, but that was also kind of a relief. They needed to get Woojin out before he blabbed to the chief about what was really going on. The detective offered to give the boy a ride, but the boy said that it was fine since he wanted to be ordinary. Still, Tae-yun insisted on taking the kid home. The chief yelled that they had mountains of work to do, and he could not just slack off with a teenager. However, the detective promised to be back soon, and he told the chief to calm down. They had the responsibility of taking the boy home safely. After all, that was their duty as police officers. The chief could not really argue with that, but he did wonder what this was about and why his boys were acting weird. He then asked if the boy had paid for their dinner, but they quickly dismissed that. Later, there was a project presentation at D3, and the students sat together and worked on their schoolwork as usual. The time kept passing and they studied exactly how they would give this presentation when it was time. It was a lot of hard work, but Woojin worked them hard. His classmates could not really keep up with his pace and they dozed around while he worked hard and read over the work. At any rate, there were no absences from meetings and they had worked together as a team until the D-Day arrived. It was a bright and sunny morning and the students made their way to the university. Someone called out to Woojin and the genius greeted the person carefully. It was Mansu and he looked pretty anxious and exhausted. The genius could easily guess that the boy had not been able to sleep, and Mansu admitted that it had been difficult for him to get some rest. He was already dying of nervousness from the thought of the presentation that they would have that day. Of all the things that he got stuck with, he had never lost at rock, paper, scissors before. The boy had to give the presentation and he was distraught about it, especially because he'd been the one to select the game. It was definitely hard for him to take it back, especially when Woojin went out of his way to tell them what he was going to play. All the girls had also decided that they would go for rock as well, and the boy asked Mansu what he was going to throw. The boy lied that he was throwing paper because he thought that they were all playing mind games. So they'd all played their hand and he was the only one who lost. The poor boy had been shocked. The girls were absolutely thrilled, though Woojin sulked and tried to comfort himself by saying that presenting was not ordinary. The girls laughed together and told the boy to buy a lottery ticket since his luck was like this. They even told him to try and enter a housing lottery. Poor Mansu wondered if he should really drink a bottle of soju before presenting just to calm his aching nerves. His heart felt like it was going to burst with how much it was pounding. Anxiety and worry drained a significant amount of energy, leaving none for truly important moments like the presentation time. The genius then decided to change the topic in order to get the boy to relax. The topic the genius chose to ask about was Mansu's cousin, and he asked if the cousin was not doing well these days. The boy then remembered his cousin and asked how the genius had known that. The boy had guessed because a freshman in college was someone who needed to make friends and gather information quickly. Yet, when they'd invited Mansu for drinks, he had politely declined. This means that his cousin needed help from a freshman like Mansu. They had invited the boy on other occasions to have dinner with them, but each time he had just apologized and continued on his way. This means that his cousin's business was also very busy. However, lately, the boy had been spending more time with his friends lately. Now the boy, who was always in a rush, would sit and eat with them, and even chat with them. Considering the gap between that period and the current frequency of Mansu's availability, they could predict that the initial boom period for the place had ended. Mansu was surprised and asked the genius how he knew, especially when he had not even mentioned the spot toast to the genius after all. Woojin pointed out that the other boy often had a faint bread smell on him. The bigger boy was shocked and wondered if this meant that he smelled, but the genius told him that he did not, and it was not a bad smell. The genius could guess that the bigger boy's parents were farmers, and the boy gaped, wondering how Woojin had known that too. Now Masnu thought that the genius was being possessed by some kind of all-knowing spirit. Woojin wondered about that, and he did recall his other side that was a bit dark and dangerous. However, Woojin explained that it was impossible to be possessed. He had not seen it, but he had reached his concussion by simply observing his friend. If one observed, they could easily know. The stars in the sky were bright over the town, and a car drove in the dark of the night, headlights on to light its way. This car seemed to drive over a lonely road and it looked much like a police car. Then, someone asked if the stew was here. Saying that it had all been served, it was a conversation about food between someone who was hungry and eager to eat first, and someone else who thought that the first punk couldn't eat when he had not paid for everything. They drove past the grasslands, arguing about the food getting cold and who could get the larger portions. The car continued on the road for a bit when one of them called for the car to stop. They had arrived at their destination and they just needed to turn at a certain spot. The car's driver said that these guys seemed to have started already. The person in the passenger seat wondered if they had even opened the lid. They were going to continue the conversation when a mysterious person suddenly appeared in front of them on the road. It was the detective and his partner, and they screamed to pull the brakes, shocked at the sudden appearance of a human being. They managed to stop the car, slowing its drive as it stopped just in front of the stranger. There was silence before the police officers popped out of the car, wondering who that guy was and if he was crazy. They were sure that it was a ghost. It was the middle of night and they asked the stranger who he was and what he was doing out there. It looked a lot like Woojin, and the stranger struggled out the words that he was sorry. He looked like a deer in headlights and they both stared in shock, identifying the terrified child. The bruised and battered boy in tattered clothes stared at the two in shock, his eyes wide as he saw an expression that he had never seen before on the officer's face. The boy hurried to apologize again, but they took him gently and escorted him into the police vehicle. The boy tried to figure out the looks on their faces, trying to know if it was worry or fear. The police drove silently in their car, and the boy sat in the back seat, worried as they took him away. The expression on the detective's face was serious, and the boy realized something. He now understood something. The police car drove through the dark night by the rice field, moving slowly. The detective glanced back at the rearview mirror, studying the boy that they had picked up. The car continued to drive and the people inside were in silence. The car moved slowly closer and closer towards town. It seems the police team was familiar with this boy who had made continuous escape attempts and they had taken him back to where they believed was his home. The boy fell to the floor in pain when an older man hit him. This older man cursed, yelling about how the boy had tried to run away again, and he cursed the boy out. He yelled that they had fed and sheltered him, and the boy was still acting out. The police were there watching the whole thing happen. One of the men called the police station and told the other officers there to go ahead and eat without them, that they should go ahead and eat without them, and that they would handle the situation. They leaned against the car, watching the beating happen. The story that the man had fed them led them to believe that the boy was an ungrateful brat, so they told the man to take it easy and that they'd be leaving now. The man told the police officers to wait up for a second, and they could not leave empty-handed, especially since they've gone through all the trouble to bring back the boy. At any rate, he kicked the poor boy back into the shed, tossed him inside there, and slammed the door behind him, locking him in the dark once again. The sun rose the next morning and it was back to hard and unpaid labor. People went to work, but not everyone. The wicked men who held the boy hostage chilled under the shade, talking as they appreciated the environment. It was those two evil men that owned the boy, and they were busy gossiping and having the time of their lives while chit-chatting. While they talked, the boy was forced to do all the hard work for them. The boy paid attention to the men as they spoke. He noticed the corners of the man's mouth were rising symmetrically, and he also noticed the expression on the other man's face. When meeting someone happy, the torso would lean forward, wrinkles would form around the eyes, and the mouth would stretch as if splitting open. The speech would also become rapid and saliva would pool in the mouth, with the jaw protruding. Hand gestures would also increase and the frequency of scratching the body would go high. The young genius studied all of this while he worked in that dirty field by himself. He had to observe even the most trivial details so that he could master and understand these people who held him. In order to properly escape, the boy needed to know everything. He needed to do more than just see. He had to observe. Observation would reveal the truth. That was his terrible past life and what he needed to do to get out of it. But now he no longer had to bother about that. Now, Woojin was a university student with a happy home and a happy family. Mansu was confused and wondered what the genius meant by observing without just seeing. The boy just said that if he observed, then he'd be able to read people. The other boy was still a bit confused, wondering what it meant, but the genius just said that they'd be late for class if they kept talking. They should just hurry up and go quickly. So, the boys walked into the lecture hall and the girls were waiting for them, cheering on Mansu and telling him that he would do great in the presentation. They said that he got it and that they believed in him. The boy also tried his best to cheer himself up, even though he was totally still shaking about it. Then the teacher came in and said they would begin the presentation starting with Team 1. It was about to start now, so it was time for them to do it just as they practiced, and nobody should freeze it. It was a peer-evaluated presentation, so the Team 1 presenter went up and said that while division of labor improved productivity, the cost incurred during production could make some things difficult. The more Woojin listened, the more he realized that this presentation had some inaccuracies. The first presenter went on about how this would reflect on the industrial society's development. The genius studied the teacher who was busy taking notes, wondering if the profession could also notice the inaccuracies. Well, that concluded the first team's presentation and the boy bowed for his applause. The next team was called on and it was Oh Jung-hoon's team. His team members cheered him on and he told them to just trust him. He would now begin. They were prepared for the presentation. It was Jung-hoon again, the usual bully and show-off. As usual, he stood with confidence, talking about Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations that advocated for minimizing government economic intervention. Seeing that this team had prepared rather thoroughly, even the genius was impressed. They went on to explain their whole theory, and then said that concluded their presentation. Then Oh Jung-hoon made the mistake of asking if anyone had any questions. This was absolutely a terrible thing to do because immediately Woojin's hand went up. It was peer evaluation, so manipulating votes for your team sounded totally normal to the genius. As soon as that boy's hand went up, everyone knew that poor presenter was doomed. Still, the show-off tried to stand his ground and asked the boy to ask his question. The genius then asked the show-off to please explain how individuals acting for selfish motives could impact the market as a whole. The show-off was taken aback by this question and he struggled to explain it like an olden-day scholar flipping through his notes, while a silent challenger stood before him. The genius believed that personal selfish goals could actually benefit the entire market and he thought that the presenter should agree. Well, this question was coming out of nowhere. The presenter was kind of struggling to keep up, and he said that it seemed rather unrelated to the wealth of nations, which was where he'd been expecting questions to come from. Well, the genius had got him, and the boys said that it was literally from the wealth of nations, the so-called invisible hand, and he raised his hand like it was some kind of special attack. The professor came in just like a wise old sensei interfering with the battle, and said that just as the boy had said, the pursuit of personal gain naturally promoted society benefits. Well, the show-off apologized, saying that he had just not researched that far yet and it felt like he was under attack from all sides. Still, the genius was ready to proceed to the next question. He asked about expert specialization, increased deficiency, economic growth, throwing out every question like 3 combo attacks. He even asked for evidence. It was way too much for the show-off to handle, but the genius was not done. Woojin asked for context, driving force, each question landing like a high-skilled kick and blow, throwing the presenter off. The genius asked for the court principle as well and a critical blow landed. The boy pointed out flaws and demanded solutions. It was a question barrage that drove the poor presenter to the ground and basically shredded his clothes to rags. If this was a battle, the poor presenter had sorely lost, so much so that his classmates leaped out to beg for mercy. If these questions went on, their reputation would surely fall apart at this rate. Still, the genius kept spitting out questions like a machine and the poor boy suffered. The professor was kind of feeling sorry for him, because now the boy could understand the suffering that he faced every time he had to teach a class. Well, that concluded their presentation, and the poor boy had been stripped to rags of his confidence and abilities. With the conclusion of that presentation, it was time for Mansu to go ahead and perform. Woojin smiled proudly because he had taken down the enemy general. Mansu was a little hesitant, especially after Woojin had shamelessly attacked another team. Still, he told them to just leave it to him, so he stepped forward and introduced himself. He was from Team 3 and he was now going to begin the presentation. His team happily cheered him on like K-pop fans. His team cheered, telling him that he was awesome and that they loved him. Then the boy took the microphone and explained the presentation using all of the points. The genius had gathered all the info necessary to buttress his points. The judge listened in awe as his team cheered him on. Mansu's presentation that shook the lecture hall was like an online show starring him and the rest of his team members. The presentation had left the class speechless, and they had all yelled in amazement, cheering and clapping. The presentation had been so good that even the professor had stood up to clap. It was like a show. The girls continued to cheer him and said that he was like he was born for this stage. The boy laughed and said that well, he couldn't have done it without his team members. That was for sure, and they were getting straight A's for everyone, and they said they would even sue if they didn't get it. Then the genius asked their wonderful presenter if they could visit his cousin's place together. Since it was not getting a lot of business, they might as well try out their toast. Mansuman was a bit surprised by the sudden question, but the genius just thought that it might help if he tasted it. It could give him good ideas and he would have data samples that could help him figure out why the business was struggling. Mansu appreciated the thought. However, that day of all days, the shop was closed. So the genius suggested coming over the next day, and that worked for everyone involved. The bus had arrived at the bus stop, so Woojin wished his friends goodbye, saying that he would head out first. They were surprised since they thought that they would eat together to celebrate their successful presentation. The genius just said that they should eat together next time, and they said that they would see each other tomorrow. There was not going to be some kind of after party since he was leaving, but they waved him goodbye and said they would see him next time. In truth, Woojin really just wanted to boss people around. He believed that everyone deserved the chance to boss people around sometimes because it was normal. So he said goodbye to his friend and continued on his way. He sat on the bus and thought for a while as the bus continued through the town. As it moved, Woojin took a moment to express gratitude for his friends and the normal life that he now lived. As he was walking happily down the street, the boy suddenly paused. He caught sight of a man pushing an old man in a wheelchair towards a restaurant. The genius realized that now was the time to practice meddling in advance. So, he headed over to people who he did not know at all. The genius said that he was going to pray for the patient's speedy recovery. He also added that elders often drank bone broth as a health tonic, but the phosphorus in slow-boiled broth actually leaches calcium from bones. The old man in the wheelchair was confused and asked the grandson if this strange boy was his friend. His grandson said no. Woojin was excited about his first meddling exercise and said that bone broth was not ideal for fractures, and that calcium-rich foods were much better to help with the situation. He even showed them a bone-healthy food list. The grandson took note, though the grandfather told his boy not to engage him, as that would only encourage weirdos like that. At any rate, the genius told them to enjoy their meal. The boy felt very pleased with his rather organic meddling. The two shot him dirty looks at the back. With that, the boy continued walking through the street with an air of triumph. Then he heard some people mumbling about walking faster. The boy paused to check it out and noticed a gang of people bullying someone else. The gang glared at him, like they were asking what he was staring at. They even wondered if they should drag him over and beat him up too. Woojin kept walking because it was mostly normal to just pass by these things. However, his pace slowed and he stopped. He could not just walk past someone else suffering after all, not after what he had been through. He asked his other self if he felt like trying out some meddling as well, hopefully with his shirt on this time, and his other self replied with a wicked grin. The creature was totally down for that, and Woojin thought that was perfect. The other boy thought that was great and he turned around to go deal with those bullies. It was an average and rather normal day in the Korean neighborhood. Everything was thriving as one might expect, except that the genius Woojin now wore a new uncharacteristic smirk. Woojin, also known as Villain Woojin, had taken over. It was rather convenient for Woojin that there were no CCTV cameras nearby. It seemed like these bulky jerks had intentionally picked a place like that for their dirty business. These kids seemed smart, or rather sly. This was not a coincidence attack. They'd clearly been at this business for a while. Woojin then stood casually, his posture relaxed as he stared at that gang. The gang wondered what he had come back, finding him amusing. If there was no CCTV, that worked perfectly for the creature. The gang asked what he was looking at, clearly thinking that this new dude was a joke, and they even joked about inviting him to smoke. The boy smirked and said that seeing minors smoke was nothing special and it was no big deal. However, it was rather annoying to see guys like them, especially when they were picking on someone smaller and not as strong as they were. The victim was speechless and one of the gang members growled, telling the boy to stop talking nonsense and to just keep going. They were being kind by not attacking him, and if he stated they threatened to beat him too. Now that threat greatly amused Woojin, who stepped forward. He walked all the way there to lean down so he could look the victim in the eyes, a serious expression on his face. The gang mocked and asked why he was acting so weird, even asking if their victim knew the guy. The victim did not know him, but Woojin called the poor boy's attention. He asked the boy on the ground why he was living like this. This question was confusing to the victim. Once again, the creature wanted to know why the victim was kicked like he was being beaten. He was just accepting the loss back to back. There was a time when the genius himself had been beaten and harassed by men stronger than him. There was a time when he'd suffered all sorts of abuse and pain at the hands of those who just wanted to use him. Woojin wanted to know if the victim planned to die like this, living and talking like an idiot. When he saw people living like that, suffering and getting beaten up, he just could not take it. While this conversation was going on, the gang was laughing, wondering why the boy was acting like this was not going to happen to him. They were busy and that the genius should have left when they let him go. Vujin smirked and told them to do their job, running his fingers through his hair. He had no business with these guys, and the gang was now annoyed, wondering why this stranger was laughing at them. Vujin's eyes shone with darkness, calling the gang members pathetic, because that was exactly what they were. They yelled in rage, asking what was up with him and why his existence made them so angry. One of them ran at him, swinging their fist to punch the monster, and he dodged easily. Another tried to kick him and he easily dodged that attack too. They were like monkeys dancing around in a circus, but Wujin had seen that dance before, and he knew how to work around it. The first bully crashed to the ground after failing his attack. The others were alarmed as the boy rolled on the floor crying out about his hurt arm. The other bullies asked if their friend was okay, but the boy groaned that his arm was twisted right now while Vujin watched him without pity. It seemed the first guy had broken his arm without the creature even touching him. How pathetic. The creature then mocked them, talking about how the arm had broken like it was just a weak little twig. He asked the bullies how they were going to deal with that. Now they were enraged and they yelled, rushing at him for being so annoying. Vujin let them come and he punched the next guy in the jaw, watching that guy fall over. It was a hit so catastrophic that it reshaped that boy's whole life, and the whole scenery shattered along with his precious confidence. The guy who got hit stared upwards in shock and alarm, like he could not believe it was a normal punch and not magic powers that hit him. He crashed to the floor, knocked clean out right beside the other dude that was writhing in pain. The other gang members were shocked and could not believe what was happening, but they were not fast learners at all since they kept trying to attack Vujin. The next guy swung a punch that the boy easily dodged, and he grabbed the hair of the next attacker. That bully knew that he was in deep trouble now. His hand tightened on the bully's hair, and he dragged that boy like he was a sack of rice, dragging his head to the nearby bars that stood in the area. That bully got slammed so hard into next week that he lost hairs as well when he fell. The creature took a moment to observe the strands of hair that he'd pulled out, but his target was still conscious and moving around. Vujin said that people should manage things ahead of time, before things got this bad. Then, he turned to the boys on the floor, saying that the boy should not just sit around like useless things and that he should get up. The victim was terrified now that this big, strong and scary guy was looking in his direction. The boy grabbed the victim and told him to stand and come with him. Still, the victim wanted to at least know where they were going first. The creature didn't answer as he picked up the victim and dragged him away from his abusers who were all writhing in pain. The victim had no idea where they were going, but the creature took him along anyway. Later that evening, in a very peaceful-looking garden near the living area, the genius told the victim to sit down. The victim was a bit surprised, but the boy insisted that he sit. There was greenery all over the place, a beautiful garden of lush vegetation, and the two boys sat in silence for a while. It seemed that Vujin was still in control, and he called out to the victim, who responded immediately. The creature then asked the victim about pain and what he thought pain to be. The other boy was confused, but he simply said that pain was when stuff hurt. Then the genius asked where the boy would go when stuff hurt. The boy slowly said to the hospital. The creature was glad that the victim knew it well. When things hurt, people went to the hospital for treatment. Then he asked the victim if he really practiced what he preached. The boy was busy getting beaten up without any intention of improving or making it stop. The victim was confused, asking the genius what he meant by that. But it irritated Vujin that this boy was just letting the bullying happen without fighting back. He passively accepted it. The victim considered that situation and then pointed out that he could not fight because he was too small. However, in a fight, it was the person who went too far that won. Even if he was small and could not fight three guys at once when cornered in the bathroom, he could use a mop to scoop out poop directly from the toilet and threaten those guys with it. That would definitely make them hesitate. Just moving your body did not mean that a person would win a fight. It was more likely that the victim was scared and terrified of the people that bullied him. The victim had to be more afraid of himself instead of letting bad things happen passively. The victim had to fight back in any way and improve his environment. There was no need to make extreme choices that would send others to hell for his own comfort. Choices like suicide would not help anyone when going through a difficult situation. The only ones who would be inconvenienced would be his family members, and the bullies would find another victim. The victim should not run away from a difficult situation just because he was scared. When the gang outnumbered him, talked down him or tried to belittle him, it was important for him to stand up for himself. There was no paradise for the victim to run to where all the bad things would stop. People acted unconsciously according to the environment that they were designed in. Whether consciously or unconsciously, the cogs in the machine would turn. That is what is called personality. Those who had experienced it would try to move forward. However, there were some that inched away from the arrow that pointed in the right direction, their heads hung in defeat. They were the ones who had never experienced and would then try to avoid it. The time when a person could design their brain, they had to use that time to design it quickly and design it well. If they waited for too long, it could be too late. The victim hung his head, laughing softly that the genius spoke like it was easy, when he'd never had to live that life before. Vujin scolded that the victim had no right to judge when he had no idea what he had been through. The victim was silent, his head lowered, but when he peeked at Vujin, who had an evil smirk on his face, he could not imagine anyone bullying that person. Then the creature pulled out his phone and he threw it at the victim boy. He asked the boy to look at what he was showing him. It was the news report of a minor who had been abducted and how they were arresting the suspect behind the crime. They had found a boy locked in a warehouse for 12 years and he had lived as a slave. Vujin just poured out an ocean of backstory on that kid. The victim stared in surprise, noting that he had seen this news article before, but he could not understand why this super cool guy was showing it to him. A boy had been locked and beaten for 12 years. Vujin then smirked and said that was him. He'd been tortured because of some pathetic guy. The victim was shocked to hear this, and the boy smiled. It was normal to assume that he was the most miserable person in the world. Even then, people had to fight until they thought they were going to die. He had more ways than the victim right now, but he was sure the boy would manage. The creature stood and ruffled the victim's hair, but he gasped in horror to find that the kid had dandruff. He scolded that the boy should dry his hair properly after washing. Then he walked off and the victim was sad to see him go. Before leaving, Vujin paused. He told the victim to acknowledge as a busybody's interference from some who was locked up and beaten for 12 years. He told the victim to not let anyone constrain him and not to let them make him powerless. They had to fight no matter what stood in their way. It was arrogant to think about worrying about your opponent. Focus on winning and fight like there was no tomorrow. The opponent was definitely not worried about the victim even a tiny bit. That was his situation now, and that was society. That was the end of the old guy's advice. It was the victim's choice at the end of the day. The other boy watched the older boy walk away, and then he yelled, reminding the genius that he left his phone. Anyway, he hurried to return it. The victim headed over to do that when he realized that Vujin was running away even faster. The poor boy's endurance training had already started. The next day, Vujin had come out to eat at Toast with Mansu. The boy was hungry and his friend was willing to treat him, so they would go in. Wujin had a determined look on his face as he stepped in. Now, he would really meddle and see what happened. It was another bright and sunny day in the neighborhood, and a person had paused on the street. He seemed rather fascinated by a sign that hung nearby, and he dared to add it in awe and surprise. This person remained standing in front of the building for a while, silent for a moment. It was the student from the other day that had talked to Vujin, and he was determined to do things differently in his life. Thinking that he couldn't do it was just an subconscious thought that would only slow him down. So the boy curled his hands into fists. He charged up the stairs, a very determined look on his face as he raced forward, cheering himself on that he could do it. He ran up the stairs with excitement and charged forward, inspired to chase a new and bright beginning for himself. Meanwhile, in another part of town where the sky was a little grayer than before, it was a shopping and commercial section. People went about their daily life on the street, and Wujin had finally come with Mansu to inspect his cousin's toast shop. Mansu asked his friend if he was being because he would be treating him to a good meal, and he asked the boy to go in. He was paying for the food this time. As the bigger boy headed inside, he called to his cousin that he was here. Now they would see if they could be nosy in real life. The cousin popped out with a smile, greeting the college student and asking if he had done well on the presentation. Politely, Shin Wujin bowed his head and introduced himself as the bigger boy's friend, greeting the older cousin respectfully. The shop owner laughed and said hello, as he had heard a lot about the boy from Mansu. The bigger boy was so excited to show off his classmate, saying that the genius of brain was insane and amazing. Even the professor had gotten knocked down. The shop owner was impressed and Wujin got upset that the ordinary reputation that he'd been trying to build for so long was getting defamed by his friend. The cousin even laughed that Wujin was also quite handsome, saying that it was just like looking at himself when he was younger. The bigger boy found that hard to believe though. Then the man asked if the boys wanted him to make something for them and Mansu happily agreed to eat. Since he was the guest, they both asked Wujin what he wanted to eat. He did not need to think about the price since it was on the house and he could just kick anything that he wanted. So, the boy looked around at the items on the menu. Since that was the case, he ordered the bestseller. The cousin told the boys to wait a little bit and that they would make it unbelievably amazing. Mansu thanked his cousin, and the boys got started on selecting a seat while they waited for the food. The man pulled out all the stop and turned every equipment in the kitchen on. He buttered up the pans and got busy, tossing bread in the frying hot butter as he prepared to make the toast. Once the bread was fried, he got out a little shaper to pick up the bread and fry the meat. Woojin could not sit down as he stood up to watch everything. He wanted to know every part that went into bringing that meal to life, and he watched in awe as the man worked. Then, the genius said that if transmit too much trouble, he would prefer for the bread to be a bit more crispy. The man smiled and said that he would, since that's how the boy liked it. So, the man worked on making the bread even crispier. With that, he cheered as he presented the bread before them. The boys gasped in awe, and the man encouraged them to eat their meal deliciously. The genius promised to eat it well, and he gripped the bread with determination and love in his eyes. The man encouraged them to eat a lot, and they shouldn't him know if they needed more. Someone walked into the toast shop and he welcomed them. The boy raised the toast to his mouth and took a bite out of it, shocked as something went through his system when he tasted it. Woojin couldn't believe what he was eating, and his mouth opened wide along with his eyes as he gasped. This food was amazing in every single way. At least, that was what he'd expected. However, the food was surprisingly ordinary. Mandy watched the boy eat with a concern on his face and nervously asked his classmate if the food was really that bad. He wondered if his brother had put too many things into the toast. However, the boy assured him that the food was fine. This sounded like good news to the bigger boy, and he said that he was glad that the genius liked it. The genius was silent as he ate the food. This area that the toast shop had set up was full of a lot of learning. There were places that taught Korean, maths and science. They taught Chinese character glass, practical music, even piano and violin. It was a place full of desires, and people came and went every other day to learn or buy. It could be the students' voluntary action, or it could be the parents' desire, but students came to learn. It was a relief that Woojin was able to get a taste of meddling. Then the boy leaned forward to whisper to his bigger colleague. The boy admitted that it did feel like he was meddling unnecessarily. However, the bigger boy insisted that he wanted the genius to meddle. He basically begged him to meddle. He was sure that the genius would always know the right way. His cousin was surprised by his outburst and told him to be a little quieter. Mansu apologized and said that he'd be quiet. Then, the genius boy suggested changing the sign of the shop. It was a rather surprising suggestion. The bigger boy was surprised, and the genius said that it would be great to add brain food to the shop's name. Brain food seemed like an out-of-nowhere suggestion to the bigger boy, who could only blink in surprise. So, the genius decides to expatiate and explain. He pointed out that there were a lot of academies in the area, and the bigger boy furiously asked if the genius was planning to sell the shop as a way to target students. That was half right and half wrong. First, they needed to make it so that the headmaster could brag to the parents. If they could see a place that claimed to offer brain-boosting food to the students, then parents who are very passionate about their children's education would like it. There was no parent who would turn down something that was good for the brain. It was like the taekwondo master buying teokbokki for the kids and calling it teokbokki sparring. The kids would happily enjoy it, simply because it sounded like it was related to taekwondo. Then, the master could drop a chip on purpose, claiming that things were slippery, and it would slip the kids white. The master would then offer to clean up the clothes. Such a tactic was the man telling the kids that he only bought the food for them since they were in the club, so it was a secret from the other kids. Then, on their way home, the parents would ask their children about the stain on their pants, and the boy would talk about how the master had bought him teokbokki, even mentioning how the master had told him not to tell anyone. This was very interesting to Mansu, who listened with awe and thought that it was great. Then he asked if their toast was really good for the brain. Woojin shook his head, which didn't really brighten up the boy's spirits. The toast was just a small energy source that was not necessarily effective for the brain. So, the bigger boy asked what they should do. The genius reached into his school bag to find the perfect solution for their problem. He got busy as he pulled out a notebook and started to write and do calculations faster than Mansu could keep up with. The boy stared in awe, and then he was done. The genius showed his classmate a strategy that he had now mapped out to guarantee the success of their work. It was a map of ingredients that were good for the brain. Eggs that provided choline and helped to improve memory. Blueberries that provided anthocyanin flavonoids that reduced stress on the brain. Walnut with vitamin E and polyphenols also helped to improve concentration and memory. And leafy vegetables provided vitamin K to prevent cognitive decline. The boy was amazed that the genius had been able to memorize all of this. Then the genius pointed out that his classmate had dropped a cabbage, and he asked if he would eat it. Meanwhile, Mansu was still in awe at all that the genius could do, and he wondered how and why the boy had even come into the business department. He could clearly excel anywhere else. The boy shrugged as he munched on the fallen cabbage and said that he just thought that he should know that much as part of the basics. The boy was mystified on what the boy meant by the basics, considering all that he had learnt so far. Also, the genius added that he thought that it was better to change the bread to whole wheat ciabatta. That would make it crispier on the outside but soft on the inside than toast. The genius had also gone through all the trouble of writing down the ingredients and sauce. The verification was complete, and he'd labeled it top secret. That was adorable. Mansu studied everything that the genius had given him, partly wondering how the boy even knew about such things. The genius reminded the bigger boy that their target was the academy headmaster and the parents. They could not just distribute flyers to the academy, they needed to hand it to the headmaster directly. That would make a statement for their case. Healthy taste was not important, but what did matter was that the food was ridiculous delicious and especially good for the brains. The bigger boy was surprised that the genius was leaving now, but Woojin explained that he had something to do. He had also written down how to make the spicy sauce at the bottom. The bigger boy was surprised by the genius said that he thought that it would be good as a signature for their meals. Sleaziness was not a taste as much as it was a pain sensation. When a person ate something spicy, in order to overcome the pain, endorphins and adrenaline were released. In other words, one could achieve the Linus high effect. Someone eating something spicy would sigh in relief and felt like all of their stress was gone. People addicted to that feeling would often keep coming back to spicy foods. With all of that taken care of, the boy said that he would see them next time, and he bowed his thanks to the man who'd served him. The man was surprised that the boy was leaving already, and he told him to be careful on his way and to come again next time. Mansu was absolutely impressed by Woojin's work and thanked the boy gratefully. He said that he would make sure to discuss the situation well with his cousin, and he thanked the genius boy again. However, the real meddling came after that. After hearing all that, Mansu raced inside and called for his Hyung to sit down quickly. His Hung tried to get him to wait and slow down, but the boy didn't want to forget what he had to say. It was evening, and the sun set over the quiet neighborhood of Woojin's place. The boy was carefully walking his way back home at a rather steady pace. He kept walking down the long and boring road, and he walked and walked and walked. The trek in the evening was nice with cool breeze and a flavor of sunshine. It made Woojin happy to experience it. Then, the boy paused when he detected something. He found some dude leaning against a wall in an area suspiciously close, too close to his home. The boy stared at the boy before him, but he kept walking, seemingly comfortable about walking past, but the boy called out for the genius to wait. The boy asked if the genius was the boy called Shin Woojin. Now this was an interesting question and the boy paused as he decided how to answer that. Then slowly he turned and asked if the person speaking to him was a reporter. Last night, during the quiet evening that settled over the boy's home and neighborhood, the genius boy had sat at his desk, going through the media files and news reports on the internet as usual. The boy had then zoomed in on a particular file that caught his interest. Carefully he looked at the copy option, copying as he desired, and he found a section that allowed for composing mail. Carefully, the genius had started to compose an email, stating that he, for 12 years, was imprisoned. That brought the boy to today, when he was just trying to go home in peace and was stopped by someone who wanted to know if he was Shin Woojin. This was a difficult situation for the young genius who would prefer to not answer such a question. Carefully, the youth asked if the man talking to him was a reporter. The man happily said that he was indeed a reporter, and he was the reporter Kim Dong-sik. He was reaching out to Shin Woojin who had sent him an email concerning his story. The boy was silent as he glared at the reporter, and this was an interesting situation since he'd technically contacted the reporter himself. The message had asked for the reporter to provide his contact so that he could reach out after preparing himself. However, the reporter had somehow reached him down to his home and had come for a report. Reporters were truly scary. The boy reminded the reporter that he said that he would contact him, and then he asked how the man had found his house. For a reporter to track down his address this fast, it was proof that there was still a great demand for his story from the public. The reporter began to explain hesitantly, but the boy had already guessed that the man had just asked the detective. This was an annoying development, but nothing that Woojin could not handle, and he wrapped his arms around himself, appearing small and scared. He had gathered the courage to reach out to them, but he was not prepared mentally to talk about such an awful time. Suddenly, he acted like those memories were coming back to him and that it was making him feel scared. He also acted like he wanted to hide. The reporter apologized in alarm, stepping back as it had not been his intention to spook the kid. He apologized, saying that he never meant to scare him, he had just really wanted the scoop. Then the boy insisted that the man should wait until he was mentally ready. If that was what the genius wanted, the reporter agreed to coldly and the genius huffed, thanking the man. He asked the man to please take care and was about to head back inside, then the reporter stopped him again. Woojin was not a fan of this behavior as the reporter asked for just one question. The boy said that he would tell the man everything next time, and he stalked away from the reporter as fast as he could, wishing him goodbye. The reporter was left standing speechless at the door of his house as Woojin went inside. The evening continued, the sky dancing in shades of many colors, and the boy greeted his family, announcing his arrival. They were all happy to see him and welcomed him home. The police had reported a murder in Odong 5 days ago. His parents were watching television. His mother asked her baby if he had eaten and he said that he had. It turned out to be the case that he had solved where the father was charged with killing his own son. CCTV footage showed the man buying the icebox used in the crime, and his family members could not believe that a person could be so cold-blooded to kill their own child. The genius noticed his family watching this news with terrifying concern. These were real-life events. In other words, seeing such things built the subconscious empathetic stress. Watching horror crime documentaries, rage-inducing videos, or seeing shocking news, people unconscious imagine themselves in the victim's shoes when they watched such things. Even if nothing happened, emotional damage could accumulate. That was why people were scared, though it was just the expansion of hot air and contraction or cold air. People would sometimes get scared just by hearing random sounds if they could not trace the source. People judged situations differently based on what they had seen or experienced. Just hearing a noise would make them think they were under attack and they would call for someone to assist in a panic. Most people perceived situations differently. The motive for the crime was insurance money, of course. The father had wanted to use the boy's insurance to fix his life. Knowing how panicked people could get from watching bad things, Woojin wanted his family to only see the good things. So the boy guessed, shouting that, "Oh my goodness, it's already late." His family was surprised, wondering what was going on. They even asked what was wrong with him. Then the boys said that it was the special 40th anniversary drama, and he thought that it was love, but it was his siblings. "I was adopted to the US. He wanted to watch that drama because it was starting right away, so he really wanted them to change the channel." His mother wondered if such a drama even existed. Then his sister asked what channel it was that they could go and watch it together. The boy rushed into his room, saying that he would go and quickly wash up so that he could join in. He begged them not to change the channel, and that he would go and do his homework. Once the boy was inside his room, he let the bag fall down from his shoulders and he picked up his phone because he was getting a call from his classmate. He picked up the phone and asked what was up. The boy was excited to speak to the genius, saying that his cousin had said that the idea was great. They were going to change the signboard to a Sayabata shop immediately. The phase 1 of meddling had worked, and the genius felt rather proud of himself. Now he could execute phase 2 of meddling as planned. He said that was great, and then asked when was going to be the reopening of the restaurant. His classmate informed him that it would happen in a week's time. His cousin's execution speed was insane, and for now all that was left was replacing the sign and the menu. The genius understood that they needed to perfect this before the wife's due dates, so they needed to stabilize things. The bigger classmate was surprised and asked how the genius even knew that. The genius said that that was not important right now and he needed his classmate to listen very carefully. Time passed and it was another bright day in the quiet Korean neighborhood. They had changed the sign to brain foods and it was looking good. They even had an advertisement of the kind of brain foods that they served. It was perfect and the genius was happy with the presentation. He was glad that he could meddle further to help his friend. His friend and his cousin were happy to see him, and they called him Little Bro as he came inside the restaurant. They welcomed him with joy, noticing that he was rather energetic today. As he had advised, they had waited without accepting any customers for now. The boy had told them to do that last night, saying that considering the ingredients, labor, rent and utilities, they needed to make a profit of 30% to 25%. So, they had put into practice what they needed to do to achieve that. Then the big boy asked his friend why he had gone so far to help when he didn't have to. He had just replied and said that it was because they were friends. This reply brought tears to the bigger boy's eyes, and he could barely contain his happiness. He thanked his friend with all the gratitude in his heart. He promised that they would repay him this favor eventually. The cousin laughed that the bigger boy didn't even have to repay. The man should be the one repaying since genius was helping his shop. Then the bigger boy laughed that his cousin should repay him by doubling his hourly wage, and they laughed together at that joke. Anyway, the genius decided to leave it to those two to figure out how they were going to repay. Then he asked for food from the new menu so that he could figure out what it tasted like. The cousin smiled and told the boy to wait for a bit, and he would make it disgustingly delicious just as he had said. The man had even trained hard for a week to make it the right way. While they waited, Mansu asked Woojin about the broadcast people and if he knew them. The boy said that he had just met them recently and his friend would soon know. Mansu was elated and asked the genius if he was from some kind of chaebol family, though the genius declined that. Then the cousin came in with the sayabata made fresh and ready to be served. The genius was impressed that the meal had been made in just 3 minutes and he thought that this was record time. The speed test was passed and now it was time for the taste. Both the bigger boy and the cousin watched with bated breath as the genius prepared to taste the work. Woojin took a bite of the bread, tasting out the texture and flavor. He was the judge and it was like he was in a cooking show as he took one big bite. The chefs waited with bated breath as he chewed, wondering what his review was going to be. The boy chewed slowly, lost in deep contemplation, and they wondered what the verdict would be. The boy swallowed down the sandwich that he had chewed, a smile curling at the side of his lips. The genius was happy to report that the taste test had passed successfully and this was approved. Both the cousin and Mansu were elated by this news and they held each other with joy, jumping with happiness. They were approved for business and the two celebrated about their success. They thanked their teacher Woojin for taking them and teaching them about success. They cheered with joy, expressing gratitude that he had taken on two fools like them, and they bowed flat in joy. The additional key to their success had arrived outside the restaurant, and he wondered why the place was so noisy. The man announced his presence as he stepped inside the shop, and it was the reporter from yesterday. The man was surprised that a customer had arrived and he apologized, saying that they were still preparing to open. However, Woojin said that the reporter was his guest. If that was the case, then the cousin was perfectly fine with the man entering their establishment and he was welcomed with open arms. The reporter greeted the boy and asked if they would be doing the interview in such a chaotic environment. The boy said that is what they'd be doing and he asked the reporter to please sit. The reporter smiled to see the boy, asking if he was well and if he was mentally prepared to answer his questions now. The boy said that he was, and then someone else showed up at the door. It was yet another reporter, and he had come to interview the person who had reported the confinement case. The reporter was surprised to see yet another reporter around. Woojin happily waved the next reporter over, leaving the first reporter surprised. The new reporter was greeted rather politely, and it seemed that Woojin had set up a classic butterfly net, bringing all of these people who liked to spread information to a place where he wanted information to be spread. The new reporter was Han Junsu from O News, and another file of reporters came in, all of them looking for Shin Woojin. One after the other they trooped into the restaurant, making the place as busy as possible. They were all rather surprised to see some of their colleagues and teammates already at the restaurant. They had all come for the interview and with the intention of speaking with the victim from the capture place. They had thought that this news would be exclusive, but it seemed that the boy had somehow reached out to all of the reporters. With just about every reporting company here, this news could hardly be called exclusive since all of them would get the same information and would basically report it at the same time. The reporters grumbled because they thought they had a scoop, but now it felt like someone had leaked the news. Little did they know that the person who leaked it was the very person they'd come to interview. With so many reporters standing outside the door, it definitely attracted the attention of the people who would usually just walk past the restaurant. They wondered if it was a famous restaurant, and they looked up to see that the name of the restaurant was Brain Food. Now, that was interesting. Since the reporters were here and they'd all come all the way, the least they could do was eat something. Some of them still wanted to do the interview, so they tried to find a place to sit, each of them rushing to be the first ones to speak to the boy. This created the impression that they were all rushing there to eat some food. Now people were curious about the crowd that was visibly fighting to eat at this place, and they wondered if the food was really this good. None of the reporters wanted to take turns, because they didn't want to be the last to get a hot scoop of information. There were so many recording devices dropped on the table, and they told the boy to start from the beginning, and to recount the days that he had spent trapped as a prisoner. The boy had basically eventually agreed to a press conference in that small cafe, and they gathered around him like beasts drooling their prey, wanting the boy to hurry up and give them the scoop that they had come for. So, Woojin prepared what he would tell them. He knew that seeing real cases built subconscious empathic stress. The violence of those cases, the pain that happened in front of a person, reminded them of pain that they had gone through, or made them feel like they were the ones in pain. A person would unconcerned imagine themselves as the victim. He had no desire for his mother, sister, or father to see bad things. He only wanted them to see good things, for his family's sake. Every chance that he got, he could crush criminals at their roots. The boy noted that he had been too careless. All the reporters had dropped their recording devices on the table. They were ready to get the latest scoop that hadn't been covered since the genius had been rescued. They asked the boy to tell the story from the beginning, all of them listening carefully with bated breath. The young Woojin sat before the reporters, and he prepared to tell this story. The reporters called his name, but the young boy was focused on his phone. He'd gotten a missed call from the detective Kim Tae-yun. From age 6 to 12 years, the boy had lived in a warehouse, and the reporters wanted to know all about it. The boy admitted that he had lived in such an environment. There had been many books in the place where he'd been locked. That prison had been like a library of doom and despair. The culprit, who had imprisoned the young boy, had a hoarding disorder, which was a compulsive accumulation tendency. More precisely, it was an obsession. The boy had learned about it by reading some behavioral psychology, and he was able to conclude that it was closer to desire-driven hoarding. A hoarder was naturally a compulsive accumulator. The culprit had firmly believed that if he'd just focused on studies, then he would have become a congressman or even a president. The man insisted that he'd become village chief because of his intelligence. His co-workers would often tell him to calm down and try to convince him that being a village chief was quite enough. The man desired social climbing, but he always lacked the follow-through. He was the kind of parasite that only desired that his status remain. A lady would stop to play with a cat that she found outside, calling it cute and encouraging the little animal to follow her home. She would convince the little creature that it would love it at her home, and that she had many friends for it to play with. She would take the stray home to where she already had many cats, and tell the other animals to say hello to their new friend. This was the behavior of an animal hoarder. A person like that would keep an uncountable number of pets, and then proceed to neglect them. That was motivated by desire-driven accumulation, neglect, and repetition. The culprit had a hoarding disorder. This was news to the reports, and the youth explained that the culprit did have a disorder like that, which was why he'd kept an excessive number of books. Everybody had a desire, and desire was basically a part of human nature. When one knew other people's desires, then manipulating them was easy. These reporters desired to hear the backstory of the miserable wretch that had suffered for 12 years inside a container. So, the genius had merely used that to control them like a puppeteer. The people around him eagerly asked, wanting to know what he had gone through. The boy explained that he had grown rice fields. Every day he had worked hard in the fields, exploited by the man, and used to plow farms at an early age. The boy had also managed a lot of greenhouses, and he'd been responsible for making a lot of things grow. He had also been responsible for cleaning, and it seemed that there was no hard labor that he had not done. Moping, shoveling, sweeping, using a spanner and all sorts of tools, the boy had lived a life of labor. He continued blabbing about things that were not necessarily important, and anyone would have guessed from the culprit's occupation and environment. Still, these reporters were so hungry for a story that they paid attention to every word. Then, the reporters asked how the police had found him, and the boy paused. He opened his mouth to speak, hesitating once again. Now this was a part of the story that he could not disclose. There might be others who were still trapped in that situation, just like he was. And if they learned how he had gotten detectives involved, the culprits could adapt and find a way to ensure that none of their victims would ever escape. So, the boy bowed his head as he said that the police had come to him. The reporters thought that it was such a relief that the authorities had gotten there just in the nick of time. As this conversation went on, Mansu and his cousin talked, and they realized that the genius boy was connected to the incident that had been reported last year. The reporters were still pressing and trying to know if the boy knew any more information about the informant. However, the boy said that he knew nothing. He did not want to talk to them anymore, and he noticed that the 30-minute slot for the interview was over. The genius had been sure to use up as much of the time as he could to ensure that they wouldn't ask any important questions during those 30 minutes, especially not questions that he did not feel like answering. The reporters were shocked that time had passed so quickly, claiming that the interview had just started and they were so surprised. However, Woojin leapt to his feet. The reporters still tried to push, asking for one more question, but the boy danced out of their reach, apologizing and saying that he had an emergency that he needed to attend to right away. They begged and tried to catch him to answer one more question, but he easily dodged them once again, slipping away from their desperate grapes like a star acrobat. He thanked them for their time and kept dribbling each reporter like a football player. Even though they tried to trip him and make him stall, the young genius kept going. He was seriously going to end the interview like that. Some of the reporters thought that it was quite remarkable that the boy was doing quite well, as they thought that he would have struggled a bit more socially after being locked away for so long. It had felt more like interviewing an idol fat was about to release an album. The whole thing felt rather frustrating, but most of the reporters still wanted to hear more. They decided to stay in contact with the boy, and they started figuring out what they would do for lunch. It was early afternoon and most of the reporters were starving, wondering if it would be cost-effective to just grab a bite at the restaurant that they were already occupying. It sounded pretty good, so they asked what was on the menu. Of course, the most Ueller item was ciabatta, and the reported wondered what on earth that was. The interested reporters gravitated towards the two, and the cousin considered this situation rather bad. There were now way more guests than they could serve at once. Meanwhile, Mansu called Woojin out of concern for his friend, and he asked if the boy was truly okay after going through all that. The genius told the bigger boy to just meet him in the right alley. This surprised the classmate, but he said that he'd be right there. Now his cousin was shocked to see him leave when he needed him the most. The line into the shop was insane, but he did have to check on what Woojin might need. The bigger boy was relieved to see the genius, and he asked the youth if he had really survived such an intense ordeal. He of course wanted to offer as much comfort and love as he could to his friend. Mansu couldn't believe that the news story had been about his genius classmates. Then, the genius teased and asked if it was so hard to believe because he looked different. The bigger boy was surprised, saying that was not what he meant, as he was actually rather concerned about the genius. Still, the genius insisted that he was just Woojin. The genius' desire was to be no more than the guy who ate lunch with him, as well as the guy who often studied together with him. He was also the guy that they hung out with after class. All that the genius wanted to be was a normal friend. Of course, the bigger boy accepted this right away out of consideration for his friend. The genius wanted a simple life, the kind of life that he had been deprived when those awful people had ripped him away from home. The bigger boy said gently that he thought that his genius friend pushed himself a bit too hard. He did not want the boy to have to go this far for him. Plus, the boy's privacy could be at risk. They were friends, and the genius placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, a silent understanding as he grit his teeth, imagining how much the other boy had endured. Helping friends was normal, so Woojin did not mind sacrificing a thing or two to help the other boys. Going all out for friends was normal, that was what Woojin believed. He told the bigger boy not to worry too much about his privacy. Even if his info got exposed, he had a cheat key that could help him manage the situation. Hiram did complain that the boy only seemed to call when he needed something. Well, just as he desired, she would see to it that the article would get taken down fast so that he could continue to be normal, just as he desired. Mansu grabbed the genius in a tight hug of overhearing gratitude, thanking the boy for all that he did for him. Woojin gave a thumbs up concerning the situation, and he told the bigger boy to give coupons only to S University students. They had to look out for their own after all. They could even get a discount if they wore university hoodies. Then it would seem like S University students are there regularly and it would help to boost sales as well. Masnu agreed to give out to coupons and keep his friend's past a complete secret. He got everything and he assured Woonan that he would be taking that secret to the grave. It was too secret and classified for Mansu's eyes only. The bigger boy thanked his friend all over again, thanking him very much, and he said that the boy could come over any time and ask his cousin for a treat. The genius freaky appreciate the invitation, but he had to go now as he had an emergency to deal with. The boys happily waged a cheery goodbye to each other like two brothers departing to walk on different paths, though they would still meet each other in school again. The genius felt very happy about how nicely things had gone, and he pumped his fist into the air much like a hero. He had finally shared a secret with a friend, which was yet another normal thing that he'd been aiming to do. He was quickly checking down the bucket list that he had created, and a lot of the items on it were checked. It was another simple and bright day, and more students and passerbys became interested in brain foods, getting attracted by the signage that they saw. The place also looked rather crowded, so they were sure that the food would be good. Mansu paused in surprise to see even more customers coming their way, and he realized that the boy had even timed the interview to take place during lunch hour, so that a gathering of reports could be seen inside the shop, and this attracted even more buyers. The lunchtime faded to evening, and it was a quiet and peaceful evening over the town. The streets were full of people going home and cars making their way to their preferred destinations. Someone handed over a device to the genius boy. It was the detective, and he handed Woojin the scene footage. The detective had barely handed over the device when he heard a loud growl come from the youth's belly. Taeyun sighed and then had to offer food to the boy first, inviting him to eat because he'd just feel bad if they continued the case like this. The genius tried to insist that it was fine, and that he could still study the scene in this condition, but his stomach growled again to debunk that statement. The detective sighed internally, but he did point out what videos and pictures they would be using for the case. The boy followed the detective's instructions, but he only had one thought in mind. He wanted to get the detective Kim Tae-hyun promoted. His desire was to level up his connections so as to benefit his family and keep them safe. The case today presented the body of what seemed to be a young lady, fallen to the floor. In order to guarantee the detective's success, Woojin had to listen now. He looked upon the image, looming over the corpse like he had transported himself to the location. Those who were still alive were often compelled to defend themselves with lies, only the dead spoke the truth. So, Woojin compelled the corpse to rise, acting out the memory of what incident had taken place. Now was the time for him to listen to the language of the dead, and he paid close attention as the corpse came over to whisper in his ear. The genius looked upon the fallen body behind him. He knew that the living tended to lie, which was why he believed in the dead to speak the truth. Staring at the evidence before him, it was time for Woojin to listen to the language of the dead. The corpse stood, her arms wrapping sensually around his neck, and she leaned in to whisper the truth that she knew. The boy paid rapt attention, eyes widened as he listened to the tales that she told. There was no makeup on the corpse's face. That was the first thing that he noticed. He also checked her neck and found strangle marks on them. Only one bruise. They had likely used the living room curtain to commit the crime. Usually, strangulation would leave double bruises that were fairly easy to detect. The detective made a good point about that. If a killer tried to strangle someone alive with a rope, a bruise would form from the struggle and the fact that there was still blood pumping. To fake a suicide by hanging, another bruise would be added to the corpse. Suicide by hanging was usually an extreme choice that a person could make. A double bruise was possible, but it was rare to find one in a suicide case. When hanging, a person's consciousness would slowly fade and the body would stiffen. The boy would go slack on the rope and convulsions could make the rope slide up, creating a double bruise. Regardless of the double bruise, the genius asked if the detective suspected that a murder had taken place. The detective did feel like something was off. The incident had happened that morning, but it did not sit right with him. According to the story, the victim was apparently taking sleeping meds or antidepressants. The genius could picture her sitting down to take them. In suicides, bruises were not usually found on the back of the neck. The rope would stretch from their weight, leaving space behind. The victim had apparently incited a friend to a sleepover, and a sudden mood swing was supposedly to have led to that choice. However, it seemed odd for a person to call in an audience before they chose to take their life. The boy called the detective, but the detective asked the boy to just call him Hyung. So, Woojin called him Hyung. Changing his title from detective to Hung would surely help to deepen their bond. Then, the genius lowered his head and admitted that the case was likely suicide. It looked much like a suicide. The forensic team had been shocked by the amount of medicine that they'd found in her bathroom, wondering how much psychiatric meds that she had taken. She was so young that it felt a shame. The detective was shocked to hear that the genius thought that it was a suicide case. He'd been so sure that there was something else involved. The genius said it was an almost situation. This greatly confused his Hong. Anyone would be confused by such a weird statement. Fortunately, the boy did not mind clarifying. On the surface, it looked much like a suicide case. The single bruise situation fit after all. There was no bruise on her back either. Even the pooling of the blood due to gravity that fell to gather in her feet. Everything in the case pointed towards suicide. It was almost a perfect suicide. While losing consciousness, the girl might scratch her neck to remove the curtain, and he could see that one of her long painted nails were chipped, showing where she had struggled. It seemed that her nail art had fallen off at that time. However, the remaining nail art was odd. There was not a single scratch on the rest of her fingernails. It seemed like the girl had gotten her nails done recently, and that was exactly why everything had started to feel off. After the friend who came over and went to sleep, it was weird that she would suddenly rise in the night and lull herself completely unnoticed. The genius boy narrowed his eyes at his and the man worried that he'd done something wrong again. A girl could get her nails done recently, but that was however a nonverbal sign of wanting to continue living. This lady would have felt satisfied with her own life while also wanting to look good to others. So, it did not make sense to him. Just as the deterrent had said, even if she was taking antidepressants, it was hard to find signs of this victim choosing willingly to end her life. Her skin was flawless, and that was proof that she had been taking care of herself. There were two peculiarities. There were bruises on both shoulders. It seemed that she and the friend that she'd been with had gone out to get a massage together. That was how those bruises had formed. The boy then asked his Hong if he had confirmed that information. The detective had indeed checked. They had really gotten massages. It was on the next clue, and the genius asked about the missing necklace. Now this caught the detective by surprise, as he had seen no necklace on the corpse. Earrings, bracelets, rings, and nail art. It seemed like this victim really liked to accessorize. She had every trinket apart from a necklace, and that seemed odd to some degree. The detective suggested that the girl might have taken it off before she committed the suicide. However, Woojin said that this victim was not the type to do that. They needed to learn a bit more about the deceased. They said that she had drank with her same gender friend, who currently remains unnamed. The drunk friend had left the living room and went to sleep in the rim first. The genius boy walked the path that had been taken when the incident occurred, recreating the scene step by step. In the morning, they had found the girl hanging in the bathroom. The genius asked if the man knew where the deceased was sitting. The man smiled, saying that he knew that boy would ask, so he got all the details. She had been sitting beside the curtain in one of the corners of the room. Now that was strange. As expected, his Hong's instincts were amazing, and the detective laughed bashfully at such a compliment. However, he was not sure what was strange. They asked what the deceased's name was, and it turned out her name was Park Hyewa. When inviting guests, a host would usually try to make them comfortable. However, according to the seating arrangement, the snacks were all skewed towards Park Hyewa. It means that the host did not care too much about the guests' feelings at all. The detective realized that this seemed to be the case. The open window view was from Park Hyewa's seat. The food was also closer to her, the path to the bathroom too. It now looked like she'd gone out of her to inconvenience this guest as much as possible. There was no sign of consideration or respect for the others. Everything in that room was adjusted to suit the host. There was also only one toothbrush in the bathroom. One would expect that an extra toothbrush would be present for a guest, but there was none. The girl had worked in the entertainment industry, and she loved accessorizing. Park Hyewa, who did not care about others. The victim also had lots of selfies, tons of them on her phone. She had a glamorous pile of pictures that involved just herself. This seemed less and less like a girl who could end her life. In summary, this girl had a sense of superiority. It was also likely that she lacked empathy and had a victim complex. Such people would often see the world revolving around them, and they would fail to maintain any form of deep relationships. When opinions clashed with people like that, instead of trying to find solutions, she would get annoyed or angry and avoid the situation. It was a histrionic personality disorder combined with a narcissistic personality disorder and an avoidant personality disorder. She might have had a complex personality disorder. The boy then paused at the balcony of the victim's home, staring at it from the door. He asked if these were the curtains that the victim had used to kill herself. The detective explained that they were indeed the murder weapon and that the window was locked. The boy could now put 3 puzzle pieces into place as he unraveled this. The genius called to his hung, staring at the victim's apartment and putting all the pieces together. It was now time to change their way of thinking. He thought of a shadow moving in the dark at night while someone slept on the floor. That shadow would have lifted a table and very carefully taken down the curtains. After taking down the murder weapon, the shadow was satisfied with their work. The shadow would then pause and look upon the body of the sleeping girl, who also happened to be the victim of this case. The shadow would approach slowly, the curtain at the ready in their hands, and very gently they would lower the weapon around the victim's neck while they slept on the floor. Carefully, they would bunch those curtains into a firm hold, positioning themselves to not lose their grip when the victim woke up. So much details going into taking another person's life. Slowly, the victim would notice the rustling behind her and shed open her eyes, shocked to see someone looming over her. The victim would have been terrified to see that face in the dark, and their immediate instinct would be to buck and run. The self-absorbed lady would try to rise, but the curtain would wind right around her, using her momentum to rise against her, and pulling sharply at her neck in a firm and tight tug, giving the victim less room to struggle so that more bruise marks would not form. Very slowly, the victim would start to choke, struggling to pull the tight curtain off her neck. The breath would slip from her lungs, and she would fight against this end with all of her might, choking, struggling, and crumbling in the dark. The genius could imagine all of this unfolding. He could basically see it in his mind's eyes. The hyoid bone was likely the place that would have broken first if the attacker had strangled from that angle. The poor victim, laid out on the floor, would likely find herself with a curtain set around her neck as she slept. The lady would open her eyes, waking to the feeling of someone hovering over her. Alarm would set in when she registered the figure looming, and her first instinct would be to rise, bucking and struggling to get away from her attacker. Taking advantage of her panic and momentum, the attacker had then held tightly to the curtain around the woman's neck, holding it firm to control the number of bruises and stealing the air from her lungs. Each time the woman raised her head to struggle to a sitting position, she would likely hit it on the floor, making loud thumping noises. The genius boy then guessed that hyoid bone would have broken in that situation. The detective assessed the information that they had gathered so far, and he confirmed that the hyoid bone was indeed broken, just as the genius had guessed. The detective now understood the method. The attacker had stepped on the victim's shoulder, and then the neck. These very unique circumstances had made the boy's young feel like something was off with the case. The detective paused as he tried to answer. The genius immediately gave the detective even more kudos for his brilliant instincts and even gave him a thumbs up. He even called the detective the boss. Kim Tae-in wasn't sure how to feel about all of this praise, and he tried to say that he didn't have a big reason, he just had a strong intuition that something was off. Still, it was amazing that the clues had been pieced together like this. He had guessed that calling the boy would be the right choice to solve the case. When a case occurred, usually an interview would begin. They would ask the suspects of what they knew, and also try to take in witness testimonies. It was important to know what kind of person the victim was, as that would help guide the authorities on understanding why the crime had taken place. Waiters, cleaners, and neighbors would all have their own testimony to give, and they could sometimes guess the reason for the victim's death. There was always the chance that the victim had a fight or disagreement with someone, and not a single shred of evidence could be overlooked. In other words, uncovering the motive was the key to the investigation. However, Woojin was different. The boy only had to just look at the victim's belongings, the house's layout, and the body, and instantly he could snap away the false threads that led to nowhere, singling out the path that would guide him to the truth. The boy could easily seduce the deceased's daily habits and personality. Woojin had the special ability to touch upon every thread and trace of a crime that took place. He could tell where each thread could lead, and he could understand the story that was being whispered behind each presented path. What were merely just scenery to others were open books to him. At this level, the boy was almost like a shaman. No, he was more like a super cool movie character that always had the answers. Tae-yun stared at the boy in silent awe, amazed at how much talent the youth had. The boy was still inspecting the pictures of the crime, taking in the individual objects that they had found near the body. He looked at the tables and the soaps and the broken material on the floor, noting that there was something empty in this case. Transported back to the scene of the crime, the genius asked when was estimated to be the time of death. The hung confessed that it was likely 3:20 in the morning. If it was strangulation, then it was no surprise that the friend who was with her would be a prime suspect. Now that girl came into picture and her face went in the place of the shadow that had ended the victim's life. However, it almost seemed too simple. It was unlikely that Park Hye-wha was directly killed by someone. That made sense to both the boy and the detective. It was not easy for a woman to lift and hang a corpse unless she was known for being on the muscular side or had an intense exercise routine. If the boy had been left killed as she was, livor mortis would be observed on the back of the buttocks. However, in this case, livor mortis was found at the extremities such as her hands and her feet because of the hanging position. The girl had been killed and hung immediately before her blood could pool at her back. Hence, it was likely that the killer would be a physically strong man. However, there was yet another odd thing about this case, and the detective was eager to hear more. The genius boy pointed out that there was no receipt, which worked to further confuse the detective. He wondered what a receipt would be needed for. The genius explained that the victim had ordered chicken and tteokbokki for delivery, but there was no receipt. Usually, delivery food came with a receipt in Korea. As they looked carefully at the materials that had been found at the crime scene, the receipt was not in the trash, and there was no receipt found in the house either. The boy carefully looked through every photo taken of the environment where the crime had taken place, and the detective realized the truth in the boy's words. There really was no receipt on any surface. The strange thing was that there was even more. Excluding the footprints of the dispatch team after the report, only mopping marks and female footprints were visible. The detective explained that Park Hae-wha had apparently spilled a drink on her way home drunk, so the girl had just mopped the living room while at it. That was when it had happened. The detective peeked in through the window at the image of the girl that had formed based on the evidence so far. Suddenly, the detective gasped as he realized something. The footprints on the floor seemed oddly similar. It seemed likely that all the footprints had come from the same person. However, that was not likely the case. So the question was now if the friend had mopped alone and if she had walked around. They studied the picture before them as they could see the victim sitting up to eat the food that she liked. It seemed like Park Hae-wha had stayed in one place till dawn. Now that sounded far-fetched even for a narcissist. The situation didn't make sense. For it to make sense, it would mean that the victim was first killed, and she was already hanging from the bathroom when the friend mopped alone. The friend would have had to mop to erase the killer's footprints unless they'd been unkind enough to wear boots in the house. Hence, the accomplice's footprints were missing. The detective then wondered if the victim had done something to earn someone's grudge. He remembered that he'd asked the victim's friend about that. However, the lady had said that the victim was so sensitive and hot-tempered that she likely did not have many uke around her. Usually, Park Hae-wha would cut ties first or the other party did. With such a personality, she could not have maintained deep relations with others. The only one who could likely fully accept Park Hae-wha's emotional outbursts and complaints were her family. However, if someone outside her family kept accepting her, it was likely that they would have been exhausted. The girl who gave the testimony had a dark look in her gaze, as her hands covered facial expression. She was sure that accepting a girl like that would sure be like becoming an emotional trash can. It could also be the other way around. Park Hae-wha's was somehow taught that the world revolved around her. This victim would have then assumed that it was natural for others to listen to her. This, of course, did not mean that Park Hae-wha was entirely bad. The girl probably did not physically harm anyone. The genius acknowledged that as true. Then, he asked the name of Park Hae-wha's friend. The girl was called Lee Soo-jong. It was always possible that Lee Sublime had conspired with the killer to take the girl's life. It was mostly an assumption, but here is how that would go down. First, the guest would stand when she knew her host was fast asleep, and she would head towards the bathroom, signaling to her accomplice that the coast was clear. Her accomplice would likely have been waiting outside the door for the signal, and they would possibly have with them a bag as they checked their phone. The accomplice would be masked and covered, and kitted in gear that would not reveal their prints. The guest would then open the door and let the accomplice inside. The other would sneak in, ensuring that the host was still asleep, and in the dark of the night the crime would take place. However, it was likely that the accomplice could not enter. Then, the host would wake, hearing the noise of someone trying to sneak into the house and alarming both the guest and the accomplice. There were traces of delivered food eaten at Park Hae-wha's place. The killer could only hand over the food and leave. So, the guest could pretend that she was surprised that the host had ordered delivery. If the victim had woken up midway through the attack, the guest would then signal that the attacker could not come in. Instead, she would take the package and pretend that it was delivery, shutting the door before the delivery stranger. The kitted stranger would then slowly walk away. This was not an official delivery person, and it was highly likely that it was an acquaintance. The omission of the receipt could explain this. It was an effort to confuse the reading of their movement and location. However, it also raised the question of how they could dig this deep because of one missing receipt. The genius followed the stranger down the stairs, trying to figure out what would have happened next. It seemed to him that the killer would have waited until Park Hye-won fell asleep. The accomplice's profile, based on Mo, which was the modus operandi, and an important part of any investigation because it pointed to a particular criminal who committed repeated crimes. Highly educated, but it may have a history of dropping out. The motive was murder, but they also stole a necklace. While murder was the goal, there was also an impulsive side. It seemed that the attacker could not suppress their impulsive emotions. Even if they attended a prestigious high school or university, they would not hesitate to drop out. It seemed that they were facing a smart person. Anticipating bruises on Hye-won's shoulders, they may have instructed Lee Soo-jong to get a massage with Hye-won beforehand. The accomplice was likely in their late 20s and agile in movement. It was possible that they had a history of violence, and was either an acquaintance or lover of Lee Soo-jong. Then they realized that they had missed investigating Lee Soo-jong, the delivery food brands, Hurry Chicken, and Shark Tteokbokki. Even they had noticed that. Still, the detective asked the boy to be honest and admit that he just realized all of this by looking at the living room and the victim's state. Woojin said that it was a secret. At any rate, he was able to place the locations that they must have ordered from. It was not far from Park Hye-won's house. Both stores were located in the same building, and the last orders were at 1 in the afternoon and 1:30 respectively. It was estimated that the time of death was at 3:30 in the morning. The killer had disguised himself as a delivery person and he handed over the food. Then, he had likely waited somewhere in the apartment for the victim to fall asleep again and then executed the crime. The estimated time of death fit neatly. The culprit had designed the scene and he had moved the fallen nail art from the living room to the bathroom. They'd also left the victim's fingerprints on the chair used to remove the curtains. The victim's footprints on the bathroom stools helped make the suicide look intentional. This killer was the type of person who knew how to use their head. Before they hid deeper and became a nuisance, it was best that they caught them immediately. It was a killer who knew how to design a crime scene, a very dangerous man. Now, it was hunting time. The detective and the genius boy went over all the evidence that they had gathered so far. Considering all the circumstances, the killer had likely planned how to leave traces. They had even anticipated the bruise on the shoulder from the process. This person had prepared an excuse for the bruise by ensuring that the girls got a massage in advance too. This was not an ordinary guy as he had planned and prepared for the incident every step of the way. If the culprit was identified, they likely couldn't escape CCTV. The place where he bought the chicken and tteokbokki should likely be investigated first. They would check the CCTV there. The detective was amazed by the boy's genius and dedication as usual. Woojin was so invested that he wanted to head over there immediately. This surprised Kim Tae-yeon, wondering why the boy would go there. The genius said that he wanted to confirm if his theory was correct. That was why he was going there. The detective was surprised and joked that the boy had never been wrong, so this theory was probably correct as well. It did not make sense that there was no receipt for the delivery after all. However, the genius insisted on seeing for himself with his own eyes. The heat and smell of the scene, he wanted it all memorized in a way. The detective was lost about the heat of the scene, wondering if there was ever such a thing. Well, that was not for him to worry about right now. All he had to do was get Woojin where he wanted to go. So, they would get going and ask questions or something. There was no need to be disappointed. The doors opened wide and the two hopped into the car. If Lee Soo-jong and the culprit conspired, it was likely that they had a deep bond. The detective agreed that it was probably right. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone that far. Woojin strongly believed that it was a very strong bond and a very strutting relationship. Enough that they were able to commit a murder together. The genius pondered over this as they drove through the night together. The sky was dark and the bright lights of the nightlife illuminated every street. People went about their nightly business, and in certain corners, women were escorted into the VIP room. Lee Soo-jong's job was the same as Park Hye-won's, and they both worked in the entertainment district. It was likely that Lee Soo-jong was often chosen by the customers, whether young or old. They would lean into her, asking about her personal information shamelessly. It was likely that the accomplice understood the woes of the girl's job and offered comfort to her. They had a deep bond, so there was a possibility that they worked in the same area, and they would perhaps bond in the smoking room. The genius suspected that the man could be a waiter. There was a low probability. However, that was tough luck. There was a low chance of this person being the boss too. If the man cared or had a bond with the victim, a guest, then he wouldn't let her work in the entertainment district in the first place if he was the boss. So, a man who understood Lee Soo-jong's life in the entertainment district and would commit a murder with her was someone who felt really close to her. Judging by the impulsively taken necklace, it was either this person was not financially stable, or it was someone who spent money impulsively. There were jobs where they could understand each other's secret the best, so that they could both sneak out and spend some time together. The stress of having to be chosen, or enduring things accumulated over time. It was likely that they had reached a place where Lee Soo-jong's desires to make choices for herself had exploded. That meant it was someone who also understood her pain deeply. That person was likely the ace of a host bar. Someone who also daily had to have their arms wrapped around someone they could not care less about. That was likely where they had developed a deep bond to understand each other. They'd meet up later and encourage each other about how they'd worked hard that day. The girl would even groan about all the nuisances that she had encountered. The man would laugh and teach her how to deal with it. They were a couple. The one who directly killed Park Hae-hwa probably worked or had work experience in working in a host bar. The detective was curious and asked if the boy meant the ace of a host bar. Yes, that probability was very high. It would take a man who had to sell himself to understand a woman who was constantly forced to do the same. So, the two were able to track the restaurants and they headed inside to ask some questions. The people at the counter were able to place that there was a phone order around 1, and they asked if this was the customer that they were looking for. They had thought that the person was a delivery guy because he had come in with a helmet. It seemed the smart guy had expected them to trace him to the shop anyway, so he'd covered his face just in case. He was the one who had placed the takeout order, which seemed weird for a delivery guy. The man had also laid in cash and he had paid in the exact change too. It was as the genius had expected. Then, the detective asked if they could take a copy of the receipt. This request was surprising to the guy at the counter, and he asked what it was for. He hoped that their food had not caused any form of incident. The detective laughed that it was nothing like that. They had actually come to investigate yesterday's last customer. They went to the next shop to ask, and the man in charge asked why they were investigating that person and if he'd done something wrong. The detective denied that since they didn't have any proper evidence just yet, and it wouldn't do to send the people into a state of alarm. Nothing had been confirmed yet, and they had placed a phone order at the tteokbokki place next door. Then, they had ordered the chicken right after. The weird masked individual had then picked up both at the same time, and he had not taken the receipt. The detective thought that this strange man matched what they suspected of the culprit, and he asked Woojin if that was their guy. However, he looked behind him and was surprised to find that the genius was gone. Even the dude in charge looked concerned as he wondered what Rendiatsurge was even talking about. It seemed the ore genius had gotten sidetracked by the delicious smell of food. That was what happened when you were a genius with a special interest in snacking. The boy stared in awe at the holy fried chicken. The boy was practically drooling over the delicious-looking chicken, and the cook had to put a stop to that immediately. At any rate, Jichel was called that the culprit had been identified. The partner was surprised that it was really a homicide, and the detective said it was, boasting that he had suspected that the situation was weird. The partner asked about the culprit and the detective revealed that it was the jerk who had disguised himself as the delivery guy. He spoke into the phone, giving his partner all of the latest gossip on the case. There were tons of delivery guys caught on camera, so the partner asked if they had identified the one that they were looking for. They had indeed, and the dude that they were looking for was wearing black clothes. Even the shoes were black and the gloves too. The partner sighed that it was too hard to find someone who was wearing all black in the dark because the murder had taken place at night. So the detective mentioned that they were looking for a delivery guy wearing a light gray helmet. Since the partner had gotten that description, the detective urged the man to look for the culprit quickly. The partner asked if the detective was sure, and the man was overflowing with confidence, asking the partner who he thought he was. He was the man after all. This was news to the partner, but he followed the direction. He was surprised that this delivery dude was patently the culprit, and the detective said that was what he was saying. Also, they had to call in Lee Soo-jong and bring her in as well, not answer some questions. The two of them were accomplices after all, and the confidence was 100%. If Woojin said so, then they were sure that it must be the culprit. The gist was already spreading round the office that it was a homicide, and they'd found clues to prove it. The partner leapt to his feet now that he knew that Woojin was involved, and he said that he would call in Lee Soo-jong right away. They needed to get their hands on the culprit as fast as possible, and the detective would track the CCTV. The man pushed some buttons on his phone, thanking Woojin after he'd ended the call. This level was genius was expected of his exceptional adopted brother. The genius, however, denied his involvement and said that this was all the detective's doing. It was all thanks to the man and his incredible intuition. After all, the boy would not have found out about the case if the detective did not involve him every time. The detective promised to eventually treat the genius to something really delicious. For today, though, the chicken that they had bought was enough. In fact, the boy thought that it was more than enough. The genius really loved food. It seemed Woojin had previously seen an amazing advertisement that featured an armored hero with a shining sword of justice. This dashing and fantastic hero was the shining mascot of God Chicken. The hero sliced and diced the chicken, making it available for all the customers to eat and thus completing his quest. This offered 1 fried chicken, 1 chicken radish, 1 carbonated drink, and 2 chopsticks. It was the chicken guaranteed to bring maximum satisfaction. Woojin felt very satisfied as he carried his trophy from the restaurant and asked them to go. The detective was surprised. Hesitantly, the man told the boy to stop. From here, it was really not allowed for a civilian to get this involved after all. It was best for them to leave it to Hyung. This was a different territory. Once the suspect was identified, arresting them was only a matter of time. The people would be what came next. The side that it was too bad, much too bad, with the most drab expression on his face. However, he was being restricted, then he would not pursue the matter and he would instead head off to eat chicken. The detective thought that it was a great job and they should go ahead and eat it before things got cold. His Hung apologized that he had to leave the boy behind and even gave him some taxi money so that he could find his way home. Woojin tried to turn it down, but the man insisted that the boy had to accept it. The detective waved the boy home safely, telling him to take care of himself. As the boy was leaving, he left a bit of advice. He told the man that when he interrogated Lee Sujong and the accomplice, he asked if he could at least watch too. The detective was surprised at this request, however that was not necessarily against the rules, so he agreed. The genius wouldn't called in and he could watch. So for now, the boy could go home. The boy hopped into the taxi and it drove down the busy street, taking him home. A bus stopped at a corner and the boy held tight to his special order that he had gotten from the restaurant. The other Osanages on the bus could not help but oogle the man's package, the smell of it wafting through everything. Now everyone on board had the strong urge to eat chicken, and some even called their homes to order it. The smell of the chicken was so strong that it was like it started a chicken apocalypse in the bus, and everyone was hungry for the genius chicken. Woojin was not digging the vibe at all, and it looked like he could fight the others in the bus for his treat. Then, the boy received a message on his phone and he raised it to check. It was Lee Hiram. It had been a while since he'd properly heard from the girl. It seemed that she wanted to talk. Since that was the case, he remembered the last time that he had seen his friend. The genius sat across his rich friend during one of his regular visits to her place. Her head was lowered and she seemed to be struggling with an immense situation. Lee Hiram didn't want to study abroad. The genius beside her asked why she wanted to remain in Korea. For children of conglomerates, studying abroad was a natural course. However, she asked for whose benefit would she be going. It wouldn't be for her older siblings' benefit. Woojin listened to the girl, wondering if she lacked shareholding power. He wanted to know what she wanted to manage and why she did not understand that marriage would be the best business. The marriage talk was likely something that she had heard from her parents. They wanted her to stop thinking of any of her desires and to just do as they instructed her. They wanted her to get with the son of the GHY Construction CEO since he was interested in her. Big-name families like that always tried to marry into big-name families to keep their wealth. When she returned from studying abroad, her family would often arrange a meeting between the two. While the girl was busy studying overseas, she knew that her siblings would gradually increase their shares. By the time she returned, they would loom over her like giants, and she would find herself cut off from everything. Even the shares that she had would be diluted. The poor girl would then be reduced to a tool for her grandfather's group to prosper and be married of. She wanted nothing to do with a life like that, and her desires were valid. Like a mergers and acquisitions, she would be forced to reduce to nothing more than a cog on the grand wheel. The button was pushed to stop the bus, and the boy descended when he picked up the phone. His good friend Hiram had called. It had been a while since he'd heard from her. She asked what he'd been up to, and he explained that he was just doing some food hunting. The girl was surprised and asked about this hunting that he was on. He had been planning to eat chicken at the Han River, and thus he asked his friend if she liked chicken. This was rather suspicious to her since the Han River was a rather infamous spot, and she asked who he was with right now. Woojin explained that he was alone and that helped the girl relax a bit. So he was having chicken by himself. He had seen people do it before on YouTube, and someday he wanted to do it too. That day was today and he was absolutely elated with the package that he had scored, happily jumping, skipping and kicking his feet as he made his way around. It was a very natural and ordinary plan. However, the rich girl knew that the spot was known for romantic get-together. Then she added that she did know where to find the place and that she would see him there. The lights of the city were beautiful and shine even brighter at night with the light of people who went about their daily lives. The garden they'd chosen was located right by the Han River, and they could see the large boats that sailed on it. The boy had spread out a picnic mat and he prepared to have some food on it. As he sat by the water, he noticed some movement stirring within. This reminded the young genius about rumors of a monster that supposedly lived in the Han River. The boy's eyes widened in amazement, and now he was so curious about it. There were other people who came and went around the area. It was a rather lively spot after all. Someone came over to sell some cool drinks to the young genius, trying to encourage him to buy their wares. The boy dismissed them, saying that he was not buying, and the drinks were waved over his face. Woojin finally turned and he found that it was Lee Hiram playing a game with him. She teased that chicken was nothing without beer. She had guessed that he would not buy any alcohol, so she had bought some. The boy hurried to catch it when she tossed it at him. As expected, Lee Hiram understood the aura of romance that the garden had promised. The boy stared in delight at the drinks that had been brought, wondering if it shine with the light of sacred romance. The rich girl already knew that her friend was weird, but she was a little miffed that he seems happier to see the beer than her. The genius insisted that was not the case and invited his friend to sit down with him. The air was clear and the night was peaceful. They had a lot to catch up on. The genius opened the chicken like it was the holy grail of bubbling beauty and love. It was the Han River chicken of his dreams and he gasped in awe. The rich girl had no idea why he was making such a fuss about something like this. The beer was popped open and they both got down to enjoyment. They clinked the can together in cheers as they got ready to eat chicken and beer. With the beer decided, the boy then started to divide the chicken by parts, saying that they could each get one keg each and one wing each. However, he wanted to eat the neck. Woojin scarfed down the chicken like a wild badger, happily munching down on that juicy taste that he had dreamed of for years. The girl watched him eat with amazement. It seemed this was the first time she was seeing him truly act like himself and enjoy something. He ate the chicken all the way down to the bone and was surprised to see him do it. He explained to her that cartilage was rich in collagen and was very good for joints. It was clean and very romantic, just as they expected. The cans were put down after they were done eating and the two took a moment to enjoy the breeze of nature. It was not every day that they could just sit back, relax, and enjoy the day without any stress. The girl sipped a bit of the beer in her can, enjoying the moment. With the chicken finished, it was time to get down to business, and the genius called her attention. The boy asked the girl if she wanted to do management. It was very important that if he was going to help her, then he was going to help her do something that she actually wanted to do. The girl was surprised as she had never said anything like that, but it was indeed what she was interested in it. Lee Hiram wanted to do management like every other family member. She wanted to be more than just the pawn in their little games. However, Hiram's family would not give her management rights to even one subsidiary. It seemed that Hiram's father was not paying any attention to her either. The genius called to his rich friend, gaining her attention. He asked if she knew what things had a continuous demand throughout history. The girl was confused, asking what he was suddenly talking about. She asked if he meant money. That was true. Money remained a consistent demand throughout most of history. Then, he asked her what was the representative things that were supposed to earn that money. This would be things were still steadily supplied due to demand. The girl was getting drunk listening to him and she asked that he should just say it simply. So the boy proceeded with the answer. Dieting, the exercise that people out in to be healthy. English that was often taught in schools. Water that came in various containers. Even food that was often spread out on a large juicy platter. Now that the girl thought about it, she realized that the genius was right. But she wondered why he was asking this out of nowhere. The genius then asked which of things he had mentioned had the highest margin. It was time to choose the business with the highest and he waited for her to guess. The girl frowned, wondering if he was listening to her at all and why he was asking that. The answer, of course, was water. The water business would always have the highest profit because people would always need water. The girl lay on the picnic mat, staring into the sky as she wondered what point the boy was trying to make. It sounded like he was telling her to sell alcohol or something like that. Cosmetics, grooming and beautification were also consistent demands. Cosmetics mixed with water also had pretty high margins as well. That was a given, but the genius went on to point out that the rich girl's grandfather, the chairman of the group, wanted to live forever. Even after he passes, he would want the group that he built to exist forever under the founder's name. The rich girl was surprised that the genius knew her family quite well. It was not hard as these things often followed a pattern, and the boy could guess what her grandfather wanted. It was not eloquence or even academic intelligence. It was more likely that the man was after the management qualities that were necessary to mask the group that he built even bigger. The girl frowned as she considered that, saying that even if she had any of those qualities, there was no opportunity for her to express them. The genius Yudam smiled. He lay beside her on the picnic mat, much to her surprise. If a door was not being opened, then someone who was driven should open a window to pass through. He had found out about her grandfather, who had started from nothing but slowly and surely had built up to a cement factory. The girl knew that story very well, and was rather impressed that he knew it too. Then again, probably everyone knew of her grandfather's success story. The boy then said that just like her grandfather, the girl should also start from nothing without any help from him. That would be the first step in making him respect her. She needed to show the same thing, and to show that the same blood that flowed in her grandfather was strong in her. People were often attracted to others who were similar to themselves. The saying that birds of a feather would flock together existed for a reason. However, Lee Hiram and her grandfather's starting lines were clearly different. Hiram had money, so this start would be so much easier than it would be for her grandfather. The girl frowned as she asked the boy if he was telling her to get into the cosmetics business. However, he said that the cosmetics market transaction volume was in the tens of trillions. It was an appetizing target. Still, the girl looked at the sky, still feeling hesitant and doubtful. It seemed the girl had lost her ability to dream and she was not sure if it could work. However, Regenius pushed himself up and reminded her that she needed to do it alone so that she could get recognized. She had to prove that she had her grandfather's blood in her veins. Besides, she did not need to fight the battle entirely in her own. The boy offered to help her, much to the rich girl's surprise. She asked how he would help. He then asked her if she knew what people reacted to immediately. They were going to use that as their advantage in the way they played the game. Hiram was not sure what people reacted to immediately, so he decided to give a helping hand to help her understand. Woojin turned slowly to look her in the eye, and her eyes widened when she heard his words. His answer to that question was fear. Fear was the emotion that got people going before they could even think. Using the power that people reacted to immediately, the city around them continued to bubble with life and activity. People went about their daily lives, doing whatever they wanted. Attention was drawn to a car on the road, and it was the car that was taking the CEO's daughter home. Lee Hiram thought carefully about the conversation that she'd had with Woojin. People reacted immediately when they felt fear. When an alarm went off and a person rose to find that too much time had passed, the adrenaline from that fear kicked them into action and helped them get ready for work twice as fast than they normally would. It was similar to when office workers or students woke up late and felt anxiety and fear. The rich girl was confused, but the genius just encouraged her to keep listening. It was the same with bullying. When a person had their existence consistently denied and trampled on could also be seen as fear. That person would then think into their external environment, trying to make themselves as small as possible, and eventually collapse on their own. The rich girl was slowly starting to understand the concept, which worked great. She needed to know this in order to succeed in business. It was like a girl selling matches in the snow. A sense of alienation was also a type of fear. People would take pictures, attend popular restaurants, or buy specific types of cars just because other people were doing it too. When people each left hints about what kind of person they were, what state they were in, and what their interests were, that was their ways of expressing their existence to others. Rather than listening to what others had to say, most people would rather talk about themselves, sometimes overshadowing the person that they had engaged in conversation. A monk who understood this worldly nature would practice silent meditation, erasing himself and contemplating the world. The girl listened curiously as the boy's lecture transported her from bedrooms to classrooms and now to a temple. This surprised her, and she asked if the boy also went to temples to pray. He did nothing of the sort, but he did admit that silent meditation was truly an amazing practice, especially since one chose voluntarily to be alienated in a lonely temple. Usually, people felt the urge to buy things, or they would go to a location since it seemed to be hot and trending. The urge to follow the crowd was always strong with humanity. Ordinary people often didn't have the discipline of monks to voluntarily isolate. If others had it, they wanted to have it too. This was why people would rush into commercial houses and spend their money, chasing the high of what they believed to be a very good time. They were afraid of being left out, so they would make purchases to join the crowd. Alienation was the fear of being erased from the world after all. It was a social form of death that the new world had invented, a hell for the ordinary man. They could use this fear of alienation to make people feel like they were losing themselves if they did not buy Hiram's product. The girl asked if they would make this perfume with better ingredients than existing ones. Big advertising with famous celebrities would probably help too. However, Woojin rejected that idea. First, an influencer who could communicate with people would be the target. Influencers who were objects of admiration could easily communicate with ordinary people. People could feel their sense of existence through the expressions of communicating influencers. It was a similar feeling to getting a reply from a famous celebrity. It seemed quite good to the rich girl, and she considered that idea. First, the girl would have to make cosmetics that satisfied the consumer. The next step was branding. If the girl managed to satisfy the customers at the first level, then she needed to satisfy their secondary desires through branding. That was like the design of the coffin that would seal consumer interest. She needed to make them imagine that they wanted to become like that. Whether it was delusion or illusion, people would often confuse imagination with reality. The rich heiress needed to make her customers dream. She just needed to plant an image in their minds. Immortal skin to capture their attention. A great idea would be to use vampire for branding. Now that was an idea that would definitely sell. An immortal and exquisite being unlike any create that they had ever seen. A being with glistening and beautiful skin. The rich heiress was curious about this method of branding since she didn't even know what a vampire was. Her pop culture knowledge was zero overall, but that was fine because Woojin would change that. He explained that a vampire strategy was an attraction that would immediately capture the eyes of the people. A title that branded immortal skin, vampire cosmetics, would be enough to start a reasonable trend. It did not have to be vampires specifically, but she did need to satisfy the secondary image. The more the girl thought about a haunting beauty that never died, the more the idea started to appeal to her. An immortal skin that would never blemish or wrinkle, carrying a supernatural beauty designed by the powers of everlasting life. Of course, the fear tactic worked best when people were not directly scared. For example, mentioning skin elasticity or aging could likely have the opposite effect and repel their customers. The regretful feeling of not knowing about a product on time to use it on their skin was a tactic that a lot of franchises already used. It was a classical method so people might not notice. Funeral services and insurance companies Errol used this method a lot. Then, Woojin informed Hiram that she needed to do alienation marketing. This was the kind of marketing strategy that worked like an alien sneaking into human territory. The goal was to quietly seep into the unconscious of people in a way that would make them react immediately due to desires. Also, this emotion of alienation would come in handy at this point. It was like the visual children playing in a playground. If the brand could help them escape from alienation, then people would engage with it. This marketing study would come in like a girl approaching a loner for the first time. There were plenty of youths who felt alone, just like Woojin had when he was younger. The product would befriend the outcasts, asking what they were doing alone all by themselves, inviting them to play. Then, it would take the hands of those that needed it, dragging them out to enjoy the blissfulness of youth. This method was supposed to make people feel joy and enthusiasm at the same time towards that product. The product would lead its customers to different rides and different forms of entertainment. Then, one of the customers could receive a call from someone. It could be a friend reaching out or an acquaintance. It seemed that the genius boy did in fact get a call, and he needed to step away for a moment. He told the detective that he was listening, and the man could go ahead and voice his problems. The black car continued to speed down the road, and the rich heiress apologized for the late hour. Her chauffeur said that it was fine. Now she wondered about Woojin and how one of his contacts was a detective. Now she was curiously about what he usually did. Meanwhile, Woojin made his way over to the police station. He had said that he'd wanted to watch the interrogation, so it seemed like it was time. The police officers at the door greeted him, as he was quite a popular face around these parts. They informed him that the interrogation had only just begun, and the detective was mostly waiting for the genius to arrive. Of course, the genius was eager to arrive as well. The perpetrator was a planned and systematic person. It was likely that such an evil man would not admit readily to the crime. He might even have a prepared alibi. So they had to move cautiously concerning this case. The detective smiled boldly and said that he would try his best to tear down the culprit's resolve. However, when the boy arrives at the police station, he had the most astonished look on his face. His disbelief was so prolonged that he almost looked like he'd transformed into a completely different creature. The culprit had somehow confessed everything. Even the detective laughed that he couldn't believe it either. The man they had arrested had immediately admitted everything. Woojin was in disbelief. That was very strange, so the boy asked the detective if he had interrogated the culprit directly. Indeed, the detective had done that. It was still baffling to the genius boy that this man had confessed everything so easily. The detective admitted that coming by the concession had not been that easy. The culprit had first rambled about being wrong. Just as the genius had said, it was a dude who worked at a host bar and his mouth was very alive. When lying, women would try not to reveal the truth with short words, saying things like they did not know. Often, men would hide the truth by dragging out their words. They would narrate a whole story about all the things that they had done before bed. They would narrate about the movies they had watched, and even all the things that had happened 10 days later. No matter what, it was useless. A woman's necklace was found at the perpetrator's house. When pressed, the man had broken down immediately. The smarter the perpetrator, the quicker that such a villain. Rather rudely, the boy mentioned that he knew that the desire was not that kind of person. or he would have been threshed to ask if the man had threatened the culprit. The detective just laughed, saying that he could do it when he needed to. They were going to be still interrogating, and he asked the boy if he wanted to take a look. Of course, he agreed. Inside of the interrogating room, the woman was screaming, asking them if they knew what type of person the victim had been. The victim had apparently stolen all of her customer and would meet with them behind her back. That was not the action of a friend. Sun Yang had a really hard time too because of that woman, and there were rules in this business. Still, that was hardly any justification for killing someone. The detective pointed out that the genius boy was correct. The culprits were a pair of lovers. The man nervous said that he was sorry and that he'd never intended it from the start. He had told them many times before. The genius was amazed to see that the man was shyly admitting his crimes. Now the genius believed it, and he gave the detective a thumbs up, much to the man's pride and joy. The genius cried within himself as he stepped out of the interrogation room, sobbing about how much the detective had grown, like he was a kid that he was raising. The detective was on a call, and he told the chief that they were getting a full confession now. It seemed that the chief had just called, and Taeyun wondered why the chief had called. A part of the genius wondered if the chief was calling to congratulate the detective in advance. It was very likely that the detective got a very special promotion. The man's eyes widened, and he asked through the phone if he had not just heard incorrectly. The chief laughed and asked the man how many criminals he had caught so far. Obviously, that kind of achievement was due for some form of recognition. The commissioner must have called the chief directly at that rate. The man invited the detective to have a proper company dinner with him next time. The detective Taeyun found himself so choked up with emotion, and Woojin sighed to himself, thinking that raising his own baby detective was pretty hard, huh? The detective leapt on the genius boy after the call ended, sobbing and saying that it was all thanks to him. The genius acted like he'd been electrocuted by the hug. He even protested that it was disgusting and begged the detective to stop, and that men should not be doing this with each other. That was such an outdated belief, and men should be able to hug whoever they felt like hugging. The boy was panicking so much that he was even trying to call for the police station while he was totally camped at the police station. It seemed the call was still ongoing, and the chief asked Taeyun what on earth was going wrong. They were currently in the police station building after all. Well, the team leader had to choose what he wanted to eat next time, and he asked if the genius wanted Korean beef number 9. The genius was still trying to recover from the traumatizing hug when the detective shot all sorts of prions at him. Steel and omakase were definitely also an opportunity to score. Suddenly, somebody stopped the detective Kim Taeyun as he walked. The man paused in surprise along with the genius beside him. It was Prosecutor Kim Cheol-woong, a pretty important figure. They wondered what could possibly bring such a busy man over here at such an hour. The man smiled as he took in Woojin, pointing out that he'd never seen his face before. He asked if they were someone new. The detective happily explained about Woojin, feeling in very high spirits. However, the boy reminded his Hyung that he wanted to be ordinary and he would not be forgiving anyone who ruined that perfect life. So, the detective decided to cut short his explanation just briefly as a reference for the case. That aside, he was curious as to why the prosecutor had come today. The man explained that he had stopped by while passing through. Oh dear, that seemed an issue as they had not orooki any refreshments, and the team leader was not there at the moment. The prosecutor smiled that he had not come to see the team leader. In fact, this very important man had come all this way just to see the detective. Now that was indeed interesting news. The man had really wanted to meet Detective Kim Taeyun, who had the ability to catch criminals like he was catching flies. The man was surprised by this request, asking if he was the reason that this big man had really come. The man said that he needed a detective with a mind that rivaled profilers. He wanted to work on something together with such a brilliant man. It was supposedly very ordinary work, but the detective could feel the pressure of this new work. He wondered what kind of work it would be, this work that required an irreplaceable person. However, the irreplaceable person was Woojin. That outstretched hand reached out, and Woojin decided that it was time to move to the next step. They would now proceed very ordinarily, elevating the detective just like he planned. It was a quiet evening at our dude's neighborhood, and the light in his window was on. He seemed to be watching YouTube videos again, and his focus was on a video where the expedition team had come to this 20-year traditional roasted duck restaurant. That food was already driving people crazy, and the boy's lotus drooled as he realized that he had not tried this. It looked so delicious and he was hungry for a taste. The genius recalled how the detective asked happily what the boy felt like eating the next time they had the opportunity, and he knew exactly what he would order next. With his appetite ready to go, he was motivated to get involved in the detective's new interesting issue. The genius hoped that the place would take phone reservations and that it was near public transportation so that he could reach it. Everything was going according to plan, and the detective's promotion was the first step towards the kind of success that the boy was planning to achieve. Brain Food had become a franchise just as he wanted, to make his friend's business grow. He had also set Hiram on the path to prove her management qualities. He was going to level up absolutely everyone in his group to the max level, like they were warriors from a video game. He was going to build a system that would always benefit his family around him. Now, the next step of his leveling was being put in place. The boy swiped casually on his phone as he slotted his next target. The video he was watching was on why it became difficult to eat lunchboxes during class. There was also a video of a human trying to outrace a cheetah. There was also a dolphin-human incident that had gone siren in the community. He had even seen content on what happened when a person carelessly opened the toilet lid, and they would announce the results at the end of the video. Woojin made himself constantly watch short-form content without being lazy, rolling around his room as he paid attention. This was so that he could become even more ordinary. The evening continued over the town and people continued going about their daily lives. Some people were ordering drinks, and some were on their way home with a hearty meal. Some dude that we haven't seen since episode 6 wanted to know if Woojin was doing well now. It felt like the kid was overcoming his trauma now, and that pleased the man very greatly as he poured out a drink for his friend. It seemed to be the boy's father, and the man smiled that his son even laughed more now. It was the father and the uncle, chatting up about their families and work. The father recalled how he'd once heard a really strange sound coming from outside his door. Both he and his wife sat up in surprise, wondering if a burglar had broken in. The father had stood, as was his responsibility as the man of the house, and he had come out to investigate. He was surprised to see his son cleaning at dawn. It made the father feel dizzy. It felt like yesterday since they'd seen the boy wake early in the morning to do housework, just like he'd been forced to do at his old prison. The kid was a kid, and he'd even gotten a perfect score on the college entrance exam. The uncle was rather proud of Woojin, saying that he wished his son would follow even half of what the boy did. The man then boasted that his son was so smart since he'd inherited it from his side, though the uncle insisted that the intelligence came from his wife's side. The boy also seemed to be doing rather well at school, and that was a relief. The father laughed that his son was doing well rather ordinarily. The uncle leaned forward, saying that was not what he thought. The father was surprised, asking the other man what he meant. The man said that Woojin was like a gem hidden in a bag. He was like an awl in a bag that pierced through. No matter how much they tried to hide, their abilities would eventually come out and shine. So, the boy could not help but draw attention to himself. The father smiled, admitting that this was true. He was his father, so he knew that very well. However, his only desire was for their child to be happy, and being ordinary is what made the boy happy. He did not want his baby to be bound by others' attention. He just wanted his son to be healthy. The man hoped that the boy would one day become happy with what he was doing. That was more than enough for him. His drinking friend groaned like that was much too sappy, but the father just wanted his son to be happy. Meanwhile, back at the genius, normal-looking house, the boy could be found doom-scrolling as fast as possible. He stated with his eyes wide at all the information that passed by him. He saw all sorts of marketing like the classic fear marketing, and he paused to listen to a few of the things that some of these people had to say. The composition of the message was lacking though, and would likely not hold a lot of people's attention. As the boy lay on his bed, the ghost of his past life started to haunt him, calling Boy complacent and saying that he was no better than his past self at anything. The boy scoffed at his past self, silencing it and telling him that he already knew everything that his past self knew. The ghost laughed, but the boy ignored it. A phone rang and someone hurried to pick it up. It was Hiram, and the genius asked the girl if she had somehow gotten home safely. Of course she had made it home, and she insisted that she was fine, asking the boy if he was home. He was home, but then he asked the girl if she could somehow introduce him to some tutoring work. A college student engaging in tutoring sounded rather normal after all. The girl was surprised and asked the boy if he needed money, probably suspecting that he was getting to sound for causing trouble. However, the boy was thinking that his parents were at the age where they would need regular health checkups from now on. He wanted them to get more attentive medical examinations so that their bodies could not deteriorate. The girl asked the boy how much money they'd need, and if she should give it to him. The boy just sighed and explained that he wanted to try tutoring. In fact, he would like to teach a doctor's child. He had so much knowledge that he might as well pass it on. Plus, it was a great first step towards making connections. The girl was surprised by his request, but the rich girl was known for making miracles come to life. The day rolled by and evening became monim. The evening morning sky was beautiful and the genius was busy chatting with a friend. They were talking about something that came out well, and that samples would be out in 2 weeks. It seemed that Hiram was taking the makeup idea seriously, which pleased him greatly. The schedule was rather reasonable, and they asked for each other's locations. Woojin was on his way to a tutoring interview. The girl asked the boy if he had gotten contacted, and of course he had. He thanked them for introducing him. As the boy walked, he noticed someone in front of him who walked with an awkward center of gravity. Suddenly he paused when he noticed the man move. Woojin watched in shock as the man with the crutch just fell over completely. Even the way the man fell was awkward. The genius was a master at judging other people. Then, the genius continued the call, telling the other girl that he'd be sure to contact her again at another time. He noticed something above and stared at it for a while. It seemed to be a camera taking note of the fallen man. It seemed to be one of those social experiments watching how people reacted to seeing someone collapse in front of them. Another YouTuber found out in the wild. Someone noticed the falling man, but instead of helping, he rushed away and asked for someone to please help him. Woojin instantly noticed that this new stranger was limping. It was not chronic nor was it serious. However, there was something odd and the boy called to the kid to make him stop. The person paused in surprise, looking much like a girl. Woojin confirmed that he was talking to that kid and she was surprised, wondering what he wanted. He noticed her pupil dilated and the covered forearms for self-protection. There were also hesitant steps and avoidance. This person was instinctively afraid of adults, and it was just the same earlier. When that man had fallen, the person had been very startled, like she had expected the man to attack her. It was a child who was hurt at her pelvis and afraid of adults. So, the genius told the boy to wait a minute for just a brief moment. The girl stated nervously as he quickly wrote down a few things, then he tore the paper out of his notebook and gave it to the girl. The genius asked her to take a look at what he had written, trying his best not to startle her, like he spoke to an easily frightened animal. The girl stated in surprise at the note that she was being given. The note read that he could help her, and he was really close with the police, so he could contact her at any time. He suspected that the girl was being abused. The girl was surprised, holding the note tight as she glanced up at the man. Woojin smiled kindly, as he had written his number on the paper so she could contact him at any time, and he asked if she understood the message. The girl was surprised but she bowed in understanding and gratitude. Then, the girl hurried away. Woojin watched the girl go, relieved that she now had a way to contact him. He'd completely forgotten about the dude who pretended to fall in front of him. Some people had come out and noticed him though, so they went to help him. They helped the dude gather up all of the papers from the floor, and they stacked them up nice and pretty. Once everything was perfect, the paper was suddenly snatched from their hands by the genius boy. He asked the boys if they had seen adults and they said that they had. There were annual cases of missing children, about 71,854 randomly. There was always a parent looking for their child. Missing children cases often remained unsolved for over a year. The boy explained that adults did not ask children for help. If adults wanted help, they would go to other adults. Then, he turned judgmentally to look at the man who'd pretended to fall. The man tries to why the boy to give him his papers but Woojin still resisted, looking at the man with judgment in his eyes. The boy crushed some of the papers in his hand with great disgust and threw it in the face of the man who had fallen over. The man groaned in horror and yelled, calling the genius crazy. The man asked the boy what was wrong with him, yelling and asking what he was doing. The genius then asked the man to listen very carefully for him. He was going to tell the man exactly what kind of nonsense that he was up to. The genius boy Woojin had explained to the kind children that adults usually would not ask little children for help. The grown man was astonished, asking what he had done wrong and demanding if the genius could not see his poor leg. Clearly he was injured and other people should show pity and mercy. The boy was irritated because he knew that the boy was perfectly fine. The videos that this man uploaded, it was quite possible for a child to see them and copy them. People would see little children helping an adult stranger on the road and think that it was a good thing. The man was only focused on raising views with emotional manipulation. He did not think once of how many children would be in danger if they copied that behavior. That was exactly how kidnappings happened. A child could be on his way home, and a man would pop out of a vehicle, an absolute stranger. This stranger would then pretend to fall in front of a child that didn't know better, spilling his load on the floor. The child would of course stop and offer to help this kind man, much to the man's delight, and he would start asking the child questions about themselves. A lot of children didn't know better, and lots of families could not hire private investigators. Even if they did, it was not always easy to trace a lost child. Children were innocent and they would answer almost any question that they were asked by other adults. The kidnapper would then encourage the child to take an action that would push them closer to their vehicle, perhaps encouraging the boy to carry the load and put it in the car for them. The child would happily agree and put the boxes on the seat. While the child was doing that, the man would suddenly push the boy inside the car. A weak child could not struggle against a grown adult, and the empty boxes would be left discarded on the roadside while the man took the boy and fled. Another day would pass, and another child would see what looked like an old lady struggling with her wrist as she tried to cross the road. The child would stop, offering to push the woman's wheelchair if she could. The woman would laugh that she did not have to, and she would use her apparent age to ask the girl for a favor. That sweet child would push this fake grandma all the way to a suspicious place. Following the old woman's direction, the child would continue to a place that had no proper lighting or camera, trusting this adult and not knowing that she was walking into a den of vipers. The girl would take the woman all the way there, and she would stop in the darkest part of the alley when the grandma declared that she was home. The girl would tell the old woman to take care and try to start making her way home. But before she had gone far, the grandma would call again. That poor sweet child would heed the call, turning around at the old woman's beckon, and she would suddenly be standing, telling the poor girl that she should live together with grandma. The girl would be panicked, but she would not be strong enough to escape the grasp of a much older woman. Kidnapping could happen anywhere, and the videos that the wicked man filmed would not only give criminals ideas, but it would also encourage children to reach out their small hands towards strangers that could do them harm. As a kidnapped victim himself, Woojin could not stand by and watch such terrible morals get passed around as if they were good. There were annual cases of runaway and missing children, and they surpassed over 70,000 cases. Such a large number was not a joke to the genius boy. Many parents were out there looking for their missing child who perhaps were taken using stupid schemes like this. Missing children cases could go unsolved for over a year. A child did not need to help an adult, and if the man needed help, he should ask someone his own age. The YouTuber was irritated, asking who the boy was to lecture him. He asked the boy who he was and what he did. However, Woojin just pushed that the man should take down all his videos of children helping adults. Otherwise, he would make sure that the man was unable to monetize them. The man was surprised and the genius walked away, telling the boys to disperse and go home. The man was shocked at such a threat, and he felt that the boy who'd just spoken to him was surely crazy. Well, it was time for Woojin to attend his very first tutoring interview. The boy was rather excited about it and he headed over. He knew that he should be nervous about such a thing, but for some reason he found himself not nervous at all. Being ordinary was really difficult after all. Well, they needed to keep working hard, and that was not easy as they stepped forward. The boy headed inside the building where he'd conduct his interview, and he found himself in front of a door. Woojin knocked rather politely on the door, and the door opened slowly. There was a man inside making phone calls, telling whoever was on the phone that it was not impossible. The boy greeted the man inside and the professor turned, noting the student Shin Woojin. The man was on an urgent call and he told the boy to wait for just a moment. As the man requested, the boy stood by the door and waited, letting the professor continue with his call. The man turned back his phone and continued chatting it up for a while. While he did that, Woojin inspected the office. He took a look at the shelves and the neatly arranged items. The genius was speechless as he looked around at all the items in the room. Compared to other plants, some of the plants in the office got special treatment. The boy glanced to the side and noticed the shining green color of the orchid that shone with the light of a plant that was shown great care. The boy pointed at the plant, inspecting it a little, and it seemed the man noticed. The professor was still rather occupied with his call, but he watched the boy with a corner of his eye, wondering what the boy was doing. Woojin lowered his hand as he stared at the plant, and the boy noted that this professor seemed to have a strong attachment to orchids. That was almost rather scary. Then, the phone call ended so the professor could finally turn to him. The man apologized, saying that he had a surgery scheduled shortly, and he thanked the boy for coming all the way to the hospital. He wanted the young genius to sit comfortably and wait for him before they could start the interview. It seemed that Woojin would have to do even more waiting than before. The boy pulled up a chair and got ready to wait. The man offered the boy a drink, pulling out something for the boy to enjoy, and the genius thanked the man. The ring that the man wore was shiny without a single scratch, beyond the friction from taking it off and on for surgery. It was clear that the man had a habit for touching the ring often. The boy also glanced to the side and noticed a picture on the table. The doctor had read the boy's personal statement and documents as well. He knew that the boy had passed the middle and high school equivalency exams. The boy had even entered S University with perfect college entrance exam scores. The boy said that this was correct, and the man was highly impressed by this. It seemed that he was going to conduct the interview almost immediately. Then, the man asked if he could know why the boy had taken the equivalency exams. The boy said that he had circumstances. Well, that was a very vague answer, and the professor thought about that response for a hot minute. The boy could rest that the man had self-comfort that was tied to attachment. The man could remember images and remember sound quite well too. Well, he had to, he was a doctor after all. The man also remembered feeling. The man politely said that he'd asking something unnecessary, since everyone lived wiry at least one story. The man had raised up empathy as his experience with many patients reminded him that others had scars in their pasts that they would prefer to hide. The man had an unconscious gaze that was connected to the ring, and it seemed like the orchid was a gift, was a family member. It seemed that the professor had likely lost his wife and he'd struggled with a loss that made him dote on that plant. However, biologically, the strong 1SP was the genes as much as possible was supposedly deep in human nature. The professor was also strong because he had both the money and the honor of being a doctor. The man could easily have more than one child, as the boy he was interviewing to teach was a boy in the 10th grade. Considering the professor's age in his late 50s, the boy could guess that the man might have an older sister or brother above him. The man then said that he would tell the genius in advance his boy would be difficult to teach. That seemed a statement of fact. Good. Easy didn't work well with Woojin anyway, and it was best for the genius to face a challenge. The genius still asked for further information on that, and the doctor explained that student Woojin was in fact the 7th tutor that would be applying for this job. Now this was a shock to the genius. He wondered what sort of terror would have 6 failed teachers on their list. The professor had been looking for a tutor and the genius felt like he would surely be the lucky number 7. Well, it was all just superstition and he made himself focus while the man was talking to him. The poor doctor sighed and said that all tutors said the same thing. They would say that communication did not work well and that the boy kept trying to go to his room. All the tutors apparently said the same thing, and he was not told to other family member. The man had heard it directly from the tutors. This meant that the just doctor had made time to hear directly from the tutors. Even in his busy daily life, this meant that the son was not receiving any care from other family members besides the professor who was his father. There was no other family member in the professor's house apart from his 10th grade son. This was the evidence that the genius needed, and it implied that they didn't send Woojin to his house because he wanted to meet him at the hospital. It seemed that there was an accident and the genius got serious when he asked about it. He had come for the interview, but it seemed that he would now have to conduct a reverse interview. The man was surprised by this question, asking the boy how he knew about the accident. Yes, most people were surprised about Woojin's insane profiling skills. Still, the boy needed to inspect the target directly. He was going to read the assembly manual for the professor's son using the information that he had gathered so far. He pulled out a mental sheet of questions and he was going to start with the most obvious one. Woojin turned to the professor and asked about the man's son. He could picture the figure of a boy standing by himself in the dark, and he wanted to know what kind of accident he'd had and when it had happened. The doctor stood to his feet in shock and surprise, staring with his eyes wide at the boy before him. Using the method that Woojin had found in the manual, it might be difficult to reassemble the pieces of the broken boy. It was a nice day in the neighborhood. It was just about evening and the sun was setting in the horizon. The doctor was in shambles at such a personal question, and he asked if the person who introduced the tutoring to Woojin had also told the genius about his personal family situation as well. The genius recalled that Hiram did not know any details about this incident, and it was mostly just an introduction through connections. The boy had not heard about any such circumstance, but he didn't want to startle the doctor too much, since he wanted to appear ordinary. So, Woojin said that he'd heard just a little, which helped to relax the man in front of him. The doctor then admitted with a sigh that there had been an accident 5 years ago, and it was a traffic accident that had struck on their way home. The genius boy asked where the man had been coming back from, and the doctor was silent for a moment as he gathered himself and his thoughts. Then, he admitted that it had been an amusement park. He wondered why the genius would ask such things, and the boy apologized if his question was offensive. He had thought that he might accidentally say something wrong to his son, so he wanted to know all the details surrounding the accident in advance. That made sense to the doctor, and he found the genius quite considerate for someone who was so young. The man said that there was nothing particular to be careful about, but he'd prefer if the tutor did not bring up any family topics while teaching the child. The genius agreed and then asked if he could start tutoring immediately from that day. If the student Woojin was okay with it, the doctor did not mind and he would contact home to let them know that a tutor was on his way. The sky was a beautiful color of pinks and blues as the sun continued to set over the horizon. The roses became lonelier as the sun set and people had already made their way home. The house seemed to be located in a private estate that had few busy streets and everything around the neighborhood was calm. The genius boy headed to the house in question, which was where his first tutoring job would begin. The walk made for great exercise and the scene around the house was calm, serene, and very peaceful. It was everything that he liked. So, the boy paused and looked up at the house that he was supposed to enter. He had heard some more details of the accident, hearing how the man had lost his wife and his older son in that accident. The boy rang the doorbell and waited. Someone inside asked who was at the door, and the genius introduced himself as Shin Woojin, the new tutor. The boy was welcomed in and the door opened, ushering the genius inside. Woojin took in the nice and luxurious setup that was arranged around him. It was a pretty nice and decent setup, and he met a woman inside who greeted him kindly. The professor had apparently told her about the boy, and she explained that she worked there. It made sense for such a big house to have some in servants after all, so the boy stepped forward and said hello. Once he was inside, the lady told him that Dongman's room was on the second floor. The boy marched after her, acknowledging her instructions. Woojin followed this lady up to the second floor, to where he would find his target for learning. The lady knocked on the door, calling to the boy that his new tutor had arrived. Since this was going to be a first meeting, and the boy was established to be difficult, the genius could already guess how this would go. There was no response when the woman knocked, so she called out again to the boy, surprised that he was not answering. She nervously said that the boy seemed to be playing games, and she pushed open the door to reach him. The boy was indeed in front of his computer, playing games in the silence of his room with his headphones on. He was fully immersed in this other world and did not care for what they had to say. Slowly the boy turned. This boy in 10th grade who looked like he had a haunted look in his eyes. He was thin. It seemed that this child usually ate little or he did not take care of his meals properly. His attitude was not that guarded, however, so he did not seem to expect threats in his own home. The boy was playing a game that was treated like an old folk game way past its trend. Considering there was a mirror on the PC desk, the boy seemed to care about his appearance to some degree. The boy also lived with minimal movement. The woman, now satisfied that the boys had met, said that she would head out to bring something for them to drink. The genius thanked her, saying that he was fine as he was. The woman told him to call her if he needed anything, and then she left the two alone. With them left by themselves, the genius turned to his student and introduced himself as Shin Woojin. He had come to help with Dongman's studies starting from that day. The boy turned back to his computer, but he did gesture with his head where the tutor could deposit himself. Well, at least the boy was talking to him, so that was a step in the right direction. People wanted to keep their preferences or desires close, so Woojin took the opportunity to inspect the room and get to know more about his student. Things like cosmetics, figures, or lighting could tell you a lot about a person. However, in Lee Dongman's room, there seemed to be a complete lack of personality or desire. The boy settled himself beside the table in the room and asked his student when they would start the studies. The boy just casually said that he'd taken off his headset, so he was going to listen from his desk while he continued to play games. A very dismissive tone that most teachers would not stand for. This student was roughly as the professor had described in the manual that the genius had put together of the boy. However, Woojin was not discouraged. Since this would be how they would start, he would first test how much the boy knew, and they would check his basics. The boy was silent, so the genius proceeded. Sitting pretty on his spot on the rug, Woojin then began to belt out a bunch of complicated math problems and asked the boy to solve for x. The boy paused when he heard the question, mumbling his response that he didn't really know the answer, and he asked the genius to please teach him. The genius was silent, brows narrowed as he realized that the boy was not really taking this seriously at all. He wondered what kind of thoughts his student had when he looked into the mirror. He wondered if the boy looked at his fractured past that had stolen his mother and his brother, or if the boy saw an even more broken present, or a distant and empty future of pain and despair. The genius boy sat where he was, picking up his bag and saying that they would have to stop the lesson here for the day. He told the youth to have a good evening, and the boy almost looked surprised that his tutor was leaving. However, Dongman was not about to stop him, and he told the other boy to please go home safely. It was almost nice that he cared about Woojin getting home safely, even if that care seemed almost sarcastic. The woman who worked there was surprised that the tutor was finished already, and the genius explained that they had just greeted each other for the day. When he visited from now on, he asked the lady if there was anything that he should be careful about. The lady said that there should not be anything. However, she pointed to the room next to the stairs, and explained that the boy must never enter this hidden room. The genius asked if that was the room that the older son had used, and the woman whispered that this was correct. They could not even clean that place because the younger son really hated that. Lee Dongman had made the genius Woojin read two things that had not been in the manual. The things that this boy desired, the genius had now located them. Once you knew a person's desire, it was easy to motivate and to move them. The evening continued and the boy made his way out. He noted all the things that he had learned so far, knowing that if he could make the boy depend on him somehow, then they could make headway. For now, his infiltration into the boy's life had been a success. Now, the genius knew the game that the boy played, and he had watched how the game had been played as well. Now the genius was very carefully researching the game, noting that it seemed a little violent, but it was a multiplayer game. It was a game that involved working in teams and hiding from time to time in order to trap the enemy. Some players would even bob and wave, stealing workers and escaping. They had to be careful, though sometimes the opponent would get made and leave, which was hilarious. The genius made his way to a game cafe and decided to try out the game. Since he was a beginner, he was going to hide in a corner while he figured this out. The boy said that he already wanted to try this game so he could easily kill two birds with one stone. He was also quite relieved that he could match with beginners until he got the hang of the game. He also noted which race had been played so that he could do that too. The genius was going to do it just as he had learned from watching the boy in front of him. He was going to build ahead before the population overflowed and add multi while advancing. He was going to pull back damaged units to the rear and complete the upgrade with a two-shot kill ready to go. The boy had now become a mecha fighter inside of this game and he looked down on his opponents. The idea was to catch workers the Sky Prince. The economic pressure was the path to ending the war early, so he worked hard at playing the game. Suddenly, the boy got a phone call and he picked up the phone. The unknown caller was someone that he'd met during the day, the elementary school student that he'd met on the street. The boy easily remembered the frightened child that he had encountered. He had given that child his number with the instructions to contact him if she needed help. The paper that he'd given the child informed the child that he had close contact with the police, so he could get her real help. The boy immediately snapped into action and introduced himself as Shin Woojin. He was a university student and he was 20 years old. He gave as much information as he could to help this person relax and be sure that he was legit. Giving his information would help break down any barriers or hesitation. Of course, the boy was still just playing his online game as he chatted on the phone. People who blocked information naturally became objects of caution. The frightened child asked if the boy could really help her, since she really wanted to ask for help. The boy asked if the girl had a phone that they could contact, but she did not. The situation was more intense than he'd thought. However, not having a phone meant that she could separate herself from others through false information, and she could also avoid comparative culture. Then, he asked if the girl had any friends, and she admitted that she also had none of those. That was also good in the genius's opinion. Having no friends meant that a person could better organize their surrounding environment. People who turned away a person would no longer be needed. Then, he asked where she was right now, and he knew the location. The genius had to abandon his game to go and help this girl in need. She was smart, so he would meet her there and offer the aid that she desperately needed. The person that Woojin had given his number had finally reached out, and they wanted to know if the genius actually had the ability to help. The boy noted the anonymous number and asked the person at the other end of the line if they did not have a phone. The victim confessed that they did not, but the two continued to talk. The genius asked the victim if they had friends, but the person replied that they did not have friends either, so the option of borrowing a phone was also non-existent. This was much better to Woojin. This was because, if the victim had no friends, then they could better organize their surrounding environment. People who turned away from the girl were the people that were no longer needed. The genius stood swiftly, ensuring to remain on the line, as he asked the girl of her location, wanting to confirm it. Listening carefully, he was able to identify the location according to her description. The victim was smart, and the genius was determined to meet up with her at the place. It was best to be directed towards a familiar place where it would be easier to deal with unexpected situations. The genius stepped out among the busy traffic, guessing that the place that she would judge to be the safest among her usual routes was a concentrated patrol area. The young lady was indeed a very smart girl. There were multiple security cameras available and hung up. Looking nearby, Woojin also identified emergency safety bell. The street was crowded until the late evening, when the busking performers would begin. The surroundings were usually filmed from various angles and street performers could be found stretching along half a mile. This was a place where countless lines of sight would overlap. She had also chosen an area to estimate blind spots as much as possible and block off any unexpected situations. In addition, it created someone to watch over her. Loitering around expensive instruments and sound equipment meant that members of the public would definitely keep their eyes on her. Some randoms scolded the girl, telling her that she could not touch that. However, this worked in her favor because now she would become a surveillance target herself, fixing the attention of adults on her. Woojin was able to locate her almost immediately, and he greeted her gently, not jumping into conclusions about her identity. The girl turned in surprise and greeted him before realizing who he was. The boy gently approached, saying that her name was Hyuna, Lee Hyuna, a third-grade elementary school student. The girl acknowledged that this was true. She was a child who feared adults, so he took it slow with her and pretended that he thought that she was preparing for a performance. The girl quickly denied such an accusation. The man did not know what might happen, so he had set up this meeting place in a rather vague, but fairly safe location. The reason this child was asking for help despite fearing adults had to be very important. There was a high possibility that Hyuna's surrounding environment was changing drastically. So, the boy crouched down, making himself appear even smaller, and he asked the girl if there was something that he could help her with. The girl was hesitant to speak, her fear getting the best of her, so the boy reassured her that he could definitely keep it a secret with a kind smile. He was trying to be helpful, but he honestly was acting more like the kind of dude that would lure kids with sweets and cookies. The boy noticed that her clothes were heavily soaked with a cigarette smell. The girl, very hesitantly, then confessed in a quiet voice that her mum hit her. Her parent, the one she trusted never to hurt her, kept telling her to lie that she was sick and to not go to school. This poor child was going through a lot, and the genius carefully asked how her dad felt about all this. A few years ago, the girl's father had come home, calling out a playful knock-knock as he came inside. It was not her father after all, but a man who said that he was her father's friend, and the man asked where her father had gone. The girl was home and was confused by this man's title. The man insisted that he was her father's friend and that he urgently needed to tell her dad something that was very important. The girl led the man, who was accompanied by another man, into the room, and then she pointed at the closet that seemed to be sealed by a bunch of household items. The girl said that her father was inside. Very slowly, the man opened the door and her father jumped in horror. Fortunately, the father was alive in there, but he was very upset about getting caught. He cursed and screamed, and the stranger informed Mr. Lee Jingyu that he was now under arrest for drug trafficking and illegal gambling operation. The man cursed and yelled at the police officer, yelling at his kid and even denying the accusations. The police demanded that the man shut up and come out immediately. The hiding criminal called the police crazy. The poor child had no idea what she had done wrong, and she stared in confusion. Her mother was furious when she found out what happened. She slapped and hit her child, yelling and cursing that her husband had gotten caught because of the little girl. The poor child was innocent and naive, and it was not her fault that her father had taken to a wicked life of crime. Still, the mother blamed her and hit her, asking how she was going to earn money. The night was young and the streets were empty. The mother demanded that the young girl should clean everything before she came back. She even put the tiny child in charge of taking out the trash. Then, the mother stormed out of the house in anger. Time continued to tick on, and the little girl cried by herself. The mother would always blame the girl for her misfortune, saying that she did not understand why she had to live like this with such a hard life. She would often say that things would be better if the girl's father was around, and curse at the child for turning her father in to the police. It would be better served for her to use that time to curse her husband for not getting a legitimate job. The mother would growl and tell her child to come over and collect even more spanking. She was beating the poor child endlessly because the child dared to be a good person. Thanks to the child, the woman actually had to work hard to make it in life, and she hated it. The little girl confessed that she had given her father up to the police. She had done a bad thing, but all of the daily beatings hurt so much that she could barely bear it anymore. However, the genius told the child that she had not done anything wrong. The adults were the ones that had done wrong, and they should suffer for their wrongdoing by themselves. The brain often could not distinguish between reality and imagination, and that was important in this case because the child was under extreme stress while recalling the terrible memories. But she did not cry, even when she had been hit continuously by her mother, no matter how many times that she was hit again and again. The girl was likely controlled not to cry. The child did not go to the police, but she had asked a stranger for help. It was likely that, due to her experience, Hyuna did not trust the police. This was a natural and expected result concerning the shock that he had experienced the last time, when they had bundled her father away. By any chance, the boy asked the little girl if her mum was close with her police uncles. The girl confessed that this was true. Now that was rather difficult. It seemed that a few of the police uncles would come over to the house and hang out with her mother. Hyuna had instinctively known that the police were bad news, and she had asked the genius for help instead. Even if she went to the police station, she would be led right back to her abusive home by police hands. The girl knew that she had to go back home, but there had to be a proper solution to her problem. So then, the genius asked the little girl if she had another family. The girl confessed that she had her paternal grandmother. Then, a question of great importance, Woojin asked if the grandmother treated the little girl well. The little girl confessed that the grandmother did indeed treat her well. She nodded a bit more and her posture relaxed. The genius noted that it was like a frozen body melting, and immediate non-verbal cues. This was the behavior of someone releasing self-protection. So, she felt that safe with her grandmother. Hyuna's brain found unconscious stability when thinking of her grandmother. Right now, there were surely places that hurt, so, the young boy asked the girl to tell him all about it. The little girl hesitated and rubbed her thumb over her hand, activating some self-soothing behavior. They admitted that it hurt on her left hip and on her waist. That would explain the reason that the poor girl limped. The boy told her to explain even more and the girl mentioned her thigh and her back. All of these were areas that were not very noticeable. Hyuna, who might have the time that he could not have, was trapped inside a torturous center, like he had been trapped in that closet of books. Now, the door was opening for that little girl, just like it had opened for him. The boy was stretching out his hand to her, plucking her from that dollhouse of pain. He offered to help, so that she could have all of the time completely to be used for joy and love until the end. He would get the little girl out of that hell of darkness. So, the girl was indeed led to the police station, and she had every reason to be nervous. But Woojin reassured her and told her to wait and just trust sister and uncle. The boy asked the girl if she was thirsty and if she would let her sister give her some juice. The detective stood with his arms crossed as he watched the nervous girl talk with an older policewoman. The woman told the girl to tell her any time that she got hungry, and she would hurry to feed the young child. The detective wanted to get some information on the girl's mother, who was likely at work. If only they knew the phone number, tracking the woman would be so much easier. The girl had not contacted them using a phone under her mother's name. The little girl claimed that she did not know her mother's number. Whether that was a response born from fear or truth, it did not change that they were not getting it. The little girl apologized for not knowing, but the detective rushed to comfort her. The female detective scolded the man and said that she would talk with Yuna. The detective could just go outside and continue his work there. Thus, Detective Kim Tae-in got kicked out and he left the girls to it. Then, he made a call asking how the state of the house was and if the woman was at home. The other detective reported that the lady was not at home and that the state of the house was just terrible. The smell of cigarettes was at CRBN level, and it was also looking like someone had recently searched through some things. They wondered if someone had already gotten there before they did. It was likely that the mother had gone out for work. So they had to question everyone around the neighborhood and catch the mother quick. It was a case that was more serious than other cases, specifically because it had been something that Woojin had reported. They all understood the importance of Woojin in their lives, so all of the police force would work seriously to catch the abusive mother. It was like there was a Woojin bat signal in the sky. The night went on, and it was dark over some houses. The evening was quiet and the streets were bathed with the warm lights of the streetlights. Finally, the mother was on her way home and she was making a very important phone call as she walked. The woman was mumbling and asking if something was a lie. Her hands shook, and she wondered why on earth the police would be looking for her. If she had connections to the police, they should have moved more cautiously. The culprit had already been contacted, and she was informed that the police station was in chaos and they were looking for her. They asked if the woman had touched drugs, and she yelled that she did not know. She did not know what to do now. The person on the line cursed and said that they should not have gotten involved with a woman like her in the first place. This of course offended the woman who was panicking too. At any rate, it did not matter and they could not undo the past, so they told the lady to just hide for now. She was to contact them in about a week. They would move to places without CCTV as much as possible, and the lady had to smash her phone. This wicked police officer was giving her all the directions to stay undetected, and then the crook hung up on the lady. The lady cursed, having no idea what was happening to her or her life. She cursed at the police officer, calling him crazy and asking if he did not understand how expensive her phone was, though jail time was way more expensive after all. She kept trying to turn off her phone, but it was not going off. Just then, she detected a strange-looking face peering at her from the dark, and the lady froze in horror. There was a figure dressed in all black, and it looked like the kind of creature that would draw out this very frustration hunt. The lady sighed in relief because the strange man had scared her, and she nervously asked what he wanted. The man asked where she was going like a heartless cuckoo mother. Now this confused the lady, but this strange dude dressed in black seemed rather familiar. The only difference seemed to be that he was not shirtless for once this time. The lady was terrified meeting this masked and hooded figure in the dark, and she asked who he was and if he knew her. The creature said no, and it looked so scary with eyes wide that it felt calling the woman a rat would fit her better, since she liked taking out stress on her child. Immediately, the woman got defensive and called his accusation nonsense, demanding his identity a second time. She asked the stranger if he was a detective, and he leered, asking if she was scared. She had every right to be scared. He was acting like a creep. The police that worked with her was kind. They even guided her to a road without CCTV. Now the lady began to panic as she realized that in her escape, she had put herself in danger of attack. The lady began to tremble as the stranger in black confirmed that this was the road without CCTV. The stranger had been waiting because he had wanted to face the lady all alone, after all. He stepped forward and the lady yelled, asking what he was saying. She yelled at him to stop talking nonsense and asked him to get lost. However, his hand reached out, shining a bright purple and a dull red. The stranger raised a finger to his lips and told the lady to quiet down. The fun had just begun. The lady was surprised and confused. Then she thought that she had the upper hand and she threatened to scream. This amused the stranger, and he told her to go ahead and call the police. They were looking for her anyway, so they would be happy to hear from her. Of course, this gave the woman pause and she thought better of contacting them. However, in the darkness of the alley she felt hesitant, cornered and scared, asking the boy who he was. She was panicking, his silence furthering her fear, and she nervously asked if he had come because she had used some drugs. She yelled that she was not the one who got it, and that she had just used what the director had given her. Now this was interesting information. The lady sure had been busy doing all sorts of things, and his hand swung with a cloth in his hand. The lady's eyes widened in shock when the cloth was pressed over her mouth. It was a pretty awkward angle, and one would think that she would just wiggle away. However, she did not wiggle away and somehow stood there and inhaled until she started feeling rather dizzy. The lady's body tipped forward, and the stranger hauled the lady, picking up her bag and her body and carrying her out of the alley. There was darkness and lots of lights as the search for the wicked woman continued, and the police were still on the watch for her. Slowly, the lady began to wake again, and she groggily opened her eyes. She noticed then that she was inside of a car. Now that was a rather interesting location. The lady then wondered if she was really getting kidnapped in that moment. There was a man at the front seat, and the girl panicked to see the cold face of the man. The man spoke, noticing that the woman was now awake. The person smiled, saying that the lady seemed to have drunk a lot. For now, it was best if she just closed her eyes and sleep some more. The lady struggled to keep her eyes open, staring in confusion at what she could see. She was still too groggy to put any idea together, but the kidnapper just chuckled, saying that they were still far from their destination. The woman then turned and realized that there was a figure with a face cap seated right beside her. She seemed to reach a realization and an understanding. The cars continued to drive down the street as many people went along with their daily business. These cars were undisturbed by the darkness of humanity, and they just drove to their various destinations. The car of focus drove into a particular parking lot, and it was ushered by a man who led it past certain security blocks. The car continued on until it stopped at an area that looked a lot like a police station. Then, the car door was opened and a man stepped outside of the white car. The man dragged out the body of the woman on his shoulder and carried the unconscious figure. There was then a flashback to the period of when the secret hooded figure had carried the woman over his shoulder. A cigarette had been forced into her mouth for some reason, and it looked like all sorts of harassment. The lady's head fell, and the dark figure looked up like he was startled by some noise, or he felt like someone was watching him. The cigarette fell to the floor, and someone mumbled that the motive was sufficient. The ingredients were also adequate, and it seemed like the woman was getting framed for something. The man moved his leg, crushing the cigarette under his foot. He looked up and glared in annoyance, calling out into the darkness, and asked what they were trying to do. Someone came out of the darkness. It was Woojin after all, and the boy seemed surprised to see the man of all people executing such wickedness. Now that the boy thought about it, it almost made sense that it was him. He should have obviously known, even though he had not called that guy to do anything like this. The darkness then spoke back to the genius, asking what the boy expected him to do. The stranger laughed, asking the genius if he had expected a warning or a sick and useless threat. That kind of stuff would not last a year, or even a month. People could not be fixed as easily. Trash like that wicked mother had to be incinerated. That was what the monster believed anyway. This way, the wicked woman would remain weaker than her own daughter. Then, there would not be any need to worry anymore. The boy glared at the stranger, silencing the wicked foe and scolding him, saying that his methods would only leave another scar on the poor little girl who would blame herself for what happened to her mother. He wanted the stranger to stop at this point. The stranger pushed to his feet, looking like the hooded Grim Reaper, assuming the god of death decided to try out street fashion trends. The stranger scoffed and called the genius an emotional wreck, saying that this was why it had taken the boy 12 years to escape his confinement. This wicked stranger looked like he really did plan on burning this woman alive, and he emptied out a bottle of suspicious content on her head. The wicked stranger seemed to mean well, saying that he would never let someone suffer in such an extended hell again. Meanwhile, someone breathed heavily and the detective's eyes widened in shock. He could scent the thick smell of alcohol. Suddenly, Woojin appeared at the door, carrying the unconscious mother on his back. The boy announced in a dry tone that delivery was a here, as he had successfully fought against the monster within himself, and he had saved the young lady. The detective was shocked to see the boy's state with the lady's purse around his neck. Like a worried father, the detective asked if the boy had taken in alcoholic substances, and even accused him of making a drunk delivery. The detective was baffled, wondering why the boy kept bringing in people all day. First it was the little girl, and now it was an unconscious woman. Well, first of all, the genius informed the detective that his unconscious baggage was in fact Hyuna's mother. This surprised the detective, of course. Now the very ordinary genius spun a rather convenient tale of accidentally finding her lying drunk on the street, and he had brought her in. This story was wild, so wild that even the detective was rather stunned to hear it, his expression one of surprise and disbelief. The guys had been looking for her everywhere, and the detective wanted to know where the genius had found her. Woojin just mumbled that he had found her on the street, knit he most vague way while managing his micro-impressions, so that he would not give anything away, like the fact that his other half had nearly killed her in an alley without cameras. It was purely coincidental, and the boy said that it was really so, and he wanted the detective to please believe him and handle the situation. The detective smiled soft-eyed, saying that it was not that he did not believe him, it was just frightfully coincidental that the genies had found Hyuna's mum. To be fair, the genius wanted no part of it either, but the lady had police help, he had to make sure that she got caught. At any rate, carrying a full-grown woman was exhausting, and he asked the detective if he could take over from carrying her. The detective then rushed forward to take over what he should have done ages ago. The alcohol smell was so intense that the detective could not help but complain that the lady had drunk so much. They even wondered if she was drunk right now. They very carefully put her in a holding cell until she sobered up. While she rested, they could go through her things and hopefully track down the officer that she was in contact with. The female officer took the lady away to help her rest. Meanwhile, Woojin listened very carefully and he wondered if this would be enough. It was likely that she would be released soon anyway, and it would repeat again. There had to be another way to make the lady live long enough to properly reflect on the bad thing that she had done to that child. The boy was unsure. The darkness within the genius laughed, saying that he could not stand watching this. The boy was still talking like life was a fairy tale. At any rate, the darkness had done all of the annoying work, and it complained that it wanted the boy to let him out more often from now on. The detective was still amazed that the woman had drank so much, but he was happy that they had caught the culprit. Then, the boy asked how the young girl was doing, and the detective said that they had sent her to her grandma's house for now. Fortunately, there were not any serious injuries. Just in case, she will get examined tomorrow, and an instant separation from the mom. Hyuna was then called, and the boy recalled asking the little girl of her dream. The girl thought about it, and then she said that it was money. The girl wanted to earn a lot of money. The boy was surprised and he had asked why. The little girl admitted that she wanted to buy her grandma a lot of delicious things, and to let her live in a good house. It was a beautiful dream, and the genius hummed that he understood her request. However, the detective paused and turned to the genius, asking him where he had really found Hyuna's mum. Suddenly, the boy gasped when he saw the notice on his clock. Looking at the time, he had to rush away. The detective gasped in surprise when he saw the two run away, and he asked them if there was something wrong. They needed to watch Adflex's original series. Even after regressing and becoming rich, Gangnam Land was impossible. It was update time and the genius ran away. telling the detective that he would see him next time. The detective stared in wonder as most of his stuff had gotten knocked down because of the boy's rush. The evening was late and dark, and it seemed the mother was rather traumatized by her attack. Her eyes opened slowly, and she looked around, finding herself in a holding cell. This greatly surprised the woman, and she recalled the voice that had said that they were still far from their destination. The lady desperately shook the cage bars and she screamed, telling whoever held her captive to please spare her. The poor lady was in shambles, and she asked why she was being treated like this. She had only really used what she had received, and she sobbed, saying that she would not do it again. Then someone called out to the shouting woman. It seemed to be someone in another cell, and she yelled at the screaming mother to let her sleep. The other cell people were annoyed, and they complained that the new lady was very cocky. The lady hesitated when she saw that other older-looking prisoners were there, and she seemed to relax when she realized that she was in another holding cell. The morning was bright and full of life as the sun rose over the neighborhood. There were other people walking around in the neighborhood. A man walked down the street with sweat dripping from his face. He very slowly climbed up the stairs with 2 suitcases in his hands. The boy made his way up the stairs, and he walked through the neighborhood, enjoying the breeze and the quiet. The person gasped in relief once they made it to the top, taking off his jacket, and he sighed in relief. The weather was legendary, and the boy walked down the street, and he continued to walk like this was his mission in life. Finally, the boy arrived at a home with a green door. The boy called out, asking if there was anyone home. A voice called out and asked who was it. This was Yuna's voice. The genius recognized her immediately. The girl's grandma lived at the top of some very high stairs. Her voice was more stable than before, and she was clearly happier. The boy introduced himself as Uncle Woojin. The door was thrown open, and the little girl ran out with joy, greeting her hero, who asked her if she had been well. The girl beamed, saying hello and thanking him, because she had in fact been doing well. That was good, and the boy asked if anything had happened. The police sisters said that they would help her live separately from her mother, and it was all thanks to her kind Uncle Woojin and his dark other half that was taking none of the credit. The girl happily thanked the boy again, and she said that she had gone to the hospital with the sister too. The doctor had said that she just needed to eat well. Oh right, the community center staff also said that they would look into support funds because her grandma did not have a lot of money. Listening to the girl chatter, that the boy could not help but smile because he noticed that the girl had brightened up so much. The girl was even thinking of going back to school, and the police sisters had offered to drive her to school in the morning so that she did not have to walk so far. The girl realized that she had not invited him in, and she quickly pulled him in, saying that all she had to offer was yogurt. The boy knew that if he went in, he would not be able to leave. More importantly, the genius asked if Hyuna would accept the packages that he had brought for her. The girl was surprised when she saw the package, and the boy just smiled that it was something that would help her achieve her dream. It was time for the girl to abandon old thought, and with new thoughts, she could face the new tomorrow. The girl beamed as she was handed something that would overturn her world. More importantly, the genius was asking the sweet little girl if she would accept the brown bag package that he had for her. The girl was surprised and a little hesitant before accepting it. The boy said that it was something that might help the young girl to achieve her dream. It was a door opening to a new horizon. It was time for her to abandon any depressing thoughts and to replace them with a new and shiny future. The girl happily stepped into the light and gasped she was introduced to something that could overturn her world. The girl was so excited and asked what on earth it was. It seemed to be a book about surviving the prehistoric era in comics original. It was kind of not what she had been expecting at all. It was such a shock that it almost felt like a letdown. It felt like he was calling a prehistoric idiot in fancy terms. The girl felt a little surprised and asked if this was really what he was giving her. The genius assured her that the idiocy manual was hers, so she was kind of grateful and hugged it close to her chest. It was one of her first ever gifts, so she was sure to treasure it anyway. The girl happily bowed and promised to reveal the jewels of knowledge hidden within those awesome books. The little girl admitted that it had gotten a little boring living at her grandma's house because she had not gotten the chance to bring anything fun from home, though there was very little that was fun at home anyway, and only a few books there. Now, in her grandmother's house, she had read them several times, so she did not need to look at them much now. Last time she borrowed books from the library, but her mother had tied them up with recyclables and thrown them out. After that, the girl had to go through various lengths to find a single fun thing to do. Happily, she shared way too much information with our genius, who stood there smiling as he got hit with more and more elements of things that he was better off not knowing about. Suddenly, The girl wanted to host him properly and told him to come inside and that she would bring some yogurt for him. However, he could not come inside today and he had to leave. Still, the girl insisted that he wait while she ran ahead to bring out some refreshments. Turns out that grandma was not yet home and he did not want to leave her alone. Still, it was scorching hot outside. Lazily, the genius dragged a bench over to the shade so that he could hide there. Then he and the young girl could sit together while she prepared the yogurt for him. It was all that she had to offer, but she sure hoped that he would like it. Apparently, this yogurt helped with gut health and improved digestion. It also strengthened immunity and prevented obesity. It was a miracle working a compatible treat for youngsters and many others. It also supplemented protein and helped bone health, of course. There were so many good things to say about this yogurt that the young girl could not stop talking. Probably because the yogurt was so good that she had to share, and probably because she had no one else to talk to. It turned out the genius was the one yapping about it, and he always did like to info dump. In summary, the young genius was quite grateful for the yogurt, and while he drank this, he asked the young girl to do some reading. She would happily do so. She was surprised that the comic was full color and happily read through it. They were rooted in the philosophy of Hongekingen. This philosophy encouraged sharing with each other, helping other people to benefit, and spreading our good things widely to the world. From now on, this beautiful philosophy of helping others and resolving inconveniences would help the young girl to earn money. The girl beamed that the book had been so much fun. Apparently, she is the kind who reads rather faster. Fortunately, our dude had brought in a backup book that she was also excited to check out. The boy watched as she read, then the boy decided to test just how much knowledge she was gaining and asked if people in the prehistoric era thought about making airplanes. Obviously, they did not, and it was because they could not imagine a world where a vehicle flew in the air designed to transport people from one place to another. However, as time passed, they eventually designed that airplane because eventually people began to imagine that sort of world. Faster than beasts, they wanted to run, or like birds, they wanted to fly. So, to earn a lot of money, a person needed to imitate. They needed to fulfill what people imagined or to make it convenient for them. Resolving inconveniences was the same. Then, he had the girl repeat after him. Believing in imaginary or virtual as if it were real, they would believe the imaginary or virtual as if it were real. Imitate existing things and create something new using the virtual and imagination. In order to do that, a person must have appropriate hobbies. They had to read comics or watch dramas, movies, or sports games, as well as many other things. This was because it helped with stress relief and psychological growth and quality of life improvement. He would give her time to grow these qualities, and then he would come again soon. He would head out now, but when he came back, she should have finished reading those books. She would be different from that point on. So, life went on for our genius, and he got a phone call from a rich and expensive lady. He had made a sudden request for her to sponsor something. The boy had never done it, so he figured that he might as well try. He wanted to try being ordinary a little. Not a single ordinary person did that. Bro had lost the plot on what it even meant to be ordinary. The rich and expensive lady sighed, asking how much he wanted to give and sulking about whether she should be doing that too. Obviously, the child he wanted to sponsor was the young girl who was a pitiful child living with her grandma. Woojin really milked how the young girl was a smart kid, and if they sponsored her, she would grow up to be a good adult. He was blasting Hiram with so many cool points and basically compelling her to surrender some funds to his cause. The girl groaned and yelled that she would come. Meanwhile, she was at a very serious function that she had to take very seriously. It was a place where celebrities and influencers collaborate. That was what it was supposed to be anyway. Most of the guests were busy praising each other and filling their self-esteem because they were so proud of themselves. The girl sulked about not knowing why she was there. It did sound like a tough situation, but Woojin was sure that she could handle it. Anyway, he could not stay here gossiping because he had to turn his attention to his tutoring, and he would now be hanging up. The poor girl could not keep up the conversation because he had already hung up. The rich girl groaned and wondered if she was some unofficial part of his detective agency. It was not bad to listen to him talk though. Even though she could not fathom what he was up to, he always called her out of the blue with unreasonable demands like that. Suddenly, a young lady walked up to Hiram and praised her for being the granddaughter of the S Group chairman. It reminded the redhead of the warning the genius had given her about how people would unconsciously use others' desires. For example, to gain romantic interest, they found out and bought good the other person liked, or would buy gifts they like. They just do not consciously recognize that they're using others' desires. However, her existence was something people would openly desire. Just being connected to her saved their face. The lady who had showed up was indeed complimenting her beauty and gasping that she was so beautiful. The girl needed to use that desire in reverse to her own advantage. She did not need to reach out since other people would instinctively reach out to her. So Hiram had to take those grabby hands and fill them with desire to love and adore her cosmetics. all the cosmetics that she was selling, and she would talk about how they were newly released and it was insane. Absolutely not an ad, and they would know when they tried it. Those ladies would compete to advertise Hiram's cosmetics to make them look good to her. It was to gain reflected benefits from her as a person. Whether they became close to her to get big advertising deals, or actions hoping to gain connections for social mobility, it was important to abandon your pride. She did not have to hate those greedy desires, and she could not be disgusted, because it was time for her to use them to her advantage. Shin Woojin was really the type to organize things that were usually vague in one go. That genius had never been wrong. In order to achieve his goal of being ordinary, he needed to make mistakes and be wrong every once in a while. So it was that the two ladies got to chatting. The setting sun was so pretty in the neighborhood, and our young genius had appeared at the house of the young boy he was to tutor. Dongmin was upstairs playing video games again. So, the teacher went upstairs. He recalled the room that he was not supposed to enter, and the place that the maid was not allowed to clean because Dongmin hated it. The secret to reassembling the broken Dongmin, of course that rude rule, breaking ingrate, was going to open the door to check inside. Slowly he pushed open the door, and gasped at what he found inside. That no good snooping monkey was given strict instructions to never enter the forbidden room, but like the dumb lead of a horror movie, he was going to enter it anyway just to check it out. That two-faced jerk opened the door and disturbed the privacy of a room usually left untouched. That wicked rat was acting like he was investigating a horror house and not disobeying strict instruction. There was a lot of loud thumping coming from somewhere though, so our boy went to go eavesdrop on where the noise was coming from. He could hear the sound of keyboards clacking and that one distinct pounding noise. His target was very engrossed in his video games, so likely, the sniffy brother would not come to bother him while he worked very hard at breaking all the rules that were associated with that room. The wicked rule breaker dared to step into that forbidden room and then turn on the lights. It was a typical room as any, it just seemed to be lacking a proper wardrobe space for clothes. Outside of that, it looked like a room that would belong to any other child. The genius could see traces of how the brother had used the room before he had died. The brother had obviously liked gaming and computers, enough to have a separate desk for more gaming and computers. The genius continued to look around, and he glanced at some awards on the shelf. It seemed this big brother had also been very good at math. Before the accident had occurred, the siblings had gone to an amusement park. The genius surveyed the picture of the family. Other family members did not have amusement park goods, and Dongmin looked the happiest in that photo. They likely visited because of Dongmin. Amusement parks were often because of kids. There had been an accident that had taken the lives of the mother and the older son. They had been coming back from the amusement park when the accident had happened, which had likely been the cause of a lot of guilt in the young student. The youngest son had changed from that point on. Meanwhile, the genius observed that the portrait had been cleaned in honor of the mother and the son. The reason the gamer kept the housekeeper out of the room was because he probably cleaned it thoroughly by himself. That young boy was carrying a great guilt on his back, it seemed. After doing all of that reckless snooping, the genius then turned off the light and stepped out of the room. He shut the door just as the gamer opened the door of his own room. That lousy teenager was in his room playing games every day of the week, yet he chose that moment to finally step outside. It was a pretty bad time to get caught, but our dude played it cool when he turned slowly to look at Dongmin. The young boy yelled and asked the genius if he had gone into his brother's room. The genius greeted the young student and pretended like he was just finding out that this was his brother's room. The genius then pushed the act to pretend like he had been looking for the bathroom and he had gotten the doors mixed up. Meanwhile, he had definitely gone into that room on purpose. The student rushed to say that he would use the bathroom on this floor, and that the teacher should use the restroom on the first floor. The upstairs bathroom was clearly yet another sacred space that he only shared with his brother, so of course he was not crazy about this snoopy stranger using that space either. The boy was showing some unusual wariness. Dongmin insisted that only he got to use the upstairs bathroom. For a boy that was supposedly so young, he sure looked really old. He also yelled that the genius should never go into that room. Too little, too late, because he had already stuck his long nose deep into other people's business. It really made Woojin wonder why the door was always left open for anyone to enter if it was so important to him. Surely if he wanted no one else there, then he would lock it. The genius began to ponder why the room was left unlocked. Did the brother feel stuffy maybe? Or was it so that this invisible big brother would always be able to get out of the room? It was like Dongmin was still refusing to accept that his brother had already left. Then again, another possibility was claustrophobia. Now that stopped Dongmin in his tracks as he was going into the bathroom. Like someone had called out words of challenge, he asked the teacher what he had just said. Well, Woojin was just going to ignore the gamer and he whistled about how he would go inside the room first and leave that little troublemaker outside. The gamer glared something fierce, but he went quietly to the bathroom. Now, the genius was starting to put a few things together. His student's big brother had clearly had claustrophobia, and he was also good at math. This boy must have influenced Dongmin in some way. So, while the grumpy boy was away from the computer, the genius would check all the basics. The genius recalled how he had asked the gamer a few questions, but the young boy had not even tried and he asked the teacher to teach him. It would be a waste of time to try to teach a student that was not willing to learn. The gamer had barely reacted back then and he had treated him the same as other tutors. The game that the boy was obsessed with playing was also not a game that current high schoolers would enjoy. Dongmin playing a game like folk entertainment like an addict was definitely more influence from his big brother. His current student was no more than an empty shell, aching to be filled. Plus, Woojin had an idea of the kind of things to fill him with. When the young boy came back, he was absolutely baffled to see his teacher on his chair sitting there and playing his games. Yeah, two could play the rude game and Woojin was planning to win. The teacher was thinking of teaching differently. The student insisted that his teacher was just playing a literal video game now, but the genius was not blind. They were going to learn using that game. The reason the boy had lost his last game to hacks was because he did not know maths. The core of this folk game was maths. The boy needed to understand this game from the base if he was going to do it right. Dongmin had spent a lot of time kneeling by his brother's side, watching him play games. The boy needed to be good at math for this game. The game was based on math, and it was great that his math textbook had come in time. So, they would begin the game. The initial game conditions are the same for the opponent and him. However, his race money accumulates faster than the opponent's. His workers could build and immediately mine money. However, the opponent's worker was tied up until the building was complete. It meant that the race started with an economic advantage. To organize this mathematically, worker production would increase at the same rate, so that the growth rate would appear similar. Listening to the local genius yap about this kind of thing was really reminding the young student about all those precious times that he had spent with his big brother. Checking out his effect, Woojin identified that the boy had his eyes widening dramatically, his mouth unconscious opening, and his neck and shoulders pulling back. This was the reaction of a surprised person. F*T was some value when time had passed. The young boy was of course aware of that. The genius went on yapping and he went on remembering the ghost of his brother long gone. He was taking advantage of that gaping hole that his brother had left behind and filling it with maths. A lot of maths with a lot of big grammar and calculations. Finally, the genius had found exactly what he had been looking for all of this time. He had found something that could influence his student. He had stolen his seat, the throne in his own room, and his brother's place. As expected, the reason this boy played this game was because of his brother's influence. In other words, in a specific time interval, for the opponent race, a function where the slope would equals mining speed dropped to 0. His race's function maintained a slope that was always positive. Back then, the little boy had groaned about how he did not understand what the older boy was saying. The brother then had smiled that his brother did not need to understand everything yet, and what was important was learning. The genius then asked the gamer if he wanted him to explain it more easily. The opponent's worker could not mine money for 30 seconds because of building construction. These building moments would repeat several times in the early game. It was a system that became economic game, and he would earn for free. This was why his brother had played that particular race for a while. However, the brother said that was not exactly why. The longer the game was dragged out, the more likely that the situation was reversed. His race increased linearly, while the opponent race had an exponential growth structure. The amount it got stronger was not fixed but would gradually increase. To counter this, they needed advanced unit magic skills. Mana recovery speed was 0.75 per second. They needed to wait over 33 seconds after production to cast the first skill. The opponent takes over 10 seconds each time to form battle line, which would delay their advance as much as possible to secure time. Then the student finally spoke to interrupt all of that rambling. The boy then hesitantly spoke, and his teacher was ears to listen to his request. Shyly, the youth worked out what he wanted to say, while the genius excitedly waited for a question that would indicate curiosity. He was basically frothing at the mouth for this boy to ask a question. Whether it was a lie or a truth, he would reflect only the answer that this young boy wanted to hear. A shaky hand went up for a nervous question. Woojin was all ears, hungering and thirsting for another question. Hesitantly, the youth asked a nervous and touchy question, asking the teacher if he perhaps knew his brother, because he was acting just like him. That was definitely one step towards a win. Earlier before, the boy had been frosty about the genius going anywhere near his brother's room. But now that he asked this question, it was warm and full of love. So now the teacher was going to tell his students that his thoughts were correct. From now on, he would know the ghost of this dead brother so well that they might as well be thieves. The man smiled and said that he was actually a bit hurt. They had greeted each other at the funeral home back then. Now that little weasel was just making things up. Bro had not even had any idea who Dongman's brother was. In other words, he was showing false information. Plainly lying about something like this was not cool at all. Now the younger brother could not believe that the genius had actually been at the funeral, but he had no other facts to debate that. Confabulation was a symptom where a person fabricated missing memories as if they were real. It was frequently observed in dementia or amnesia patients. At that time, Dongmin was mentally and physically exhausted from the shock and despair of losing his brother, so of course the poor boy would not remember who had been at the funeral, especially not in detail. The blank memory that Dongmin cannot recall, this disgusting jerk Woojin was going to slip into it, taking advantage of another person's grief and pretending like he had ever offered a single word of comfort. He spoke confidently too, like there was no denying his presence at that funeral. What the genius was doing was very similar to gaslighting, but different in details. The funeral had been held at Oa University Hospital, which also happened to be the hospital where his father had been. Now the young boy stared blankly at this stranger in front of him, eating up his lies because it sounded true to him. It had been a long time ago and the boy had been too young, so now Woojin's face was being put in the gap to fill in that moment. Both memory and imagination would then combine to fill the gaps in memory. Dongmin's brain filled in the story on its own. Now he could perfectly imagine the genius comforting him back then like Woojin was a sick and twisted psycho. Then the young student gasped that he remembered now. He remembered the person who told him to stay strong. Whoever said those words to Dongmin was not important to Woojin, and he was just going to flow along as Dongmin's thoughts flow, like the little manipulator that he was. The student smiled and asked why the genius had not mentioned earlier that he was his brother's friend. The genius laughed and said that he had hoped that the youth would recognize him. The student was talking about how he was not in his right mind back then. Now the student who previously had no interest in him had the situation reversed. Now the boy would no longer treat him like he did not exist. Before, he was in a position where he had to get the boy's attention. Now, he was someone who should receive an apology. In other words, he had made his student feel indebted to him. Now that the conversation had opened, it was easier for Woojin to slip into it more often, and he asked the dude if he had played a lot of games with his brother. They had indeed played a lot of games and they had won and lost to each other. However, the brother then remembered that his brother was military age, so he asked his teacher if he had repeated a year. In fact, his sly and foxy teacher had jumped ahead multiple years after escaping from a box. However, the boy brushed it over and said that he was Donggun's Academy Junior. He figured out to say that since he had gotten a glance at the boy's academic awards, they were PCKF friends who skipped class together. Now that was a dangerous claim, especially if the boy was not the type to skip class. The boy rushed ahead to move the conversation along. He had also learned a lot from Dongjun. He asked if the genius had also learned comparing maths and games from Dongjun. The teacher lied that this was correct. However, seeing the boy keep losing in games, it seemed that Dongjun's words were right after all. The young boy wanted to know what his brother had said. Ultimately, this game where a person gathered small and frequent choices to fight their opponent. This was confusing to the young student, but the genius could explain. For the puzzle, they had to please match the words below. The genius had also included the Korean to make it easier while typesetting. What building that was built between 1 to 3 seconds, or what unit was summoned. According to your moment-to-moment judgments between 1 to 5 seconds, the small and frequent things you chose in the past accumulate. The game's outcome changes. Harassment at multi was up to here, and after 100 seconds the mode would develop. Brother never told the young boy such things, only math or game talk. Right, that must be it. Dongjun told the genius, but said he has not told yet. That was because the boy was still too young to understand. The genius then framed it like something that the student would be told about when he entered middle school. The boy hummed and said that he could have understood enough back then. However, the genius insisted that the boy still did not understand even now. Making good choices moment by moment. That was what it meant to win. Making good choices by the moment counted because time continued to pass by then, and each second that passed indicated the past. The boy did not understand what that meant, and the genius told him to pay attention. They were looking at his present self now, and they were looking at his past. Now that time would continue to flow. There would always be the past. That was correct. Even this moment now was the past because it had come and gone. It was always important to value the recent past of 20, 30 seconds of even 2 to 3 hours. The words he could not tell his younger brother, the genius would now tell him on his behalf. The student was now itching to hear what the genius had to say. Dongmin, just like in games to beat your opponent, you choose and judge every minute and second. For the young boy to overcome life in reality too, his big brother hoped the boy would choose and judge well. Those small and frequent moments in the past with full immersion. The boy's big brother would tell him even more when he grew up more. Gaming was a very healthy hobby. But Dongmin was not playing games for enjoyment. He was just feeling and looking for his brother in the game. Now the younger boy was crushed and confessing what had happened that day. His brother had not wanted to go to the park that day. The young boy had sulked and said that he would not go if his big brother did not go too. If only he had not thrown up such a fuss, Then his brother would have been waiting for him safe at home. So, the family begged the eldest son to go with them since it was the dad's day off for once. The boy finally agreed to go with them. But now the poor brother was full of regret, and he cried that if he had not said that, then his brother would still be alive. He had been resting on his brother that day on their way back, when a vehicle came rushing towards them on the side where the brother and the mother sat. If only he had not insisted that they go to the amusement park. It was a life of regret and pain, also greatly riddled by guilt. His brother had shielded the boy with his body right before the truck made contact, and everything had gone black. The side of the car that held his mother and his brother had been completely damaged. The young boy had blamed himself for what had happened all of that time. He sobbed that his family had died because of him. However, the genius offered words of comfort, proving that there were some human parts of him working in there. He reassured the boy that the situation was not his fault. That accident was not his choice. His mother and brother would never think that way either. He comforted the head of that crying child, like he was reaching a hand through the past to comfort what had once been broken. The choices that Dongmin was making to overcome the present. Whether the current choices are what the student considered proper judgment or not, he just wanted to hear that answer. The youth in the present now admitted that he also did not know what the right choice was now. He was scared of everything and of making choices because he did not want to lose anything. The genius said that the young boy did not need to give an answer now. His brother would wait for him. When he received no attention, when no one remembered him, that was when a person truly suffered death. However, as long as this youth lived and engraved his brother's words into his heart, then his brother would be alive there too. It was going to be okay, even when he did not know what to do. Even though 5 years had passed, and the poor boy did not know what to do about his brother at all, there was still plenty of time and he had a lot of growing up to do, so they could choose slowly together. Dongmin's right choice, that was what the genius had come to help him with. For now, the tutoring would end there. With the day's tutoring completed, the teacher said goodbye to the maid, and the lady wished him a safe journey home. Family peace had been achieved, and he had built rapport with the healer's youngest son to help him overcome past pain and improve his academic performance. This side was progressing smoothly. Comforting a crying child consumed a lot of energy. As expected, controlling or trashing a group was much easier. Next time he looked for part-time work, he would look for one with meals included. That also reminded him of a date that he had with Hiram. He was promised dinner after his tutoring session. It was time for him to do an early-stage leveling check. There were also things that he desired to quietly plant in her unconscious. The redhead seemed to be having a chat with her family, who wanted to know why she was so late, and about the important event that she supposedly had to work on today. That had ended a long time ago. The older lady had heard about the redhead and how she would go to those places and hang around with entertainers. Because of her, the dark-haired lady kept losing face. She complained that the young lady was hanging out with people like that who were too troublesome. She also was tired of the young lady making pointless gossip and insisted that she should hurry up and study abroad. The signature appetizer came in, and her auntie insisted that she would handle all of the preparation to send the young rich lady away. The redhead ignored her completely and asked if the hotel kept animals. The auntie insisted that the redhead come closer. However, the redhead was not interested. Instead, she asked why she kept hearing the noise of a dog. The dark-haired lady immediately clocked the indirect insult, and she was seething about it too. She could not believe that girl had just dragged her like that. The redhead scoffed and told the server to kindly do something about all of the barking that they had to endure. The server hesitantly promised to check up on that. Arguments between rich people was scary. The dark-haired lady was very upset though. She yelled and told Hiram to grow the coconuts to say that to her face. She growled that was not how anyone should talk to their oni. Meanwhile, Hiram just sighed that he was definitely hearing a loud dog, and the noise was really spoiling her appetite. She was as unrepentant as sin, and she refused to take any of her words back. The lady growled and asked why the girl would talk like that. The redhead continued to ignore her and her shouting. Instead, the girl looked through her phone and giggled at what she saw there. Of course, this just made her auntie even more upset because she thought she was being laughed at. Considering she was dancing around like a clown, then perhaps she should not be shocked if people did laugh at her. The redhead then mockingly told her doggy to sit before walking right out. Meanwhile, Woojin had gone to the brain food cafe that he had helped his friend grow. The food was doing great and business was doing great too. The man had done it exactly as the genius had taught him. He was trying to keep his taste consistent too. He did not make anything special just because the boy had come, and he was not fussing over it either. The boy happily ate his own recipe and sighed with joy as he ate it. As expected, the food was very good and Woojin was thrilled at the results of all of the effort that they put into it. The food was very good, and he gave his friend a thumbs up of celebration. It was just like he had been taught. It was all thanks to Woojin really, and the big guy was thrilled about all the help that they had gotten to progress this far. His brother even said that he would treat him big time for sure. Now this was very important and delicious news to Woojin, who did not joke about food. This big-time promise was great, and the genius was wondering what he would get to eat during a time like that. His friend was hesitant and asked the genius if there was something that he would like to eat. There was a lot that pretty boy liked to eat. His food mood changed constantly and he wanted beef Wellington, barbecue grilling, dongpo pork, foie gras terrin, and many more that sounded a lot like meat dishes. He was thinking of so much food in one go that his brain could not even compute the one thing that he wanted to ask for at a moment like this. There was so much on his mind that he had to distract himself by trying to channel his wants into something normal. He wanted to get something that normal people would definitely want to eat. Thinking about food was such serious business for the genius that he actually needed more time so that he could think slowly and sort out his desires with a tier list. This looked very difficult and the friend went to apologize to his bro, because now they had no idea what Woojin would want to eat, and they had to save up every penny just in case. Then, later, his friend realized that there had been quite a lot of inquiries. Franchise inquiries that was. People say that they wanted to do brain food too. It was sounding like a great idea to his friend, but Woojin told him to immediately clear that idea away. The competition was trying to steal their ideas and their profits. It was way too early to even think of expanding, and rushing into something dangerous like that could sink their entire business. The boy quickly backtracked his greed, and he had to agree. He had of course been lured by the fact that their food was insanely popular with academics and parents. However, that was also a trap. Even the fact that they kept getting regular delivery inquires too. The boy told the man to clear it away. Mansu needed to listen carefully before they made a costly mistake. If they wanted to turn this into a franchise, then they needed to be able to keep store owners satisfied steadily in the long term. It was important for all stores to grow together instead of a smash and grab situation happening. Obviously the brother had no intention of doing a scammy business either. However, if they only chase maximum profit like cooperate vampires, I would be like just sucking their store owners dry. This would then cause a rise against Brain Food headquarters. The other store owners would start piling up losses, so to expose this, the headquarters would then face a backlash that they were not at all ready to handle. Manasu definitely feared something like that happening. They absolutely did not intend for anything like that. Unfortunately, hell was paved with good intentions. The genius sighed that it was a jump, not a threat. So, the way to satisfy the store owners was something that they had to find, before even thinking for a second to spread out their business like that. Since the friend was willing to drop the issue, his pretty friend was willing to let this situation slide. As far as the genius was concerned, people worked harder when there was someone threatening them from behind. They would all work hard, so for now, conversations on expansion would be dropped. Then, a person walked into the Brain Food store. It was none other than the beautiful Lady Hiram. She had finally entered. Woojin happily greeted her and waved her over. Mansu sort of remembered her, and he was awkward about how to greet her. She also remembered him, and he could not believe that a third General Chaebol was in a shabby place like this. The boy greeted her and said that he had heard a lot about her. She also greeted him right back. It seemed he did not remember that he had already met her in that bar the first time. He only recognized her as a celebrity now. Well, the redhead continued and asked him how he had been. He nervously gave her a chair beside Woojin and was ready to run away. Now, Woojin smiled to see Hiram be nice to ordinary people. The poor Mansu was so flustered that he was even mixing up things that happened with things that did not happen. The rich lady had finally arrived and she noted that she had not really heard about Brain Food before, but there were a lot of customers there. She wondered if he had really called her all this way just to eat this. It was partly that. Then, she asked what was this place and if the food there was really that good. Mansu offered to even make her something. However, she said she was fine and she had just eaten on her way there. The genius beamed and boasted about how they cooked using his recipe. The redhead was impressed that he created recipes at all. Well, Woojin did not joke about food, so of course he knew enough to put together a recipe. With his special sauce that he had developed, the bread was whole wheat ciabatta, toasted super crispy, with lots of nutrition details. This redhead was amazed that the boy really did everything. Then maybe she would ask for Mansu to give her some food after all. She had said no before, but now she wanted to try out Woojin's cooking. So, the girl asked for one special. As they sat around in that cafe, the lady looked around at all the people gathered nearby. At this point, they should at least give him some shares. The genius laughed that his shares was food. Now he had a place to always come over to and eat some free quality food. Other customers around the area were even ordering some more food because it was that good. The person was ordering for their little brother, who needed to fatten up so that he could wear her clothes. Some people were eating faster because their movie was about to start. There were people going in and out of the cafe, buying food and eating food for all sorts of reasons. Some even grabbed coffee as a palate cleanser. Hiram watched all of these people very carefully, like a princess looking down at the common folk below. Her surrounded were only filled with dazzling people on a daily basis. Now, She was being exposed more and more to the ordinary people too. If their ordinary images steadily stacked up in her unconscious, then one day she would be able to gather ordinary people together. By seeing them as a group like that, they would be able to understand the public. That was why they had to keep filling her unconscious with ordinary people and their daily lives. 100 lectures telling her to understand ordinary people would never prove more effective than her just spending time around them. She would ride the bus and eat by their side, and then, when the time came, she would feel it. The understanding that being ordinary was the hardest thing. After meeting and hanging around with influencers and celebrities all day long, the genius wanted to know how she was handling the change. The redhead admitted that she at first was wondering why she even had to be here. However, now she was finding it rather fun. The boy had told her before to not use other people, which was rich coming from someone who had spent all evening lying to a child. At any rate, the genius wanted the redhead to follow the path of the straight and narrow, and to only use the people who were trying to use her to satisfy their own desires, so that, under her will, it would feel like she was controlling them however she wanted, and that was fun. The girl was leveling up faster than he had expected. She had passed his test for now. Even though supplementary investigation was heavily delayed, it was still a good work done. With other cases, the detective seemed to clear them cleaning in one blow, and the big boss wondered why the investigation seemed slower only when working with him. The detective laughed at that very funny coincidence. It was not actually slower, and that was normal speed. This was because Woojin's presence just made cases get solved a whole lot faster. He could not bring the youth every time he worked on the prosecutor's cases after all. The boy was busy with classes. The detective debated how much of that he should share, then he figured that no matter how busy Woojin was, he still wanted to eat something good. It would be interesting to see what the prosecutor would buy Woojin if he involved him in the case. After all, the prosecutor made way more money than this Hyung. The follow-up investigation was delayed a lot. However, the work was done very well. The prosecutor sure was wondering why it was that the investigation was taking a lot longer than usual. But the detective knew that things had just gone back to normal prosecutor speed. He usually did not talk about Shin Woojin's presence since that usually was not allowed. However, Detective Kim needed to mention something. The detective was really fidgety about whether or not he was going to properly mention anything. The prosecutor was watching him and wondering what had gotten him that flustered. There was a lot of back and forth and changing his mind from the detective's side. It was rather frustrating to the prosecutor. The man needed the detective to be honest with him. He wanted to know if the other man was doing this guessing game on purpose because he did not want to work with him, and he was starting to feel a bit hurt by it. Well, they could not have the prosecutor thinking that. The detective hurried to say that it was not like that at all. The truth was that, if anyone was going to get in trouble about the Shin Woojin situation, it would be the detective taking the risk. It would be better to not bring it up at all and to continue taking the credit for Woojin's work. However, his angel side encouraged him that embarrassment was temporary, and that there was no lie that would last forever. The detective flicked away the devilish side after all. In the end, he was just one more person getting help. So he finally confessed that he was not the one solving all of the cases that speedily in the past. Sure, he did good work to keep the citizens safe, but all of that fast evidence finding was not his power alone. Now the prosecutor was confused, and he asked the detective to explain. He did not even mind if the detective got into a scuffle with the suspect. He would take care of everything. Still, the detective had to double down and explain that this was not the situation. He needed to explain the situation properly since he was not in kindergarten. The prosecutor was busy firing of every possible reason for his hesitation. He wondered if the detective had done something wrong, or if he had taken dirty money. It was none of those awful things. The situation was just that the cases that he had solved like a lightning strike had not been solved by him. Now the prosecutor was confused, and he also looked lied to and annoyed, because he wanted the detective to explain what he meant by that. The detective nodded, and the prosecutor sat up because he wanted to know who was responsible for the miracle cases, then so that he could go and congratulate that person instead. He even thought it was the detective's juniors that had handled those cases really well, and now he was busy taking all of the credit. Fortunately, that was not the case. The prosecutor wanted immediately to know about any outstanding talent that was being hidden on the team. Well, there was definitely outstanding talent involved, but it was not on the team. The prosecutor pushed for more information. He thought it would be great if they went out for Soju with this outstanding talent. Yeah, the outstanding talent did not like Soju though. The detective laughed and explained that he was not greedy, and he was not keeping all of the praise intentionally. So once again the prosecutor asked who was responsible for solving the cases. The answer was a civilian, a young man who was much like a detective. Actually, he was more like a profiler now that the detective thought about it. He knew a kid who was even more of a profiler than a real profiler. Every time they met, it felt like something straight out of a movie. From heaven down to earth, a star fell from heaven to earth, and he was given some kind of key to the bottomless pit. Well, the prosecutor was very insistent on knowing who this man was. It sounded almost ridiculous that a civilian had solved all of those cases because it made no sense to him. The detective sighed that it was the truth, and it did fit together a little too well. Also, the prosecutor needed to give him a moment for him to run to the restroom. The prosecutor still wanted the gift of the person's identity though, and he insisted that the detective at least give him a name. However, the detective absolutely could not wait, and the prosecutor could not stand the drama. The detective ran away to make a really important phone call. Having a prosecutor connection is not a bad thing anyway. Still, for privacy reasons, he was not going to give a name for privacy reasons. So, he talked to Woojin to ask if he was busy by any chance. The young genius had just finished showering, but he was ready to listen to what his senior had to say. So, there was a prosecutor who was really curious about him. The detective was not sure if the boy remembered that guy, but he had met him once at the station. The genius boy definitely remembered him since that guy meeting the detective was an important step in his friend's promotion. The detective Kim figured that it would not hurt for his little brother here to know the prosecutor a bit. The man was aware that the young boy was always the kind to look a move ahead and approach people, and they would complete the next two moves in the future. When the detective runs into a difficult situation, that was when he would realize that there was no replacement for the empty space that the genius left. In other words, the genius remained an A-class manipulator in every scenario. The odds that the investigation team would have no choice but to come looking for him would then rise exponentially. A very natural, ordinary kind of design. So, now the detective was asking if he wanted to meet the prosecutor. It was all by his design. The boy could already fathom the amount of rich food that would come from solving such a case. He immediately said yes. They had gotten the consent to the collection and the use of personal information. Now the detective could go in there and yap about Woojin all that he wanted. However, there was one condition. The detective stepped back inside of the office, grinning like a naughty child who had stepped out. The prosecutor still wanted to know the gist, and he needed to know who was responsible for solving all of those really difficult and juicy cases. It was someone who was a close and younger friend of his, of course. The detective was not sure if the prosecutor would remember him. When he came to the station, he was there with him. The prosecutor wanted to know more, so the detective informed him that it was a college student, and he was so busy that he did not get to see the boy often either. As it happened, he said that he was free tomorrow evening. The genius could not do any other day. It had to be tomorrow evening. The prosecutor wondered if this college student was really the one helping him solve these cases. It was embarrassing to say, but that college student was indeed the real deal, so the prosecutor would like to meet him too. They had to make space for tomorrow evening. So, the detective could set up the meeting. There was also one condition for the prosecutor if he wanted to meet him, for some reason. The man wondered if there would be a kind of condition, and it was sounding more like some kind of shady meeting. Well, it was definitely nothing like that, the detective assured him. However, the condition was that the prosecutor would have to book the dinner at a specific restaurant for tomorrow night. That is when that stranger would come. That was it, he just wanted them to be the ones to buy dinner. Nothing too high maintenance. He did not even want the A course or the B course either. It specifically had to be the dinner course. The prosecutor sighed and told the detective to just be the one to pay for dinner. It seemed their little genius had quite an appetite. He was the type whose brain only ran when he fed, or if that was just his concept. Even asking for a meal was complicated. He seemed like the timid type, made the prosecutor a bit worried. The detective Kim was fixing for 7 o'clock. Dinner course for 3. The prosecutor went to check it out, and he could not believe the price for the food. He had to take off his glasses just to compute. Even rubbing his eyes was hard, it was hard for him. Detective Kim was then called and prosecutor asked for the name of the restaurant again for him. Time passed and the next day game. That little genius had definitely picked a restaurant fancier than anything the detective had ever taken him to. The prosecutor would probably not be crazy about meeting this genius college student anymore. The boy stepped in, dressed for the occasion with a fancy suit, and he had a reservation under the name Kim Cheol-woong. One of their party had already arrived, and he was shown to his seat. The detective was waiting there, and the genius looked properly groomed for such an event. Possibly his rich girlfriend had helped him out. The detective sure was happy to see the youth again. He had never thought that he would get to come to a place like this in his life. The detective had insisted on coming too, even if he would not eat too much. It had been risky getting the man to agree to let him come over. Thankfully, everything had worked out fine. The only hindrance was that the prosecutor had not shown up yet. The man had said that he was almost here, so they just needed to sit down and wait for him to arrive. They took a seat and soon the prosecutor was making his way over to them. Speaking of the devil, he had arrived now. The prosecutor could also already see his table from a distance, and he saw the young boy that was still standing and waiting for him to arrive. The prosecutor smiled and complimented the genius looks, calling him handsome. It was nice to meet him. The detective also rose to greet him. Now that they saw their faces, the prosecutor was now able to remember meeting the genius in the past. He introduced himself as Shin Woojin and shook the man's hand with a bow. He was also quite polite. The prosecutor loved that. They all had a seat, and the prosecutor was ready to launch into conversation about all he had heard about the genius from the detective Kim. However, he did not realize that he would be such a handsome student. He had also heard that the young boy was good at profiling, so he had thought that he would be all skinny with razor-sharp eyes, and that kind of look. The genius leapt right ahead to business and dodged those compliments with the speed of lightning, asking the prosecutor why he wanted to see him. The prosecutor joked that the youth was in such a rush, and he just wanted to speak to him casually. The youth was 20 after all. The genius sighed internally, and then smirked that he would indeed speak to the man casually, even though they had just met. He asked if he should call the prosecutor Mr. It seemed the genius did not like that the prosecutor was babying him at all. The cost per person at this very fancy restaurant was a little over 700,000 won. Suggesting expensive food relative to a prosecutor's salary was to see if the prosecutor's psychology could break through his resistance line. The reason that he wanted to meet the genius was a first-time meeting, even though he would be losing money. The prosecutor was willing to spend for a survival tool. This meeting could be seen as going beyond a simple curiosity. The reason beyond curiosity was confirmed by meeting now. When people shook hands, the stress hormone cortisol decreased, oxytocin was released, and cooperation and intimacy were momentarily strengthened. This handshake method was sometimes used to build rapport. However, prosecutor Kim Cheol-won was a bit different. The pressure gripping his hand was high, and it felt like the man was trying to create a force to pull the genius towards him. It was an invitation into his own territory where he had many weapons to use. From a psychoanalytic perspective, this was an unconscious declaration that he wanted to dominate the boy's existence. The big man laughed at the genius's words, thrown off and surprised but not letting it show. The prosecutor said that he was actually the one in more of a rush. He joked with the detective that this was a sudden acceleration of sorts. The prosecutor did not think that the genius was easy to deal with, but he did tend to try to get quickly, and they could see each other often from now on as well. The man wanted to use his social power position well, and his desire for success many be strong. To summarize and conclude, the man had a high attention to climb the ladder and use the genius as a leverage tool to get him up there. However, the genius had no intention of getting used like a tool. So, he told the prosecutor that he was really curious about something and he wanted to ask about it. The prosecutor told him to go ahead and ask, but he gave the nonverbal curve, crossing his arms and taking a defensive position at the word question. The man wanted to control the situation himself, but it was as if he was trying to defend against questions. The man was a person who tried to widen the distance between others and himself instead of pulling them closer. If he dug, then the prosecutor might have something that could be held against him. This was interesting information to the genius. Just reading roughly, he thought that he knew what kind of person this man was. With this type, it was good to confuse them by showing they cannot control the current situation. The prosecutor was beaming and telling the boy to feel free to ask at any time. More precisely, he was curious about prosecutor Kim Cheol-won, someone with the occupation of prosecutor. The man was surprised at such a direct question, but he braced himself for how this would go. The man laughed and said that the genius could ask any question he liked. From the genius' subjective view of the law could be the nose ring if hung on the nose, as well as the earring if hung on the ear. The prosecutor considered it. The law was not made that loosely. Woojin, the boy might not know because he had not studied the law in detail, and the man looked ready to launch into a preaching mode, just for the boy to inform him that he had memorized all the laws. That seemed enough to understand the law. This information seemed to throw the big man off and he laughed heartily, asking what the boy had just said. However, the detective knew that Woojin was not joking about memorizing the laws. The genius did not appreciate the laughter. If the boy knew all of the laws, he was an interesting kid, but the prosecutor thought that the kid was acting too cocky. He told the boy to go ahead and tell him one thing that he did know. For example, something about Article 25 of the Criminal Act. The genius then leapt right into Article 25, which covered attempted crimes. Article 25, Paragraph 1. When one commences the execution of a crime but failed to complete the act, then Paragraph 2 covered the punishment or an attempted crime may be reduced compared to a complete crime. Now the prosecutor realized that the boy knew his salt and that he was playing with fire. The old man of course immediately decided to switch his game to throw the boy off. He asked about Article 32 instead. The genius rattled off about accessory Article 32, Paragraph 1. A person who aids another crime shall be punished as an accessory. Paragraph 2 covered the punishment for an accessory shall be reduced compared to the principal offender. Then, what about Article 156? The genius launched into that the 1-2. False accusation causing another person to face criminal punishment of disciplinary. Watching the prospector get so frustrated made the detective smirk because it was like watching an old version of himself. This was how he looked when he first saw Woojin deduce a criminal. The revision date article 155, paragraph 4 was March 31, 2005. The prosecutor seemed to be falling apart. It seemed that no one had informed him that he would be going out on a date with a human dictionary. Bro looked like he was having a really hard time. That was hilarious. The man groaned and started babbling of if the test had been leaked with a verbal conversation. The man just could not compute that someone this young would be this good. The pains of the elderly. Now that the genius had him sweating, it was not time for reversal. The man was the one who was supposed to be answering questions. The genius had made it that way from the start. This time, this situation was all under his own control. Prosecutor, he obviously know everything too. So, the genius decided to ask what was the revision date of Article 117, Paragraph 1, what year, month, and day. The prosecutor yelled that he needed an immediate time out first of all. He was not prepared for this battle, and he had been thrown off by the fact that the boy looked so young. The poor man did not have the laws memorized, and he would have to look it up. The prosecutor immediately turned his attention to the waiter and called for the food immediately. He needed an edge and a distraction. They were starving lions here, and he needed to escape the kid's question. The detective watched the prosecutor with much sympathy. He understood what it was like. Then, the prosecutor tried to switch the conversation to something he could still control, and he asked the youth if he was trying to get into law school. However, the boy beamed and said that he had no interest in that. Sparkling like a romance protagonist, the boy said that he was just an ordinary college student living an ordinary college life. No ordinary college student was eating at a fancy restaurant while making their host sweat like a chicken. The prosecutor could not believe that this boy was calling himself ordinary. Then, the prosecutor started firing questions. He asked of the boy's major and why on earth he had chosen business administration. The boy asked if the prosecutor was looking down on business administration, but the prosecutor explained that the boy seemed to be very interested in law too. However, the genius wanted to do business administration because it was ordinary. Indeed, it was very ordinary. The detective sighed within himself, because he also remembered what it was like to have this very painful conversation with the young genius. The prosecutor was struggling to compute that the man knew all the laws, but he wanted to be ordinary. The boy was a business major, yet he did hardcore profiling, and on top of that, model-level looks. This child was something out of the ordinary, and the prosecutor was almost sure that life must be very enjoyable for a child like that. The genius then asked the man what he thought about the law. He was about to answer that question, but then the food came in. It was a great escape because Woojin immediately became distracted by the pre-meal bread. Low-sodium butter spread on bread. If it was spread out on the freshly baked bread, it would melt smoothly, and it would be very delicious. Then, the prosecutor tried to go back to what he thought about the law, but the boy could not care less because there was no bread in front of him. Happily, he devoured the food like a starving man who had found the first piece of food for him to eat in ages. The man wanted to continue the conversation about the law and the judiciary that applies and interpreted the law. However, the genius had to stop the prosecutor. Now was the best timing of all, and the young man looked dead serious. The prosecutor asked what was going on, and the genius asked. The man had made an expensive reservation. Now was most definitely the best timing that was worth that expensive price. The prosecutor then realized that the boy was taking about the bread. They had to eat it while it was delicious before it would get cold, especially since this was such meaningful and expensive food. It was also a symbolic food that comes to mind when you think of the law. This threw off the prosecutor's answer entirely. He could not understand how on earth the law could be equated with bread, and it seemed that the detective was having a great time just watching that guy suffer. Even the poor prosecutor had been somehow hoodwinked into saying that the law was bread. The detective indeed felt sorry for him. The poor prosecutor had also been broken too. The poor man had come after handling all of his piled-up work, so his condition was not the best either. By the way, prosecutor, Woojin's true self had not even properly come out yet, because the food was not entirely here. There will be many things ahead if you meet with Woojin, and the prosecutor was now wondering just how much each piece of bread would cost. The poor prosecutor should not even think too hard about the situation or trying to understand Woojin's behavior. No matter what the boy imagined, he was a kid who would exceed that. As expected, an incredible taste, but a greasy feeling at the end. The bready was good, but the boy would pass on a refill. Meanwhile, the detective would better advise the prosecutor to give up on trying to understand the genius. This was advice from the experience of a Woojin giver-upper. The prosecutor had not even gotten the chance to bite into his bread when the boy started questioning him again. The boy wanted to speak about Mr. Lee, who stole 3 packs of ramen and received an actual prison sentence of 10 months in prison. Another survival criminal, Mr. Kim in his 70s, got 8 months in prison. Some people get 3 years and others get 6 months. However, a high-ranking military official who leaked military secreted and pocketed 2 billion won got a suspended sentence. Then, the genius asked the prosecutor what he thought about such a case. The man was speechless and he looked quite flabbergasted too. The crab ravioli came just then and Woojin got distracted once again. The prosecutor considered the question he had been asked, and looking at such precedents, they would always try not to deviate from fairness. However, the genius did not care what he had to say as he had now devolved into eating up all of that delicious crab that just showed up at the table. The poor prosecutor could not keep up with his nonsense. The man had to check if the genius was even listening to him in that moment. The boy agreed that he was indeed listening. The prosecutor was overwhelmed and the detective sympathized. Time continued to pass and Woojin wiped his mouth. Now that the food was gone, he could go back into the business mode, and the young genius said that there was a case like this. There was a man and woman who met in a running crew. The woman sent message to the man confession her intimate preference, which was masochism. The masochist asked the man to beat her and even gave him her address and pass code. She asked him not to stop even if she seemed to hate it, because it would all be acting and to make it feel real. She demanded perfect acting from the man. The man, who had feelings for the woman, immediately headed to the woman's house. She acted like she did not expect him to be there, but he launched into doing exactly what she asked him to do. So the man committed the vile act as per the message. The woman reported it, and police were dispatched and the truth of the case was revealed. The person who sent the message to the man was another female member of the same running crew who was jealous of the victim. She had hacked into the victim's phone and had pretended to be the victim and controlled the man. The man who directly harmed the victim woman and the female member who deceived the man and made him commit the crime. Where should the gavel of the law swing concerning such a case? The prosecutor asked if this was a case with a verdict, and there was. However, the genius would appreciate if the prosecutor could answer quickly. Time was really tight right now. The weight had been decided, and the boy wanted to focus completely before the rest of the food got here. The prosecutor thought very deeply about this case, with a verdict that the young genius had asked him to consider. The boy would appreciate it if the man could answer quickly. Time was really tight right then. The weight had been decided, and if the old man wanted to impress the youth, then he had to answer quickly before the food arrived. The prosecutor would not be rushed. He wondered why this would be a do or die affair, and asked the youth if he had somewhere that he had to rush to. The young genius responded that he would, in fact, be busy. The food at the restaurant was not cheap, so the youth should have suggested a meeting when there was plenty of time. Now the prosecutor was feeling salty about setting up in such an expensive place to have such a short meeting. The prosecutor asked about the urgent matter, saying that the boy should at least finish the remaining meal. However, Woojin let him know that the food was precisely the problem. As soon as the main course came out, he would not care at all about what the prosecutor had to say. The old man could not believe this. In this conversation, he was playing second fiddle to the food that he had paid for. This was a first for him. Back to the case that he needed to dissect. The prosecutor first wanted to know the person who had hacked the phone. That person would be arrested. Woojin admitted that this was correct, and the person who directly harmed the victim was acquitted in the first trial. The man was not found guilty. Then followed the question of whether the man was truly a victim who was merely used as a criminal tool. Conversely, from a moral and ethical perspective, there was a question of whether he was still in the victim's position. This was a result that was hard to accept easily. Only after causing public outrage and controversy did this case eventually get confirmed with prison sentences for both perpetrators in the higher court. Completely different interpretations of the same case. The boy was curious about the prosecutor's thoughts. Before they could discuss further, the sirloin steak arrived. The youth immediately transformed into his food-hungry and best piggy first. The prosecutor almost could not believe how quickly the boy changed faces once there was food involved. The youth was a weirdo who liked food, while the old man had heard that geniuses were strange. So, they would eat first. The steak looked really solid, because it was expensive, and the man cut into it to check it out. He was impressed that he was getting his money's worth from the food. The steak was delicious when it had the right amount of blood coming out. The youth scolded the man. It was not blood in his steak, because if blood remained, the meat would smell and then spoil easily. This was why the blood was always cleanly removed during the butchering process. The red sauce that he could see now was a protein component called myoglobin. The heme pigment contained in this component showed a red color when combined with oxygen. The whole thing, the old man was stunned because he had not even known all of this. The pigment looked red because it was mixed with protein, fat, moisture, and many other substances that came out during the cooking process. Having done this kind of round robin enough times to be used to it, the detective just nodded in understanding and kept eating. The poor villain was stupefied. In other words, all of the meat on their plate was cooked well and delicious. This was really the kind of conversation that the prosecutor had never had before. There was always something to say to correct him, so that the prosecutor even considered not bothering to open his mouth again. Meanwhile, Woojin was happily digging into the steak, moaning with joy that he had no regrets even if he died that day, because the food was so delicious. The detective quickly had to snap him out of his trance, though the boy did not really appreciate that. The old man was speechless to see this behavior. He had persecuted countless criminals during his life, and he had met all kinds of people, the good, the bad, and the ugly. However, seeing Woojin gush over each plate as it was presented was the first time that the old man had seen a character enjoy food this much. The man had no idea what kind of guy this genius was. Dinner came to an end, and many of the clients were already making their way out of the restaurant. They had come to eat, and they had eaten well, though one was more confused than the others. Now, the genius was interested in talking all of a sudden, and he asked the reason why the old man wanted to see him. The prosecutor was infuriated. This kid was the one who kept interrupting every time he tried to answer a question. However, he had to maintain his dignity to the very end, so he withheld his outrage. The situation was that the man wanted to ask the youth to help him catch some bad guys. Crimes were becoming more and more intelligent after all. The youth asked why he should do both, and the persecutor told him to think of it as a decent part-time job per case. From what the old man had heard from the detective Kim, it was not difficult work for the youth after all. However, the youth immediately protested that this was not the case. He was not the kind to take an idle compliment and then get baited into working like a slave. The youth appreciated the old man's high opinion of him, but the man overestimated him way too much. The young genius insisted that he was a very ordinary person, further throwing off the old man. Well, the prosecutor understood the gist, and he agreed that the boy was ordinary like water. However, water was absolutely necessary for the man. He asked the youth how much he would need to earn as part-time pay to do their work for them. He would even pay the boy an hourly rate if he was willing. However, the prosecutor suddenly had to remember just how much he had spent to get the youth to meet with him. It was a sudden acceleration, and the man wondered if the youth could handle this. Talking about money rashly to someone who had asked for such an expensive meal would probably not bode very well for his pockets. The man tried to backtrack, but the detective interrupted by saying that he would go to the restroom for a moment. Now the old man would be left with the youth who was trying to use him as an investment to create leverage. That in itself was not such a bad thought. That being said, there was also something that the youth wanted, something that he wanted to try. So he had a suggestion on how they would do things. The boy said that he did not need money, much to the prosecutor's relief. The man asked if there was something else that the youth needed, and the genius confirmed that there was indeed something else. First, the boy wanted to tour the old man's office. The prosecutor was stunned by this request, but the young genius insisted. He was curious about how the structure worked. It was such an out-of-the-blue request, and the prosecutor could not believe that the young boy had asked for this instead of money. It was such an odd request, but he insisted that the youth was not allowed to take back his words or even ask for something different later. The youth understood, but there was also one condition attached to this request. As long as the man did not have to pay any money, he was sure that he could handle it. The youth had no idea what case he would be asked to solve. However, as long as he provided a clue that could solve it, then he wanted all of the credit for its resolution to go to Detective Kim Tae-yun. It had been petty smarty for the detective to exit at this point in the conversation, or it would look like coercion for a promotion. It was such an interesting request, and the old man smiled at how much the youth cared for the detective Kim. The prosecutor felt that the detective must be so envious to have such a reliable younger friend by his side. Well, the prosecutor welcomed this condition at any time, and he informed the youth that he would contact him and visit him soon enough. Now, the boy had gained access to the prosecutor's office. Meanwhile, the youth was also sure to check on his new little friend and the very interesting book that he had given her to read. The girl happily said that she had read all of it, just like he had asked. She had gone to the library and even looked up the Japanese occupation period and the long war history. The genius was very proud that he had taught the girl just one thing, and she already knew 10. More important than that was the attitude of learning 2 things on their own when you taught one. Next time she even wanted to visit the history museum. As expected, the boy had chosen the right person. Now, it was time to shift things to the next stage of his plan. The young boy spoke to his little friend, reminding her of her dream to make lots of money for herself and her grandmother. The girl smiled and said that it was her desire to treat grandma well and she wanted to earn quickly. Then the boy asked what she should do right now to earn money quickly. The young girl considered it and said that there was a lot of cardboard in this neighborhood. She thought that she could earn lots of money if she collected it. The girl beamed and decided that she would start going around from the next day and picking up all the stray pieces of cardboard that she could find. The sweet little girl was earnest, but for now, her field of vision was narrow, and she could only think of cardboard at the time. However, the young man could see so much more. The little girl did not have any other information, and no one was teaching her right now. However, he planned to help her. A lot of people were mostly careful about things that went into their body, and they reacted to the smallest things. While being terribly afraid and careful, they would unconsciously become slaves to dopamine like that. acting fast, or even falling quickly into depression. This dopamine aimed at views would make the hormone balance collapse while watching videos that incite people's anger. They did not even care what was going on inside their head, even though they should filter what goes into the brain as much as food. The time that the boy could not have, the time that had been stolen by captors who had abused him, he was going to give that precious time to Yuna, protecting her from the harsh claws of the world. He would fill the girl's head with only the things that she wanted. The boy reached into his pocket and pulled out a small pebble, showing it to Yuna. It was a coin, and he said that he would flip it, saying that the chances for heads or tails were 50-50 each. Then, he asked the girl if she liked heads or tails. The girl happily chose heads. The boy then smiled and said that if they flipped this coin, and heads came up, then the girl could earn 8-1 more, and if tails came up, then she had lost 21. This looked suspiciously like how gambling started. The boy casually flipped the coin, and it went all the way up. When it came down, he caught it and raised his hands. The coin landed on tails the first time. He was now going to flip it 9 more times to see who would win. The number of times that the admiral's head came out was 4 times, so the boy smiled and asked her if she had earned money. The girl calculated the situation and said that the heads came out 4 times, which meant that she made 321. However, tails came out 6 times, which meant 121. If they subtracted all of that from the initial 101, then she had earned 201 more. The genius was proud of the little girl. Even though heads had come up less, she had still earned money. Even though she only won 4 times and lost 6 times, he would hold her earn money without picking cardboard. The girl did not really understand what the boy meant, but the genius just smiled kindly. He would teach her step by step about the things that they did not teach at school, the things that most people did not even want to know. They would mix different words and complex terminology for the public. However, the paramount essence was simple, things only they wanted to know. That is what he would now teach Yuna. He then asked the girl if she knew what the word Chiyobuji meant. The girl considered it and pondered on the word for a moment before replying that it referred to someone who played around a lot, a person who did not study and only caused a lot of trouble for their mother and father. It had that meaning, but it also had another meaning as well. Chiel meant season, and the word buji meant not knowing or being unaware. Thus, when both words were combined, it almost sounded like it would mean a person who did not know the seasons. However, that was a direct translation that hit quite close to the truth. Someone who was a Kielbuji could want a farm, but then they would plant seeds in the winter. In that case, the farm would surely fail, and that person would be season ignorant. Seeds should be planted in the spring, when the weather is clear and the soil is fertile. Then the produce should be harvested in the fall. Money was exactly the same as season. The girl was surprised to hear this, but her big brother was happy to explain. See, money moved on its own in a constant search for the right time to be planted like a seed. That is what was called an investment. The little girl focused as she tried her hardest to understand the investment. From her expression, it was clear that she did not know it well. Even if she was smart, there was no one to teach her about investment. The girl knew about the seasons, and she knew that farming should be done in the spring, so she was not a Chiyobuji. However, she did not know much about investments. That was called economic and financial illiteracy. The girl sighed and apologized for not knowing, but the boy laughed. She could not help but not know since they did not teach it at school after all. Investment classes were not a topic that was covered in school. The girl then wondered why this knowledge was not shared at school if it was something that could make money. The boy considered that question and then decided that he would tell her a bit more when she was older. There was no need to fill her little head with conspiracy theories right now anyway. It might make her feel like the world is all pessimistic. So he would tell her all of that later. Instead, they would currently learn about percentages and interest rates. And interest was the extra money that was given back as gratitude when returning borrowed money. So, if Hyuna were to deposit 1,001 at the milk bank, they would give her a 51 interest. Then, the snack bank across the river was giving a 10% interest rate. They said that if she deposited 1,001 there, then they would give her 101 in interest. Using the information provided, they had to pick the best place to deposit. The girl happily declared that she would deposit in the snack bank, of course. That was, of course, the correct answer. However, if the milk bank raised its interest to 10% and the snack bank lowered to 5%, then what should she do? The girl then said that she would go to the milk bank. The flow of money would change because of interest rates, and this was the interest rate phenomenon. Whether it was voluntary or involuntary, money moved looking for places to grow. Stocks were exactly the same. Money did not stay stagnant in one stock, it would always flow. Now that the boy thought about it, he had heard that toy stores were doing well these days. Then he asked the little girl what kind of toys that she thought would sell well. The little girl considered the questions and the types of toys that would sell. Then she guessed Barbie dolls. However, the genius reminded Hyuna that she could not judge by looking at just a few. She had to look at the whole picture. They had to look at not just the toy sections but also what sold the most in the entire department store. They had to think of this entire department store as the stock market. The first place was the Sassing food set. They could see it that way, but they had to find the toys that were selling well. So, the next step would be to display the sectors. They had to know the item name, the sector that it would be sold at, and the current price, as well as any factor that could change. Looking at the list under the sector, the first and second sold out items were not even toys, but the ones dominating the rankings were almost all toys. The change rate showed how many percent it moved compared to the last day, and they could see that the remote control toy was much higher than the first and second place items. In fact, even the little girl acknowledged that the gap was huge. The market cap explanation for later easier understanding. The first and second places each went up 2 to 3%, but the remote control toy went up by 19%. In stock terminology, this was called the leading stock of the leading sector. The trading view. From now on, Hyuna would find these kinds of things to invest in. The leading stock would be wherever money gathers. The girl would end up exhausting herself if she kept trying to turn where there was no money. She had to follow the trail to a large pile of money like she was rolling up a snowball. However, where money was concentrated was different. People's behavior was similar to stocks. They wanted to get jobs at larger corporations where the money is concentrated more than at small and medium enterprises. They wanted to gather at places where lots of other people wanted to buy and flock to, kind of like how brain foods had taken off and excelled. There was no such thing as losing in an investment. If a person limits the money they lost to 2% of their total assets, when a prediction was wrong in one trade, then even if they were wrong 10 times in a row, 80% of their assets would still remain. They were guaranteed a chance to get back up. In other words, when they invested, they would either think about a 2% loss, and if the stock price did not move as expected, then conversely, if the stock price moved as expected along with partial selling, then a person could maximize it to a profit greater than 2%. To do that, they needed to know the macroscopic flow of money. It was important to check if money flowed to risky assets, to know if money flowed to safe assets, if the US stock market would rise, and to review which trend stocks led. The domestic market and the domestic stock market were also important too for them to apply to the domestic stock market and search for leading sectors where trading volume explodes. If they traded based on these numbers alone, it would already eat up more than half of their profits. They first needed to understand the flow of the economy like an economist, not speculation that rose recklessly, but by watching the trends where money flowed. Hyuna would then execute actual trades like a fund manager. The genius was so happy training his little disciple, and he showed the girl his phone. She looked in amazement at all the charts that went up and down as Woojin showed off all of the things that he had invested in so far. 1 hour a day, and this was the result of a day of trading that finished stock trading within that time. This was same-day trading. Day trading did not care whether the market would go up or down, because a person could just buy and sell each day. There was an opportunity to make money in any situation. Next, from swing trading that targeted market waves, to long-term investment that harvested fruits from planted seeds. All of trading was like climbing tall stairs. You go up one step at a time while maintaining breathing and rhythm, letting go of big greed and following principle. They could climb the stairs consistently every day. Plus, they also had to remember this, and that was that whatever they invested in and why, if they could clearly convince people, that was then true investment. The little girl admitted that all of these new things flooding her brain were definitely difficult to understand. However, she would also try her very best to remember. Thanks to this, Hyuna would understand quickly. Then, the little girl asked if it was okay for a kid like her to be interested in stocks. After all, she did not have any money, and she was flat broke. The boy smiled. Of course it was fine since Yuna's grandmother would become her legal guardian. Then, the little girl could do stocks if she just went through a few procedures. However, the little girl worried because she did not have a computer or a phone. The genius assured her with a smile that she did not need to worry about that either. There was a reliable magician older sister who would sponsor her. Later, someone got a call from the mukbang exploration team members. It had been a while since they had greeted them with a live broadcast. Now, he would be visiting a Chinese restaurant run by a cooking competition-winning chef. However, everyone was saying that it was their day off. There were some hate comments on the video that our dude was checking out when he suddenly got a message from his student. The young student promised to work hard at anything. Like a game, he would focus on every minute and second of pastime in reality too. He felt that was what his brother would want. The teacher was very pleased to hear that his student was growing. That kid Dongmin was taking exactly the advice that he had given him. Cryptomnesia was mistaking unconsciously hearing information as your own thoughts. Well, if the boy truly believed that he had come to think that way himself, that was good too. The teacher encouraged the student to keep gaming as a hobby since that was good for the brain too. Then, the student offered to play a 2 versus 2 right now. Later, on the morning of the next day, with a brilliant bright sky ahead, someone was busy preparing some food. It was the famous place known for its kimbap. It seemed that people were eating a lot of kimbap. This store's sector was snack foods. The boy was taking his little student out again so that she could learn more about how the world worked, so he asked her what the leading stock in the area was. The girl thought about it and then happily pointed at the kimbap being prepared in front of her. It surprised the server so much that she got ready to make them some, so the genius ordered for one roll. Right? Kimbap was fortunately the correct answer. However, the leading stock could change at any time. Just as he spoke, some dudes came into the shop, and they asked for 20 servings of tteokbokki, some fried food, and a sundae. Another ordered kimbap, one ordered ramen, and the other ordered rabaki. Now that all these new consumers had come in, they had different desires for different items, and the desire for fried food had quickly surpassed the kimbap being offered. The flow of money had changed. That rain started to fall, and the boy was seated inside a building, talking about the latest laptop. It was the Pro version, too. He seemed to be talking to his rich friend, who asked if that would work too. It was indeed more than sufficient, and it was overflowing. However, it might be too much for an elementary student. The genius joked that he could give her what he used, and he could take this. Hearing this, the rich girl was ready to snatch back her goods. The boy chuckled and promised to deliver the item to little girl. He also thanked the rich lady for preparing a phone as well. Then, he asked if she was interested in meeting the little girl this time. Well, the launch of her new product was around the corner, so she was kind of swamped. Plus, she could not go around looking like this, who was stressed and exhausted. It was not a good look for a business owner and a rich lady. However, the genius thought that she looked quite pretty just the way she was. Obviously, this compliment took her by surprise, and she had to fight back a blush. The rain ended with a rainbow, and the genius was teaching his student again. The gaming boy admitted that this level that he was facing was difficult and weird. The teacher encouraged his student to apply what he had learnt yesterday in order to solve the problem. While the two were busy studying, the housekeeper came in with some refreshments. They thanked her, and it did not take long to round up the day's class. The teacher will see his student next time. Our bro was handling teaching 2 students, while also attending to his own university lecture, and his classmates were still sick of him. The teacher waved and told the students to enjoy their lunch. As he walked with his friends, they asked what the menu would be today. They knew how passionate their friend was about food, and he knew about the business school's cafeteria menu by heart. The boy was going to eat some spicy pork rice bowl, and he kept reciting stuff off the menu, including the recipes and the side dishes that went well with it. He was still rattling off about that when his classmates unconsciously begged him to come back as human. The boy chuckled and asked if he should change to a more natural and comfortable tone, like talking to a real person. The meal ended and the sun set. That ended our dude's very busy day, and he was able to go home after a long day. He still made some time to spend with the family that he loved so much, smiling as his father was scolded to hurry and go to bed. The sun set over the horizon, and nighttime came. When the sun rose again, the boy was in his sister's room, banging things to wake her up. He even swore that if she did not wake up, he would call her a rascal. The poor girl had to stand up just to get rid of him. Once again, it was bright and early in the morning, and the genius took a deep breath of intense satisfaction. He waited for the coming of spring with a smile on his face, knowing that whatever season came, his 4 seasons would always be the harvest season. Now then, he would harvest the fruits that he had grown as designed. At a high and fancy skyscraper, someone was working very hard and desperately clicking away at something to solve her problem. The click sound echoed through the building, consistent and insistent in its demand for an answer. The clicking went on, bouncing around different facilities in the building, from the restroom to the dispenser, and the noise persisted as an irritated finger tapped continuously on the table. Click, click, click. The noise rang as many other office ladies within the room had to reach their work quotas. Still, the incessant clicking went on. Various fashion products were spread out before her, but it was not enough. She was overseeing Vampire Cosmetics, wondering whether to look. It was the 3rd day of the launch of her very fancy and new brand. They had formulated with only carefully selected ingredients while cutting the margin. The reviews should not be bad. Yet, she was hesitant to check. This was the launch of her first ever product after all. Once again, the tapping went on as the rich girl glared at the computer in front of her. The repeated clicking and tapping was then interrupted by the rapping of someone at the door. She had a visitor. The sudden appearance of the man had surprised her, but it was also a relief to see him there. She welcomed him in, greeting the team leader, and he, in turn, congratulated the chief executive officer. This was the hot news that was just updated. The girl was surprised to be getting congratulations. Then she realized something amazing. Indeed, they had received an amazing out of stock notice despite just launching their brand. They had completely sold out 3 days later. That was an insane level of success. Even though they had increased the initial quantity by 50%, the news was that all the shipped items had sold out in 3 days. The girl's eyes widened in shock. The influencers and celebrities that she had met at that party were endless, and they had promoted her product as if it were the elixir of life. Even now, everyone without exception was rushing to introduce the fancy new vampire product that she had launched. Reviews said that they had put on the product before bed, and the results were wonderful. Some even mentioned that their faces were glowing because of the product and nothing to do with ring lighting. The man excitedly asked the girl to check the reviews, and now she sped to do just that. All of it was now reflecting, and she marveled to see that the toner, lotion, moisturizer, and all the creams were sold out. Everything was gone, and the girl was amazed, knowing that she somehow owed this miracle to Shin Woojin. The lady smiled, saying that the genius was definitely insane. Some of the comments said they were just dying from how pretty the products were. The rich lady had to reach out to her genius friend immediately, wondering if he would even pick up her calls at this time of the day. To her surprise, the boy was already calling her before she could catch up. She took his call immediately, giggling about it because she had been about to call him. However, his voice was not relayed clearly over the phone. The girl asked what was wrong, and he replied with swoosh. The genius was clearly clowning her with weird flushing sounds, and she demanded that he at least try to speak properly. The boy fell silent and then mentioned the word treat. He wanted her to trust him. She could not understand that his hungry bottomless pit was acting up. The genius wanted her to buy him a meal. If he wanted a meal, he could have just asked instead of speaking in code like a loser. Still, the boy thought that speaking in code was clear and concise. Treat meant that he wanted to be treated. She should be the one keeping up with him. She could not believe they were having this conversation when she wanted to talk about the inventory status. Everything had been sold and additional orders were coming in like crazy. The girl was extra hyped, and the others in the office noticed that their CEO sure was super excited. They guessed that she was talking to her boyfriend, her annoying boyfriend that she only went baby mode for. Fine, she would treat him to a meal and pay for it too. Meanwhile, the office gossip was just finding out that their CEO was 20. The CEO in question was focused on the conversation that she was having with our dude, and she asked if he had thought of anything that he wanted to eat. He should hurry and get ready and come out so that she could treat him to a nice and big dinner. So, time passed, and the two found a new location. It was not really like the fancy places that they had been to before. If anything, it looked like one of those out of the way neighborhoods, and the rich girl could not believe her eyes. She really had to ask the genius if he was being for real right now. She had offered to buy something expensive, and she was wearing a very fancy outfit. But he had come out of a local restaurant that was apparently recently getting attention. She stood out like a sore thumb there. Still, the genius was adamant about really wanting to try it before more people crowded in. Meanwhile, Little Miss Rich really wished that he had told her about this in advance so that she would have lined up someone else. However, the boy insisted that it was important for him to observe how ordinary people behaved. Though right now, all of those ordinary people were staring right at them. No matter how one looked at it, both the girl and the dude stuck out like really extraordinary sore thumbs. To the genius, it was important to understand the crowd rather than seeking glamour. He watched as some of the dudes in the front tried to haggle for some extra food. It really had to be a popular place. When it got hotter, waiting in line would be even harder, so he just had to succeed for that day. She sighed, saying that she thought he had been singing about that 700,000 one-course meal lately, which was what she had prepared to buy. So, she had figured that he would want to go there today. That was why she had even gone to the salon to get herself looking nice enough. The boy smiled, saying that the food was fine and he had somehow already tried that. The girl was shocked. The genius, her crush, had gone out and had fun without her. She could not believe it. She demanded and asked who had bought it for him. The laptop that the girl had sponsored for Haina. That price was insane. And the boy smiled that he could still eat a few more items there. Woojin had changed the topic suddenly, but the rich girl was fuming. She had known that he was crazy before, but now he seemed absolutely insane. She could not believe that he would sell that precious item that she had worked so hard to get. Meanwhile, they finally made it to the front to get some of the food. The boy then turned to the girl at his side, congratulating her on the latest achievement. Selling out a large quantity of products like that was no small feat, and she had done it all in 3 days. The girl gave honor where honor was due and chalked it up to her employees. She had just gone around handing out business cards is all. The people that she met advertised it themselves. Just like he had told her, the desires of people who wanted to be associated with her had been used to the fullest, and she had been able to cash out in ways that had once seemed impossible before. That desire had then been transferred because celebrities or influencers used it. She wanted to try it too, that kind of desire. When everyone was buying it, the others who could not get it would become immersed in a sense of alienation. To escape that alienation, their gestures toward purchasing would only grow bigger. Alienation was essentially the same as fear and death. When the boy had come out into the world, people were living like this and that, programmed in a way to follow the crowd. The rich girl was a little amused by his choice of words. If anyone heard him, they would probably think that he spent 10 years being educated in his mother's womb before coming out. Well, it had indeed been something like that. The boy had learned for the sake of survival, so he just smiled at the rich girl, who was nervous about the sudden thick air. She believed that she was just saying it as it was. The sun slowly began to set around them, and the two could finally sit down in a scenic park to enjoy their meal. The park was hot, as expected. The lady scolded Woojin to at least have some decency and to try to wait slowly, or he would burn the roof of his mouth. To enjoy a taste like this, the boy insisted that one needed to be prepared to sacrifice the roof of their mouth. She stared at him like he'd grown 2 heads, and he asked why she had stopped eating. He was so greedy that he was trying to snatch her food from her. The main character sure was lucky that he was a genius, or the lead girl wouldn't have put up with this behavior. She slammed her food closed and sighed that she would just have to eat the rest at home. Also, he should not stare at her so much, she did not like it. Also, crying would not help, so he might as well stop now. If he honestly told her who she went to the restaurant with, then she just might give him the rest. The boy sulked and explained that he had gone there with the prosecutor and the detective. He had already told her this before. But she snapped that it made no sense for a young man to go all the way to a fancy restaurant with 2 men. They continued to eat in the cool evening breeze, and the lady sighed that the breeze did indeed feel very nice. She had to admit that even a place like this was not so bad either. Originally, she had prepared to go to a much fancier place and talk to him while they ate there, but now she would have to do it here. Turning seriously, the rich little heiress turned to Woojin to talk to him about her cosmetics brand shares. She had promised to share things equally if things went well, so she would give him 50%, which was half. The boy called Hiram, but she immediately told him not to decline. She had not come all this way to accept charity from her business partner after all. She had gone everywhere that he wanted to go, and even ate everything that he wanted to eat. Now, it was his turn to listen and obey. She was insistent that he was not allowed to refuse. There was a saying that a single word could repay a debt of 1,000 nyan. The boy did not even owe her a debt, but he had done the opposite. He had helped her earn 1,000, no, tens of thousands in fortune. The boy kept calling her name, and she kept insisting that he should not dare refuse. It seemed she feared that he was going to talk his way out of their deal. Her adamant refusal to refuse his own possible refusal was kind of cute. However, the boy finally took her hands and stood, saying that he also had something important to say. Calling her name rather seriously while holding her hands in an almost romantic posture, the boy happily thanked her. He was going to turn on the recorder this time, so he would very much like for her to say it again with clear and precise diction. To say that Hiram was disappointed would be an immense understatement. She should have known that the genius would try to do something silly. The lady sighed, but this time she repeated herself. Lee Hiram, would deliver the leftover dumplings to Shin Woojin with gratitude. That was all. The boy whined that this was not what they were talking about, but at this point, she just wanted him to eat and scram. The next brilliant and bright day, a man looked through something in his home. He was amazed. His young child, whom our genius was tutoring, had somehow made 3rd place in math in the whole school. This was nothing short of a miracle from a kid who had previously refused to take his work seriously. The doctor was amazed at how much the tutor had changed in just half a semester. It almost seemed impossible, and yet he was looking at these amazing results. The man happily congratulated his son, but his child just told him that it was thanks to his teacher Woojin, who taught him really easily. The father asked how easily the boy had taught him, and the student explained that it was almost like the teacher had just dragged him towards the answer. Something like that. He did not really know how to explain it. The father then pointed out that he had gotten some questions wrong, and the boy laughed that people got lost even with a GPS. Even Dongman's personality was significantly brighter just because of that teacher. The man then immediately instructed his son to tell the teacher to come over sometimes when he was free so that they could have dinner together. He had to talk to this miracle worker in person. The boy went ahead to ask the teacher, and Woojin accepted. In fact, the teacher was free that night. Even the parent was shocked at how quickly the young man had freed up his schedule. The food was really delicious. Fast forward to that evening, and all 3 were gathered around the dinner table. The man smiled and said that his wife had put a lot of effort into it. The boy went ahead with his shameless eating habits as usual, while the doctor thanked the teacher for improving his son's grades. He had just been hoping for the child to graduate, but getting near the top of the class was amazing. The doctor asked if the teacher had some sort of secret to raising grades in a short time. The teacher explained that Dongman was already capable of getting such high scores. The doctor called him modest, insisting this was clearly the teacher's handiwork. Then again, his son had also inherited his genius brain. So, the doctor wanted to repay the teacher somehow. Woojin just kept winning thanks to his excellence, and now the doctor wanted to raise his tutoring fee. The boy thanked the man for his consideration, however. Instead of the tutoring fee, he wanted to ask for a different favor. Of course, the doctor was happy to grant whatever favor was within his ability. The boy then said that his parents had not had any health checkups for the past few years. He would like to ask the man to introduce them to a good place. This news was surprising to the doctor, who insisted that health checkups were essential. He would talk to the hospital so both of them could get VIP health checkups. They did not need to worry about the cost. It was a repayment after all. This was exactly what our dude had been counting on. He had now obtained a free health checkup for his family, and he could fix a convenient date whenever he liked. The boy promised to let the man know. Soon, the boy got a phone call from the prosecutor Kim Cheol-wong, and he had to step aside for a moment. The boy took the call, and the prosecutor introduced himself. They exchanged the usual greetings, and the man apologized for calling out for the blue. However, the boy had promised to contact him, yet he had not reached out at all. He said hello into the telephone and heard that it was Prosecutor Kim Cheol-wong on the line. The boy acknowledged the older man, and the man relaxed. See, he was not too sure if the boy would be doing well, but the boy commented that he had been living an ordinary, happy life, which was the kind of thing he treasured the most. The older man first apologized for calling out of nowhere. Then he added that Woojin said that he would contact him, but there had been nothing at all since then. The truth was that the man was impatient. The reason the boy had not contacted the man yet was that he was waiting for everything to ripen properly, just like now. The boy understood the situation, and he agreed that he would come to the prosecutor's office the next day. The next morning, bright and early, the boy was up and moving. He took the elevator that slowly counted down as it rose, and he stepped into the office. The prosecutor greeted him and was acting like his office was nothing special. Whether it was outside or inside, it was just a place where people worked, so a prosecutor's office would not be much different from an ordinary workplace. Someone popped out to greet the prosecutor, asking how he had been. The man just smiled and said that he went to the lobby for a little while. Then, they wanted to know who the shiny boy beside him was, since he was really good looking, so he could not just be another average Joe. The boy said hello, and the prosecutor introduced the boy as the nephew of a close friend of his who also had dreams of being a prosecutor. So, he had brought the boy here to show him around quickly. Some people lied just to make things work. The other office easily bought that lie and started asking the boy if he was already studying for law school entrance exams. However, he also added that being a prosecutor was not all fun and games these days, and the pay was not that great either. It was also human nature for people to push their own opinions on others from time to time without caring about others' opinions. Graduating as a doctor and opening a dermatology clinic would probably be a better choice, according to the dude's opinion. People live their ordinary lives just like this, and it was important for the boy to take note of that since he would also prefer to live an ordinary life. That dude was even suggesting that Woojin would have better chances just by becoming a model, and the prosecutor hissed at him to mind his own business. The prosecutor muttered that the boy should just ignore them, but they should go inside. His office was just a bit messy, and he apologized in advance. The mess was almost non-existent, but the boy said that it was fine. If he were alone, it would not be this cluttered. The area by the window was the prosecutor's space, of course. A prosecutor's main job was to decide whether to indict someone or not, and it looked like the man had been doing a pretty great job. So, now that the boy had looked around, the man beamed and asked the boy what he thought. It was just a regular office after all. A prosecutor's desk was not all that spacious, and it was just like a regular office worker's desk. It seemed that the man was really trying to milk this ordinary thing so that he could convince the kid to take a prosecutor job and leave his business admin desire behind. The boy appreciated the prosecutor's tour, but he would also like to see the interrogation room if possible. The older man was surprised by the request, shocked that the boy was already done. The child had said that he wanted to look around, so the man had assumed that he meant his office. However, the boy just got here, and he was already leaving. The poor, diligent old man had stayed up late cleaning the place because Woojin was coming, and he had even gone out of his way to buy incense sticks to set out. The man sighed but agreed to the boy's demands. So, the two headed outside, and soon they were treating themselves to a nice meal. The man encouraged the boy to please eat up, and the boy, of course, happily became animated. This was beef bone congee, and he had always wanted to try some. There was an endless supply of things that Woojin wanted to eat. Meanwhile, the old man was wondering why on earth this child would be here just to eat congee. He also wondered if this kid planned to visit on purpose to come at lunchtime. It was also very likely that the boy had come just for that. The genius was a shameless glutton. Well, soon they were all done eating, and it was time to clear the table. Eating congee inside an interrogation room really made it taste different in the boy's opinion. He had really infiltrated a serious situation just so that they could eat congee. This kid would do anything to eat in the strangest condition. Even the prosecutor was kind of perplexed because he already had plans to treat the boy to something so much better than this. However, the boy insisted that the food was very delicious. Now that they had finished waiting, it was time for them to get straight to the point. Their Woojin could do whatever he wanted as long as it was not illegal. That was the general idea that his parents had painted in his head, and he figured that it was the right way to go. In fact, the boy had always wanted to try conducting an interrogation, and now he had the poor prosecutor cornered in the interrogation room. He even created a criminal filter for the poor man so that he could really hone his skills when it came to asking questions. This was the most deadly of criminals, a criminal who was stealing his time. The man was worried, wondering why the boy had suddenly gotten serious. It was kind of scary. Then, the boy asked the man exactly what he wanted to ask of him. A prosecutor had the power to not indict, request additional investigation, or specific charges. That was already more than enough authority to hold. However, The reason that he had been called here was probably not to help resolve a case legally. The man sighed because Detective Kim had been right, the boy was truly a handful. However, that guess was fair enough. The man was originally going to suggest that they move somewhere to get coffee, but an interrogation room would also work just fine for this, even though anyone could be watching this discussion. The man explained that he had a younger brother, and the brother's engagement was suddenly broken off before the wedding. For a woman to suddenly say that she does not want to get married anymore, it was something that could happen. Life was full of unexpected things. However, that was where things then started. The man's shop, which was doing quite well, suddenly became very quiet and hardly any customers came anymore. The man had thought that his brother was just upset about his broken engagement, and his negative emotions made the shop suffer. However, the shop across the street openly started a promotion to beat his brother's prices, and they kept up this action for a year and a half until his brother's shop went out of business. Then what happened next was that the man opened a pork belly restaurant somewhere else. The genius asked if that restaurant had failed as well, and sure enough, just like before, a similar shop opened across the street once again, like a planned madness. Those people also had a crazy grand opening for a year, and eventually, the brother could not keep it open and had to shut down. This was insane, like a whole league of villains were targeting specifically that guy, and they lived to see him fail. The boy then asked if it was the same person targeting the brother. The prosecutor had done his due diligence and checked the information, but it was not the same person, and the owners were clearly different people. However, it could still be a setup. They just used different people to actualize it. The food type and promotion prices were also different, but there was one thing that they all had in common. The prosecutor was sure that it was no coincidence, and he asked what the genius thought of the case. Since they could not trace the source from the brothel side, the man was thinking that it might have something to do with the prosecutor himself. That was true. Working in law was not easy, and it was worrisome for their families to fail because of their own problem. The old man felt like the boy must be some kind of mind reader to easily guess that. The man adjusted his glasses and said that he suspected that it might be someone that he once sent to prison, but he had no idea who, since he had a lot of enemies in his line of work. So it was not as ordinary as he made it seem. The genius said that this was probably the observer effect. The prosecutor asked what that meant. The observer effect was a term from quantum mechanics, and it said that observation changes the properties of matter. Someone watching closely caused his brother's shop to fall into a state of ruin. The prosecutor was a bit dumbfounded and found it hard to believe that something like that had happened just because of observation. The genius went ahead to ask that the prosecutor cooperate with him fully if he wanted to catch the shadow behind all of this. The man had already narrowed down a list of people that he had sent to prison. If Woojin could find even a small clue, that would really help. The boy definitely would be looking through that list, and he would also need to speak to the prosecutor's brother. They needed to trace back to where the bad luck had started with the broken engagement. It was possible that his brother may have unknowingly offended someone without realizing it. The rains came down that evening, and the prosecutor was in his office, hard at work. Even after narrowing it down, there were still 46 people who could be responsible for this. These were individuals who got out of prison before his brother started getting targeted. As far as he was concerned, these people were not exactly human, so he pushed hard and asked the court for the maximum sentence. He did not know if they were holding a grudge over that and pulling these dirty tricks in his brother's life. The geniuses read the list, and the prosecutor asked the boy what he thought, and if he could find among these people someone to suspect. The boy admitted that they all looked pretty ordinary to him. There were people charged with assault, murder, and rape. The prosecutor had to laugh that the boy called that ordinary. They had multiple charges stacked up, and the moment they got released, they would go right back to causing trouble. For them, this was basically everyday life. Since the boy put it that way, it kind of made sense. They cast a pretty wide net just to be safe. The man insisted that his brother was not the type to make enemies anywhere, but it did not seem like any of the people here were involved in this case. These ones probably held grudges against whoever reported them, so they would not specifically target the prosecutor. Either way, they needed to meet the man's brother. The rains came down even more. They told him to just answer questions honestly, and so he was ready to ask a few questions. The brother explained all about how the engagement had been broken off. His wife-to-be had suddenly said that she had changed her mind, and saying this out loud made him feel exposed, but she was already seeing someone else. The boy asked if he knew who that man was. The brother admitted that he did not know, but the other guy was rich and good-looking. In truth, he did not want to know anymore, and he did not want to think about it either. Suddenly, a broken engagement had been closely followed by 2 shop failures in a row. Of course, he was depressed. Everything had happened very quickly, like a series of coincidences, even if someone tried to make it all look like a coincidence. The pattern of words used was exactly the same. Before things went wrong with his Grylan, the boy asked the man if there was any particular incident that had happened. He wanted to know if the brother had made someone angry or if he'd had some kind of fight with a stranger. The man said that it had been 3 years since he had a fight like that, and it had been so long that he honestly could not remember. Besides, he was not the type to get into trouble with anyone. From the look on the man's face just now, it seemed to the genius that, even if the brother was hypnotized right now, he probably would not remember anything. In that case, the boy decided that they would open a new shop right now. The brother was shocked, but the boy insisted that he would handle all the preparations himself. The brother was stumbling over his words in surprise, but the genius was already thinking deeply about this. If he was going to help, he needed to make sure that it would actually work. Meanwhile, a lady walked around with a bag, and she got a call from Shin Woojin. Lee Hiram picked up the phone and even pretended like she was an all-purpose errand service, and asked what the boy needed this time. The boy played along and acted as if he had now made contact with the legendary Hiram errand service. It seemed that he had come to the right place. The lady laughed and asked the boy if he had eaten lunch yet. However, the boy said that he was calling because he would like to ask her errand service to help him find someone. She sighed and told him to drop the awkward roleplay now and asked what exactly he wanted. However, the boy insisted that he was not roleplaying. He needed to borrow some people, and the girl was surprised by this request. The boy needed people so that he could set a trap for a perverted stalker. The lady was surprised to hear this and asked what kind of pervert they were looking for. The boy chuckled and told her to just wait a bit, and he would come and find her, because he knew people like that better than anyone. Hiram was quite surprised to hear that our dude needed people. He agreed that he needed a bunch of people so that he could catch a peeping Tom. Now this was even more confusing for the young lady. The boy promised to explain the details later, but she sighed. Truly, the rich girl could not figure the genius out sometimes, but usually going ahead with his instructions often helped her to her benefit. So, she asked how many people he needed, and she also wanted to know everything about what he desired. As he had said before, he would set up the shop for the prosecutor's brother. The man was quite surprised and wondered if this genius was going out of his way to do this, to help his brother do some kind of huge favor. The brother tried to insist that he did not have to do all this, but the young genius was pretty adamant. When it came to helping people, it was important to do it correctly. So, he explained that he was doing it because it was something that he wanted to do. He was going to overwhelm his current target with kindness, and even tell the man that he had plenty of money, and he had savings from day trading, as well as equity from Lee Hiram. Setting up a noodle soup place was not so hard. Noodle shops had great profit margin. The man was surprised, and he admitted that he had never really made noodles properly. The most that he had done was to boil frozen noodles in instant broth. Even at the barbecue place, the cold noodles that he just cooked were made with pre-made ingredients. Well, the brother just hoped that he would not be a burden to the genius who was trying to help him, and the boy just assured him that he had no reason to worry because he wanted to help him. The man admitted that he hated to impose, but he would just have to accept Woojin's help. Meanwhile, the genius boy was thinking very hard about what his brother had done to upset the people who kept targeting him. It could be a situation of a carelessly tossed stone hurting his business. Then again, it also could be something done by accident, like bumping into someone. It was possible that this villain was just raging over something quite trivial, like a small mistake that anyone could make. The things that enraged people varied, but one thing was for certain: they ignored the tree withering away, but they found a falling leaf pretty and satisfying. In other words, people only saw what they wanted and focused on satisfying their desires. So, the boy wondered what desires were being satisfied when this person watched Kim Young-un. The genius had an idea of the answer to that question. Starting now, Mr. Kim was going to tell everyone that he was opening a new shop. He would post this information on his group chat, his social media profile, and every other place with everyone that he could reach. It was very important for the word to get back to whoever was messing him up. That was going to be the beginning of this trap that they set. The next day, cars commuted on their way to work, and buildings stood proud and beautiful. The genius glanced at the person who was standing by his side, just idly pressing at her phone. She was Kim Young-un's ex-girlfriend. The boy greeted the lady, asking if she had a boyfriend of any kind. It was not exactly the best opening line for any flirtation attempt, and the lady was quite surprised. She said that she did not, so the boy leapt ahead, saying that perhaps if she had a chance, then he would like to get her number. Happily, the girl obliged and allowed him to put his number on her phone. He then bowed and said something shady like hoping that she met someone great, and then told her to take care. The poor girl had been hit on, and now he was just leaving without even taking her number. She was left stupefied and wondering what on earth his problem was. Then she started looking around for cameras, wondering if it had been some kind of YouTube prank. So, the driving continued as normal. People went on with their daily lives, and our dude had now gathered another crucial piece of information. The lady had broken up with Kim Young-un and dated someone else, then she had broken up again. That guy might have been planning to approach her and then dump her. He waved down a cab and got in as he considered the situation. He thanked the cab driver for picking him up, and the car drove on down the street as our dude continued to consider everything that he had learned so far. Executing his plan, he had taken over a failing restaurant and then fixed it up. It had a 3-month lease and it would open the next day. So, if anyone asked, the person who sold the place had to say that they had signed a 2-year lease. This was the genius's move. Now it was time for the stalker to join in on the game. The next morning, the city was lit up with lights and bright skies. Unfortunately, it was not bright everywhere because someone was busy sobbing and crying. Some dude was watching this happen on his phone, and he chuckled like a wicked sort of sadist. Clearly, this was the type of guy who got off watching people sad or depressed, and he was grinning that she should have thought twice before running her mouth. Now it was time to kick his next plan into gear, and he had the dude who was working for him visit the nearby restaurant. The informant chuckled and said that it looked like the noodle business was going to tank on its own anyway. But the big boss sadist was not about to be satisfied with that. He told them to find Kim Young-ong's shop and send it to him. Just picturing the image of that man smiling brightly while serving customers was enough to send him into a rage. He much preferred it when that bright face would suddenly collapse from pain because that never got old. The informant understood the situation and promised to get right to the job. He would be sending the man Kim Young-ong's best moment. So, the peeping Tom in question entered the restaurant. It was already full of people happily eating and ordering food. The informant who stepped in was a bit surprised by the atmosphere as well as the prices for the food. Happily, Mr. Kim welcomed the man and asked if he wanted a table for one. Yes, the informant had come alone. He chuckled at the prices for the food, saying that it was way too cheap for a restaurant that had just opened. However, the man just smiled that in tough times like these, it was important to keep prices reasonable to some degree. Even if the food was cheap, it was also pretty delicious after all. They were the kind to simmer beef bones perfectly without straining them, and the flavor was incredible. Woojin had, of course, come up with the recipe. Their secret move was that while thawing the bones, they would control the water temperature. At this point, the man was just giving away all of their secrets for free, and the informant had heard enough. He just told the man to bring him one bowl of spicy noodles. The man understood and hurried over to fetch it. The informant scoffed at this possible secret recipe. Noodle soup tasted the same everywhere. Nearby, Woojin watched the informant, taking in every single thing about this man who had just come in. He was a man in his late 20s. In this environment, everyone else here was elderly. Nothing in this place would catch a young guy's interest, so it was very likely that this was the target that he was looking for. At his age, he should be on his phone alone. Instead, this dude was looking around the establishment like he was studying the place. He also seemed to be filming with his phone camera. The spicy bowl of noodle soup was brought forward, and the man was told to enjoy his meal. It was a pretty huge serving, and the man was impressed. He had not expected such a big bowl for such cheap food. Still, he spooned in some food into his mouth and paused in shock, absolutely stupefied at how good the food was. Food was not supposed to taste this good, especially food that they had bought for only 6,000 won. Well, it was Woojin's recipe after all, and he did not joke around when it came to food. The informant now became entirely focused on just chowing down on the delicious food in front of him. He ate so much of it that he drank down the soup with relish. After finishing the spicy food, he wiped his face with a sigh. Realizing that it was getting pretty hot in this environment, the informant got up and asked for the bill. The total was just 6,000 won, and Mr. Kim asked if the food was any good. The man mumbled that it was decent since he did not really want to compliment his enemy. Still, the man was very glad that the peeping Tom liked it. The man even said that he would surely come back, and he left. The shop owner remained polite till the end as he watched that dude walk out. Now our genius stood up and also complimented the food, saying that he enjoyed it a lot. He offered to pay, but Mr. Kim turned him down at once. He could not take the genius's money when he had already done so much for him. In fact, he wanted the boy to put that card away immediately. Since the man insisted, our dude didn't mind eating for free. Instead, his gaze went back to the peeping Tom who had just left the restaurant, studying the guy. His eyes were locked on the target. If it was not the guy he was looking for, then he could just check the CCTV again for anyone else who acted suspiciously. The boy said that he would be back to tomorrow, and headed out as the shopkeeper wished him a safe journey home. The boy stood at the door of the restaurant, monitoring the dude in front of him. Then, he picked up his phone and made a very important call. There was a dude smoking while on his phone, whom he wanted them to track and follow. He had people dispatched around the area, and all they had to do was monitor the target and keep track of what happened next. If Woojin's suspicions were correct, then this dude was definitely the spy that he was looking for. The young man had eaten 3 bowls of free food, just waiting for that dude to show up, and he cleaned his mouth after a job well done. He had even turned down his mom's bulgogi, which she would make for dinner. That was such a huge sacrifice to make, and he was about to show this creepy stalker the kind of scary consequences that came when he made a sacrifice like that. Meanwhile, the man continued to walk down the road oblivious to anything happening around him. He casually strolled as he used his phone, a car very slowly crawling along behind him. It was not a very busy street, so it would not be easy to tail this guy. But the person inside the car did take note of the dude that they were supposed to follow. They were kind of hesitant since they still had him in their line of sight, and they asked if they should start the engine now. However, to start driving out of nowhere was not the most advisable tactic for a walking target. Quite fortunately, a mysterious white car showed up, and the dude waved to it. It was a cab that he had just hailed, and now their target was moving on wheels. This meant that the trailing plan could now proceed as expected. Now they could shamelessly follow their target and find out exactly what he was up to. The car followed after the very suspicious personality, driving carefully through the streets on this very important mission. The houses are all normal and large that afternoon day, and the cab continues on to a rather average and middle-class looking neighborhood. The car finally does pull to a stop, and the target man hops out, thanking the driver and whistling as he continues on his merry way into the building that he had just spotted. The dude disappeared up the stairs, and the black car went ahead to park the car a bit too obviously behind him. It was really a casual walk in this dude's life, because there had been little to no confrontation. This was where the boring part of the investigations really happened. The target strolled past some trash in the hallway and then took the doorknob to enter and see what he would find inside. Casually, the little spy informed his boss that he was back, but before he could even complete his sentence, something went flying right at the poor man's head. The man leapt back, somehow managing to dodge the spinning, metal-looking, painful object that almost struck him. The boss screamed with rage at his spy, cursing him and asking him what on earth he was doing. The boss yelled that his spy had not been given permission to act on his own, and then he yelled for his goon to get over here now. Now the other man was frightened, trying to explain himself as much as he could. While he begged for mercy, he insisted that the situation was not at all what the boss thought, and that their boss had seemed so busy that he just had to take matters into his own hands. His boss was not having it, of course, and he yelled at that loser, telling him to shut up. Since that idiot had gone ahead to almost blow their cover, the boss then wanted to know if the spy had at least gotten his contact info. See, the boss's suspicions were that his spy was trying to cut some deals behind his back, and the poor spy tried to explain that he had done nothing of the sort. He insisted that it was not what his boss thought, but the bouncer was quite tired of this back and forth, and he'd prefer it if the spy just took the beating and got it over with. Really, the man begged that he was not into that. They were making such a ruckus that it really did not take too much time to cook after all, because of all the back and forth that had happened recently. The man in a suit stood outside the door, staring at the door in front of him as he tried to consider what his next step would be now. Glancing back, he noticed the thing that was tossed, which seemed to be an ashtray. The boss was still yelling that he had taken in this, followed by the fact that he had nowhere to go, and that he was trying to dare steal his client. The poor guy was not even getting a chance to try to explain himself. A man came walking out of the building with his hands in his pocket, saying that he was going to head down now. It was the dude who had stopped by the door, and he had heard all that he needed to. It seemed that their target was only beating the detective agency guy. The genius asked if it was just one person in the room, but the man in the suit reported that, besides the one who looked like the boss, there were probably two more. That was information that could really help them prepare. It seemed like someone had been using others to sabotage Kim Young-eung's business. Now that our dude knew who was responsible, there was no need to wait for another shop to open nearby. It was such a huge time saver, and the boy sighed in relief that there were some chess pieces that he did not even have to use. However, the man in the suit was sure to mention that the guy apparently got caught contacting the client behind his boss's back. That was why the boss was currently making a scene about stealing his rice bowl or something like that. The genius asked if the spy had been beaten by his boss. It sounded like that was exactly what was happening, and he was getting hit pretty badly. In that case, they were going to wait and watch when he came out. They would monitor how this dude would vent his frustration, and if he swore or muttered to himself, they needed to hear it. It was absolutely crucial that they gather that kind of information. So, time passed, and the sun faded a bit more into the evening. In the dark neighborhood, a man leaned against his truck, just tapping away at the device in his hand. There was a rough cough that drew the attention of the man in the suit, and he looked up as that dude stormed out of the office, finally free from his boss' torment. The man looked bruised up, and he cursed at his unlucky fate, hating how his boss had embarrassed him like that. It annoyed him that the man had the audacity to work him like a dog and pay him scraps while calling himself a boss. It was laughable and hurtful. The boss was acting as if he had nowhere to go, and the bitter man hoped that his boss would get stabbed in the back and then die. He truly did not like the guy, but that was fair considering how badly he got beaten. The man in the suit watched closely and realized that this sign showed that he wanted to cut ties. Woojin had said that if a divide was clear, then it was fine to approach. The opening line should be something calculated. So, while the bruised guy was making a call and telling everyone to gather together so they could go out drinking because he was in such a bad mood, the man in the suit approached. Spy guy was busy saying that he was going to buy, but then a hand tapped his back, and the other dude turned. The man in the suit was now beside him, looming like he had come to attack him and steal his purse. The spy was, of course intimidated, asking what on earth such an imposing-looking man even wanted. The man in the suit explained that he had been sent in by someone. This left the spy guy a bit confused, and he asked who on earth had sent him. Suit dude explained that there was a pig who seemed to have some small talent, so he gave him some odd jobs. The pig seemed obedient, so the suit guy had fed him well. However, that pig had very quickly become lazy and fat, and he started moving slowly these days. Now, the pig had a tendency to just lie around getting heavy, only thinking about how to get more food. The spy guy listened attentively, slowly putting the pieces together. He figured that this guy who approached him could possibly be from the sponsor. Now the suit guy focused on the spy guy, calling him the one who moved fast while that pig was busy slacking. The spy admitted that it was indeed him. He had taken the man's phone and handled the business while he was asleep. Accessing this guy means that they gained an inside guy, which worked well for our dude's plans. The spy guy now posed, taking up a stance to make himself appear a tad taller as he took in some praise. He was indeed the quick one after all, and he was ready to serve no matter what was asked of him. The man in the suit nodded, saying that he definitely liked the dude for his ability to catch on fast. The man laughed, saying that he was very good at reading the room after all, and he could figure out what the client wanted just by looking at it. Then, the man in the suit stretched out his hand and asked the spy guy to hand it over. Spy guy was confused for a moment since it was not exactly a full sentence. The man in the suit had to clarify, saying that he needed the dude's phone. That helped to speed things along, though the spy guy was a bit confused. The person at the other end of the line was still trying to contact him, and the spy dude explained that he was talking to his friend. However, the call got cut off by the man in the suit, and he pocketed the phone really nicely and smoothly, leaving the other guy looking rather speechless. Now that he had the phone seized, he reached inside his jacket and handed over an envelope to the spy guy. The man was confused and asked what he was being given. It was apparently a rental fee. This was confusing as well to the spy guy, and he asked what the other guy meant by rental fee. It seemed that this dude in the suit wanted to rent his phone. Spy guy was not sure why his phone was being rented, but there was money in his face, so he was going to check that out first. He happily took the money but was still kind of hesitant about the situation, considering this stranger had just snatched his phone out of nowhere. The suit guy continued to love-bomb him with compliments, saying that at least he got some good instinct. Then he asked the dude what else he could do. The man considered his skills, thinking pretty fast on his feet, as he had to remember all the stuff that he was good at immediately. Stumbling, the man was thinking of all the various things that he could do. After all, he needed to show this rich dude that he was very useful. If he proved to be good enough, then he could also get a sponsor, and maybe even start his own business. The man in the suit could guess where his thought process was going, and he patted him on the shoulder, saying that he would tell Spy Guy exactly what he was good at. This obviously confused the dude, but the man in the suit made a request. He asked the spy guy to bring him all the photos and videos that he had been taking. Now that was definitely a dangerous request. The man in the suit doubled down, saying that he was sure that spy guy knew what he was talking about. The man was kind of hesitant because this dude was basically asking him to hand over a lot of confidential information. He was not even supposed to have a lot of that stuff after all. However, the man in the suit was not about to give him time to think about it. He phrased it like an ultimatum, as if the man did not agree. He would be losing something very important. The tense situation made Spy Guy consider his options, realizing that this dude already knew everything that was going on. He guessed that the man in the suit knew that the boss was collecting blackmail material on the sponsor. If he just brought that, then they could say goodbye to the pig boss. This idea really excited the Spy Guy, who probably had no idea that he was talking to the police and betraying his boss would likely just land him in jail. Happily and confidently, the spy guy informed this unfamiliar dude that he knew exactly where it was and where to find it. The man in the suit was quite pleased that this idiot caught on to his demands. In that case, he wanted this dude to bring what he wanted tomorrow. The spy guy, eager to prove himself, assured the man in the suit that all he had to do was just leave the situation to him. Also, the spy guy was told to call him on his phone. The man bent his head and promised to contact the man in the suit the next day, somehow completely forgetting that his phone had not been returned to him. With this, the man in the suit quickly entered the car, telling the spy guy to keep his mouth shut about this whole encounter. With that, the spy guy bowed, and the car started. However, it did not go far before pulling to a stop. A hand popped out, waving for that idiot to catch up, and he ran up speedily, asking what was going on. The spy guy asked his new boss if he needed anything else, and the suit guy asked him for the unlock pattern for the phone. This absolute brain dead idiot went ahead and unlocked his phone for the police. He also got the password to open the phone. Thanks to a faithful encounter with an idiot, the police had what they needed, and the sun set in the sky. Street lamps were on now, and our dude was doing a check-in on the updates of the case. The man in the suit submitted the phone to him, saying that the spy's eyes had changed as soon as he got the money. People like that would always throw away loyalty and everything for cash. Well, our dude bowed and thanked the man in the suit for his help in this case, and they greeted each other goodbye. Meanwhile, our dude was a bit perplexed that the unlock pattern was a heart of all things. Well, at any rate, he was able to open the phone, and he checked through the message sand phone calls made. Just before entering the restaurant, this spy had made a call record with someone called Money Guy. Now it was time for Woojin to enter the game, and he tapped the call button. The phone began to ring over and over again, as the web that Woojin spun became tighter and thicker. Someone at the other end of the line picked up the phone, complaining about the spy guy calling him this late, and growling that he had lost his mind. Right? First our dude needed to register the voice of the one who went about ruining his peaceful days. It was always scum like the person on the phone. It was a dark evening, and there was the sound of footsteps through the night as a lamp lit up the street where a call was being made. Our dude Woojin had started connecting the dots on this case, and he was already working to get to the bottom of this odd situation. He made a call to someone who complained about him calling them this late in the evening. The person asked if he had lost his mind doing something like that. It reminded Woojin of the situation that he faced as he continued to stalk forward into the dark of the evening. The ones who ruined his normal days were often scum, just like the person at the other end of the phone. The person at the other end of the phone was cursing, and just generally being a nuisance and a menace, complaining that Woojin had called him, and he was not even saying anything at this point. It was very unsettling after all. The voice sounded late 20s to early 30s to Woojin. If the person was running that fake promotion at the shop across the street for a whole year, until the client had been forced to shut down, then it was likely that this was way more than just about being a voyeur. This was the kind of person that very clearly enjoyed watching other people suffer. This person liked to control other people and crush them under his feet. He was also clearly rich enough to destroy them too. Now, Woojin smiled as he figured that this stranger was likely no more than just a perverted stalker. Well, now it was our genius' turn to play this game. Schadenfreude was taking joy and pleasure in others' pain, misfortune, and failure, like a higher form of sadism of some sort. It could also be Machiavellianism, which was deceiving and manipulating others to get what you want. Our dude's other half chuckled at him. It had been a while since we had seen his dark side. The dark side said that when he suggested a perverted stalker, he just used words that people would understand right away, rather than using big confusing words that would make the average person stutter. Everything that our dude had seen, everything that had passed by him, that thing was trying to escape every time that he could not remember. The darkness inside of him smiled and reminded the genius that using words like Schadenfreude or Machiavellianism was not normal, and it would get in the way of this normal life that they were trying to build after all. Normal. Normal, normal, how the dark side hated that word, because he knew deep down inside that they were merely actors playing a part in this game that Woojin called normal. Normal was something that they would never be, but Woojin refused to give up hope entirely. Being normal was actually really hard, and it required a lot of effort and care. The darker side laughed as he chuckled at his softer side's effort to remain connected to his humanity and his petty goals. The dark side smiled that his softer side sure was pretty confident these days. Well, they would see just like back then, and they would see just how far normal could take Woojin. Well, the sane part of the genius refused to budge or give an inch, and he kept vigilant watch over the darkness that was always trying to cross into his territory. The genius assured his darker side that the slip up would not happen, and he closed the door behind him. It was still evening on the street, and this time our dude had been able to return to his room. It was dark, and he set his phone and gadgets on the stand beside his bed. Before going to bed, our dude picked up his phone and checked out his messages. It was the dude whose phone that they had seized earlier that day, and he was contacting them through his friend's phone. He wanted to know if these mysterious people were able to hold a conversation now. The genius decided to take the bait and picked up the phone to call his desperate buffoon that had played into the palm of his hand. The guy nervously spoke, saying that he got the stuff from the safe that he had promised to retrieve. Then, the genius asked where the man was. The man hesitated, but he started giving direction, and our dude sat up in bed, telling the man that he would come to him. It was still evening in the house as our dude was on the move, getting ready to sneak out of the house and perform a few late-night operations. Carefully, the boy snuck out like a cat burglar, leaving his room and dodging any form of human life down the halls as he tiptoed past his sister's room. Fortunately, the path was clear, and the boy was able to leave the room and go outside. Once he was outside, he was exposed to the dark buildings outside as usual, because it was still nighttime and a time of the day when most self-respecting and proper adults would be going to bed to rest their heads. The moon was high in the sky, and the street lights shone down on the street beneath as our dude made his way to the rendezvous point. The thug with the stuff from the safe was hidden in an alley and communicating all that he had discovered so far. The man explained that he did not steal the other dude's sponsor, and that money guy just happened to choose him. They chose him because he was fast and reliable, though it was funny that he was saying all of these things after he had accidentally sold his company down the river. Woojin appeared looking like a robber as he greeted Park Hoon-young. The man was confused as he stared at the suspicious face in front of him. He realized that this was the person from earlier, recognizing the posture and asking if he was wrong. Our dude answered no question. He just submitted the phone to Hoon-young. The man was surprised, but he happily took back his phone, still a little confused about a lot of things that were happening in the moment. He thanked the masked mysterious boy, and then he reached into his pocket when he realized what the boy was waiting for. Happily, the man offered the evidence that he had gathered, and he even gave the boy the password to access these hidden files. It was his boss' birthday that was the password and the safe code too. The man chuckled that it was a pretty stupid choice for a safe code in this day and age after all. Then the man was babbling about this point, saying how the man was not his boss anymore since he planned on working full-time for our dude now. Well, that dude was in for a very rude awakening on how that would go. Our dude just picked up the information and turned to go. Much to Hung Young's surprise, the man was confused and asked our genius what he was supposed to do with his life, now since they had just pocketed the evidence that he worked so hard to get for them. Our dude just told the other dude to wait, and that he would hear from them soon. He said in a cool, calm and collected way, and it left the thug speechless for a moment. Reassured, the thug let our dude just walk away from him. Watching him go, the thug in the alley had to wonder why a boy that looked so young could be so very intense. Still, the man was thinking about his future and what he should do with himself if this guy just left like that with the evidence. He was starting to realize that he had no future and he was in very serious trouble right now. Meanwhile, our dude went back home and he worked to open the phone using the passcode that he had been given. Woojin carefully looked through the evidence that had been gathered, and he saw multiple phone calls to a similar number. It was the same number that was saved as Money Guy in Hyun Young's phone as well. That was the guy who had complained about being called so late at night. Since he still had the same phone number tonight, our genius could now guess that Money Guy probably had only one phone. That was pretty bold for someone involved in nefarious activities. He wondered if the guy thought that he could handle getting caught. Well, that stakeout and work were a huge success, and they had achieved generally what they wanted as he looked through the videos of all the people who had been captured in the middle of their suffering. Carefully, our dude checked through even more videos and photos, even slowing down when he saw the video recording of a fight. The person in the video was shouting that this was all because of the guy whose shirt he had grabbed. The guy who had been grabbed yelled in fear and called the other guy a psycho while they tried to break up the fight. They had even tried to call the police. It seemed that this person that they were after had not committed any direct crimes. Still, our dude was going to search extra carefully just to be sure. The next day, the sky was bright and the sun was in the sky. The boy greeted the detective in a happy sing-song voice, and the detective happily greeted his little bro, who always found a way of making him money by solving him cases. The man asked what was going on since the boy called him first. Then he asked if the genius was hungry, because he usually called when he wanted some kind of free lunch. The detective found out that the genius was at the station already and that he was calling to grab some jjajangmyeon. Just as he suspected, it was indeed about food. However, the boy said that he had already eaten and he was actually heading to class. It seemed he genuinely called the detective this time just to check up on him, which was pretty suspicious behavior for Woojin. However, the boy did have one favor to ask of the detective, who seemed to be dealing with a broken wrist. There was a lot of swearing and arguing at the other end of the phone, and our dude had to give them a moment to get through that since it seemed to be serious business. Actually, they were very occupied that our dude had to ask if he should just call back. However, the detective laughed that he was not busy at all. He was only busy when he was saying no. So, he told the young boy to shoot ahead and ask for his favor. Now Woojin knew that he was asking a lot, but he asked if the detective could trace a phone number for him. This surprised the detective, and he asked the boy what number he wanted to be traced. It was indeed a phone number, and the detective first checked to be sure that the genius boy was not in some kind of danger, and to be sure that he was in trouble, or that something was wrong. Once Woojin assured him that he was fine, the boy explained that he just wanted to know the owner of the number. That was all. In that case, the detective knew that he was not supposed to go about tracing random numbers for civilians, and he could lose his badge if he got caught. However, he trusted that Woojin would not ask unless it was for a serious and just cause. So he would not ask why the boy needed this person's number traced, and he would just do a favor for his little brother. The boy was relieved, and the detective's partner called to him to hurry up because he was starving. The detective asked the boy to just screenshot the number to him. He would handle it as soon as he had time. Everyone was told that they did a great job that semester, and we were back to our genius at school. They also were told not to forget those course evaluations as they got ready to go home from class. They all promised their professor that they would not forget and that they had his back. Everyone said goodbye to Woojin, of course, and they told the boy to have a great break and to share his schedule when he finally made it. It seemed that the school was going on some kind of holiday. The boy waved as his classmates encouraged him to come to some meetups sometimes. Well, the boy was on his way home when he suddenly got hugged by one of his boisterous classmates. It was one of his bigger male friends, and the boy happily said that his hourly pay went up again because their restaurant was doing so well, and it was all thanks to Woojin. The big boy promised that he would buy his genius friend a huge meal during the break, so he should just call at any time. The genius just groaned and complained that Mans was crushing him. Mansu asked if Woojin had any requests, but the boy was focused on his phone right now. It seemed that he had gotten feedback from the detective on that phone number that he wanted tracked, and the location showing was Shinhwa S&H building. Our dude paused as it seemed that the assistant that he was looking for worked at Shinhwa Construction. It was one of Korea's top 10 construction companies, and the plot around the mystery continued to thicken. It was also known for top-tier salaries and crazy bonuses. However, the kind of thing that Money Guy was pulling off could not be done on an employee's salary. They were likely dealing with an executive or higher, and our dude's eyes widened as he looked at parts of the Shinhwa group and realized that Hiram's brother was an executive there. This made the genius smile as he could think of ways for his rich friend to have some fun with this information. Later that day, at a very tall building, it was an office building, and office things were going on inside. Someone called out to their boss to check the delivery, and the delivery was checked. It was Hiram's office, of course, and she was monitoring the sales of her little makeup business that she had started. The products were sold out again, even after stocking that much. Our girl had to marvel again at Woojin's genius plan when it came to marketing and working out sales. The boy had told her before that this was how people use the desires of other people to get what they wanted. The girl smiled, happy to see that this product was selling so well that it was almost magic. She was almost getting a little scared with the way this business was doing so well. Now she felt like his spirit was always hovering around her back as she did work with him. Just as she was thinking of him, her phone began to ring, and sure enough it was Woojin again. He always seemed to call right when she was talking about him. He was totally like a tiger sometimes, she could swear it. Anyway, the rich girl was always happy when he called, and she picked up the phone to ask what was going on this time. She was actually about to call him to tell him all about how well her business was doing. However, the boy called out to hire him instead, and he asked if she happened to know any high-ranking executives at Shinhwa S&H Construction. This was a question that came out of nowhere to the lady, but she did know a few connections with that construction company. That person had a lot of money, and it seemed they had plenty of time too. So, what they were looking for was a high-power executive that had too much money and too much time, the kind of access that regular employees would not usually have. The girl sighed because she had no idea what he was going on about now. He never properly explained these things to her before. He started asking random questions that messed with her head. She asked if this was a riddle or if he was starting up 20 questions again. It looked like she had not heard from the driver yet concerning the thing that the genius was investigating. The girl admitted that she told the driver to rest in the morning, and she asked if something had happened. Well, the genius smiled at all of the success that he had uncovered that night, and he even added that it made sense. The girl would not be interested in high-ranking executives, so she probably did not know a lot of those people. The girl admitted that she did not know what he was talking about, but once a month, executives affiliated with companies had dinner together, so she knew their faces at least. In that case, our dude was going to send her an audio file, and he wanted her to pay attention and listen. Mansu was busy living in his own world and thinking of when they would get to see Hiram again. He even wondered if the genius knew anything about the booming company that Hiram was running. Well, yeah, Woojin was the one who started that company. At any rate, the genius just wanted to see if the rich girl could recognize the voice in the clips. The girl groaned that she had only seen their faces and the chances of her recognizing voices were pretty slim. Still, the boy said that he would send it first and he wanted her to at least give it a listen, just to see if it was someone that she recognized. The girl tried to protest, but they were going to go ahead and get some work done. Mansu was busy thinking of a second location for their booming restaurant, and he was thinking they should have a manager Kim Mansu for the Gangnam branch. The audio was sent to Hiram, and our dude waited for feedback concerning this much. The girl really wondered what he was plotting this time, and why he was suddenly interested in their construction company. At any rate, she promised to give the audio a listen, so she pressed play. The girl paused when she heard the voice play out, hearing the words of someone complaining about being called so late. That voice, that tonation, and that sound was indeed really familiar. In fact, the more she listened, the more her eyes widened because the girl was quickly starting to remember where she had heard that kind of voice before, especially when the man on the phone started to swear and curse in anger. Sure enough, that voice was familiar for a lot of really difficult reasons, because it was someone that she knew very well. Later that day in the evening, there was a calm over houses and cars, and a peaceful environment in the area as our dude waited for feedback from his rich friend. He was scrolling through all of the evidence that he had gathered so far, and now he was sharing that evidence with Hiram, much to her horror because she could not believe that her brother had orchestrated all of these terrible deeds. It seemed her brother had been very busy. The two had gathered to meet up in person because they had a lot to talk about, and the girl was feeling very stunned. She had no idea why her rich and upstanding brother would go out of his way to torment people this much. The boy sighed because he knew that every human being had a different way at satisfying their desires and relieving stress, especially those who hurt others or criminals operate differently from normal people. The difference is that some people actually act on their negative impulses and hurt other people. Unfortunately for Hiram, she was just finding out that her brother was actually insane and a psychopath. She was so upset that she wanted to call him and confront him right away. But that would get in the way of our dude's investigation. He had to tell her to slow down, even though she was saying that she would not let this slide. However, the boy grabbed her phone immediately and made her stop. It was all well and good that he was upset, but they would have to explain to that lunatic how they even knew about all of his wrongdoing, and that was difficult. He had to remind that girl that this was not the time to confront her brother, not yet anyway. The girl was confused and asked what on earth he was talking about. She was not about to let this kind of perverted nonsense continue after all. She was correct on that. They would have to put a stop to him, but confronting him like this meant that he would just change direction, and he would not stop entirely. People like that did not stop just because others asked them to. The boy instead suggested a different idea. He said that if someone stole his position, it would not be a crime. If someone stole another person's boyfriend, then that would not be a crime either. Selling food for a lower price near your shop was not a crime either, even though it would eventually steal all your customers. None of that would be a crime. Even if they could not get them legally punished, the girl insisted that they had to do something. This was driving people to their deaths after all. The boy agreed, and he said that there might actually be someone who made an extreme choice because of the way her brother kept pushing and pressuring them. The girl was horrified to hear that her brother might have actually pushed someone to their death because of his weird and awful behavior. Planting a sharp recognition in a person's mind, like being stabbed with an awl, this was so that she could hate her brother even more and have more drive to let that rage completely consume him. However, first he needed the girl to think calmly about the situation. They were not certain, yet that someone died because of her brother, that was really not even human. The girl growled and said that she could not let such horrible behavior slide. This was crazy, and she could not forgive that psycho killer. The boy noticed that Hiram had changed a lot too since he became friends with her. He wondered if his normalcy was starting to rub off on her, because she usually did not care too much about other people. Rather than normalcy, it was more like his own abnormal nature was rubbing off on her. If it was Lee Hiram from a year ago, she would ignore it, saying that her brother had always been a psycho. She would not be outraged by the victim's pain at all. Now, the girl had learned to be angry when normalcy was violated, and she would continue to expand her territory based on that anger. What the girl just saw was likely very shocking to her, but there was something more important for them to address. The girl was surprised, and she asked what could possibly be more important than what was going on. It seemed that her brother enjoyed controlling the environments of people connected to him through some network. He seemed to get pleasure in pushing people to the extremes, but sometimes he did not want to see or hear his victims suffering. Now that was an interesting part of this sadistic game that he played. The girl asked what on earth any of that meant, but fortunately our dude was fine with taking the time to explain it to her. They did not make information transfer calls to manage the victim. Rather than getting pleasure from watching victims, it seemed that there was something more important happening at night. The girl was confused and even more upset, wondering what her crazy brother was possibly doing at night that was somehow worse than what he was doing during the day. She wondered if her crazy brother was somehow on some kind of drugs as well. She would not put it past him. Well, it was a cliché from dramas and movies, but it would be difficult to confirm if he was a junkie. Then, the boy began to ask some very vital questions. He asked if her brother had the tendency to suddenly breathe heavily, or repeatedly scrunch his facial muscles like a tick. Then he asked if his expression changed a lot, almost instantly, every 2 seconds, or if he frequently tried to leave social gatherings early. The girl thought about it and realized that none of this stuff really accurately described his behavior at all. Despite his fairy temper, sometimes he showed this annoying laid-back attitude that was really kind of irritating. So, for now, the possibility of drug use was at an all-time low in the evidence that they had gathered. Also, the girl did add that her brother had the kind of face that people just wanted to punch, and she wondered if that was a drug side effect too. That was likely just the side effect of him being a jerk. The boy then dropped his drink and sighed, explaining to Hiram that putting her brother in jail was not going to be easy. The dude was rich, and he had an abysmal level of connections that he used to get away with all sorts of shady types of businesses. It was a shame, but scum like that should be isolated from society. The group's stock might drop a bit, but there was a way to lock him behind different bars. Different bars, now that was interesting to Hiram, and she wanted to know what kind of bars could lock her brother. The bars of public opinion were definitely something that hurt the eyes of famous and influential figures. If they trapped the man in people's condemning stares, that was especially really effective in their side of the country. They could hurt his reputation. Hiram was a little doubtful about her psychopathic brother even caring about that kind of thing. Sure, her brother might not notice a gaze or two, but when those gazes start gathering, it was a different story. Those eyes could bury people more terrifyingly and cruelly than anything else. When people's collective condemning gazes came together, it could create a powerful force. Truth and lies became meaningless under a gaze like that, and they could bury Hiram's brother in that, and send him to a different sort of mental hell. For making him fill his stomach with 3 bowls of noodle soup, Woojin was going to make that man pay. Especially because this stupid mission made him turn down his mom's homemade bulgogi, he would pay the price. The man was still useful. Our dude was going to hold on to that evil brother so that they could use him to level up, hire him even more and make it receive the punishment he gave. This would kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and 1 punch to take down 2 corn kernels. Hiram was getting tired of these riddles and just asked him to explain properly before she got a headache. The boy mumbled that he wanted to explain as normally as possible, but he was already far from normal, so she really wondered why he was still bothering about that. In other words, they were going to pick her brother clean like a fishbone. Of course, they would be doing this while properly compensating the victims of his sick and wicked perversion. The girl asked how on earth they would be able to pick her brother clean. She asked if they would try to catch him doing something and then blackmail him with it. The boy said that was exactly the plan. In fact, our dude was going to use the equity that Hiram gave him, so they should fill that position back up with something nutritious. The girl smiled because she knew that the genius was aiming for her brother's shares. The boy pulled out his phone and took a moment because he got a message. He wanted a confirmation on the number that he had sent out, and the detective told him to take care of him if he got fired. The boy just joked and said that he would get the detective a job at a toast shop. Right now, Woojin needed to know where Hiram's brother was right now. The girl took a moment to consider where he was now. They both considered the situation, and our dude tried to figure out what was more important than the pleasure of watching victims suffer. Now the boy wanted to go take a look at what other things that Hiram's brother did during his free time. Now, the rich girl was quite confused, but she was rather patient, and she asked how on earth he was planning to fleece her brother in the first place. She asked if he was going to catch him in the act and blackmail him with it. That was exactly what the young genius had in mind. She had given him a share from her stake, so now they were going to go ahead and fill the gap that had been created with something even more lucrative, like maybe her brother's shares. Well, that was a little ambitious, and Hiram listened closely to his plan of filling that suddenly empty spot with a psycho's shares. The boy glanced at his phone and all the information that he had gathered from it. He studied the information and he reached out to the exit again, kindly asking the man to track down that number from yesterday one more time. The detective groaned and said again that if he got fired, then they would be taking responsibility. The genius promised to take responsibility and told the detective to keep pushing. Sure enough, the location was gotten. Where the second older brother was now known. The girl really wanted to know where that crazy person was now. They had to find out what was more important than the pleasure of watching the victim's pain. Now, the boy wanted to know if he should go and take a look himself. They had asked where that man was, and the rich girl wondered how the genius even knew where that man was. Then she asked if the genius had somehow put a tail on that crazy psycho. The boy said that it was something like that. Now that he knew the man's location, everything else would be easy to figure out. However, that was not the problem for Hiram. She was thinking that the genius was taking the whole situation a little too lightly. She had told him that jerk was a complete psychopath, and if the genius got caught doing this, there was no telling what he would do to him. It was clear that this dude had some kind of kink when it came to making people suffer, and she figured that she could handle it because she was his sister. However, it was really annoying for Woojin to get involved in this. She wanted him to stop everything for now. Honestly, the more she thought about her history with the genius boy, the more he did have a tendency to rush into things and very dangerous situations. She already owed him so much even without this, because he had helped her set up a business and all that. The girl never intended for the boy to risk his life doing something so dangerous after all, and she was quite worried about him. So, she wanted him to slow down right now before he got into some serious trouble. The genius just smirked and called to Hiram, saying that she still did not know how truly big her vessel was, and it was not even filled up to her ankles just yet. She was a potential so massive that she might never fill it for her entire life. Trying to fill it all by herself would be impossible. That was why she was here. The girl stared in surprise, wondering what was with him all of a sudden. The genius had suddenly become very deep, sounding and very intense in just a short amount of time. She was also trying to figure out if this was some kind of compliment or an insult. Actually, the boy just said very sincerely that he intended to see that vessel completely filled. He wanted to help her fill it up. She was still confused about what exactly he meant by that, even adding that he was acting really strange today. Then again, the genius was strange almost every day, so this kind of behavior was not exactly brand new. The rich girl paused as she considered everything that had happened so far, and then she asked with a smile if he had some kind of crush on her or something. It seemed her narcissism had suddenly activated, and she was just beaming with glee at the thought of such a possibility. The genius found himself absolutely speechless as he just stared at her, and she sulked, saying that he totally liked her somehow. She scoffed that he was now in big trouble with these big feelings that he had acquired, sighing and patronizing him as he had fallen right into her endless vessel. The girl then raised her eyes, and the boy just went ahead and turned into a yes man, nodding in agreement that he did have a crush on her after all. The girl was confused, not expecting him to admit it or fall into her little game so quickly. She stared in surprise now, wondering if the boy truly did like her. The boy went ahead and said that, of course, he did, since they were such good friends. She liked her very much. She was not really digging the word friends, but he went ahead and emphasized that they were natural friends who would always help each other out. The girl glared because he was really driving home the friends part. They were best friends, top tier, and he kept hitting that friend note like it was a part of a music sheet. The girl told him to just stop already before she got violent. After getting her idea shot down, she blushed to herself, annoyed that they were just friends who liked each other platonically and just helped each other out. Obviously, friends would help each other out, everyone knew that, but she still felt a little bit bitter and hurt. That was why she had also helped out quite a bit too. She had shown up and helped the boy get a good tutoring job, and even hired some guys to help him do some tracking and detective work. She had shown up all the time and provided people when he needed them. Those were all the things that she had handled, then, to money and connection. On the other hand, he had listened to her stories without spending a single penny. Though he did spend money sometimes, it just was not as obvious or as large as the money that she spent. Even though she always just vented, he was always kind. Now that she thought about it, she very rarely listened seriously to his own stories. She had never asked what kind of worries that he had. She never even tried to look at his own vessel, as she did not know what was filling it up. Now that Hiram looked back at it, she felt like an idiot for real. She knew very little about this dude that she claimed to have a crush on, and she had no idea what to do to fill her vessel. She had no idea how to finally understand him. Finally, she groaned, wondering what she was even saying. She must surely be going crazy. Fine, it was a deal. She was going to do it his way just to stop her overthinking brain from hurting her even further. To catch a tiger, they first had to enter its den, of course. And to catch a crazy guy, they had to go crazy with him. She was pretty confident that she was going crazy. Since they were doing this, she was going to fleece her brother with all that she had. They also wanted to compensate the victim, so they had to do this right. The boy believed that this was the right option, of course, if they wanted to hit the true jackpot of the situation. However, Hiram did have one condition if they were going to proceed like this. The boy paused and wondered what the condition would be. The girl smiled and said that he definitely had a condition now, and he should brace himself, because it was coming in hot. There were lights over the city and the busy Korea below, sparkling with people moving about their daily business and just living their lives to the best of their abilities. Detective Kim Tae-yun messaged the genius about the location being out, and it looked like the guy that the genius was searching for was near the tower of the 00 building at the moment. The boy looked through the information on 00 operations, tech, labs, holding, platforms, networks, and many others. Out of all the businesses located in this building, this was the only one that could not be reached. The number they had dialed was currently unavailable, and they were told to please try again. Jung and Kim's solutions produced no search results. It was suspicious to anyone's eyes that a business with absolutely no information occupied the top floor of the building. The boy wondered what on earth anyone could be doing there every night. He could only guess to some extent, of course, as he showed up dressed in his disguise of business attire. A desire as massive as the height of this building was lurking up there. The boy admitted that he did not think that they needed to go that far, but the girl insisted that they should do things that way. They were friends after all, and she was going to do her own job her own way. That was only fair after all. The genius did consider the situation, admitting that they were indeed friends. Since they were friends, it would be best for them to make their move together. The young main character then snapped his fingers as he stood just at the threshold of activating his grand plan. He got the feeling that Hiram had watched way too many movies, as a fight immediately broke out at the entrance. Immediately, some dude started to curse, and he picked up another dude by the collar of his shirt, threatening him and saying that he was dead meat now. The other guy immediately got into the fight and started yelling back. They continued to argue and bicker back and forth, while a few people did show up to try and separate them. Some people were gunning for peace, but the two angry men looked just about ready to escalate the situation right into violence. Some of the people at the front desk, of course, immediately recognized that some kind of fight had broken out outside, and they called the patrol unit to please pull up to the front desk, because they seemed to have a situation on their hands. The security yelled at them that they could not do this kind of thing here, or they would be forced to call the police. The bickering went back and forth, and they yelled because some hitting was now going down in the conflict as well. It was a back and forth mess. The man yelled and growled about the person being a piece of shit and that if he had a problem with him, then he should just hit him back. It seemed the people trying to separate the fight were making very little progress, and as intended, the front desk agents were pretty distracted, trying to stop the situation and get it under control. They yelled that these angry men should not be doing that over here. While all of this outside madness was going on, our dude walked gently and focused his attention on just getting himself inside the office. Hiram must have handpicked these bodyguards to send over, and their action gets a passing grade because they were really selling that fight, though the acting was so cringe. At any rate, the front desk was distracted, so our dude was able to just stroll into the building. Our dude walked in very casually, and then he just strolled over to the elevator and hit a button over there. Soon, it did not take long for him to start heading up. Once he got to the top, he rubbed at his lip and got ready when the elevator doors opened. Finally, our dude had access. Woojin walked inside undisturbed, and it really showed how relaxed the security of this place was because no one had even tried to stop him. The boy was very confident as he headed towards the door nearby. The man at the desk asked the strange boy what brought him here, and finally Woojin had encountered some kind of obstacle. This was not supposed to be the kind of place where anyone could just walk into after all. However, the man just said that he was here on an errand for CEO Lee Junho. This surprised the man, as he had not heard anything about that. The genius was not about to let this guy delay him, and he reminded the guy at the desk about CEO Lee's impatient nature. If the guy was not going to just let him in, then he would have to take the package back. The guy at the front desk then paused because he knew that if the delivery man left, he would be the one in trouble. The CEO was always yelling at him and hitting him too, and he really didn't want to face that. So, the first thing he asked was to see the package just to verify the contents. The boy submitted it, and the man inspecting it wondered if he was looking at alcohol of some kind. The genius had already taken steps to be sure of what exactly the man liked, and apparently some of that was whiskey. He had then asked Hiram to prepare some expensive whiskey. Happy to help. The girl had prepared something sure to blow her brother away, and it definitely surprised the guy at the desk when he saw the beautiful, sparkling, 50-year-old Macallan. As soon as he saw what was inside, his doubt and distrust for the delivery man went down immediately. This had to be the real deal after all, since no average Joe would be able to afford such a thing. If it was authentic, it was worth the price of a foreign car. Just one glass was worth thousands. However, if this was how the rich swallowed their money, the boy reminded the man at the desk that the wine was now collecting dust, so he very slowly returned the cover of the box so that it would not break. Now then, the boy was told to please hand over his phone and spread his arms. He was also told that he would be getting back his phone once he left. The wine was given back to him, and the boy was led inside the special CEO office. The boy followed the path to the office, and as he expected, there was a private casino of all things inside an office building. The boy coughed into a handkerchief, and he attached a clip to his tie. It seemed that he had carried in some kind of hidden camera. There were some rich people seated at the table, of course, and just gambling away to their heart's content. There were chips on the table and cards stacked, and all of the rich were having a wonderful time. There were also some files and documents on the table as well. Before they proceeded with the next game, the man told them that they should organize things briefly before they moved on. The CEO Lee Junho, who lost in the previous game, had signed over Shinhwa S&H construction bearer to CEO Kim Ji-seok. These guys seemed to be betting with convertible bonds. That seemed to be correct, and the rich man just told them to hurry and keep the game moving. The dude who won looked at the thing that he won with such joy, even joking that the signature was sexy. When the CEO's construction kick-off announcement went public in 2 months, they asked if this stock would triple or quadruple. Another man joked that it would not happen if the CEO continued to lose like this. He even chuckled that he might end up holding the voting rights to the CEO's company, though that was a bit burdensome. The CEO just scoffed that it was never going to happen, so he should hurry up and fall silent. The man that our genius was trying to corner suddenly seemed to be very desperate, seeing how he went as far as arbitrarily issuing convertible bonds. Then, for Miss Chu-Inju the Nunhen Dong apartment ownership transfer. Also for CEO Song Young-do regarding the property that they held in Namyangju. Then, assuming there were no objections, they would continue. The gambling went on, and some dude was cursing about how he had lost what he barely managed to get back like this. The others laughed that he could just win it back without whining so much. Another said that no one was going anywhere and neither was this land. The table was filled with laughter as the rich pigs used stocks and real estate as stakes. It was nothing more than a board game to these people as they played around with people's lives. So, in the blink of an eye, one joked that he might even turn into a homeless stray dog. If he ran out of a house, then he would beg his senior to please let him crash at his place. The man chuckled and asked the lady why she was taking it out on him. After all, the guy who had swept it all was right over there. Unbelievable. The lady laughed and asked if the man was kidding her right now. She asked if he was telling her to crawl into her enemy's house right now and go hide there when she was so clearly broke, vulnerable, and in need of protection from a strong and reliable source. The lady talking was the actress Cho In-ju, and she had played a leading supporting role in the drama Bomi Love. The boy recalled seeing her on television because both his sister and mother watched the show closely. They loved her hair so much, and the boy sighed that his sweet sister would be disappointed if she knew that pretty miss that she admired on television was doing stuff like this. Come now, Unju was told not to call the man an enemy because she was hurting his feelings so much. The wealth and celebrities really were an insuperable match. They dabbled in the same sick and twisted gutters of corruption, and most of them shook the same dirty hands as they slowly ruined other people's lives. The boy paused when a lady suddenly stepped into the room from the outside, immediately noticing the genius standing there out of place in the room. The lady smirked, asking immediately who he was and what he was doing here. This was not the kind of place that anyone could just wander into after all. It seemed that was a policy line in this organization. The lady stepped forward and asked what exactly brought such a handsome young man to a place like this. Well, this was not a place for an ordinary person, though our main character was anything but ordinary. Still, he stuck out like a sore thumb in a place like this. The boy was about to speak, but the lady shut him up when she noticed that he was wearing a rather pretty hairpin. Already the situation had gotten quite dangerous and she walked forward. She immediately suspected that he might be wearing a hidden camera, so he was definitely a pro. Still, our genius had to remain calm in this situation. It was time for a little psychological warfare to keep his head and his life. The lady standing outside the door also said that his little pin was pretty and touched it. The lady paused and reassessed whether someone else had touched the pin. There should not be a problem if it had already been inspected after all. However, the lad mentioned that their guards would not have just let him through if he was a troublemaker. Still, she wanted to know exactly what business he had come here for. Since they were doing this, the rich girl planned on fleecing her brother clean of everything. The boy had not planned on mentioning Hiram or throwing her under the bus, but he needed an excuse of some kind. The idea had been totally different since the original plan was just to check out what was happening inside, but then he'd been so carried away by all the debauchery that he slowed down a little. Now he had to think fast because things had changed and he could not draw attention to himself. He walked through all of the possible ideas and excuses that he could use concerning Hiram. There was the possibility of marriage and then the possibility of studying abroad. The man was also known to tell the girl to just stay quiet and behave, being an heiress that was no more than a puppet in their household. For years, her brothers had tried to push the girl down, saying that it was the best way for her to help their group. Well, our dude was fighting to liberate her from such awful shackles. Hiram was always the one being one-sidedly pushed into a corner, without even getting the chance to think about fighting back against her brothers and sister. However, now, Hiram needed experience too. The experience of looking straight into the enemy's eyes and fighting back. She needed to stand high, tower over those controlling brothers of hers, and talk down to them so that they melted and were eradicated to insignificant little creatures in front of her. Just like gaining experience points in a game to level up, or accumulating real-life experience to become a master craftsman in a field. If the girl fought back one by one against things that crushed her, then she would very quickly hit the max level, and eventually he would be able to overcome everything. To set up that stage, the boy needed to cast the first dice. So, the boy simply said that Hiram had sent him. Right here, right now, he was going to register her into the roster to play the game. The lady was surprised to hear this about Hiram, and asked to confirm that it really was Lee Hiram who usually preferred to avoid anything to do with her big brother. She was the CEO Lee Junho's younger sister, and that was correct. She had mentioned that some fine liquor came in and asked him to deliver it to the CEO. Now, the dark-haired lady glanced at the Junho in question, wondering if he had outed their location to other people. The boy then said that he would leave after he had delivered that nice and fancy wine. However, the lady immediately told him to stop. Still, the genius walked forward all the way to the table, and he called out to Choi Lee Junho. The CEO was already in a pretty bad mood, and he turned, asking who had come here. The boy announced that he had come on an errand for Miss Hiram. The man was confused and asked who he meant. Now that the boy had delivered the news, he bowed and said that he would be taking his leave. The man took a few moments to bow before he then realized that his sister had sent this boy over here. This man thought that his sister had found out about this place, and the man cursed. He cursed and aimed his hand at the table, hating everything while Woojin very carefully escaped from this situation. He bowed to the brown-haired lady at the entrance, and then made his way out. Immediately, the dark-haired lady asked if this was going to be okay. They had to do something, and the lady asked if they really could let the messenger go like this. The man just muttered and said that they should leave the messenger be for now. He cursed and wondered how on earth his sister even found out about the kind of person that he was. The actress was still asking to figure out who on earth that strange guy was who just suddenly showed up out of nowhere. She figured that they should at least do something to keep his mouth shut. After all, he had seen everything going on in there. The rich man just scoffed at her and told her not to make too much of a fuss. It was too annoying for him to have to deal with that. Besides, he did not think for a second that an Iran boy of all things could be any kind of threat. Still, the actress remained cautious. She asked if the rich man had any idea how much her penalty fee would be if she got found out engaging in activities like this. The man groaned that such chump change was totally not important right now. He was still distracted about his sister finding out about his illegal activities. The rich man insisted that he shut up, but the actress was on a roll right now, and she got to her feet. insisting that they take the situation a whole lot more seriously. The actress cursed and raced right out of the room, much to the surprise of the man at the door. The man had to ask if something had gone wrong. However, the brunette told Yongun, the man at the door, to come over for a second. The man was surprised and asked why she wanted to see him. The brunette asked about the strange guy who had just left, asking if there was anything weird about that dude. The man at the door admitted that he did not notice too much about the dude who had brought the alcohol. However, the woman insisted and asked if the boy had been body searched properly. The man at the door insisted that he did, and he had even seized the boy's phone, so he had no idea why that woman had been acting like that. Later on, the elevator door dinged open, and our dude was walking smoothly out of the building. His steps were not hurried, and he had to make sure that he could leave without getting discovered. Immediately he hit the button for the first floor, and the door began to close just as the actress arrived. She was really bad news, and the dude looked her eyes with her just once. Immediately, he hit the button to speed up the door closing, and the blonde screeched for him to hold on. The first floor was immediately cancelled, and the elevator doors were closed. Our main character had already started his great escape while the blonde angrily cursed at the door that was keeping him from her. He needed to think very fast and very carefully about how to deal with this situation so that he could leave this building without being hindered by anyone. She cursed and smacked at the elevator button, cursing more when it did not open. Suddenly, much to the actress's surprise, the door did open, and our dude was standing right there. She giggled with a small pant, smiling up at the boy. In a cold voice, he asked what she wanted, so upset because his sister would be so disappointed at the kind of things this woman was doing. The bold blonde just stepped forward with a smile on her face, sighing with relief. She insisted that what he had seen just a moment ago was something that it would be best for him to keep his mouth shut about. She and the people up there were really terrifying individuals after all, and she also had the police and prosecutors on their side. They had incredible connections that could ruin his life. Basically, she had come all this way just to threaten him. How kind of her. He chuckled about how she sounded like him because he also had connections with the police and the prosecutors. The lady insisted that her group was terrifying enough that they could fabricate a crime out of thin air and throw him in prison. So, she told him to live his life forgetting what he had seen and to keep his mouth shut. She then asked if he understood what she was saying. The boy definitely knew that he was being threatened here. She was not asking for a favor. The lady also added that if he had done errands before, then he should at least know how this world worked. He would love to give her a piece of his mind about her abusing her riches and power, but he had a job to finish right now. An ordinary person like him lecturing a celebrity was the kind of thing that only happened in movies. So, he would let the extraordinary handle this. Our genius took a back seat and let his inner monster come out in that moment. The monster always loved when it was his time to shine, and he laughed darkly at this opportunity. Still, he did scoff that he was getting pulled out over a matter this trivial. Woojin did not really care and just switched clothes with the monster so that he could do his thing. Soon, the monster had dressed properly and switched places so that he could grin down at this actress who dared wave a figurative scythe in threat at him. She was trying to be intimidating for someone so small, and muttered that she was just a piece of shit wrapped in beautiful packaging. The actress was stunned to silence by such words, and he really leaned in. He added that washing away a filthy past without a second thought, and covering up a secret present with blatant lies, was not going to get her very far in life. She had to know that. She had done a lot of sneaking around, hoping that no one would know, and her patrons would always assure her that it was a secret. The lady was not just satisfied with the attention of family, friends, and lovers, but she had also become so obsessed with more recognition that she would use the innocent public as a tool to feed her vanity. She was nothing but an attention seeker. This, of course, enraged the beautiful woman, who yelled at the boy, asking how he dared to speak to her like this. She was richer than him and prettier than him as far as she was concerned. However, he just retorted that once her fake outer shell faded away, there was a high probability that she would suffer from panic attacks. When that happened, her hands and feet would tremble from just looking in the mirror, because it would not be the self that she remembered. The woman cursed, trying to feign bravado, but the monster before her was already getting underneath her skin. The monster smiled and said that the overwhelming depression would keep her tossing and turning at night, unable to sleep. She would become obsessed with chasing after the mirage of what she used to be. The lady cursed at him more, raising her hand to hit him, but he so easily grabbed that insolent hand that meant to hurt him. Easily. He dragged her aside, dragging her all the way into the elevator, and the door very quickly closed behind them. Now the lady found herself filled with terror as she felt trapped with the monster and the madness where he had been created, that isolated room full of books. He smiled darkly at her and then asked if he should make her like that right now. That's it for this episode. Until next time.